Chapter 1. Ateris. Ateris, hurry, come outside and shovel the snow off the roof. Uncle Omiro's words ignited a flicker of fear and a strong urge to flee within Ateris. He was reluctant to brave the blizzard, preferring instead to remain near the warmth of the hearth, longing for a bowl of hot soup that would warm his body and ease him into slumber. Yet he understood that if he did not clear the accumulating snow from the roof before succumbing to sleep, the weight of the blizzard might very well collapse the thatched and wooden structure over the family's heads during the deep hours of the night. Ateris sat beside the fire, the pot bubbling and gurgling with a comforting sound, while Aunt Sophia and Oscar lay bedridden with illness. Presently, he was the only one capable of assisting Uncle Omiro. "Ateris, if you are afraid, then have a bowl of hot soup," Omiro suggested. "I'm not afraid." Despite his declaration, Ateris extended his hand and carefully ladled out half a bowl of soup from the pot, the surface adorned with 2 fiery hawthorn berries and a few flecks of meat oil. The hawthorn, foraged from the wild, was spicy and warming, while the meat oil was derived from the tender-boned rabbit that Uncle Omiro had hunted before winter's onset, its flavor rich yet not greasy. With one sip, Ateris felt a slight warmth envelop him, bolstering his courage as he rose to his feet and approached Uncle Omiro. "Once I open the door, I will rush out swiftly. You must follow me as quickly as you can." Omiro inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze on Ateris' dark eyes. "You can do this, Ateris. It is all for the sake of seeing tomorrow's sun." Uncle Omiro resolutely extended his hands, removing the gloves crafted from the soft fur of the tender-boned rabbit, and placed Ateris' small hands within them. Ateris could clearly see the roughness of Uncle Omiro's hands, a testament to a life hard-lived. They were calloused, with prominent veins visible against a backdrop of dark yellow skin, dry and weathered, etched with countless lines that spoke of enduring life's hardships. These are the hands of a man who had weathered many storms, a man who had tasted the bitter and sweet of existence. And yet, this man was only 36 years old. "Uncle Omiro, you've given me your gloves, what will you wear?" Omiro slowly pulled the latch, his tone resolute. "My hands may be frostbitten, but they will heal with the arrival of spring. Your hands, however, are too tender to withstand the storm." As he spoke, the latch was released, and the fierce wind forced the door open slightly, instantly pelting Omiro's face with icy snowflakes. "Ateris, quickly, keep up with me." Omiro flung the door open, and a howling northern wind surged in, prompting Ateris to follow him into the fray, struggling against the biting cold with each step. Omiro swiftly turned to close the door, preventing the storm from wreaking havoc inside, then crouched down to retrieve a ladder buried beneath the snow eaves, setting it up with haste. "Ateris!" Omiro shouted, his voice quickly swallowed by the wind, yet Ateris could still discern it. "I am raising the ladder, now you must hold it steady." "I will," Ateris shouted back, his voice youthful yet unwavering. Omiro ascended the ladder with agility, swiftly reaching the rooftop, where he began to shovel the snow with a wooden spade. Ateris remained on the ground, gripping the ladder firmly to prevent it from being toppled by the wind. The north wind howled fiercely, assaulting Ateris' frail, young body. His cotton clothing offered little protection against the bone-chilling cold, but he stood against the wind, using his arms to shield his face, preventing the biting snow from carving scars into his delicate skin. "Hold on, you can do this," Ateris urged himself inwardly. This tempest was perilous. He was merely a child, not yet 6 years old, and his body was still so frail. "If only I could awaken my martial spirit, even without soul power, perhaps I could assist Uncle." Puff! Ateris could no longer withstand the onslaught. He was knocked to one knee by the raging storm, yet he clung desperately to the ladder, striving to maintain its balance. "Am I so weak that I can only endure for this brief moment?" His hands trembled uncontrollably as he bowed his head, pressing his entire weight onto the ladder. The cruel wind seeped through the gaps in the gloves, which had been tailored to fit Uncle Omiro's hands, making them too large for Ateris. He felt as though his fingers might lose all sensation. Yet he could not give up. If the ladder fell, Uncle Omiro would have no choice but to jump from the rooftop. On a calm day, Omiro could easily manage such a leap, but under the harsh conditions of winter, in such a blizzard, a single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Aunt Sophia and Oscar lay ill in bed. If Uncle Omiro were to be harmed as well, the already impoverished household would struggle to survive. Ateris' sole duty was to steady the ladder, ensuring Uncle Omiro's safe return to the ground. The north wind pressed heavily upon Ateris' small frame, yet his nearly frozen hands remained steadfastly gripping the ladder. He refused to remain, kneeling. The leg that had buckled began to straighten, supporting him as he stood once more. In his hands, beneath his feet, and within his gaze, it seemed as though tiny sparks of fire flickered, though he could neither see nor feel them, nor comprehend their presence. Why do you persist in standing? Why do you not yield? A voice questioned him, one that was most certainly not Uncle Omairo's. Because. Ateris merely parted his lips, and a gust of frigid wind rushed into his mouth. Yet he gritted his teeth and responded to the voice. I have a reason to endure. You cannot. A child of less than 6 years, how can you withstand the biting cold and snow from the far north? I do not know if I can do it. I simply wish to survive. You have already perished in this blizzard. Once this time shall be no different. Should I die, then so be it. But I shall never yield. Come, let the tempest rage even fiercer. Oscar was awakened once more by Ateris' startled cry. He struggled to open his heavy eyelids, murmuring, Ari, did you have a nightmare again? Ateris paused, glancing at Oscar lying beside him, gently pulling the blanket up for him. Sorry, go back to sleep, he'll step outside for a moment. Upon stepping outside, it was deep in the night, yet the darkness seemed absent, for tomorrow marked the summer solstice. The knowledge Ateris had acquired informed him that this day would have the longest daylight and the shortest night of the year in his region. They were in the kingdom of Haagen-Dazs, in the Borno region, within the village of Hannerm, under the domain of Count Agunad. This area lay in the northwest of the Douluo Empire and the northeast of the kingdom of Haagen-Dazs, bordering the northern plains province directly governed by the Douluo Empire to the east, while to the north, the vast mountain range extended into the desolate north. In recent days, the semblance of night could only be felt after 10 o'clock, and based on Ateris' knowledge from his past life, the Borno region should lie around 60 degrees north latitude, quite close to the Arctic Circle. Indeed, he did not belong to this world. He hailed from a cerulean planet called Earth. Originally, he was an assistant to a biological archaeology expert and an adventurer who encountered an unexpected blizzard in Siberia, leading him to this peculiar realm, where he had remained for 6 years. This world was known as Douluo continent, a fantastical realm etched in his childhood memories. Though Ateris' recollections of the intricate details of his fictional world had grown hazy, he retained a general timeline, along with some key characters and locations. The child sleeping beside him was named Oscar. He possessed a mane of silver hair and large, charming peach blossom eyes, his appearance quite handsome. Ateris believed, if his memory served him correctly, that Oscar was one of the main characters of the narrative. He could not recall the specifics of Oscar's background within the story, but having grown up alongside him, he knew everything about him. Suffice it to say, his circumstances were somewhat tragic. January 18th of this year marked a turning point in Oscar's life. On that day, his parents perished while hunting in the mountains, victims of a powerful soul beast, leaving him alone to fend for himself. Certainly, he was no exception, having never laid eyes on his own parents. Although he had an elder brother, that brother met his demise last January, perishing alongside a 600-year-old lacquer bear that had prematurely awakened from hibernation to wreak havoc on the village. His brother was the savior of Oscar's father, which led to Oscar's family taking him, and thus, he transformed from a mere playmate to a brother in Oscar's life. Ateris stepped beneath the eaves and picked up a rough stone lock he had fashioned himself, beginning to swing it about. The Douluo continent is a realm steeped in fantasy, home to a remarkably unique vocation known as Soul Master. The ability to become a Soul Master hinges entirely on whether one possesses soul power during the soul awakening ceremony. Even possessing merely a half-level innate ability offers the prospect of rigorous training, leading to a breakthrough at the 20th level, thus becoming a great Soul Master. Tomorrow marks the summer solstice, the day when personnel from the Spirit Hall will visit the village to assist eligible children in their soul awakening ceremony. Yet, as of now, Ateris remains uncertain whether he will possess innate soul power, as he does not even know which martial spirit he might awaken. His brother, Kitos, had never revealed his own martial spirit to him. In the face of such uncertainty, all he can do is train himself as much as possible. Even if he cannot become a soul master in the future, at the very least, he ought to possess the strength to wield a hoe. Right? 002 Innate Level 10 Oscar I. Ateris and Oscar II. Today is the day of the awakening ceremony. It's time to rise. Today is June 21st, the summer solstice. Lester arose early, departing from his home to knock on doors, leading the village's 6-year-old children out, now arriving at Oscar's residence. With a creak, the door opened, not from the main house, but from the woodshed, as 2 little ones emerged. One boy had raven-black hair and amber-colored eyes, with a resolute face clad in a short shirt. The other had silvery white hair, large, peach blossom-like eyes, and a handsome countenance that, if one were not careful, might lead one to mistake him for a girl. Come here, you two, Lester waved at them. What were you doing in the woodshed? Lester is the village chief of Hanurma village, known for his kindness. Over the past 5 months, without his assistance, Ateris and Oscar, mere 6-year-old children, might not have survived. It was Ateris who answered Lester, joyfully exclaiming, "Grandpa Lester, we were watering the soybean sprouts. They've already grown to the height of a finger, and in 2 or 3 days, we'll have sprouts to eat." "Really? That's splendid." Lester patted Ateris and Oscar on the head, expressing his delight. "You're quite capable. You learned quickly from just a bit of instruction. However, nothing today is more important than the soul awakening. Be sure to lock the doors tightly. We cannot keep the soul masters from Spirit Hall waiting." Ateris and Oscar nodded in agreement, securing the doors of both the main house and the wood shed before following Lester to a barn in the village. This barn was a product of the Count of Oganord's family, its grain having been transported away in advance, designated specifically for the annual soul awakening ceremony. Upon Ateris' arrival, the children waiting outside the barn immediately gathered around him, boys encircling Ateris while girls surrounded Oscar, creating a lively atmosphere. All right, children, let's settle down. Well, play after the awakening ceremony, shall we?" Lester appeared far from stern, yet the children listened to him intently, soon quieting down under his reassuring presence before entering the barn with him. Inside the barn stood 2 figures, a young woman and an elderly man. The young woman, possessing a gentle beauty with a touch of makeup, wore a white fitted outfit, with a soul character the size of a fist emblazoned at the center of her chest. The elderly man donned a long black robe with a hood, wielding a shoulder-high wooden staff, a tuft of grizzled beard cascading down to his chest, exuding a benevolent aura. Although they had never met, Lester recognized the young woman's attire as that of a direct representative of the Spirit Hall, yet he could glean nothing from the elderly man's appearance. Lester approached the young woman and respectfully bowed, saying, "Greetings, esteemed soul master. All the eligible children from Hanurma village are here this year." The young woman smiled softly and nodded. "Thank you, kind elder. You may leave them in my care. You can wait outside." However, Lester did not depart. Immediately, he cast a glance at the elderly man beside her and whispered, "Is this gentleman also a member of the Spirit Hall?" The young woman replied, "He is my mentor. This is my first time assisting children with their soul awakening in the countryside, so he will be observing. Rest assured." Upon hearing this, Lester harbored no further doubts. He turned to the children, saying, "Children, this is the soul master from the Spirit Hall in Borno City. She will assist you in awakening your martial spirits, so be sure to cooperate with her, all right?" "All right." The children chorused in unison, and Lester happily took his leave. The young woman swept her gaze over the 9 children, pausing momentarily on Ateris, then glanced back at the elderly man, who nodded gently in response. Acknowledging his affirmation, the young woman extended her hands slightly and spoke. "Children, my name is Mo Yoshua, a great soul master of the 29th level. I will proceed to awaken each of your martial spirits. If you notice any peculiar changes happening to me during the process, do not be afraid, okay?" After Mo Yoshua spoke, she took the girl's hand and led her to the center of the barn, instructing her to stand within a hexagonal pattern formed by 6 black stones. "Now close your eyes." Mo Yoshua gently pressed down on the little girl's head and called out, "Snow leopard, embody." A faint white light emanated from her forehead, swiftly enveloping her entire form. Her originally black hair transformed to a snowy white as the light infused into her, and her body began to change. Her limbs appeared to elongate. Her pupils became feline-like, her hands sprouting soft fur, with 10 curved claws extending and retracting in sync with her movements. 2 small, cat-like ears sprouted atop her head, while a long, sturdy tail emerged behind her. 2 rings of light rose from beneath her feet, swirling around her waist, both bright yellow in hue. The children in the barn stood in awe, none feeling fear among them. Ateris secretly swallowed hard. White hair, cat ears, plump little paws, and that tail swaying back and forth. Oh, how he longed to touch them. Mo Yoshue murmured, "It seems I cannot frighten the child," before concentrating and forming a hand seal. 6 faint beams of white light flowed into the 6 black stones below. And suddenly, a layer of shimmering golden light erupted from the stones, enveloping the little girl within. Golden specks of light swirled around her. And Mo Yoshue formed another hand seal, causing the luminous particles to enter the girl's body. "Extend your right hand," Mo Yoshue gently instructed. Complying with the guidance, the little girl obediently stretched out her right hand. The golden light that had entered her body promptly converged upon her palm, and a delicate purple flower materialized in her hand, prompting her to exclaim, "It's so beautiful." Mo Yoshua furrowed his brow in curiosity. "A purple flower? What could this signify? Observing the flower's pattern, he deduced, it appears to be a kaleidoscope flower, commonly known as a cabbage flower. An elderly man approached from behind, scrutinizing the scene before turning to the little girl and asking, "Little sister, do you know what your parents' martial souls are?" After a moment of contemplation, the little girl replied, "My father's martial soul is a hoe, and my mother's is cabbage." "Why do you ask, Grandpa?" The elderly man chose not to respond to her, instead addressing Yoshue. "Do you see? This illustrates the inheritable and mutable nature of martial souls. Her martial soul has been inherited from her mother, having transformed from cabbage into a kaleidoscope flower, and a purple variant at that. Such mutations often impact the human body. If this transformation is benign, she may grow to be even more beautiful than her mother." "Wow, is that true?" The little girl's eyes sparkled like stars at the prospect of being more beautiful than her mother. The girls in the group began chattering excitedly, lamenting, "How enviable. Whoa, my mother's martial soul is a little pig. I hope I won't become ugly." In the crowd, Ateris felt a mix of anticipation and unease, for he was unaware of his parents' martial souls. Having never seen them since birth, he was raised by his brother, Kados, who never revealed his own martial soul. Thus, Ateris found himself entirely in the dark about what kind of martial soul he might awaken. "It's all right, my turn will come, and I shall soon find out," he reassured himself inwardly. The elderly man and Yoshue remained unperturbed by the children's commotion, refocusing their attention on the little girl. "Now, little sister, envision your martial soul in your mind and withdraw it with your will," Yoshue instructed. The little girl promptly closed her eyes in concentration. After half a minute, her hand began to dim as the golden light dissipated along with her martial soul. "Excellent. In the future, should you wish to summon it, simply use your will to imagine it," Yoshue advised. He then presented a blue crystal ball to the little girl. Obediently, she placed her hand upon the crystal. But after an extended period, the blue orb showed no signs of change. Yoshue sighed softly. "Regrettably, your innate soul power is 0, rendering you unable to become a soul master. You may return to your companions now." The little girl complied, returning to the group with a radiant smile, still enchanted by the elderly man's words about growing more beautiful than her mother. Subsequently, Yoshue called each child forward in turn, and they awakened their respective martial souls, some possessing hoes, others sides. Unfortunately, the last 6 children all registered a soul power of 0. Yoshue glanced at Ateris and Oscar, who remained, and the elder gestured towards Oscar, saying, "Let him go next." 002 innate level 10 Oscar, 2. Oscar bore a hint of melancholy upon his brow. After each awakening, the elderly man would provide an analysis. Having heard 7 such analyses, he had begun to discern a pattern. His mother's martial soul was a peach blossom, and his father's was a pig. He shared his mother's peach blossom eyes, and his appearance mirrored hers, leading him to believe his martial soul was likely to be a peach blossom as well. What use is a flower? It is hardly enough to sustain one, Oscar thought as he took small steps forward. Ateris encouraged his good friend, "Oscar, don't be disheartened. Perhaps you might possess soul power of level 20. Yoshue, overhearing this, placed her hand on her forehead and replied, "Young one, the highest soul power achievable during the awakening of a martial soul is merely level 10. At 18, I have only reached level 29. All right, then let's settle for level 10, Oscar responded with a chuckle. Yoshue's smile faltered as she shook her head and said, "Don't even mention level 10. Level 1 would be quite an accomplishment. Among children of your background, perhaps only 5 out of 100 can possess any soul power at all, and most of them are at half a level. Achieving level 1 is already a remarkable feat." Having said this, Yoshue ceased her chatter, forming hand seals once more, causing golden light particles to converge and flow into Oscar's body. To her surprise, the number of light particles this time was unprecedented. Yoshue's eyes lit up. The quantity entering Oscar was greater than that of all previous children combined. Was there a chance? Oscar, mimicking his previous companions, raised his right hand, and a small, curved object with rounded ends gradually materialized. "This is a sausage?" Yoshue pondered, glancing at the elderly man beside her, who nodded in affirmation. Joy surged within her. The sausage martial soul was immediately identified as belonging to the food category, which is characterized by the certainty of possessing soul power. Food martial souls are distinct from consumable ones. For instance, the cabbage flower of the little girl or her mother's cauliflower are indeed edible, yet they belong to basic, primitive plant martial souls. The definition of food martial souls encompasses non-primitive, edible items, such as buns or bread. Mo Yushiwe had witnessed two brothers with cucumber martial souls. One was a primitive cucumber, possessing 0 innate soul power, while the other, a pickled cucumber, boasted innate level 3. Clearly, a martial soul like the sausage was of a higher grade than the pickled cucumber. Thus, she hastily retrieved a crystal ball to test Oscar, who, unlike the earlier children, effortlessly retracted his martial soul in the blink of an eye. The elder beside him exhibited a look of astonishment. His purpose for visiting was not merely to observe his students, but he had unexpectedly encountered the delightful surprise that was Oscar. Meanwhile, Oscar placed his palm against the blue crystal ball, and instantly, a dazzling blue light flooded the sphere, quickly illuminating it to a breathtaking brilliance. Level 10, truly level 10. Innate full soul power. The once composed and wise-looking elder rushed forward, grasping Oscar and tenderly stroking his silvery hair, his eyes gleaming with the admiration reserved for a rare treasure. Level 10? Oscar gazed at the kindly elder, his expression one of disbelief. Does this mean I can become a soul master now? Indeed, the elder affirmed. As long as one possesses soul power during the martial soul awakening, even in half a level, there exists the opportunity to become a soul master. However, the disparity between innate half a level and innate level 10 is as vast as the clouds in the sky compared to the mud on the ground. A soul master ascends in rank with every 10 levels. You are currently at level 10, known as a soul scholar. Once you acquire your first soul ring and reach level 11, you shall be referred to as a soul master. Further elevation will lead you to become a grand soul master, akin to Sister Mo Yushiwe. At this moment, Mo Yushiwe interjected, innate level 10. Alas, I am merely at level 4. Despite my diligent training, I have only just grazed the threshold of soul venerable at 18. This child, with innate full soul power, would likely surpass level 35 by my age. The elder retorted, even level 35 is an understatement. If he possesses a beast martial soul or a high-quality non-support type weapon martial soul, with innate full soul power, breaking through to soul sect at 18 is entirely plausible. The children in the group gasped in astonishment at the prospect of Oscar becoming a soul master. And Ateris felt an intense envy welling within him as he caught a gaze directed at him. Are you ready? In the year 2178 of the Douluo calendar, the leader of the Spirit Hall was crowned as Pope. In an effort to expand the influence of the Spirit Hall, the then Pope, Qian Jiguang, issued a papal decree, leading Spirit Hall organizations across the continent to dispatch inspectors to awaken the martial souls of the common folk free of charge. After centuries of change, the average age for martial soul awakening had lowered to around 6 years. With the time fixed in June, children of urban residents could independently visit the Spirit Hall in the city for their awakening. Martial soul awakening is not solely the prerogative of the Spirit Hall. However, for millennia, only the Spirit Hall has organized such large-scale, beneficial policies for the common people, leading to a trust in the Spirit Hall that surpasses that of lords and nations. Honorary Principal of H. Agendas Advanced Soul Master Academy, Leonid, elaborated on the societal structure of the continent. Commoners, Chapter 003, Spear and Shield. Upon entering the barn, Ateris sensed the kindly elder's gaze occasionally resting upon him, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, the awakening of his martial soul was of utmost importance, and he dismissed any other thoughts from his mind. I am ready, Ateris declared, stepping towards the 6 black stones without further prompting. Having awakened the martial souls of 8 children, Mo Yushiwe felt slightly fatigued, yet she performed the hand seals with precision, causing golden light to rise once more from the black stones and flow into Ateris's body. At the moment the light particles entered, Ateris instinctively shut his eyes, his expression vacant as images began to materialize in his mind. He envisioned himself standing atop a towering peak as a star rushed towards him from the sea of stars, penetrating his being. He beheld a colossal crimson giant trampling him underfoot, its visage grotesque and disdainful, wielding a blood-red greatsword that plunged into his chest. He perceived an elusive twilight swirling around him, morphing into the form of an adorable girl, who playfully extracted his soul from his body and tossed it into a wormhole. Laughing, "This is just a little game." In the next moment, he opened his eyes, his onyx gaze seemingly ignited with starlight. He extended his hands, as countless golden light particles gradually coalesced and shaped themselves upon his palms. Mo Yushiwe, now pale-faced, realized she had awakened over 200 children across 6 villages since departing from the Borno Martial Soul Subpalace and had never encountered such a situation. The golden light emitted from the black stones was fueled by her soul power, and the higher the quality and innate soul power of a martial soul, the more soul power required. Yet even the child with innate full soul power, like Oscar, would not consume nearly as much of her energy. This is a monster? Calm your heart. A voice urged in her ear. Imo Yushiue felt a broad hand resting on her shoulder, followed by a surge of immense soul power flowing into her, granting her a moment of relief. Thank you. Imo Yoshue expressed his gratitude and then redirected his attention to the young boy within the black stone array. Thanks to the elder's assistance, the golden light particles coalesced at an accelerated pace. Before long, Imo Yoshue was finally able to discern the appearance of this martial soul. In his left hand, he held a long spear, while in his right hand, he wielded a shield. Ateris grasped both spear and shield, the spear not particularly long, matching his height, adorned with no elaborate patterns. The shield, ancient and robust, shimmered with a dark copper hue, its edge featuring sharp protrusions in a distinctive U-shape, too long and too short. With the awakening complete, Imo Yoshue could finally reclaim her soul power, yet the weapon's soul awakened within this young boy took her by surprise, prompting her to exclaim, Dual weapon souls? Ateris gazed at his martial soul in a moment of astonishment, for he had never anticipated that his martial soul would manifest as a spear and a shield. He recalled the existence of twin martial souls in the Douluo continent. Yet these did not appear to be two distinct entities. Most notably, he recognized the spear and shield as the very weapons wielded by his brother, Kratos. His brother had perished in a valiant effort to protect their village, confronting that accursed lacquer bear. And Ateris had personally interred his ashes beneath the wheat fields of their home, while the fate of his weapons remained a mystery. Witnesses from the village recounted how they had seen Kratos drive the spear into the throat of the lacquer bear, but when they endeavored to retrieve his remains, the spear and shield had vanished without a trace. Now, they had inexplicably reappeared in his grasp, transforming into his own martial soul. Ateris felt an inkling that perhaps a secret lay within him, one he could not yet comprehend. Perhaps the three visions he experienced during the awakening of his martial soul held the key to unraveling this enigma. The elderly man, leaning on his cane, approached Ateris and gently stroked the shield in his hands, remarking that in nearly a century of records from the Martial Soul Hall, there have been only two known bearers of twin martial souls. Since the establishment of Martial Soul City in the central continent in the year 972 of the Douluo calendar, fewer than 50 recorded bearers of twin martial souls had emerged in the subsequent 663 years. Despite their rarity, with decades often passing without a single bearer appearing, the research at the Martial Soul Hall was diligently pursued. The elder shared that he had studied relevant texts and had the fortunate opportunity to converse with two bearers of twin martial souls, gaining a modicum of understanding regarding their characteristics. One fundamental principle he noted was that twin martial souls could only be summoned separately. No matter how proficient one became in cultivating or wielding their martial souls, it was impossible to utilize both simultaneously. While the elder spoke at length, Ateris felt an uncanny sensation. Were it not for the stark contrast in appearance, he might have mistaken this man for the renowned master Yu Shaojiang. Nonetheless, the elder's words alleviated some of Ateris's confusion, even if a tinge of disappointment lingered, for it was indeed impressive to cultivate twin martial souls. Nevertheless, Ateris remained content. Despite the spear and shield lacking flamboyance, they were still conventional weapons, and surely they possessed some soul power. As long as he had the opportunity to become a soul master, everything would fall into place. Oscar was a formidable ally, and even without Tang San's assistance, he possessed the potential to ascend to greatness. The elder took the blue crystal ball from Imo Yoshue's hands and presented it to Ateris, saying, Now, let us test your soul power. As Ateris willed it, the spear and shield were instantly retracted, their speed surpassing even that of Oscar, which caused Imo Yoshue, standing nearby, to be momentarily astonished. Could it be that this young boy also possessed innate full soul power? Ari, you must strive harder. I have faith in you, Oscar exclaimed. Ateris turned around and gave a thumbs up, placing his right hand upon the azure crystal sphere. Subsequently, a blue light began to emanate, though it was not as resplendent and dazzling as Oscar's. The elder's expression remained unchanged. He continued to wear a smile. Possessing innate soul power at the 4th level was already commendable. Indeed, Ateris held this sentiment within, maintaining an optimistic outlook. Prior to this day, he had resigned himself to the life of an ordinary farmer, and awakening innate soul power at the 4th level had already brought him great satisfaction. The prevailing consensus within the realm of soul masters is that the higher the innate soul power, the swifter the cultivation of soul power. This principle, one of the most fundamental theories of martial souls, has been revered for millennia. I, too, acknowledge this theory under certain conditions. Based on the vast repository of knowledge within the Spirit Hall, along with my decades of observation, analysis, and summation, I contend that, aside from innate soul power, the quality of the martial soul also plays a decisive role in the rate of soul power cultivation. This leads to a pertinent question. High innate soul power does not necessarily correlate with superior martial soul quality. Likewise, a high-quality martial soul does not guarantee elevated innate soul power. For instance, within the same level of innate soul power, the cultivation speed of the Swan martial soul inherited by the royal family of the Tiando Empire differs significantly from that of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex martial soul passed down by the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex sect. Excerpted from Leonid's work on martial soul studies, the relationship between the cultivation speed of soul masters and the quality of martial souls. Though possessing innate soul power at the 4th level, Mo Yushue was exceedingly joyful. Encountering 2 children with soul power in a single village was undoubtedly fortuitous. Particularly, the young boy named Oscar, endowed with a food-type martial soul and full innate soul power, would surely bring commendable news upon returning to the Borna City Hall. Naturally, the rewards from the Spirit Hall were not bestowed without merit, regardless of the number of awakened individuals. If they did not join the Spirit Hall, their efforts would be in vain. Thus, to attain substantial rewards, the patrolling officials, after assisting talented children in awakening their martial souls, would appeal to them both emotionally and logically, encouraging their allegiance to the Spirit Hall. Oscar and Ateris, you have both awakened your martial souls, one with full innate soul power and the other at the 4th level. I wonder if you would before Mo Yushue could finish her sentence. She felt a hand resting on her shoulder, and a voice reached her ears, audible only to her. Little Shui, do your grandfather a favor. Once you reach level 30, I will assist you in obtaining a 1,000-year soul ring that is perfectly suited for you, with a minimum age of 1,400 years. Upon hearing this, Mo Yushue fell silent. A 1,000-year soul ring held immense significance for her, coming from humble beginnings. She had diligently studied at the Borna Primary Soul Master Academy after awakening her martial soul. After much pleading, she had managed to persuade her instructor to help her procure a 160-year-old spotted leopard soul ring after reaching level 10 soul power. Later, she chose to join the Spirit Hall, studying at the H. Agendes Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Although the Spirit Hall Academy offered better treatment for common students, her second soul ring barely surpassed 500 years. Despite her affiliation with the Spirit Hall, acquiring a suitable 1,000-year soul ring for her third ring proved exceedingly challenging, let alone one exceeding 1,400 years in age. Sister, what do you mean? Oscar inquired with curiosity, puzzled by Mo Yushue's sudden pause. Oh, it's nothing. Mo Yushue replied, shaking her head and leaving her previous statement unfinished. I meant to say that you have both awakened your soul power, and by September, you can enter the Soul Master Academy for your studies. Train diligently to become a soul master. She then glanced at the children in the barn and urged, Children, having awakened your martial souls, you may return home now. Go on. The children stepped forward one by one to express their gratitude before taking each other's hands and leaving the barn. Ateris walked at the rear, casting a glance at the old man as he closed the door, to which the elder responded with a smile. Ateris felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The old man's gaze mirrored that of the professor he had followed in his past life, who had unearthed ancient fossils beneath the permafrost of the Arctic Circle. His eyes alight with wonder, an oddity indeed. Inside the barn, once the large door had shut, Mo Yushue turned to the old man and said with a hint of exasperation, Mr. Leonid, I respect your knowledge, which is why I consented to let you observe the soul awakening ceremony. After all, it involves innate full soul power. If the bishop of the Borno family were to find out, he would surely chastise me severely. Leonid, unfazed by Mo Yushue's complaints, laughed heartily. You are a student of the Haagen-Dazs Soul Master Academy, here merely because they are short-staffed at the branch, and you are a Borno. Once you complete your task, you shall return to your academy. He cannot trouble you. Mo Yushue sighed. I hope you keep your word. Judging by your demeanor, are you considering taking on a disciple? Indeed, a genius with innate full soul power would surely catch anyone's attention. That boy named Oscar possesses exceptional talent. Although such geniuses are rare, they do emerge every few years. However, A food-type martial soul with innate full soul power has never been recorded in the annals of the Spirit Hall or the two great empires. Such a prodigy is not one to be overlooked. Thank you for today, old man. You have already cultivated to level 29. The rank of Soul Master is not far off. Do not rush the breakthrough to level 30. I will find you to fulfill my promise. After praising Oscar, Leonid pulled his hat down and vanished into the shadows of the barn. Outside, many parents arrived to collect their children. The adults exhibited little emotion, perhaps having grown accustomed to such events, showing no distress at their children's unawakened soul powers. Mo Yushue gathered his belongings and exited the barn, only to encounter the worry-stricken village chief, Lester. What? Both of you have awakened your soul powers? How could two suddenly appear? Upon hearing that both Oscar and Ateris had awakened their soul powers, Lester was utterly bewildered. Mo Yushue inquired, Elder, is it not a good thing for a village to have two children with soul master potential? In the previous 6 villages, out of 77 children, I encountered only one at first level and one at half a level. Yet here, we have one with innate full soul power and another at level 4. Should we not rejoice? That, Soul Master, you may not be aware. Our Hanermoke village lies within the territory of Count Aguinad, within the Count's dominion. There are 76 villages, and each year, there are 30 slots for students at the Borno Junior Soul Master Academy. Initially, this was sufficient, but in recent years, the available slots have dwindled. At least half have been. Have been what? Mo Yushue feigned anger. Why are you so hesitant in your speech? Have been taken by the Count's estate. The response came not from Lester, but from Ateris. The Count's estate? Now it is Mo Yushue's turn to be perplexed. For the children of the Count's estate to gain entry into the Junior Academy, is that not a matter of mere introductions? How could they possibly compete with commoners for student slots? Just as Ateris was about to continue, he was abruptly seized by Grandpa Lester, who said, Enough, Ateris. There is no need to trouble the esteemed soul masters of the Spirit Hall with such matters. I shall escort you all home. Ateris refrained from completing his thought. Although the soul master named Mo Yushue left a favorable impression on him, certain matters were indeed unnecessary to disclose, considering their lack of kinship. The village chief, Lester, bore a sorrow that was simultaneously simple yet intricate. The Borno Junior Soul Master Academy stood as the sole institution in the Borno region that accepted work-study students from commoner families. Despite the academy's considerable scale, it was ultimately an establishment founded by the government and nobility, driven by profit. Consequently, self-financed students constituted the majority within the academy, while the coveted positions for free work-study students were exceedingly rare. The village of Hanermo, where Ateris resides, lies 40 miles north of the city of Borno. In the northern region of Borno, there exists an absolute overlord, Count Aguinad, who, although lacking jurisdiction over the free citizens within his territory, continually encroaches upon the scant rights of the common folk through the machinations of the Count's estate. It is said that the original Count Aguinad's domain encompassed 60,000 acres, housing 12,000 households with over 40,000 souls. However, in recent years, the actual land owned by the Aguinad family has exceeded 90,000 acres, while the taxable population has dwindled to a mere 8,000 households, totaling less than 30,000 individuals. Within the realm of the Haagen-Dazs kingdom, the nobility bears the duty to protect the citizens of their fiefs. Yet, the taxes levied by these citizens are collected by tax officials dispatched by the king, with the revenues being divided in a ratio of 3 to 7 between the nobility and the crown. The current iteration of the Aguinad lineage, led by Fermi Aguinad, marks the 3rd generation. However, the population of the fief has not only stagnated but declined. This decline is not attributable to warfare, natural disasters, or the incursions of spirit beasts, but rather to the consolidation of land. Count Aguinad has instructed his knights and stewards to employ various means to seize land from the free citizens, forcing those who once possessed land to become mere tenants. Should these tenants experience significant familial upheaval, they are compelled to sell themselves into servitude, thereby becoming private serfs of Count Aguinad. The slots for work-study positions at the Soul Master Academy for common families are not usurped by the noble offspring of the Count's estate. Instead, they are claimed by the tenants and private serfs affiliated with the Count's domain. These individuals, once free citizens, have become instruments of the nobility in their oppression of the common folk after being subjugated to the Count's will. Ateris and Oscar, these two unfortunate brothers, would have likely devolved into mere private slaves of the Count's estate were it not for the benevolent assistance of Mayor Lester. Although less than 5% of commoners awaken their soul power, The allocation of a mere 15 coveted spots for work-study students among 76 villages often proves to be quite restrictive, particularly in recent years. There have been instances where the previous year's quotas were insufficient, leading some children to wait an entire year to vie for the limited work-study positions. Among those whom Ateris knows, there are two who currently find themselves without a school to attend, possessing the potential to become soul masters yet languishing idly. Which village does not yearn for the emergence of a soul master among its ranks? To secure work-study positions, disputes between villages have been frequent. And now with two candidates emerging from Hanelmo village, how could Lester not find himself in a predicament? Recent investigations in the Borno region indicate a declining proportion of soul masters among commoners, while the number of noble and their vassal soul masters continues to rise. This is not merely a reflection of the growing mediocrity among commoner youth, but rather a consequence of the local nobility's relentless exploitation of the populace, a trend that, if persisted, will surely impede the progress of our spirit hall in the Borno region. Stagnation will lead to regression. This is truly incredible. I have awakened with innate full soul power. It is simply, I cannot find the words to express it. On the way home, Oscar bounced with exuberance, his joy evident. It felt akin to praying for a feast before sleep, only to awaken to find those dreams realized. Indeed, that was merely a dream. Yet now it has manifested into reality. As soul masters, we can accomplish countless things we once dared not even imagine. Oscar embraced Ateris, gazing up at the clear blue sky, and dreamily declared, when I have wealth, I shall build a beautiful tomb for my parents, and I will plant peach blossoms, which mother adores, all around it. Moreover, we must find an opportunity to repay our benefactors in the northern Yuan province. Without them, our home might have been lost. By the way, what was the name of that academy again? Tianxue, Ateris replied. Yes, Tianxue. I was so overwhelmed with excitement that I forgot their names. But surely you remember, Ari. After building the tomb and repaying our gratitude, then comes. Oscar's expression abruptly shifted, his striking peach blossom eyes turning fierce as he gazed towards the distant north, where a chain of mountains lay ahead. He then turned, his gaze traversing the vast fields of wheat and cotton, landing upon a grand estate, and through gritted teeth, he uttered two words, vengeance. Whatever you choose to do, I shall stand by your side. My spear will clear the thorns in your path, and my shield will protect you from all harm. Ateris wrapped his arms around Oscar. Having been playmates since childhood, and after the death of his brother Katos, they had become family. Oscar's aspirations mirrored his own, Oscar's hatred was his own. And then there was Grandpa Lester. The mind of a 6-year-old is ever-changing. Just a moment ago, Oscar had exhibited the gravitas of an adult. But in a burst of jubilation, he released Ateris and bounded towards the leading figure of Mayor Lester. Oscar grasped Lester's arm and exclaimed, "Thank you, Grandpa Lester, for always helping us. When we grow up, we will surely repay you." Lester patted Oscar's small hand, chuckling, "There is no need for repayment, my dear. Both you and Ateris are destined to become soul masters. A vast world awaits your exploration." As he spoke, Lester glanced around cautiously, ensuring there were no outsiders. Before pulling Ateris closer and whispering, "You two little ones have already endured much hardship. I hope you do not encounter any more misfortunes. Do not entertain thoughts of seeking revenge on the Count's estate. Though you both possess the potential to become soul masters, remember, we are still commoners, children, and we cannot prevail." Neither Ateris nor Oscar responded. One deemed it unnecessary to answer, while the other, still naive, did not know how to respond. Indeed, discussing such matters with you may be futile. As you mature, you will come to comprehend the vast chasm that separates us commoners from the nobility. Noticing the two children's silence, Lester ceased his chatter, taking their small hands in his own as they continued onward. There was still ample time for such discussions, alas. Resolving your education matters is of utmost importance. Come, let me escort you home first. The Aganord Manor is nestled upon the boundless expanse of the Borno Plain, encompassing an area of 2,700 acres, equivalent to 180 hectares. At the heart of the estate, on a prominent elevation, stands an opulent residence, evidently belonging to the estate's master, Count Aganord, and his family. Surrounding this elevated ground is a cluster of rudimentary dwellings radiating outward, separated from the mansion by a public area extending half a mile. In this half-mile stretch below the elevation lie the estate's communal facilities, including a blacksmith, watermill, brewery, cattle sheds, and stables, all undoubtedly owned by Count Aganord. Outside the stables, a young knight, appearing to be around 20 years of age, was grooming his beloved steed. He is Tris Agenord, the eldest son of the current Count Fermi Agenord. Before him stood a man in the estate steward's attire, bowing slightly, seemingly reporting on some matter. Upon hearing something astonishing, Tris furrowed his brow. What? Are you certain you did not inquire incorrectly? The steward lowered his head and replied, Young master, I have indeed confirmed it. I asked 3 children who participated in the martial spirit awakening ceremony, and their answers were consistent. The boy named Oscar possesses innate full spirit power, and his martial spirit is a sausage, while Ateris has a level 4 martial spirit, a spear and shield. A sausage and a spear and shield, one at level 10 and the other at level 4. I initially thought them to be 2 worthless individuals. Yet they could still provide some amusement. Tris slowed his movements, his gaze darkening. Has the Hall of Spirits sought to recruit them? Ah, that is unclear. The female steward from the hall left Hanelmo village immediately after the ceremony. It is commendable that the children could remember their spirit power levels. Beyond that, they likely retain little else. Worthless. A simple exclamation from Tris struck the steward like a death knell, causing him to kneel in despair, hastily bowing his head in penitence. Young master, I mean, the lowly servant recognizes his error. Please spare me. Tris crouched down, lifting the steward's chin with his riding crop, casually remarking, I merely chastised you. Did I ever mention punishing you? The steward, trembling, responded, No, the lowly servant understands. You know nothing. In an instant, Tris rose and delivered a kick that sent the steward crashing into a wooden rack of tools nearby, shattering it to pieces. Dismissing the steward as a nuisance, Tris summoned a squire knight and commanded, Take a few men over there and eradicate the root of this problem. The squire knight, however, hesitated before responding with a bow. Young master, did not the guests from the Tianshui Academy mention treating them well a few months ago? Is this not? Tris' ire surged as he struck the squire knight's helmet with vigor, exclaiming, Are you so dull-witted? Those women do not even know the names of those 2 children. They merely mentioned it to showcase their benevolence. Do you think they would make a special trip back from the northern plains to check on them? Understood, young master. I shall depart at once. Begone. The squire knight, clutching his head, hastily fled from Tris' wrath, hastily selecting 2 knights who were barely clad in leather armor before galloping away. Unbeknownst to them, a raven, entirely black, had witnessed the entire exchange from atop the stable's roof. After the squire knight departed, it flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Back at home, Oscar, filled with excitement, clung to Ateris, eager to see his martial spirit once more. What is there to see? It's just a broken spear, Ateris remarked dismissively. Yet, he summoned his martial spirit with sincerity. Upon sighting Ateris' martial spirit, Oscar rushed forward, eagerly touching the spear and shield, drooling with envy. Ateris, I envy you so much. If only my martial spirit could be exchanged for yours. You envy me? I envy your innate full spirit power. Did the old man not say that once you acquire your first spirit ring, you shall become a true spirit master? A spirit master? A glimmer of longing appeared in Oscar's eyes, yet he sighed, Alas, we are uncertain whether we can even enter the Spirit Master Academy. It seems Lester grandfather is quite troubled. Worry not. You are a genius. Can a living being truly die from holding in their urine? Ateris refrained from discussing with Oscar the notion of being the first innate full soul power food type martial soul in the annals of the continent's history. Although he held absolute trust in Oscar, some matters were best left undisclosed. Since arriving in this world, Ateris often found himself reminiscing about the narrative of Douluo continent during his leisure moments, drawing upon his understanding and observations over the past few years. He had managed to contemplate several insights. Among the principal characters in the original work, Oscar might be the only one, aside from Tang San, who had the potential to ascend to divinity without the necessity of celestial herbs or the trials of Sea God Island. To exaggerate slightly, it could be said that the moment he awakened his innate full soul power, he had already become a candidate for the title of God of Food. Regarding the matter of the Soul Master Academy, there were still 2 months and 9 days until the enrollment date in September. Should he fail to secure a position as a work-study student at Borno's Junior Soul Master Academy, Ateris would undoubtedly persuade Oscar to join the Spirit Hall. Although he remained puzzled as to why the inspector named Mo Yoshue did not recruit Oscar during the awakening ceremony, it was evident that a talent with innate full soul power would not go unnoticed in any region's Spirit Hall. As for himself, starting at an innate level may not be considered particularly high, yet it was by no means low either. With a bit of luck, he could manage to navigate through to the ranks of Soul King or Soul Emperor. Given that he would likely be looked down upon by Tang San and the main group, Ateris found little motivation to seek their approval. Instead, he contemplated exploring the continent after reaching the rank of Soul Master, which seemed a commendable choice. "Hey, Ari, your martial soul appears oddly familiar," one remarked. "You noticed too?" Ateris turned his gaze towards his martial soul, which had become a source of perplexity for him. "Indeed, your gun shield is strikingly similar to your brother's weapon. I would not mistake it. It is indeed identical, and I find it quite curious as well. However, my brother informed me that the gun shield is merely his weapon, and not a martial soul. Moreover, he possesses an innate level of 0 soul power, and I have never observed him utilizing a martial soul." Ateris emerged from the dwelling, stepping into the open space before the door, where he began to wield his gun shield with flair. Each move was a meticulous imitation of his brother Kratos, and strangely, despite this being Ateris's inaugural experience with the gun shield, he maneuvered it with an uncanny finesse, as though each motion had been rehearsed countless times. Thrusts, sweeps, rolls, and strikes. Ateris became entranced in his performance, while Oscar watched in rapt fascination, continuously applauding and cheering for his dear brother. Whoosh! As Ateris concluded a series of movements, intending to retract his martial spirit, he was suddenly startled by an unexpected sound, prompting him instinctively to raise his sturdy shield. Ateris was quite familiar with that sound. His brother, Kratos, often took him into the mountains to hunt during the autumn. The sound was reminiscent of an arrow striking its target, yet this time the arrow did not hit a shield but instead embedded itself into a nearby tree. Slightly shifting his shield, he cast a glance in the direction from which the arrow had come. 100 meters away, 3 knights were galloping towards them. Without a moment's hesitation, Ateris turned and shouted, "Oscar, run." "Huh? What?" Oscar, merely a 6-year-old child, possessed no combat experience and his mind was still tender. Although he had witnessed an arrow suddenly strike the tree next to him, he could not comprehend the situation in that fleeting moment and stood frozen in place. There was no time to waste. The speed of the horse was far superior to that of 2 6-year-old children devoid of any spirit rings. Perhaps if one were a first-ring agility-type spirit master, they could evade into the woods, utilizing the terrain to escape. However, Ateris and Oscar were clearly incapable of such a feat. A distance of about 100 meters was merely a matter of seconds for a galloping horse. And soon the 3 knights had reached them. Upon seeing Ateris adopting a stance of readiness for battle, the leading knight chuckled, "You little rascal, your reflexes are quite sharp. It seems you already understand our purpose for being here, don't you?" Ateris coldly remarked, "My mind is perfectly sound. I simply did not anticipate that the esteemed house of Agenord would stoop so low as to bully 2 children. If there is blame to be laid, it must rest upon your awakening of soul power. Originally, as per the master's intentions, you were to be treated like 2 little dogs, occasionally teased for amusement. Alas, the Agenord family adheres to a strict policy of eradicating threats at their roots. Your only fate is death, with no alternatives." With a grand gesture, the leading knight commanded the 2 unarmored knights to dismount lazily, mockingly brandishing their whips. "Oscar, stay behind me," Ateris declared, gripping his spear in one hand and shield in the other, his body slightly bent as he assumed a combat stance. The 3 knights before him were familiar. They were the squire knights of Tris Agenord, the eldest son of the Earl, appearing to be around 17 or 16 years of age. The 2 knights wielding whips were not soul masters. Their role in the knightly order was to equip Tris and other professional knights, tending to horses. The one clad in light armor, however, was indeed a first-ring soul master, yet he seemed disinterested in engaging in combat. You certainly put on a convincing act. Let me see if you are merely a fade," the knight on the right taunted, flicking his whip towards Ateris. Though the motion appeared casual, the sound of the whip slicing through the air was unmistakably real. Should it strike, it would undoubtedly leave a painful mark. Ateris raised his shield forward, and with a sharp crack, the whip struck the shield. However, the whip did not recoil. Instead, it ensnared itself around the prominent ridges above the shield. The knight, realizing he had ensnared the edge of the shield, sank his feet and began to pull forcefully, intent on yanking the shield towards him. Ateris found himself at a disadvantage against the knight's strength. Although he quickly lowered his center of gravity, he could not escape being dragged forward, his feet leaving 2 distinct marks in the dry mud. This predicament was untenable, prompting Ateris to swing his left arm vigorously, swiftly severing the whip with the sharp edge of his spear. The knight to his left, who had previously worn an expression of disdain, was now unyielding in his actions. Upon witnessing his companion's whip being cut, he immediately struck, directing his whip towards Ateris's left hand that gripped the spear. However, Ateris appeared to have anticipated this maneuver. Executing a rapid clockwise turn, the whip struck the surface of his shield with a sharp crack, leaving him unscathed. Ateris has always felt as though something is amiss within him. The series of maneuvers he executed were undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of an untrained 6-year-old. Yet when he summoned his gun-shield martial spirit, it felt as if they were old friends, intimately familiar with one another. He sensed that it was not he who was acting, but rather the gun-shield guiding his movements. With a graceful turn, he deftly parried a whip strike, opting not to continue his defense but instead to surge forward, thrusting his spear with sudden ferocity. The retraction of the whip required time. The knight to his left, though aggressive, did not truly perceive Ateris as a threat. Otherwise, he would have drawn his short sword from his waist. His thoughts remained anchored in the past, viewing the two children before him as mere playthings, incapable of understanding the use of their martial spirits so swiftly. With a swift thrust, the spear pierced through the knight's chest, as effortlessly as a knife slicing through tofu, puncturing his heart. Ateris, with a deft twist and pull, released a cascade of blood that splattered across his face and attire. The knight fell to the ground, his wide eyes reflecting confusion and shock. Not only Oscar was stunned, the other knight was equally taken aback, unable to fathom how his comrade could be so easily dispatched by a mere 6-year-old child. Enraged, the knight drew his short sword and charged at Ateris, who immediately assumed a combat stance, his spear poised for a thrust. Despite his fury, the knight's muscle memory from training kicked in, and he instinctively swung at the spearhead. The disparity in strength meant that while Ateris did not relinquish his grip, his spear was deflected aside. The knight sought to capitalize on this moment, intending to engage in close combat, believing the child to be nothing more than a target to be easily wounded. However, Ateris exhibited remarkable combat prowess. Even as his spear was deflected, he maintained his composure, simultaneously channeling power through his feet and wrist. In a swift motion, he flipped his wrist to face upwards while delivering a powerful kick. The target of his kick was not the knight, but rather the spear. The force of his leg, far exceeding that of his arm, struck the spear, sending it back with even greater velocity. The knight was fortunate. Having closed the distance, he was not struck by the spear's tip. Instead, the shaft collided with his head, the impact sufficient to interrupt his advance and render him momentarily silent. Ateris seized this opportunity without hesitation, leaping into the air with his sturdy shield raised high, bringing it down with an unstoppable force upon the knight. The resounding crash echoed as the knight stumbled backward, unable to maintain his grip on the short sword, which clattered to the ground. The battle was far from over. Like a well-oiled machine, Ateris turned swiftly to face the armored knight still mounted on his steed, ready to assume his fighting stance once more. "Come on!" Ateris bellowed at him, seemingly unsatisfied, as he twisted his left wrist and struck his sturdy shield with his spear, producing a dull thudding sound. "You wretched creature! You crawling worm! A beast awaiting slaughter!" After a series of actions, Ateris provoked the armored knight to a state of furious indignation, prompting him to leap off his steed in a fit of rage. "You should consider yourself fortunate, for soon I shall sever your head and rend your chest asunder. Remember, the one who shall take your life is named Field Douluo." This knight, referred to as Field, bore no sword and carried no weapon upon his person or horse. Nevertheless, Ateris remained vigilant, for this absence of arms fundamentally indicated that he was a soul master. As anticipated, a radiant aura coalesced in Field's grasp, and with a resounding cry he proclaimed, "Martial soul, white radiant sword." A gleaming white longsword materialized in his hands. And judging by his grip as well as the sword's length and breadth, it was a formidable broadsword. Concurrently, a white soul ring emerged beneath his feet, signifying that he was a first-ring soul master. Rather than launching an immediate assault, Field continued to bellow, "Humph! Were it not for you, wretched insect, today should have marked my ascent into the mountains to procure my second soul ring. Now, let my treasured sword drink deeply of your blood and sever your very lifeblood." Ateris frowned. "Is it typical for knights of your ilk to be so melodramatic?" "Melodramatic? What does that mean? Are you insulting me?" "Not at all. But have you ever heard a certain saying?" "Humph," Field scoffed coldly. "So, facing imminent demise, you finally think to utter your last words? I have a phrase for you," Ateris declared, charging forward, intent on taking the initiative, for villains often perish through their own verbosity. He thrust his spear fiercely, only for Field to block it effortlessly. In a swift maneuver, Field performed a spinning motion with his sword, forcing the spear's tip down to the ground. Then swiftly redirected the blade towards Ateris's left hand that clutched the spear. Ateris reacted swiftly, retracting his left hand to grasp the butt of his weapon while simultaneously twisting his body to smash the sturdy shield towards Field. Unfazed, the armored Field leaned into the impact, lowering his waist and shoulders to collide directly with the shield. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. Ateris stumbled under the force of the blow, and Field's next assault followed immediately. As he raised his gleaming greatsword high above his head and brought it crashing down upon Ateris, the gap in their capabilities was insurmountable. Setting aside the fact that Ateris was a mere level 4 facing a level 20, the sheer difference in their ages rendered any potential advantage moot. With a single, crushing strike, Ateris could not withstand the onslaught, and his left knee buckled, hitting the ground in defeat. Field then delivered a powerful kick, sending Ateris sprawling and causing him to lose grip of his spear. "Is that all you've got? Is that really it?" Field bellowed. "Weren't you just boasting? Huh. Get up, you worthless fool." Ateris felt as though one of his ribs had been fractured, yet fortunately, his internal organs did not signal any discomfort. Simultaneously, his left arm, which held the shield, throbbed with a dull ache. This was precisely why he wielded the shield in his right hand. The heart resided in the left chest, and a forceful impact could prove detrimental. However, given the current circumstances, the distinction between holding the shield with his left or right hand seemed inconsequential. As Ateris found himself utterly powerless to retaliate, he staggered to his feet, the shield steadfastly guarding his front, and although he lacked a lance, he still assumed a battle-ready stance. Nightfield confronted him with an air of arrogance, his gaze filled with disdain. "Ari, catch." Ateris turned to see Oscar hurling a hatchet towards him, and he instinctively reached out to catch it. He hadn't noticed Oscar's presence when he fell earlier and had assumed he had fled, only to realize he had been fetching a weapon for himself. "Ha ha ha. What is that? A pathetic chopping knife? You intend to battle me with it? It's utterly laughable. Kid, give up. You stand no chance of defeating me." "Give up? If I do, will you spare me?" "Of course not, but I can make your death more merciful." "Pa." Ateris spat on the ground. "Even if a blade pierces my heart, I shall never yield." What a pity." Field tightened his grip on the radiant heavy sword. "I've heard your soul power is at the innate 4th level, while that brat Oscar is at full innate soul power. Alas, you shall both perish beneath my innate 2nd level heavy sword." With that declaration, Field lunged forward, executing a downward slash while shouting, "First soul skill, radiant heavy slash." Before he arrived in this world, Ateris had always found the notion of needing to shout to invoke skills rather silly. Yet, facing the first soul skill of an opponent who boasted a soul power 15 levels above his own, his immediate reaction was one of dread. In terms of both speed and strength, Ateris was utterly overpowered, not to mention the additional force from the soul ring abilities. The heavy sword cleaved down upon his sturdy shield, leaving no mark but resonating with a dull thud. Accompanying the sound, Ateris heard a chilling crack. His right arm had been shattered. A searing pain radiated from his wrist. It was Field's sidekick, which struck before Ateris could swing the hatchet. Following that, another horizontal slash forced Ateris to relinquish his shield, lest his arm be severed entirely. With both his spear and shield lost, Ateris found himself completely exposed to Field's assault, culminating in a direct kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Cough, cough. He spat out blood, the force of the kick jarring his insides and fracturing several ribs. Yet he refused to surrender. He turned his gaze to the ground where his spear lay quietly beside him, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to grasp it. "Ah!" he roared. A furious cry laced with blood, attempting to lift his spear. Yet with each roar, more blood spilled from his mouth. And the simple act of holding the spear seemed to drain his final energy, rendering him immobile. Seeing Ateris incapacitated, Field did not move in for the kill, but instead approached Oscar, sneering, "The fish on the cutting board cannot escape its fate. Now it's your turn, little rabbit." Radiant heavy slash. To Field's disbelief, he felt the spearhead pierce through his chest. With his last ounce of strength, he turned to see the one he had deemed a mere insect. Oscar's left arm hung limply, having just completed the throwing motion. In his eyes burned a fierce light, and the tip of his spear shimmered with starlight. How was this possible? Thud. The knight collapsed, and Ateris, exhausted, managed a faint laugh, spitting blood towards the fallen Field. A voice echoed in his mind. "I shall fight to the end, until my spear falls to the ground, unable to rise again. Even so, I remain undefeated." Spitting blood upon my foes, Oscar wailed as he rushed towards him, But Ateris could not hear his words. Darkness enveloped him as consciousness faded. Nearby, a black crow elegantly preened its feathers, having witnessed this uneven yet absurd battle, once again bearing witness to a spear ignited by sheer will. As the saying goes, people vary in rank and status. Correspondingly, soul weapons also possess varying grades. On the continent, soul weapons are generally classified into 4 levels: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade. Beyond these, there are exceedingly rare divine grade soul weapons. Currently known divine grade weapons include only 2. 1. The six-winged angel, passed down through the generations of the Spirit Hall, which seems to have ceased with the demise of the last pope. Qianshuanji. The other, belonging to a soul master not on the continent, exists amidst the vast western seas. The nature of this divine weapon remains shrouded in mystery, perhaps merely a legend. Reigning soul master entrance. Soul weapon grade 006 teacher? Master. Ari. Why? Why must you leave me too? Oscar was engulfed in despair, unable to fathom the tragedies that had befallen him. 3 years prior, his beloved grandmother passed away from illness, a year and a half ago. His brother Kratos perished while defending villagers from a lacquer bear, 6 months ago. His parents ventured into the mountains to pay a fine and were slain by the same beast. Throughout this time, Ateris had been his steadfast encouragement, guiding him from the shadows of sorrow, and had become an irreplaceable family member in his heart. But now, with Ateris fallen, he could do nothing but weep over his lifeless body. Child, if you continue to press on his chest, he will truly perish. Huh? Who? Oscar looked up suddenly, searching for the source of the voice. Before him stood an elderly man in a black robe, leaning on his staff, smiling warmly. Old man, is that you? Yes. It is I, the elder said, pointing at Oscar. Place your hand upon his left chest, be gentle, and truly feel. Huh? Oh. Oscar complied, gently placing his hand on Ateris's chest. Thump, thump, thump. Oscar's eyes lit up with joy. A heartbeat. Yes, indeed. The elder smiled, stroking his beard. A heartbeat signifies he is not yet dead, at least not entirely. There is still hope. Really? Ari can be saved? Can you save him, old man? Oscar's 3 rapid inquiries prompted the elder to shake his head with a smile. I cannot save him. His right arm is shattered, 3 ribs are broken, and his internal organs are bleeding. I am not a healing type soul master, and I am powerless. A healing type? If I can find a healing soul master, can Ari be saved? Oscar, undeterred by the elder's words of inability, clung to the glimmer of hope, though he did not even know the elder's name at that moment. He became Oscar's beacon of hope. Bowing deeply, he struck his forehead against the ground 3 times and fervently asked, Old man, you must know where I can find a healing soul master to save Ari. Please tell me. I will repay your kindness with my utmost effort. The elderly man, leaning on his cane, approached Oscar, extended his hand to assist him to his feet, brushed off the dust from his trousers, and tidied his hair, chuckling. Since you have taken me as your master, there is no need for you to demean yourself with servitude. As your teacher, I shall find a healing soul master who can save him. Huh, when did I take you as my master? Oscar was bewildered by the abruptness of the old man's words. He felt it too impolite to question further and hastily defended himself. I didn't mean it that way. What I meant was, well, The old man stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Child, in our Haagen-Dazs kingdom, one bows thrice only to the king, respected elders, and esteemed teachers. You just bowed to me thrice, thus I am indeed your master. Ah well. Oscar scratched his head, feeling flustered. He had not anticipated that a simple bow would result in acquiring a master he barely knew. There is no time for introductions. The longer we delay, the greater the danger for that child. We must find a healing soul master immediately, the old man stated, pointing at Ateris. He then whistled, and an unmanned carriage approached. The elder gently lifted Ateris from the ground and placed him in the carriage, waving to Oscar. There is no time for explanations. Hop in quickly. Oh, okay. Oscar climbed aboard in a daze as the old man deftly cracked the whip, urging the horse onward. The horse, sensing the urgency, galloped away, leaving behind 3 lifeless bodies. We have arrived, and within lies the healing soul master we seek. The carriage sped along with remarkable swiftness, and Oscar noted that the horse pulling it was swifter than those ridden by the estate's knights. In just half an hour, they reached Borno City, a mere 40 miles from Hanermo village. The old man navigated through the city effortlessly. The guards at the city gate cleared the path upon spotting the carriage, leading Oscar to reassess his master's stature. He seemed to be a person of considerable importance. The carriage halted before a grand, arched structure, constructed entirely from limestone sourced from the northern mountains. Above the entrance was an emblem featuring a sword and a shield. The elder cradled Ateris and remarked, "Here stands the Borno Spirit Hall. The person we seek is within." 2 armored sentinels armed with polearms stood guard at the entrance. Upon seeing the elder, they lowered their heads in deference, allowing him entry without question. Oscar followed closely behind, observing the interior of the hall, which was sparsely populated, save for a few modestly dressed women tidying up. "Master Leonid, what brings you here?" A man clad in white arrived swiftly from the second floor, quickly approaching the trio. Oscar finally learned his master's name, Leonid. "Shiosi, I am here to find Vikit. Has he ventured out today, has he?" The man named Shiosi glanced at Ateris in Leonid's arms, but said nothing, instead gesturing. "The bishop is in his office on the second floor. You may go directly up." Leonid nodded and led Oscar upstairs, entering the office without knocking. "Vikit, come lend a hand." A middle-aged man emerged from behind the desk, pointing at Ateris and Leonid's embrace, inquiring, "Master Leonid, you left this morning, and now you return with such a... Who is this? How did he sustain such injuries?" Leonid chuckled as he handed Ateris to Vikit. "I've come to seek your assistance. Your soul power has reached level 46. This injury should be a mere trifle for you." Vikit smiled awkwardly. "You spring this on me without warning. But since you are the esteemed elder of the Haagen-Dazs main hall, I shall comply." Vikit carried Ateris out of the office, with Oscar and Leonid trailing behind him to a secluded room that appeared exceedingly simple, furnished only with a bed, curtains, a coat rack, and a bedside table. Vikit gently placed Ateris on the bed and, with hands cupped around a sphere of soul power, began to examine him. After several seconds, he paused. Fortunately, while his injuries appear severe, there is no external soul power invading his body. He should recover quite well. Hearing the bishop's assessment, Oscar felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then watched as Bishop Vikit summoned his martial spirit, a vibrant green orb. Upon its appearance, Oscar felt his breathing ease, as if his very pores were rejoicing. With 5 soul rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, encircling him, Vikit directed the first and second rings to illuminate, causing the orb to emit a series of life-infused green beams that flowed into Ateris' body. The Spirit Hall is the authoritative organization for soul masters on the continent, with the power of its leader, the Pope, standing even above the emperors of the 2 great empires. As a widespread organization, the Spirit Hall has established branches throughout the land. The Spirit City serves as the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, with the highest institution being the Pope's Palace. Each of the 2 imperial capitals houses a spirit sanctuary, the capitals of various kingdoms and duchies, provincial capitals of the 2 empires, and significant economic and military hubs each feature a spirit main hall. Other cities have spirit sub-halls and branch halls according to population and economic factors. The power structure of the Leonid continent, Spirit Hall. "Quickly take me to find a soul ring." Vikit departed after treating Ateris, as he was the bishop of the Spirit Hall, burdened with numerous responsibilities. After the treatment concluded, Leonid summoned a maid to assist in cleaning Ateris and changing his attire, leading him to a hotel across from the Borno subhall, where they secured 2 rooms for their stay. Oscar sat at the bedside, gently calling out to Ateris in hopes of awakening him, yet Ateris remained unresponsive. "You cannot rouse him yet," Leonid interjected, "though his injuries have been healed. He exhausted his soul power during battle. He only awakened his martial spirit this morning and has yet to learn how to wield soul power. Until he replenishes his soul power, he will remain in slumber. Then, Master, how long will it take for him to recover his soul power?" Leonid smiled at the title of Master and replied, "Typically, there are 2 methods for replenishing soul power: self-meditation or external assistance from support-type soul masters. Today marks the first day of his martial spirit awakening. He has not yet learned meditation, so he must absorb soul power from the air through his mouth, nose, and pores. However, this method is quite slow. I estimate about a month. A month? That is far too long." Oscar was momentarily taken aback, yet he failed to notice the glimmer of cunning that flickered in Ryanid's eyes. "Have you forgotten what I just said about the 2 methods of soul power replenishment? Auxiliary soul masters." Oscar's eyes brightened, but the next moment he scratched his head and said, "But where can I find an auxiliary soul master to replenish Ares' soul power? I haven't learned about these things yet. Surely you must know, teacher?" Ryanid smiled and pointed at Oscar. "Me? But when I awakened my martial soul, didn't you say I was a food-type soul master?" Ryanid shook his head. "Generally speaking, martial souls are divided into 2 main categories: beast martial souls and tool martial souls, which you can understand from their names. Furthermore, throughout history, martial soul researchers have classified them into several categories based on their characteristics: assault type, agility type, control type, defense type, and auxiliary type. Your sausage martial soul is a branch of the auxiliary type, specifically the food category. So my sausage can help Ari recover his soul power? Oscar quickly summoned his sausage martial soul and eagerly asked, "Teacher, should I just feed it to him?" But Ari is still unconscious. He can't chew. Ha 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 ha, Oscar. You are too hasty, Ryan had exclaimed, taking a bite of the sausage summoned by Oscar. Without the addition of a soul ring, food-type martial souls only serve to satiate those who consume them, effectively resulting in a waste of soul power for the martial soul's owner. However, if you acquire a soul ring, you can help Ari recover faster, allowing him to awaken sooner, correct? One could say that. Then please, teacher, take me to find a soul ring. Oscar tugged at Ryan's sleeve, his eyes filled with hope. Ari risked his life to protect me. I want him to wake up as soon as possible. I'm begging you, teacher. Ryan had realized he had somewhat underestimated the bond between these brothers, one willing to sacrifice his life for the other, and the other entirely focused on the well-being of his brother. To kneel before a stranger and climb onto their carriage without a second thought was a testament to their devotion. He had initially thought he would need to spend some time teaching Oscar the basics of martial souls before taking him to hunt for a soul ring. Yet Oscar had no other thoughts, solely wishing for his brother's swift recovery. What he had perceived as merely encountering a gifted student had now elevated his opinion of Oscar's character significantly. Well then, knowledge of martial souls can be acquired at any time. After all, he is a natural genius with full innate soul power, and a little extra time will not hinder him. All right, since that is the case, I shall now take you to acquire your first soul ring. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a carriage emerged from the southern gate of Borno. Teacher, where are we going to obtain the soul ring? Aren't we headed to Lake Hall Mountain? Oscar inquired, recalling that Ateris's brother, Kitos, had been killed by a Lake Hall bear that had awoken from hibernation early, a beast that was said to be 600 years old. Their village was located 30 kilometers north of Lake Hall Mountain, a remnant of the northern range, known for its frequent appearances of soul beasts. The knights from the county would systematically hunt in the mountains to prevent soul beasts from appearing in the surrounding areas. However, the direction in which the carriage was traveling did not seem to lead to Lake Hall Mountain, but rather southwest. We are heading to the soul hunting forest, located 200 miles southwest of Borno City. It is the only forest in the kingdom of Haagen-Dazs where soul beasts are kept in captivity. Tonight, we will find you a suitable soul ring there. Caged? Soul beasts can be caged? Oscar was instantly filled with curiosity upon hearing that soul beasts could be confined. Back in Hanermo village, he had occasionally heard of wild beasts and even soul beasts descending from the mountains to attack villagers during winter. Encountering wild beasts was manageable, as hunters could handle them. However, if it were a soul beast, ordinary people would be at a disadvantage. Their strength was formidable. A mere 10-year soul beast could be dealt with by united hunters, but a 100-year soul beast would require the knights from the county. In Oscar's understanding, both wild beasts and soul beasts were supposed to be untamed, born in the wilderness, and difficult to domesticate. Ryan had nodded, explaining, of course, soul beasts can be caged. Your living area has seen soul beasts, so you have some understanding of them. Soul beasts are categorized by their age: 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and even 100,000 years. Most of the soul beasts in the soul hunting forest are 10 or 100 years old, with very few exceeding 1,000 years. It is an ideal place for low-level soul masters to obtain their soul rings. 10 years, 100 years. Oscar pondered, trying to digest Ryan's words. So, the higher the age of the soul ring, the better, right? Teacher, how many years do you plan to find for me? Ryan had replied, indeed. The age of a soul ring is generally better when higher. However, typically, each stage of soul master has a limit to the age of soul rings they can absorb. If the soul power contained within a soul ring is too immense, exceeding the absorber's capacity, they may sustain injuries, and in severe cases, perish during the absorption process. Is that so? Then what is the maximum age of the first soul ring I can absorb? Unknown. What? Ryan had chuckled softly. In this world, even two leaves on the same tree do not share the same vein. People are the same. Some are born strong, while others are born weak. Just like you and Ateris, he can battle against a man 10 years his senior after awakening his martial soul, while you might struggle against a large dog. Oscar lowered his head in shame, feeling inadequate. I really am useless. If only I could awaken a combat-capable martial soul like Ari, I could help him. Ryan had gently patted Oscar's head. Since you and he are brothers, there is no need for such comparisons. He is willing to risk his life to protect you. And you need not feel guilty. Instead, you should strive to cultivate and become stronger. In the future, one of you can handle combat while the other provides support, allowing you both to go further. 008 Truly fragrant. After comforting Oscar, Ryan had continued his lesson. Each person's physique is different, so the maximum age of the soul ring they can endure at the same stage will not be identical. However, based on records accumulated over millennia on this continent, the highest age for the first soul ring is 423 years. Oscar asked, puzzled, 423 years? Is there no way for it to be higher? It may not be impossible, Ryan had replied. In the year 1288 of the Douluo calendar, a sage named Protagoras first proposed the theory of soul ring age, suggesting that the first soul ring should be around 320 years. Now, over 1,300 years have passed, and the theoretical limit for the first soul ring has been established at 423 years, meaning it has increased from 320 to 423. In the future, someone might emerge who can break this theoretical limit. Someone once told me, do not easily confine yourself to a set definition. Human potential should be limitless. All conventions and laws are meant to be broken by oneself. Recounting with eloquence, Leonid's confident and sagacious demeanor ignited a profound admiration within Oscar. Just half a day prior, he had been compelled to become a disciple to save Ateris, yet now he genuinely perceived this benevolent elder as a true sage. Although he was an unexpected mentor, it seemed rather delightful. In Oscar's understanding, a journey of 200 miles should be quite extensive. However, he had never encountered such swift and enduring steeds. He recalled his father's words, stating that while horses may outrun humans, they require rest after a stretch of galloping and cannot sustain a continuous pace like humans can. Yet, the horse belonging to his mentor appeared to defy his father's assertions, having not paused since their departure from the city, arriving at their destination in merely 2 hours. Upon dismounting, Oscar attentively observed the creature. Having garnered a rudimentary understanding of martial spirits, he sensed a fluctuation of soul power emanating from it. Could this horse be a soul beast? Indeed, it was a soul beast known as the Wind Extreme horse, tamed by humans over the ages. Recognizing Oscar's curiosity, Leonid elucidated. I named it Lingfeng. It is 46 years old and has accompanied me for 30 years. Capable of maintaining a speed of 100 miles per hour for nearly 4 hours. With a sense of pride, Leonid stroked his cherished steed while introducing it to Oscar. Turning back, he chuckled upon noticing Oscar's eager gaze as he surveyed the surroundings. After all, he was still a child. Oscar recalled that Leonid had mentioned their destination was the soul-hunting forest, yet upon disembarking, they found themselves in a quaint town. The summer nights in the Borno region are notably brief, and even though it was already 5 in the afternoon, daylight persisted brightly, bustling with crowds. Leonid entrusted Lingfeng and the carriage to a private stable, then guided Oscar down the main thoroughfare towards the southwestern part of the town, where shops lined the streets, and the vibrant calls of vendors filled the air. Look here. 160-year-old fire spirit tiger whip, a true tonic for vitality. Take it home. And both you and she will benefit. 80-year-old white-limbed wild ox legs, consume them and gain strength akin to that of the white-limbed wild ox. Don't miss out as you pass by. These were the hawkers lining the streets, and in addition, there were numerous weapon shops selling armor, as well as pharmacies and inns. Oscar tugged at Leonid's sleeve, inquiring, Teacher, should we not procure some equipment? You carry no weapon nor protective gear, and we lack provisions and water. Should we not prepare some supplies? Leonid, however, continued walking without pause, replying, No need. Do you not wish for our trees to awaken soon? We must hurry into the forest. If fortune favors us, we may return by dawn tomorrow. Though somewhat perplexed, Oscar chose to trust Leonid. Today, whether it was the Grand Soul Master Mo Yushiwe, who awakened his martial spirit, or the esteemed spirit master from the Soul Palace, both had treated him with great respect. It seemed his teacher was indeed a formidable figure. Could he be a Soul King? Oscar had gleaned some knowledge from Leonid during their journey, understanding that levels 41 to 50 represented the Soul Sovereign realm, leading him to suspect that Leonid must be a Soul King. With curiosity ignited, Oscar followed Leonid as they departed the town. After traversing approximately 2 more miles, they arrived at the entrance to the soul-hunting forest, where Oscar was taken aback. The forest was enclosed by an endless expanse of iron fencing, rising over 10 meters high, its inner side bristling with sharp spikes. Oscar could not help but swallow hard, contemplating the vast quantity of iron required for such a lengthy barrier. In Hainaremo village, most households possessed only a few iron utensils, such as pots, knives, and hoes, which constituted the basic triad. The more iron tools one possessed, the wealthier the household. Beyond the fence, squads of armored knights patrolled, with Soul Master teams occasionally entering and exiting the forest. Each entering group presented a token to the sentinels stationed at the entrance, receiving verification before gaining entrance. Leonid produced a token of his own. It was dark in hue, adorned with 4 insignias, a chrysanthemum, a raven, a fierce tiger, and a figure that Oscar could not quite describe, resembling a human yet distinctly different. Noticing Oscar's intrigue, Leonid handed him the token and explained. The 4 symbols represent the fierce tiger, chrysanthemum, ghost, and raven, each bearing its own significance. The fierce tiger represents the royal lineage of our Hagen Das, while the chrysanthemum and ghost signify 2 esteemed elders of the Spirit Hall. As for the raven, allow me to keep that as a mystery for now. Ha ha ha. Oscar stole a glance at the token presented by another Soul Master ahead, noting that their token differed significantly from Leonid's, the only commonality being the fierce tiger emblem. However, before Oscar could voice his inquiry, Leonid preemptively clarified, the symbols on the token denote its rank, ranging from the highest 1st rank to the lowest 6th rank. The 5th and 6th ranks are temporary tokens, the most common, allowing holders access only to specific sections of the soul hunting forest. 4th rank tokens can be held long-term, typically granting access to nearby provinces or kingdom soul hunting forests. 3rd rank tokens permit entry to all soul hunting forests in the Tiando Empire or the Xinglua Empire, while 2nd rank tokens allow near universal access across the continent's soul hunting forests. The 1st rank is an honorary token, a mere emblem of prestige. Oscar refrained from inquiring about the rank of Leonid's token, for he had already discerned the answer from the respectful demeanor of the guards. The rank of his teacher's token was undoubtedly high. Across the continent, there are a total of 14 soul hunting forests, each with distinct origins, yet all serve the common purpose of assisting lower-ranked soul masters in acquiring soul ranks. However, as time has passed, the number of soul beasts within these forests has dwindled, necessitating control to prevent lower-ranked soul masters from venturing into more perilous beast territories to obtain soul ranks. In light of this context, in the year 2215 of the Douluo calendar, the Spirit Hall, as a third-party regulatory organization, intervened in the management of the soul hunting forest henceforth. Anyone wishing to enter must possess a token approved by the Spirit Hall and the provinces and kingdoms of the 2 great empires. Additionally, the Spirit Hall's enforcement teams patrol the forests, conducting random checks of tokens, with severe penalties for smugglers. They also oversee the conduct of soul masters, imposing penalties on individuals or teams that recklessly slaughter soul beasts. Leonid, a novice in the realm of soul masters, embarked on his journey in the soul hunting forest. The first soul ring, the Lu siblings, congratulations RNG. Prior to Oscar's arrival, a squad of 6 youthful soul masters entered the forest, activating their martial spirits despite the absence of any wind or movement, adopting a vigilant stance. Among these 6, 5 possessed soul rings, including 1 second ring Grand Soul Master with a white and a yellow ring, while the remaining 4 were first ring Soul Masters, each adorned with white rings. The sole individual devoid of a soul ring appeared considerably smaller than the others, resembling a boy of approximately 8 or 9 years of age, encircled by 5 companions. One of the older girls in the group, seemingly around 14 or 15, noticed Oscar accompanying a silver-haired elder who had not even awakened his martial spirit, and kindly cautioned, "Little brother, the soul beast forest is fraught with peril. You should." Before she could finish, a second-ring soul master from the team interrupted her, saying, "Sister, this elder bears an air of tranquility. He must be a formidable soul master, and we ought not to be disrespectful." The second-ring soul master then performed a respectful gesture towards Leonid, stepping aside without further action. Leonid, unfazed by the interruption, pointed towards the soul master team and remarked, "This is the hunting team I mentioned during our carriage ride. Observing their features, it is evident they are likely related." The 4 first-ring soul masters among them possess 10-year soul rings and appear to be between 14 and 16 years old, indicating they are all commoner soul masters. Their objective in entering the soul hunting forest is presumably to procure a first soul ring for the youngest boy. Understanding dawned upon Oscar, who nodded and observed the second-ring soul master remaining still. He prompted, "Big brother, are you not going to hunt for soul rings?" "Why?" Leonid patted Oscar's shoulder and addressed the second-ring soul master. "There is no need for such formality. Your sister was merely offering a kind warning, not intending any offense. My disciple, like yourselves, hails from humble beginnings. If you do not mind, shall we proceed together?" The second-ring soul master, filled with joy, eagerly agreed. "It would be our honor if you, esteemed elder, would join us. Rest assured, I shall ensure your disciple remains unharmed. Thus, Oscar and Leonid became temporary members of this Soul Master team. Through their conversation, Oscar learned that they all originated from the outskirts of Borno City and were indeed relatives. The second ring Soul Master was named Lu Yen, the kind-hearted sister was Lu Yen, and the slightly older boy was Lu Yen. The other three were Lu Yan's younger cousins. Oscar, still somewhat illiterate, found himself bewildered by the three names and decided to refer to them as Brother Lu and Sister Lu, while addressing the youngest boy directly by name. Since they were all in a state of martial spirit manifestation, Oscar could clearly see that their martial spirits were all sheep, indistinguishable from the ordinary sheep he had encountered. Lu Yen was an exception. His ram's horns were crimson and appeared to be engulfed in flames. Furthermore, the shape of his horns differed significantly. While the others were coiled, his resembled those of a ram, an exemplary case of martial spirit mutation, akin to your own. Leonid observed closely, offering his analysis. This should be a benign mutation. An ordinary sheep martial spirit has undergone a transformation, acquiring fire attributes. Regardless of whether it is a beast or tool martial spirit, those with elemental capabilities usually possess superior quality compared to their counterparts. Of course, the strength ultimately depends on the Soul Master's own cultivation. Young one, what was your innate soul power at the time of awakening? And how old are you now? Lu Yen appeared somewhat shy, reluctant to speak, prompting his elder brother Lu Yen to respond, esteemed elder. My little brother possesses innate level 6 power and will turn 8 in 3 months. At 8 years old, if we consider enrollment in September. Given his innate level 6 foundation, this progress seems somewhat slow. Has he incurred any injuries during these 2 years? No. Lu Yen waved his hand. My brother was indeed frail and frequently ill as a child, which delayed his martial spirit awakening. By the time I took him to the Borno temple for his awakening, he was already 6.5 years old. 6.5, now at 7 years and 9 months, Leonid mused, his eyes suddenly brightening. As he clapped his hands in delight, splendid. This rate of cultivation is quite commendable. Though he lost half a year, it matters not. As long as a solid foundation is established, he shall not fall short of those with innate levels 7 or 8. Lu Yan's face lit up with joy. Really? Leonid nodded. Indeed. The most crucial aspect for this child now is to find a suitable soul ring, preferably one with a higher age, ideally around 400 years. This statement caused Lu Yen to falter, as he had brought his 3 cousins and sister along to assist in procuring a 100-year soul ring for his younger brother. The latter was the most gifted in their family for decades, and securing a 100-year soul ring was a shared aspiration. However, the requirement of 400 years seemed daunting. Lu Yen was the only great soul master in the team, and his own second soul ring was merely 300 years. Painstakingly accumulated through frugality and joining a hunting team that boasted 3 great soul masters. Lu Yen felt that 200 years would be the utmost limit. If they were to contend with a 400-year soul beast, their team might not suffice, perhaps even falling short of satisfying the beast's hunger. Leonid, perceiving his concern, smiled reassuringly. There is no need for worry. Simply focus on your search. This child has crossed paths with me, indicating a bond of fate. Should your strength prove insufficient, I shall intervene. Is that true? We are immensely grateful. Lu Yen immediately expressed his thanks. Noticing Lu Yan's lack of response, he promptly urged him to bow. You child, how can you display no courtesy? Hurry and thank the esteemed elder. Lu Yen appeared somewhat bashful, yet sincerely bowed to Leonid and stammered out 3 words. Thank you. Very well, let us hasten our search for soul beasts. Though the nights in Borno arrive late and are fleeting, they will inevitably darken for a time. Let us strive to find the desired soul ring before then, Leonid declared, prompting Lu Yen and the others to hastily comply. The 5 of them divided into 3 groups to scout ahead for soul beasts, while Oscar and Lu Yen remained by Leonid's side. 009 First Soul Ring. The giant elephant and the bull. The outskirts of the soul-hunting forest were inhabited by numerous 10-year soul beasts. With Leonid's assurance of protection, the Lu siblings felt emboldened, concentrating solely on tracking down a 100-year soul beast. Lu Yan's martial spirit, a fire attribute variant sheep, was exceedingly rare, making it challenging to ascertain which type of soul ring would suit him best. The most they could do was focus on fire attribute soul beasts. Fortunately, during their search, Leonid allowed Lu Yen to undergo martial spirit manifestation. Upon observation, he discovered that under this state, Lu Yen experienced a significant enhancement in both strength and defense, rivaling many formidable assault and defense-type beast martial spirits. Thus, In addition to fire attribute soul beasts, those with outstanding strength and defensive abilities were also viable options for consideration. With Leonid's backing, Lu Yin and his companions felt a sense of ease as they ventured deeper into the forest. However, after nearly an hour of exploration, they had only managed to encounter a few soul beasts that had just surpassed the 100-year mark. As they walked, Leonid imparted knowledge to Oscar, explaining that the soul-hunting forest was vast, encompassing an area of 4.5 million hectares. It was named after the Häagen-Dazs Kingdom, situated north of Häagen-Dazs City and southwest of Borno City. Oscar gasped in awe. Wow, 4.5 million hectares. Such a vast expanse of forest must be teeming with soul beasts. There is much, yet not too much. The soul-hunting forest of Häagen-Dazs is situated too far north, where the winters are long and relatively inhospitable for the growth of soul beasts. I once visited the soul-hunting forest in the province of Fasno. Directly governed by the empire, its area spans only 400,000 hectares, yet the density of soul beasts there far surpasses that of this place. Leonid's lengthy discourse on latitude, subarctic, and subtropical climates left Oscar somewhat bewildered, yet he persisted in absorbing the information, albeit in a rather haphazard manner. In Oscar's mind, Leonid resembled an omniscient deity. Although he had yet to ascertain his teacher's true strength, Oscar believed that a person of such profound knowledge must, at the very least, be a formidable soul king. As they ventured deeper into the forest, traversing unknown stretches of time, crossing 2 streams and several hills, they continued to observe herds of 10-year soul beasts, predominantly herbivorous and gregarious in nature. In contrast, sightings of century-old soul beasts were sporadic and far apart. These foundational concepts had been discussed by Leonid as well. The soul beast forests across the continent share a common trait. The further one goes to the periphery, the lower the average age of the soul beasts. Powerful soul beasts typically inhabit the depths of the forest, and the stronger the soul beast, the larger its territory. Within the domains of these mighty beings, they often allow relatively weaker soul beasts to coexist and even offer them a degree of protection. Should another soul beast of similar rank intrude upon their territory, the resident lord's soul beast would readily engage in combat to expel the intruder. Such phenomena seem to echo many aspects of human society. In Leonid's words, civilly, it is referred to as class division. In a more barbaric sense, it is the survival of the fittest. A resounding bellow of a bull echoed ahead, soon followed by a loud trumpet of an elephant. Both sounds resonated with a profound soul power, shaking the spirits of the group, with only Lu Yin remaining relatively unaffected, aside from Leonid. It appeared that a bull soul beast and an elephant soul beast were clashing, and if fortune favored them, perhaps Lu Yin's first soul ring could be secured. Leonid spoke, prompting Lu Yin to lead the way, with the 2 younger ones trailing closely behind him. Upon cresting a small hill, they finally beheld the source of the commotion. On one side stood a bull soul beast, entirely black save for its lower legs, which were white. It stood over 3 meters tall, its powerful thighs and bulging muscles evident, complemented by a formidable muscle armor extending from its back to its neck. On the other side was a colossal elephant, towering over 4 meters, its limbs resembling wrought iron, its tusks akin to massive swords, its body a dark crimson, occasionally exhaling flames from its long trunk. White-legged bull and blazing giant elephant. Upon merely glancing at them, Leonid identified the 2 beasts. Both notorious for their fierce tempers and unyielding strength, exhibiting no fear towards equally ranked predatory soul beasts. Their might was remarkable, and while the white-legged bull possessed exceptional defense, the blazing giant elephant wielded fire-based powers, granting it an advantage in combat. Indeed, as Leonid predicted, the flames of the blazing giant elephant greatly affected the white-legged bull. Whenever the bull readied itself to charge with its sharp horns, the elephant would unleash flames to deter it, resulting in several burn scars adorning the bull's body over time. Yet, true to its name, the bull exhibited relentless aggression. Rather than retreat, it furiously charged at the blazing giant elephant. The white-legged bull, undeterred by the flames, rammed into the elephant, and perhaps due to its fire affinity, the elephant's defenses seemed inadequate, allowing the bull's sharp horns to pierce its flesh. The elephant howled in pain, swinging its massive head in retaliation, but due to the height disparity, its tusks merely struck the bull's muscular armor, inflicting no damage. Seizing the moment, the bull withdrew its horns and thrust again, piercing the elephant's abdomen, creating a gaping wound that exposed its innards. The elephant's cries grew more agonized as it angrily extended its trunk, unleashing a fierce fireball aimed directly at the bull. Under the full force of the flames, the bull could not withstand the damage, becoming a true roasted feast, while the blazing giant elephant, battered from the bull's reckless attacks, staggered away, its body marred with wounds. However, the elephant had more than just the bull to contend with. After vanquishing its territorial intruder, several unexpected guests approached. The Lu siblings witnessed the relentless clash between the two giants, while Rionid observed that the blazing giant elephant had been attempting to keep the white-legged bull at bay, as if guarding something. True to his assumptions, once the battle concluded, Rionid followed the elephant's path and finally discovered what it had been protecting. He conjured his sword from thin air and presented it to Lu Yin. This is a blazing giant elephant nearing 400 years in age. Though gravely injured, it will become increasingly volatile. Take this sword, wait for the opportune moment, and sever its trunk. Without its fire-spitting ability, it will be vulnerable. Continue to harass it, avoiding direct confrontation until its strength is depleted. Even without Rionid's directive, Lu Yin was eager to engage. This soul beast's age and attributes were perfectly suited for his younger sibling, and after such a fierce battle, it was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Lu Yin led his 3 younger brothers and sister into action, each taking a position to harass the blazing giant elephant, retreating immediately upon any sign of fire. Though 10-year soul skills were generally ineffective against the massive beast, the previous injuries inflicted by the white-legged bull provided ample targets for the Lu siblings to exploit. Lu Yin, living up to expectations, managed to sever the elephant's trunk with Rionid's sword, significantly diminishing its fire abilities. Steadfast in his demeanor, Lu Yin restrained his younger brothers from launching reckless final assaults, waiting until the elephant finally collapsed from exhaustion before cautiously verifying its condition. Only then did he call for his brother, Lu Yin. Yin, come here. You are about to become a soul master. Lu Yin handed the sword to Lu Yin, who grasped the 3-foot-long blade, gazing at the bleeding elephant lying on the ground, momentarily unsure of where to strike. Rionid approached, directing him towards the elephant's eye socket. Aim here, thrust down. Oscar observed the pitiful sight of the colossal elephant shedding tears in its final moments. Unable to contain his sympathy, how tragic. Rionid gently caressed Oscar's slender shoulder and said, "Child, it does not weep for its impending death. Rather, it is the sharp blade poised before it that has stimulated its tear ducts, causing the tears to flow. You need not feel pity for it. For today it is spared from our hands, yet tomorrow it may very well become a meal for another formidable spirit beast." However, Oscar found Rionid's words somewhat cold-blooded. Although they bore a certain logic, he was at a loss for how to counter them. Feeling compassion indeed reflects a noble heart. Yet some truths can only be grasped through maturity. In stark contrast to the empathetic Oscar, Lu Yin's actions were decisive and swift. After receiving guidance, he ended the life of the colossal elephant without hesitation. Soft yellow light began to coalesce above the body of the blazing fire elephant, ultimately forming a radiant yellow halo, its brilliance surpassing even that of Lu Yin's own yellow spirit ring. Lu Yin's siblings gazed upon him with envy. The process of absorbing spirit rings required no instruction from Rionid. Lu Yin's siblings would naturally guide him, so he took Oscar and moved in another direction. Though the white-limbed bull was known for its brutishness, it was not devoid of intelligence. It was unreasonable for a 350-year-old white-limbed bull to provoke a 400-year-old blazing fire elephant. Suggesting some unseen lure enticed it. After walking approximately 20 meters, Rionid halted before a towering northern spruce. He squatted down and gently stroked a plant, which boasted a single erect stem measuring 60 centimeters, adorned with 3 palmate compound leaves spiraling to the top, where 3 fully bloomed, umbrella-shaped flowers and 1 bud awaited. Ginseng, Oscar exclaimed with delight before Rionid could elaborate. Do you recognize it? Of course. Oscar danced with excitement. Ginseng is incredibly valuable. Just one can fetch several silver soul coins. Once, our village chief from Leicester unearthed a 12-year-old ginseng and sold it for 3 gold soul coins. Rionid chuckled, explaining, ginseng is a remarkable entity. Known as the king of herbs, yet it differs significantly from other spirit beasts. While its combat prowess is feeble, it possesses extraordinary medicinal properties. It is said that ginseng over 1,000 years old can revive the dead and restore skeletal remains. He then summoned his soul power to uproot the ginseng without damaging a single root and handed it to Oscar. This ginseng differed greatly from those Oscar had encountered before. Its plump cylindrical main root was strikingly beautiful, exuding a fragrant aroma that was both soothing and invigorating. If we let Ateris consume it, he should recover swiftly, right? Rionid chuckled softly. Silly child, this is meant for your first spirit ring. Giving it to Ateris would be an utter waste. With that, he guided Oscar into a meditative posture, summoning his sausage martial soul, and used his soul power to eliminate the ginseng. causing its latent energy to coalesce into a yellow spirit ring. Thus, Oscar began to absorb his first spirit ring. This was the distinction of ginseng compared to other spirit beasts. Its spirit ring could be absorbed by anyone, not limited to the one who defeated it. Even an injured individual who did not meet the conditions for spirit ring absorption could directly consume the ginseng's medicinal power to restore their health. Although this ginseng was just over 300 years old, it was perfectly suited as the first spirit ring for auxiliary spirit masters, especially for those specializing in healing or food-based martial souls. Warmth enveloped Oscar as the ginseng's spirit power surged within him. He felt as though he were luxuriating in a hot spring. The gentle, life-giving energy washed over his body, and he sensed barriers within him being breached, only to be mended by the ginseng's continuous restorative power. His sausage martial soul began to transform, taking on a shape reminiscent of ginseng, thicker and longer, with root-like appendages, yet devoid of stalks, leaves, or flowers. As time elapsed, the night deepened, signaling that it was well past 10 o'clock. Rionid instructed Liu Yin and the others to light torches, an action that posed certain dangers for ordinary spirit master teams. As powerful spirit beasts often viewed the act of humans creating fire as a provocation rather than a deterrent. However, with Rionid, a formidable ally, present, Liu Yin and the others confidently ignited their torches. They even took the opportunity to harvest succulent portions from the carcasses of the white-limbed bull and the blazing fire elephant for an impromptu barbecue. The young people gathered joyously, celebrating their good fortune, while Rionid observed the two youngsters attentively. The first to awaken was Oscar, who had absorbed the spirit ring. A bright yellow halo rose from beneath his feet, signifying his transformation into a one-ring spirit master. His frail frame appeared taller and sturdier, and his delicate features grew even more refined, his enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmering in the firelight. Curious, Liu Yin's siblings approached, and Rionid nodded approvingly. "Unleash your first spirit skill and let me witness it." Oscar nodded, raised his right hand, and recited a spell, Super Recovery Sausage. The Liu family siblings erupted in laughter, while the only female, Liu Yin, gasped and covered her face, prompting even more laughter from her brothers. Oscar, puzzled by their amusement, innocently approached Liu Yin for clarification, only to be playfully rebuffed. This only deepened Oscar's confusion, until Liu Yin, suppressing his laughter, pulled him aside and whispered, "You'll understand when you grow up." After a little over 10 minutes, Liu Yin also completed his absorption of the first spirit rings, accompanied by a deep yet resounding cry that echoed like a horn rather than a bleat. Liu Yin maintained his martial soul manifestation, and the horns atop his head appeared sturdier, the flames adorning them dimmer yet significantly hotter. The bright yellow first spirit ring shone as he unleashed a torrent of searing flames upon a stone as tall as himself, causing it to glow red under the intense heat. Following this, Liu Yin charged at the stone with his robust horns, shattering it into fragments that cascaded into the stream, producing steam as they met the water. The stones that fell to the ground immediately scorched the delicate blue-silver grass into ash. What an impressive spirit skill! I did not anticipate such a significant enhancement in your fire abilities after absorbing the blazing fire elephant spirit ring, or perhaps this ring has activated your fire potential. Rionid remarked with admiration, moving closer to Liu Yin and kindly inquiring, "What name do you wish to bestow upon this skill?" Liu Yin pondered for a moment before responding. "Our ancestors were blacksmiths. I shall call it Bellows Flame Breath." Upon awakening, Ateris found himself in an entirely unfamiliar environment. As he opened his eyes, he was no longer greeted by the dim light filtering through a roof constructed of rough beams and thatch. The pillow beneath his head was no longer filled with coarse hemp and straw. Instead, it was remarkably soft, presumably composed of high-quality cotton. The light blanket draped over him was gentle to the touch, its smoothness suggesting it was made of velvet, an indulgence reserved for the nobility of the Count's estate, armored knights, and select high-ranking stewards. He could only recall being incapacitated by the Spirit Master Field, a member of that knightly order, expending his final reserves of soul energy in a desperate and successful ambush before succumbing to unconsciousness. Now, not only had he awakened in a strange place, but he also found himself devoid of any injuries, feeling as unencumbered as he usually did. Ateris's head still felt somewhat hazy, yet he was eager to ascertain his surroundings. With determination, he pushed himself up from the bed. Upon the bedside table rested a jug of clear water, which he seized without hesitation, gulping down half of it. The sweet essence of life's elixir graced his palate once more. Although his stomach still felt empty, Ateris sensed a revival within himself. He drew back the curtains, and the blinding sunlight forced him to shut his eyes tightly. Once he acclimated to the brightness, he finally beheld his environment. A bustling throng of people surged through the streets, and across the way stood a familiar structure fashioned from limestone, a sight he had last encountered not long ago. At this moment, Ateris finally realized that he was in the city of Borno, and directly opposite him stood the Wuhuan Hall, specifically the Borno Subhall. The establishment he was looking at should be a hotel called Violet. "Ah, little brother, you are awake," exclaimed a young girl dressed in a medieval maid's attire as she entered the room, carrying a tray laden with food. "Your grandfather mentioned you would need many more days of sleep, yet here you are, awake after just one night." "Grandfather? How so? Is it not my grandfather?" Ateris inquired. The girl chuckled. "Perhaps I was mistaken. Nevertheless, are you hungry now? I brought some food for you. Would you care to sample it?" "Thank you." "I am indeed quite hungry," Ateris replied politely. He approached the girl, intending to take the tray from her, but she placed it directly on the dining table. Then, she gracefully pulled out a chair for him to sit and deftly tied a scarf around his neck. Ateris had never experienced such treatment before, which made him feel somewhat awkward. He glanced at the plate before him, which held a bowl of thick soup, 2 slices of bread, a dish of jam, and a poached egg, accompanied by a set of cutlery comprising a knife, a fork, and a spoon. After picking up the knife and fork, Ateris found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Embarrassed, he inquired, "Do you have chopsticks? I am not accustomed to using a knife and fork." "Chopsticks?" The young girl cast a peculiar look at Ateris, her smile stiffening slightly. "Very well, I shall fetch you a pair of chopsticks." Upon her departure from the room, Ateris's keen hearing caught her muttering, "Chopsticks are the utensils of savages. Where am I supposed to find them?" Though he heard her, Ateris had no intention of engaging in a debate with a waitress. His fondness for chopsticks was unwavering, and he was indifferent to whether others preferred knives and forks or chopsticks. However, hunger gnawed at him, and he did not wish to wait any longer. He resolved to eat with his hands, disregarding the spoon for the soup, which he could easily consume by lifting the bowl to his lips. After hastily devouring his breakfast, and noticing the girl had yet to return, Ateris stepped out of the hotel. "Ari, what are you?" Upon exiting the hotel, he encountered Oscar, who had just dismounted from a carriage, accompanied by the elderly gentleman who had observed the soul awakening ceremony the previous day. The two brothers joyfully embraced, for death had ultimately failed to separate them. "Little Oscar, what transpired while I was unconscious? And who is this elder?" Oscar introduced Ateris, saying, "Ari, this is my teacher. After you fell unconscious, he brought us to the city to find a healing soul master to tend to your injuries. By the way, teacher, didn't you say that Ari would take quite some time to awaken?" The elder, Leonid, chuckled heartily. "It is good that you have awakened. Since you are now conscious and the spirit hall is right across the street, I shall take you to get your soul master certification. You are currently a one-ring soul master, and once registered, you will receive a monthly stipend of 1 gold soul coin from the spirit hall." "What? 1 gold soul coin?" Upon hearing about the stipend, Oscar immediately cast aside all other thoughts and eagerly pushed Leonid towards the street opposite, exclaiming, "Teacher, hurry, I want to register right now." Ateris, utterly bewildered, followed closely behind. The unfolding narrative bore a striking resemblance to the tale of Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang. One could only hope that Oscar's mentor would not possess the same loquacious prowess as Yu Xiaojiang. The expectations were modest, merely a soul master of the soul sovereign rank. Was it not? As he traversed the halls of the Borno Spirit Hall with Leonid, Ateris's respect for Oscar's teacher grew. For the personnel within the hall exhibited profound reverence towards him, a stark contrast to Yu Xiaojiang, who could only command respect through the token bestowed upon him by Tang Hao. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Leonid located a steward tasked with the assessment, documentation, and registration of soul power. The steward led the way to a designated testing room for soul advancement evaluations. This expansive chamber was adorned with 6 obsidian stones embedded in the walls, akin to the 6 used by Mo Yoshue for his soul awakening the previous day. The distinction lay in the size. Mo Yoshue's stones were but the size of a fist, while these were as large as a football. Following the steward's guidance, Oscar stepped into the center of the room and unleashed his martial spirit, simultaneously revealing a bright yellow first soul ring. A century-old first soul ring, exemplary, truly befitting a disciple of Master Leonid. The steward, eager to flatter, fetched a yellow crystal orb and approached Oscar. "Please, infuse your soul power into this orb. It will accurately assess your soul power level." This crystal orb, differing only in color from the one Mo Yoshue had used yesterday, prompted Oscar to act without hesitation. He placed his hand upon it, and a warm yellow glow radiated forth. Level 11. No, nearly 12. Remarkable. It appears the quality of your soul ring is exceptionally high. The steward stowed the orb and turned to Leonid. Master, does your disciple possess a registration? If so, please present the Soul Master's ledger, and I can proceed with the documentation. Leonid shook his head. No, he completed his soul awakening only yesterday and has yet to register with the Spirit Hall. What? He completed his soul awakening yesterday, and today the steward retrieved a palm-sized metal plate, regarding Oscar with an expression akin to that reserved for a curiosity. Young man, please provide your name, place of origin, and date of birth, and I shall craft a Soul Master's ledger specifically for you. My name is Oscar, hailing from Hainer Mo village, and my date of birth is Oscar hesitated, glancing towards Ateris for clarification. Ateris replied, June 8, 2629. Upon hearing the name Han Elmo village, the steward momentarily froze, then made a slight bow to Leonid, saying, Apologies, master, I must excuse myself for a moment. As soon as the steward departed, Ateris curiously inquired, Little Oscar, what is your first soul skill? Please show me. My soul skill is quite formidable. It was derived from a 300-year-old ginseng. 300 years? Is that impressive? Ateris pondered. 300 years does seem remarkable, but he recalled that Tang San had a soul ring of over 400 years. In this light, it seemed Oscar's teacher had not done exceptionally well, as he had not even secured a 400-year soul ring for Oscar. Oscar enthusiastically shared with Ateris the knowledge of martial souls he had learned from Leonid, and Ateris listened intently, for he had scarcely remembered such knowledge when he perused the original text. Leonid, you old rascal, you have no sense of martial ethics. Suddenly, a middle-aged man burst in. His face contorted with anger, pointing a finger at Leonid. You think you are superior, don't you? You are, after all, an honorary elder of our Wuhuan Hall Hajinsta's main hall, yet you dare to snatch people from me. Huh? Do you have any idea what it means to have a food system soul master with innate full soul power? Do you have any idea what kind of humiliation I have endured here? This wretched place. What a genius this would be for the Wuhuan Hall. Such a talent could bring an abundance of resources to my dilapidated Bornozi Hall. The middle-aged man unleashed a torrent of curses, yet Leonid remained unfazed, even chuckling. The court. You have acknowledged me as an honorary elder, therefore my disciple is naturally considered a part of the Wuhuan Hall. Why so enraged? As a healing system soul master, if you do not cultivate your mind and spirit, you may find it difficult to break through the shackles of a soul emperor in this lifetime. Sighing, the court replied, As a mere soul master, I am grateful for your magnanimity, allowing me this moment of venting. However, Master Leonid, you may not be aware that life in my Bornozi Hall is truly arduous. Borno is situated in the extreme north of Aginstas, where the populace endures hardship and withstands the cold. Yet, in recent years, there has been a noticeable decline in common soul masters. While there are children with soul power upon awakening, these promising souls have no means to pursue their studies, squandering their talents. Every year, at the beginning of September and March, numerous humble villagers bring their children to me, offering their life savings, even borrowing to present lavish gifts in hopes of securing a chance to enter a Soul Master Academy. Yet, they are destined for disappointment. The nobility of Borno monopolizes the resources of the Soul Master Academies, with the Aganad family being the most prominent. As a child of Borno, raised on the labor of many, I was fortunate enough to enter a junior Soul Master Academy, thanks to the support of my fellow villagers. Yet now, as the esteemed head of the Wuhuan Hall Subhall, I cannot even provide a single work-study position for them. After expressing his grievances, the court turned his gaze toward Oscar, his eyes filled with anticipation. Little Oscar, in the history of Borno, no one has ever awakened with innate full soul power. You are the first to possess such extraordinary talent. With Leonid as your mentor, your future is bound to be bright. However, I implore you, when you rise to greatness, do not forget your humble origins. Oscar scratched his head and asked, Uncle Vacourt, what does humble origins mean? It refers to the fields, the land, and by extension, the common people. The farmers, Leonid explained. The essence of his words is to remind you not to forget that you are the son of a farmer, to remember who you truly are. I will never forget, Oscar declared, clenching his small fist. Uncle Vacourt, rest assured, when I grow up, I will use my abilities to repay all those who have helped me and assist everyone I can. Born here, raised here, and destined to die here. The essence of one's spirit is inextricably linked to this place, and even in death, the memories endure unblemished. Epitaph of Ateris Alinda Venkat, year 2655, September 9th. Departed from home. Name, Ateris. Gender, male, martial spirit, contradiction. Registered at Martial Spirit Subchamber of Borno City. Registration date, June 21st, year 2635 of Douluo calendar. While Oscar was undergoing certification as a soul master, Ateris also completed his registration. He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with the entry for his martial spirit, as the mere term contradiction seemed somewhat lacking in elegance. Yet, he remained an ordinary soul warrior, pondering that perhaps, in the future, should he gain prominence in the soul master realm, he might choose a more flamboyant name for himself. Additionally, he underwent a soul power assessment, a necessary procedure during registration. And to his astonishment, his soul power had indeed escalated to level 5. In that moment of realization, he wondered if he had awakened something peculiar. Perhaps a system that would allow him to grow stronger through adversity. Meanwhile, Oscar received his soul master dossier. Name, Oscar. Gender, male, martial spirit, sausage. Registered at Martial Spirit Subchamber of Borno City. Registration date, June 21st, year 2635 of Douluo calendar. 10th level soul master. Registered at Martial Spirit Subchamber of Borno City. Registration date, June 22nd, year 2635. To an unfamiliar observer, the first impression of Oscar's dossier might lead them to suspect a lack of diligence on the part of the attendant responsible for its documentation. The records issued by the Martial Spirit Hall were not sufficiently detailed. For instance, they failed to specify the innate soul power level of the owner. Moreover, due to size constraints, records could only be made every 10 levels. And the ranks of soul masters were expressed in terms of 10th level soul masters or 20th level great soul masters. The initial registration date on the soul master dossier coincided with the day of martial spirit awakening, while the second entry naturally marked the date of re-evaluation post-breakthrough. Thus, anyone knowledgeable could easily discern that Oscar was a prodigy endowed with innate full soul power, as it was otherwise inexplicable that he awakened one day and became a soul master the very next. As Venkat handed the dossier to Oscar, he could not help but feel a surge of emotion. According to the martial spirit theories he had studied at the Martial Spirit Hall, the higher the innate soul power, the superior the quality of the martial spirit, and the faster the cultivation speed thereafter. In comparison to the vast number of beast martial spirits and other types of weapon martial spirits, food-type martial spirits were challenging to classify due to their smaller base numbers and less distinct characteristics. Consequently, researchers of martial spirits held a fundamental theoretical definition regarding food-type martial spirits. The level of innate soul power plays a decisive role in the postnatal cultivation of food-type martial spirits. In other words, the higher the innate soul power level of a food-type martial spirit, the superior its quality. A food-type soul master with innate full soul power was unprecedented in the history of the continent. Now, with Oscar having taken Leonid, a recognized authority on martial spirit theory in the Agendas kingdom, as his mentor, his future prospects were undoubtedly boundless. After completing the soul master certification, Leonid remained at the Borno subchamber, while Ateris led Oscar to another corner of Borno City, the West District. From a young age, Ateris was nurtured by his elder brother, Quitus. He had accompanied Quitus to the city of Borno several times, and now he was preparing to bid farewell to an old acquaintance before their departure. Tomorrow, they would leave their hometown of Borno, embarking on a journey to the royal city of Hejdas alongside Reniad. Through the exchanges between Reniad and Weikart, Ateris had garnered considerable information, one of which revealed that Oscar's mentor was none other than the honorary principal of the esteemed Soul Master Academy in Hejdas, as well as an honorary elder of the Soul Master Hall in the city. This master, also referred to as such, seemed to embody the title more aptly than most. Although Ateris had no recollection of the Hejdas Soul Master Academy, it was reasonable to assume it was formidable, given that one could achieve the honor of principal for an institution bearing the name of a kingdom. Regardless, the prospect of temporarily departing from Borno was undoubtedly beneficial for both Ateris and Oscar. Tresoginode was a man who harbored grudges, and since he had dispatched knights to eliminate any threats, remaining in Borno was perilous. With each passing day, the risk grew, and it was prudent to leave while they still could. Borno was a vast city, and it took Ateris and Oscar a good half-hour to reach their destination, the Sief family restaurant. The establishment was modest in size, comprising 2 floors, and was bustling with patrons. Amidst the flurry of waitstaff, a tall, handsome young man with a slicked-back hairstyle was directing the servers. "Brother Sief," Ateris called out, waving from a distance of 5 meters. The young man turned at the sound, and upon recognizing Ateris, he paused his duties and approached. His name was Siezhenia, a man whose life had once been saved by Quitus. At Quitus's funeral, Xiezhinya had publicly vowed before the villagers that should Ateris awaken his soul power during the soul awakening ceremony, he would support him until adulthood. If Ateris failed to awaken, he could work as an apprentice in his restaurant, thereby assisting him in obtaining residency in Borno upon reaching maturity. Little Ateris and young Oscar. What brings you here? Xiezhinya asked, leading the two boys to a vacant table. Are you hungry? It's quite a distance from Hanermo village. Would you like me to prepare some food for you? Ateris waved his hand dismissively, saying, No need, no need. Oscar and I have already dined. Thank you, Brother Xia, for your consideration. That's good to hear. Xiezhinya poured a glass of water for each of them. If I recall correctly, a steward from the spirit hall visited your village yesterday, am I right? What was the situation? Have you awakened your soul power? We have indeed, but... Ateris recounted the events of the past few days in their entirety. At first, Xiezhinya was filled with astonishment. Both Oscar's innate full soul power and Ateris's innate level 4 surpassed his expectations by far. However, upon hearing that Tress had dispatched knights to eliminate them, Xiezhinya felt a pang of anxiety. Fortunately, the situation took a favorable turn. Traveling to Häagen-Dazs City was undoubtedly advantageous, while remaining in Borno City would yield nothing but harm. Xiezhinya offered his own assessment and then glanced at Ateris, self-deprecatingly remarking, in this case, I am unable to repay your brother's kindness, lamenting only that I am but an ordinary person, unable to provide you with any assistance. It's quite all right, Brother Xia. Over these past few months, you have sent us food and clothing from the city each month, and we are already immensely grateful. Such gestures are insignificant compared to my life. Suddenly, Xiezhinya shouted, startling the patrons at the adjacent tables. He hurriedly dashed out of the shop and soon returned, panting heavily. Xiezhinya handed Ateris a stone, roughly the size of a palm, saying, This is also a relic of your brother's, which I had forgotten until just now. It has now returned to its rightful owner. Ateris received it, a stone with a blue base, seemingly engraved with a mountain peak, the summit encircled by 3 arcs, which are interconnected with 3 diagonally arranged circles. Within the arcs, above the pinnacle, it appears that stars are twinkling. In the mountains of Lakwar, north of Borno, there seems to exist a lost tribe known as the Lakwar people. Their existence is shrouded in mystery, absent from historical records, confined solely to folklore. It is said that this tribe had already been in existence before the ancestors of the Tiendo royal family established the Tiendo city-state, and before the Spirit Hall was merely a loose organization of soul masters. Legends speak of the Lakwar people initiating training for healthy members at the age of 12. Regardless of gender, any adult who is whole is a warrior. They hone their martial skills, forging bodies that far surpass the ordinary. They do not utilize soul power. Or rather, the Lakwar people are deemed as innate zero-soul powerfuls in our parlance, yet they often triumph over foes far stronger than themselves through their exquisite martial arts and indomitable will. I once conversed with Kratos, wishing to visit this enigmatic tribe, but he told me, My mission is to illuminate the will of the spear with blood. Only when the spear pierces the heavens shall my soul return to its homeland. Chronicles of the Leonid Continent, Northern Region, the Lost Tribe 012 Call Me Count. The capital of the Häagen-Dazs Kingdom does not bear the name of the kingdom as directly as that of the Balak Kingdom. It is called Barmington, with an older name being Frisia. 30 years ago, the Häagen-Dazs royal family underwent a palace coup, and the new king, without reporting to the Tiendo emperor, directly renamed Frisia to Barmington. The kingdom remains the same, yet the king is no longer the same. However, the people of Häagen-Dazs still prefer to refer to the capital as Frisia rather than Barmington. Barmington is situated in the eastern central part of the Häagen-Dazs Kingdom, 600 miles from the sea to the west, and the same distance to Borno City to the north. 300 miles to the southwest lies a significant town called Shilu City. Covering the 600 miles, Leonid rode the wind extreme horse, Lingfeng, leisurely making his way towards Barmington, frequently imparting lessons to the 2 youngsters along the way. Although Leonid had not taken Ateris as a disciple, he did not shy away from teaching and often praised Ateris for his ability to draw inferences from one situation to another. The Soul Master Academy commences in September, and Ateris and Oscar arrived in Barmington at the end of June, meaning they would have to wait until September to complete their enrollment procedures. Thus, the 2 brothers took up residence in Leonid's household, where Ateris was pleasantly surprised to find that this esteemed honorary principal of the Advanced Soul Master Academy and honorary elder of the Spirit Hall lived in such simplicity. The furnishings of Leonid's home were starkly modest, devoid of any luxurious items or servants. It was an independent 3-story building, where every room and corner was imbued with the essence of books. The kitchen held several cookbooks, and a few storybooks were placed beside the toilet to pass the time. On the second day back in Barmington, Leonid returned to his teaching duties, while Ateris and Oscar engaged in self-study and cultivation at home. After the academy's summer vacation commenced, Leonid took them on tours around Barmington and its surroundings, blending leisure with education. 2 months swiftly passed, and after absorbing his first soul ring, Oscar approached level 12, thereby enhancing his soul power to that level. Although Ateris felt no significant improvement or breakthrough, he remained unperturbed, for under normal circumstances, even Tang San and Xiao Wu, both possessing innate full soul power, could not elevate their levels in just 2 months. On September 1st, the day the Barmington Junior Soul Master Academy commenced its academic year, Leonid had meticulously completed all the necessary formalities in advance. Ateris and Oscar, now mature beyond their years, were entirely self-sufficient without his accompaniment, allowing them to stride into the campus side by side at 7 in the morning. Indeed, it was a splendid environment, and within the confines of the school. The transformation in both boys was palpable over the brief span of 2 months. The patches on their garments and shoes had vanished, replaced by ready-made attire purchased with Oscar's Soul Master allowance. Though simple and unadorned, it was clean and neat, thanks to the invigorating effects of their soul power. Both brothers had experienced a growth spurt. Oscar felt a mixture of joy and concern, realizing that if this continued, he would need to acquire new clothing and footwear every few months, lest they become too small. Li Xuanhuan, I warn you, do not follow me any longer. A girl's voice pierced through the air in front of the main teaching building, drawing numerous students to gather in curiosity, including Ateris and Oscar, who eagerly assumed the role of spectators. The girl possessed cascading golden locks that shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, framing a delicately featured face adorned with striking sapphire blue eyes, an exquisite nose, and slightly parted crimson lips. She wore light, gray knee-high boots, white trousers that accentuated her long legs, and a matching plain white top, complemented by a fitted red vest. What captivated the onlookers most was the long sword she wielded, pointed directly at a boy's face. Fraser, I follow you because I have feelings for you. How can you brandish a sword at me? She exclaimed. I detest having a clingy shadow, especially one as oily and superficial as you. Your mere presence nauseates me. The girl elegantly sheathed her sword, her gaze towards the boy filled with disdain. And do address me as Countess. The boy, named Li Xuanhuan, shrugged nonchalantly. But it is only your first day in this position. Second day, she retorted. I, Shirian Fraser, the promised daughter of Fraseria, hereby solemnly declare, please refer to me as Countess. Ateris's initial impression of the girl named Freya was that she was quite unreasonable. Judging by the star on the emblem adorning her chest, she was likely a first-year student, possibly even younger than himself. Yet, her demeanor and conduct exuded an utterly detestable air of nobility. TCH, how dull. Let's go, exclaimed a boy named Li Xuanhuan, as he entered the teaching building surrounded by his companions, who, as they left, couldn't resist making various faces at Freya. The other onlooking children gradually dispersed as well. With a casual wave of her hand, Freya summoned her sword, which transformed into a cascade of light and returned to her being. She cast a glare at Ateris and Oscar, who remained stationary, before striding confidently towards the dormitory area. Why is she glaring at us? We haven't done anything to provoke her, Oscar murmured softly once her figure had vanished from sight. Ateris nudged Oscar and remarked, did you not hear her? Perhaps she finds your handsome visage, with your slicked hair and painted face, rather off-putting. Oscar shrugged in response. Is it my fault that I am good-looking? The two brothers chose not to head to the lecture hall, as the opening day of school did not necessitate classes. Their current task was to settle their belongings and familiarize themselves with the campus environment. Despite having taken Ryanid as their mentor, Oscar opted to be a working student. He wished to avoid any rift with Ateris and did not want to forget his humble origins. Nevertheless, Oscar clearly did not need to toil as most working students did. The monthly stipend of 1 gold soul coin from the Spirit Hall was sufficient for him and Ateris to live comfortably. The dormitory area consisted of 7 buildings, yet only one was designated for working students. The disparity between the working student dormitory and that of the self-financed students was apparent from the exterior. Each self-financed student dormitory was adorned with different hues of paint, separated by lawns and flower beds, where one could often see students picnicking on the grass. In contrast, the working student dormitory was encased by an iron fence, its exterior worn and cloaked in a profusion of climbing ivy. Even before approaching the building, one could hear a cacophony of noise emanating from within. The working student dormitory comprised 6 floors, with the lower 2 levels housing male students and the upper 2 accommodating female students. The awkward cohabitation of male and female working students, as depicted in the original narrative of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, was notably absent here. After all, this was a school in the capital, thus not subject to such absurdity. Each floor contained 4 rooms, and Ateris and Oscar's dormitory was located on the ground floor of the second building. Upon entering, Ateris counted 8 beds, totaling 16 sleeping spaces. According to regulations, neither self-financed nor working students were permitted to leave the campus. Thus, it could be inferred that the theoretical maximum occupancy for working students at the Birmingham Junior Soul Master Academy was 256. Birmingham, being a large city in the capital, had a considerable population. Hence, the quota for 256 working students might not suffice. It was also evident that there were more than just this academy within the Birmingham region, although those junior academies were likely to have inferior faculty compared to this one. Standing so conspicuously at the entrance naturally drew the attention of the students within the dormitory. One notably taller child approached the brothers first, his demeanor suggesting he was not there to engage in friendly conversation. "New arrivals?" he inquired. "Why do you not answer me? Do you look down upon me?" Ateris, sensing the hostility in the tone and gaze, sighed in resignation. All he desired was to quietly settle his belongings and explore the campus with Oscar. Yet it seemed he had stumbled into a familiar scenario. Ateris and Oscar exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. "I am Seville, the head of this dormitory, nay, the leading figure of the first-year students. In the adjacent dormitory, there are 2 younger lads who are also first-year students, and they now refer to me as their leader." The other children in the dormitory gathered around, and one boy, resembling Seville somewhat, chimed in. "I am Beck, the second in command of this dormitory. Both of us brothers possess the martial souls of the Black Rock Bear, and my brother's innate soul power is at level 4. Indeed, Seville is the strongest among our first-year cohort. Not just in the first year, but even among the second-year work-study students, none can match him in combat." As the children found a topic to chatter about, the noise became quite tedious, and Ateris began to ponder what he might have for lunch. "Hey, aren't you 2 going to introduce yourselves?" Seville exclaimed, gesturing towards the seemingly more vulnerable Oscar. "Hey kid, what is your name? And what is your martial soul? Speak up." Oscar blinked his charming eyes, presenting an innocent demeanor. "I am Oscar, and my martial soul is sausage." "Sausage?" The dormitory erupted into laughter, with Seville chuckling as he remarked. "Sausage? Is there really someone with such a martial soul? How utterly feeble." Despite the ridicule, Oscar remained unfazed. After all, they were all first-year students who had just entered school, and it was entirely normal for work-study students without inherited education to be unaware of the foundational knowledge regarding martial souls. Had Oscar not apprenticed himself to Lanid and learned much that even senior students were not taught at the tender age of 6, he would not blame them for their ignorance. Seville laughed until his belly hurt, finally straightening up and patting Oscar on the shoulder. "Sausage isn't so bad. We work-study students can't afford to buy meat often. From now on, you shall share your sausage with me, and I shall look after you. Right now. Would you like to try it? Now? Although not particularly hungry, since you have offered, I shall reluctantly sample the flavor of your sausage." Ateris gave Oscar a thumbs up. Knowing that with him present, there was no need for him to flex his muscles, he truly had no intention of brawling with children. "All right. Now let me show you my grand sausage." With a flick of his small hand, Oscar summoned a circle of yellow spirit rings that rose from beneath his feet. Chanting a soul incantation, first soul skill, super recovery sausage. A long, thick sausage materialized in his palm, which he promptly handed to a stunned and speechless Seville. 100. 100 year spirit ring. The children in the dormitory were left in bewilderment as Oscar directly placed the sausage into Seville's hands before calmly entering the room with Ateris. They found an unoccupied bunk bed and began to organize their belongings. Seville gulped hard, incredulous as he asked, You aren't a labor student, are you? How have you become a soul master?" While sorting his luggage, Oscar replied nonchalantly without looking up, "It's quite simple. I possess innate full spirit power. A 10th level spirit master can advance to soul master upon acquiring a spirit ring. The steward from the spirit hall should have taught you this during your martial spirit awakening ceremony, right? Innate full spirit power." Seville felt intimidated. Although he believed that his Black Rock Bear martial spirit could potentially defeat Oscar in battle, an innate full spirit power student was undoubtedly regarded as a genius by the teachers. If he dared to make a move against him, any teacher would undoubtedly favor Oscar. I can defeat him, but I truly dare not. Consequently, Seville decided against continuing to provoke Ateris, as the two seemed to share a close bond, making it unnecessary to invite trouble upon himself. What a pity! If only you weren't a sausage martial spirit, how much better it would be. Seville sighed as he gazed at the sausage in his hand. What is wrong with the sausage? Isn't it good? He contemplated, taking a bite of Oscar's sausage and murmuring, innate full spirit power is certainly formidable, but it lacks offensive capability. If you possessed a beast martial spirit or a weapon martial spirit with attack potential, you could lead us labor students in standing up against those noble students. The other children in the dormitory chimed in. Exactly. Those noble students bully us too much. Yet, we simply cannot match them. They lamented their inferior talents, noting that many of their rivals boasted even 4 great spirit masters among their ranks, leaving them outnumbered and outmatched. For great spirit masters surprised even Ateris. It was no wonder that the Haagen-Dazs Advanced Soul Master Academy had an affiliated institution of such caliber. At the 6th grade, around the age of 12, breaking through to become a great spirit master was indeed impressive. Across the continent, the graduation standard for all primary Soul Master academies was to become a one-ring Soul Master. However, those academies with stronger faculty and higher quality student intake aimed for their students to graduate at higher levels, much like how schools on Blue Star promote their outstanding alumni during enrollment seasons. Such practices are intended to attract more quality students by setting exemplary past students as a benchmark. Students with exceptional talent receive more resources within the academy, especially those who break through to become great spirit masters while still enrolled. Upon graduation from primary Soul Master academies, such prodigies can directly enter advanced academies. Unlike students of ordinary talent who must first break through in intermediate academies before progressing to advanced ones. Children are children, despite their initial unfriendliness upon meeting. Ateris and Oscar chose not to dwell on it, and the group of children also refrained from further awkwardness, allowing the unpleasantness to fade. Although these children were also labor students like the two brothers, most hailed from the outer city and had arrived a few days early to report to school so as not to delay the start of classes. Once Ateris and Oscar had finished organizing their belongings, Seville and Beck led the others to familiarize themselves with the school environment, returning at noon to gather their dormitory mates for a meal in the dining hall. At the back of the second dormitory line, Ateris muttered quietly, "Little Oscar, I can't shake this ominous feeling." Huh? What's wrong? Ateris gently rubbed his brow, noting that his right eyelid was incessantly twitching. As the saying goes, the left eye twitches for fortune, while the right eye twitches for misfortune. Oscar, puzzled, inquired, "Huh? I don't recall ever hearing such a proverb." Ateris fell silent. "Where should one even begin?" I remarked, "Surely this path is not meant for you work-study students?" 014, restless and eager for a fight. On the way to the dining hall, the procession of work-study students from Dormitory 2 was halted. Ateris glanced ahead and spotted the boy named Li Xuanhuan from this morning, his slicked-back hair and delicate features making him stand out amongst the obstructing group. Yet, he was not the leader. That title belonged to a student who towered a head taller than Seville. The newcomers bore ill intentions, yet Seville stood his ground, stepping forward defiantly. "Why can't work-study students traverse this path? I have been at this school since the day before yesterday, and I have always taken this route to the dining hall. That was in the past. Now, I declare you cannot pass, and thus you shall not. Just because you say so doesn't make it true. Is this school your personal property? Of course, it is not my personal property, but you do not deserve to walk this path." The tall student gestured toward a group of elegantly dressed girls approaching, declaring that this path was essential for them. "You filthy work-study students. Who knows if you might inadvertently bump into one of our young ladies." He then shouted in the direction of the girls, "Fear not, we shall guard this place. They shall not pass." Upon hearing his words, one girl immediately displayed a look of disdain and retorted, "Recton, are you an idiot?" After rolling her eyes, she huffed away, while several other girls stifled their laughter as they followed her, their giggles echoing in the air. "He's so foolish, Alice. Do you think he likes you? Which is why he acts this way. Go away. I would never want someone as dim-witted as him to like me." A suppressed chuckle rippled through the ranks of Dormitory 2, and Ateris nearly succumbed, biting down hard on his finger to stifle the laughter. "Control yourself. We are all professionally trained. No matter how amusing it is, we must not laugh." However, unable to contain himself, Ateris found the absurdity of being blocked at the dormitory entrance by such childish antics to be quite amusing. Little did he expect to witness even more ridiculous behavior from these noble students. Yet, upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. The boys obstructing the path appeared to be no older than 8 or 9. In his previous life, Ateris had often seen boys of that age display their strength to impress girls by bullying younger boys, and there were many such instances. Recton's face flushed crimson, humiliated by the realization that his supposed bravado had earned him neither the admiration of the girls nor the respect of those he deemed inferior. "You," Recton, infuriated, pointed at Ateris and bellowed, "Step forward. I will beat you so badly you won't know what hit you." During lunchtime, when student traffic was at its peak, his shout drew the attention of not just a couple of small groups but many students nearby, their gazes converging on Ateris. The work-study students looked on with curiosity, anticipation, and concern, while the self-paying students, particularly the nobles, wore expressions of schadenfreude. Although unaware of the full situation, some incited the flames, shouting, "Recton, crush him. Go for it. Recton." Others mocked, "Recton, I saw you bullying work-study students again as soon as I arrived." "Bah." Recton spat back, "What bullying? Is it considered bullying to take down work-study students?" Turning to Ateris with an air of superiority, Recton sneered, "Today, I shall ensure you pay." Seville leaned closer to Ateris and whispered, "Perhaps it would be wise to apologize. He is a third-year student, and I've heard from some seniors that his soul power is at level 8. No work-study student below 4th year stands a chance against him." His roommates cast concerned glances in Ateris's direction. Although there were small factions among work-study students, they stood united against the relentless noble students. Oscar, however, appeared undaunted, offering encouragement. "Ari, I believe in you. Even if you cannot prevail, just have a couple of my sausages, and in a few hours, you'll be back to your old self." Ateris gave Oscar a thumbs up and tilted his head towards Recton, indicating that the space was too cramped and to avoid obstructing others' paths, suggesting they move to the playground. After speaking, he turned and ambled towards the direction of the playground. Recton and the surrounding students were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that this work-study student would not only stand his ground, but also proactively suggest a change of venue. Li Xuanhuan approached and softly inquired, "Recton, are you all right? It seems this work-study student is unafraid of you." "Humph. Just putting on a show. Soon enough, he'll be crawling back." Recton waved his hand dismissively, and the students behind him followed suit. Fights between work-study students and their affluent counterparts were commonplace in any academy and often sparked considerable interest among the student body. Many eager spectators quickly disseminated the news, gathering at least 50 students on the playground. The work-study students and self-finance students positioned themselves on opposite sides, with some ordinary self-finance students standing near but not directly alongside the affluent ones, forming a sharp-angled triangle among the three groups. Additionally, there was a unique presence. The girl named Freza, whom Ateris had encountered that morning, stood alone at the edge of the playground, arms crossed, her expression neutral as she attentively observed the unfolding scene. Ateris and Recton did not immediately engage in combat. Rather, they each harbored their own thoughts, hoping to attract a larger audience of onlooking students. After waiting for nearly 10 minutes, with only a few students still approaching the playground, Recton was the first to speak. Recton, a third-year student, possessed the martial spirit of an alligator and was an 8th-level soul master. As he spoke, a ring of brown luminescence flickered around him. His muscles began to swell, and sharp fangs emerged from his claws, with a layer of scales enveloping his forearms, though no tail had sprouted. The exchange of information before a duel is a common practice among many mid- to low-level soul masters during non-lethal confrontations. It not only demonstrates mutual respect, but also allows each party to gather intelligence about the other, facilitating varied strategies in response. Ateris, a first-year student, wielded a soul power of level 5. Ateris turned sideways, his right palm forward and his left fist behind, assuming a combat stance. "What do you mean? Do you look down upon me? You haven't even summoned your martial spirit." Ateris gestured to Recton, calmly stating, "Enough with the idle chatter. Aren't you eager to strike me? Come forth." The disparity between an 8th level and a 5th level seemed considerable, yet Ateris harbored ample confidence in his abilities. Over the past 2 months, he had absorbed a wealth of knowledge under the tutelage of Leonid, and by integrating his own martial spirit with the experiences gained from battling those 3 knights, he arrived at a profound realization. Among lower-ranked soul masters, combat skills could entirely compensate for any disparity in soul power. Although summoning his martial spirit would enhance his combat prowess considerably, Ateris felt a tinge of uncertainty, as once his martial spirit was retracted, his capabilities were only marginally superior to Oscar's. Mastery of combat techniques required personal comprehension and practice. Thus, Ateris dedicated his mornings and evenings to physical training and honing his skills. His regimen involved first summoning his martial spirit, executing a series of moves into the air, and then retracting it to repeat the sequence countless times until it became second nature. Before him stood Rekton, a fitting opponent for practice, being 3 levels above him. Though reluctant to admit his youth, when it came to the art of combat, Ateris, restless and eager for a brawl, exclaimed, 015, become my knight. Seeing this first year in turn look down upon him so disdainfully, Rekton could no longer contain himself. He raised his claw, sharp and curved, and lunged forward. Ateris deftly maneuvered to evade the strikes, not out of fear of being clawed, for with Oscar's soul skill, any pain would be but a fleeting discomfort. Rather, he sought to preserve his attire, a garment purchased with Oscar's hard-earned money, which he valued dearly. In his agile movements, Rekton failed to graze even the hem of Ateris's clothing, a testament to the unique characteristics of their martial souls and their respective training methodologies. The combat style of beast soul masters often mirrors that of the soul beasts of the same species. For instance, crocodilian soul beasts may lack in speed. Yet once they enter the range of their prey, they unleash a potent surge of power in an instant, delivering fierce, swift, and effective assaults. Although Rekton, a third-year student, had achieved an impressive 8th-level soul power, his training speed was commendable, yet he seemed to lack a profound understanding of his martial soul. It is also plausible that his frustration led him to strike aimlessly. Had Ateris possessed the crocodile martial soul, he would have relentlessly advanced on his opponent, waiting until they were within his striking distance to unleash his formidable explosive power, rather than flailing about as Rekton did, squandering his energy. Are you a mere cockroach? Confined to evasion? Ateris was impervious to the taunt, his steps unwavering as he honed his mind and body to evade each of Rekton's assaults. Fraser observed the duel with an inscrutable expression, outwardly composed, yet inwardly astonished. It was the 3rd day since her arrival at the academy, and during the preceding 2 days, she had witnessed 3 altercations between work-study students and aristocratic peers. Invariably, the aristocrats triumphed, leveraging their superior soul power and combat prowess. However, the current bout seemed poised for a different outcome. In Fraser's estimation, Ateris, the work-study student, exhibited remarkable intelligence. In a direct confrontation, he would surely falter against the larger and more powerful Rekton, who boasted an 8th-level soul power compared to Ateris's 5th. Yet, the present circumstances revealed a frustrated Rekton, ensnared in a web of his own anger. Should he fail to regain his composure before exhausting his energy, victory would undoubtedly belong to Ateris. Moreover, the boy had yet to unleash his martial soul, a testament to his profound self-assurance. Even a minor noble, endowed with superior educational resources, could not sustain such an aggressive approach indefinitely, especially at the hands of a mere 8th-level child. His soul energy was swiftly depleting. Finally, the enraged Rekton recognized the anomaly. While not devoid of intellect, he was not entirely foolish. He could see that his own breath came in labored gasps while the little cockroach before him remained agile. With newfound clarity, he adjusted his strategy, gradually closing in on Ateris, poised to strike. Had he finally come to his senses? Ateris smirked, choosing to defy expectations as he charged directly at Rekton. How could he let such a tempting target slip away? Rekton was incredulous that a first-year work-study student, possessing 3 levels lower in soul power and yet to manifest his martial soul, could possibly defeat him. As he entered the range of his attack, Rekton summoned his accumulated soul energy, unleashing it in a powerful, swift strike aimed at Ateris. Should this blow connect, it would surely result in grievous injury. Ateris truly did not play hide-and-seek this time, and at such a close distance, evasion was futile. Riven's claws were merely a foot away from him. He raised his left arm to block the impending strike, yet the claws nonetheless tore through his skin, leaving 5 crimson marks. Noticing his attack had succeeded, Riven instinctively swung his left claw to continue the assault, but Ateris met him with even greater swiftness, seizing his wrist just as Riven began to strike. A resounding thud echoed as Ateris delivered a headbutt, causing Riven to experience a jolt to his head, and a wave of dizziness washed over him, weakening his grip and preventing his escape from Ateris's hold. With his right hand unable to free Riven's wrist, Ateris unleashed a flurry of strikes with his left hand. Droplets of blood spraying into the air with each movement, yet this did not impede his flow. His left palm transformed into a blade, driving toward Riven's left abdomen. As he closed the distance to 2 inches, his palm shifted into a fist, intensifying the momentum of his attack. A powerful punch struck Riven's left side, causing him to curl up like a shrimp, clutching his belly as he slowly knelt to the ground. The crowd erupted in incredulous murmurs, especially those who had witnessed the duels between working students and noble scholars, now gazing at Ateris with disbelief. A working student, 3 levels lower in soul power, and without even unleashing his martial spirit, had managed to triumph over his opponent? The outcome of this battle defied the expectations of nearly all onlookers. Applause erupted from the enthusiastic working students, while the self-funded students engaged in fervent discussions, and the noble scholars wore expressions akin to having tasted something foul. Atrides turned to Oscar and exclaimed, "Little O, sausages." All right. The victory of Ateris over Recton was already astonishing. But the onlooking students were left utterly astounded when they witnessed a young boy, evidently a first-year work-study student adorned with a star emblem on his chest, unveil a vibrant yellow century-old soul ring. After a series of incantations, a thick and lengthy sausage materialized before them. Oscar effortlessly tossed it over, and Ateris caught it with ease, immediately beginning to consume it. With the sausage consumed, he felt his stomach swell to a satisfactory extent, as pure soul power surged through his veins and coursed throughout his body, thanks to Oscar's first soul ring originating from a 300-year-old ginseng. The medicinal effect swiftly halted the bleeding from the 5 wounds on Ateris's left arm, gradually forming scabs. Casting a glance at Recton, who knelt on the ground, clutching his abdomen and gasping for breath, Ateris coolly remarked, "Do not obstruct my path in the future, otherwise I shall strike you each time we meet." To his surprise, Recton, though breathless, retorted defiantly, "Next time, I will surely flatten you." Ateris replied nonchalantly, "Suit yourself. I have yet to even utilize my martial spirit, and you have already been bested. Feel free to summon more companions to join you." Ateris paid him no further heed, summoning his dormitory mates as they made their way directly to the dining hall, for they feared that if they delayed any longer, they would find no food left. The urgency of dining was paramount. This time, Seville transformed from a black rock bear into a black rock hamster, his previously indifferent attitude towards Ateris shifting dramatically as he and Oscar flanked him on either side. Little did they anticipate that after vanquishing a lurking crocodile, they would encounter yet another formidable obstacle. "Hey, you, be my knight." The nobility in the realm is categorized into 6 ranks: king, prince, marquis, earl, viscount, and baron. Throughout the annals of history, the title of marquis was abolished by the imperial family of the Tiendo Empire due to a particular historical event, and the Douluo Empire has precious few remaining. Furthermore, the title of baron has depreciated in value over the past few decades due to the indiscriminate bestowal of honors upon outstanding young soul masters. Above the commoners and below the barons, there exists an ancient and now outdated class of knights. The Douluo Empire ceased the issuance of knightly medals over 130 years ago, and while knightly orders exist within its 5 directly governed provinces, knights themselves are a rarity. Today, knights are found only in the northwestern kingdom of Haagen-Dazs, the far eastern principality of Hainaut, and the southeastern kingdom of Markwell. The societal structure of the Lanid continent. Knights Chapter 016. Are you deliberately seeking trouble? Huh? What did you say? Ateris found himself doubting his hearing. Was this girl named Fraser perhaps exhibiting a bit of youthful eccentricity? Just that morning, she had proclaimed herself the daughter of an illustrious promise, addressing him as my lord. And now she wished for him to become her knight. To his surprise, Fraser gazed earnestly into his eyes and said, "Come and be my knight." First of all, I don't go by Hey. I know your name is Ateris. I can remember that. That's good to know, Ateris thought, perplexed by the young girl's intentions. He had no interest in becoming her knight, even feeling a sense of aversion towards the idea. After all, he was merely a humble commoner. It would be best if the noble lord refrained from toying with him. With that, Ateris sidestepped Fraser and continued his journey to the dining hall. The cafeteria of the Birmingham Junior Soul Master Academy was spacious and bore a resemblance to the dining hall of Notting Academy where Tang San studied, as recalled by Ateris. The first floor primarily served communal dishes, frequented by work-study students and those from less affluent backgrounds. In contrast, the second floor was often occupied by wealthier self-funded students or noble offspring, arriving at the cafeteria a bit late. Ateris and his companions faced little to no queue before procuring their meals. Before they could settle down, Oscar was called out by someone, prompting Ateris to initially assume a confrontation was at hand. However, he soon witnessed Oscar excitedly placing down his tray and embracing the individual who had summoned him. "Luin, you made it," Oscar exclaimed. "Just arrived. I couldn't find you in the dormitory, so I inquired with the neighbors and came straight here." After exchanging pleasantries, Oscar introduced Ateris, saying, "This is Liu Yin, the one I mentioned whom I met in the soul-hunting forest." Oscar had indeed spoken of him before. Leonid held a favorable view of this unfamiliar boy, even writing a recommendation letter to facilitate his transfer from the Borno Junior Soul Master Academy for a superior educational and training environment. Oscar patted Liu Yin on the shoulder and gestured towards the boys from the second dormitory. "These are my roommates. We are all work-study students, so we should support one another. Why don't you introduce yourself?" Liu Yin remained silent, prompting an awkward pause. Oscar, realizing he had overlooked Liu Yin's reserved nature, chuckled nervously. "He is Liu Yin. Just like me from Borno, in the 3rd year. His martial spirit is, a flame-bearing sheep. He has also advanced to Soul Master. At level 11. It is not merely a flame-bearing sheep. I have named my martial spirit Melted Flame Ram," Liu Yin interjected, visibly displeased with Oscar's naming skills, and added, "Level 12. A collective gasp arose from the boys at the mention of yet another level 12 Soul Master among them, though Liu Yin had 2 levels higher than they did. The reality of encountering another level 12 was quite astonishing. Seville, among them, was the most knowledgeable, as far as he knew. There had not been a single work-study student below the 5th year to break through to Soul Master, and the youngest among the self-funded students to achieve this was in the 4th year. Considering this, with 2 level 12 Soul Masters among the work-study students, won't we have an advantage in future duels with lower-year students? Seville mused happily, intending to join them at the table. They chose a large table that could accommodate 14, leaving 2 spots open. As the boys took their seats, Ateris, Oscar, and Liu Yin sat side by side, just as Seville was about to sit down across from them. A cold yet slightly haughty voice interrupted him. "Move aside. I wish to sit here." The boys halted their meals, looking up to see a golden-haired girl of similar age approaching with an exquisite tray. If the speaker had been a boy, regardless of whether he was a work-study student or a noble, Seville would have engaged in a discussion. However, as it was a girl, he felt inclined to yield, for there were empty seats available. Before Seville could sit down, the girl spoke again. "You, find another table. I do not wish to have anyone sitting beside me." Suppressing his frustration, Seville retorted, "Are you intentionally seeking trouble? Will you sit or not? If you choose to leave, I shall sit. And what if I refuse to leave?" Fraser placed her tray on the table and calmly replied, "I am innate level 8. You cannot defeat me." Seville fell silent. If she truly was innate level 8, he might indeed be at a disadvantage. Yet, conceding would be somewhat humiliating. "Seville, just sit down," Ateris interjected, stepping in at a crucial moment. He picked up his tray and addressed Fraser. "You seek me?" Fraser raised her delicate chin, nodding slightly, confirming her intent. Ateris chose not to say more and walked towards an unoccupied table, with Fraser following closely behind. Once seated, Fraser did not immediately speak but instead elegantly enjoyed her meal, prompting Ateris to begin his own lunch. As boys typically eat faster than girls, Ateris finished his meal in no time and sat patiently waiting. Shortly thereafter, Fraser also completed her meal. She took out a plain white silk handkerchief from her chest, gently dabbed at the corners of her mouth, and inquired, "Why do you refuse to be my knight?" Ateris's attention, however, was captivated by her hands, exquisite and delicate, devoid of any trace of toil. Oscar's greatest aspiration had once been to become a soul master, so that his mother, Sophia, would no longer have to labor and could possess hands as fair and soft as those of a countess. Fraser also noticed Ateris's gaze, but seemed to misinterpret its significance. "Do you admire my hands? They are quite lovely, aren't they? If you would consent to be my knight, I might permit you to kiss them." Ateris shook his head, remarking, "Your hands are indeed exquisite, yet I harbor no fondness for them, nor do I possess any desire to be your knight." Just as Fraser was about to respond, Ateris interjected, raising a hand to halt her. "I overheard your words this morning beneath the lecture hall. As you are a countess, you naturally lack for admirers. I am certain numerous noble scions would vie for your attention. However, I am of a different ilk, having emerged from a humble rural background, raised under the oppression of the aristocracy. Therefore, regardless of your intentions, my answer remains a resolute no." 017 Autohalen Ateris was perplexed as to why this girl, who claimed to be a countess, sought him, an ordinary work-study student, to be her knight. Perhaps it was merely a whimsical fantasy typical of girls her age. Those of noble birth often wished for a loyal knight to showcase their allure. After firmly declining, Fraser chose not to pursue the conversation further, and Ateris, in turn, ignored her, collecting his utensils and departing, leaving the golden-haired girl lost in thought at the dining hall. "Mother, why are the knights in your stories so brave and loyal?" Fraser pondered aloud. Yet when I hear others speak of knights, they seem to regard them with disdain. Because the knights of today are not true knights, my dear Shellyan. Her mother replied gently as she combed Fraser's hair. Today, she had recounted another tale of a knight rescuing a princess, depicting the knight as astute and valiant, who, after enduring countless hardships, saved the beautiful princess from the clutches of evil and lived happily ever after. This filled Fraser with longing. However, within the confines of her Fraser family estate, there were no knights, though her mother held the title of countess. She did not recruit her own band of knights like other noble families in the kingdom. Each time her mother told a story, Fraser fervently wished for a knight who would be entirely devoted, clever, and courageous. At the break of dawn, as the first rays of sunlight spilled into her room, her knight would gently awaken her, first presenting a warm washcloth, followed by a delightful breakfast served to her. When mounting her horse, he would steady her riding boots with his sturdy hands. When dismounting, he would grasp her hand and support her waist, ensuring her safe descent. Yet, such dreams remained mere fantasies, for her mother would never permit her to recruit a knight. Despite her love for telling tales of knights, she harbored a deep disdain for them, openly expressing her contempt during visits to other noble households. Once her mother finished brushing her hair, she enveloped Fraser in a warm embrace, whispering softly in her ear, "Shellyan, my dear, remember this, knights summoned by wealth, no matter how numerous, cannot compare to one who is earned through genuine loyalty. A true knight is not one who flatters you in times of glory, but one who stands steadfast beside you in your trials, even willing to sacrifice for you." Fraser gazed at her mother's hands, noting the simple ring on her left hand, a ring devoid of jewels, save for a sword emblem engraved upon its surface. While her mother often adorned herself with various jewelry, this ring remained constant. "Now, Shellyan, it is time for bed. Tomorrow, we shall awaken your martial spirit. Good night, mother. Good night, my darling." Atalaharn, a village nestled in the northernmost region of the Tiando Empire, lies on the edge of the frigid north, serving as the homeland of Shui Bing'er, which translates to the confluence of the north wind and the icy ocean. Rather than a village, it is more accurately described as a collection of settlements. The vast expanse of the extreme north is scarcely inhabited due to its harsh living conditions. Yet, a few settlements persist, where both men and women excel at hunting and ice fishing. The extreme north is one of the three major gathering areas for soul beasts on the Douluo continent. Although the density of soul beasts is significantly lower than that of the Stardew Forest, its area is the largest among the three regions. September 1st was originally the opening day of school, yet Shui Bing'er departed the academy at that time, having broken through to level 20 a week prior, and now only needing to absorb a soul ring to advance to a great soul master. As Shui Bing'er disembarked from the carriage, her steps light as a snow sprite, Yang Miao's gaze was filled with admiration. Compared to her sister, Shui Wei, Shui Bing'er's talent was a divine gift to the Tianshui Academy. Though her innate soul power of level 8 was not exceptional, her training speed was remarkable. After all, she had yet to celebrate her 9th birthday and had already reached level 20, an achievement only rivaled by the Academy's first president. Moreover, her martial spirit was the unparalleled Ice Phoenix. If there were any drawbacks, Yang Miao lamented that her age was somewhat inconvenient. Had she been born 4 or 5 years earlier, it would have been perfect. In the year 2635, by the time Shui Bing'er was of age and ranked to participate in the elite competition for advanced soul master academies across the continent, she would be just shy of 19. In the year 2644, Yang Miao estimated that by then, Shui Bing'er would likely only be a soul master, still far from the rank of soul king. The elite competition occurs every 5 years, currently restricting participants to those under 25. But discussions had arisen at last year's conference to lower the age limit to 22. Had the previous rules remained, Shui Bing'er could have participated at 23, with 5 years ample time for her to reach Soul King status, positioning her to compete with the prodigies of the Spirit Hall. If only she could have been born a few years earlier, it would have been a game changer, but such timing was beyond her control. "Principal, hurry up. I've spent the entire summer at school just to advance to Great Soul Master. I'm nearly dying to see my parents." "Patience, dear. Take your time and be careful not to trip." Upon reaching Atalaharn, Shui Bing'er's first priority was not to rush home to her parents, but to visit the square within the settlement, where a statue stood. This was an ice sculpture that never melted, even in summer. The statue depicted a girl of 17 or 18, her long hair cascading down to her ankles. Though unpainted, one could still sense the ethereal clarity in her gaze, as if she could see through the veil of the world. Her slender form was elegantly shaped, and though her long dress bore no embellishments, it exuded an aura of purity and beauty. Fraser knelt beneath the statue, fervently clasping her fists in prayer. This statue was the emblem of Atalaharn, and every citizen, upon departing or returning, would pray beneath it, a tradition unchanged for a millennium. Atalaharn stands as the northernmost human settlement on the continent, situated within the realm of the extreme north. Each late October, the frigid winds from this region sweep southward, subjecting the villages and towns along the Tiendo Empire's rear to a yearly trial of snow and wind. However, Atalaharn rarely faces blizzards. What sets Atalaharn apart is the unwavering reverence its inhabitants hold for an everlasting ice sculpture, yet neither the Spirit Hall nor the Tiendo Empire has documented its origins. According to the legends of the Atalaharn people, this ice sculpture was crafted in the likeness of a snow sprite, a guardian shielding them from the ravages of storms. Leonid Continent Chronicle, Northern Region, Atalaharn 018. Let us go together. Though work-study students were treated differently in terms of accommodation, all students attended classes together, regardless of their status as work-study or noble students, sharing the same classroom. Ateris suddenly observed that the proud and reticent countess appeared somewhat solitary. Logically, a girl of such striking beauty and exceptional talent should have numerous admirers. However, during class, she chose to sit alone in the corner, and not a single noble student seemed inclined to share a table with her. Whenever Ateris glanced back at her, Fraser's gaze was invariably fixed upon him. Ateris felt that she must harbor secrets within her, a notion that seems rather trivial, for who among us is devoid of secrets? Yet, her uniqueness piqued even the disinterested Ateris's curiosity. Why did she incessantly emphasize her countly status? Why, despite her noble lineage, did she lack companions of similar standing? What drove her relentless desire to have Ateris serve as her knight? Attending classes at the junior academy had grown somewhat tedious for Ateris, as the first-year curriculum encompassed rudimentary knowledge of martial spirits, which Lind had already imparted. Both Ateris and Oscar could effortlessly respond to inquiries without even consulting their textbooks. Rather than immersing herself in the study of martial spirits, Ateris found herself more intrigued by the skirmishes between work-study students and their noble counterparts. Birmingham Junior Academy had its fair share of regulations, yet it encouraged students to engage in ceremonial duels. A well-known adage at Birmingham proclaimed, "One is not considered a true student unless they have visited the infirmary." This statement was far from mere rhetoric. Every afternoon during recess, after classes, and even in the evening, one could witness various faces challenging one another to duels on the playground, with boys predominantly participating, though girls were not entirely absent from these encounters. Ateris eagerly embraces challenges, for time serves as the sole arbiter of truth. Combat skills must be honed through relentless engagement and battle. With Oscar's restorative sausages at his disposal, Ateris launches his assaults without reservation, employing a strategy of exchanging injuries that has rendered him undefeated. Time and again, he has faced opponents who have never compelled him to unleash his martial spirit. This, however, does not imply that Ateris is truly invincible. Those who dare to challenge him are peers of the Soul Master rank, possessing higher soul power levels. Yet none have ascended to the status of Soul Masters. In addition to his continuous battles to elevate his skills, Ateris also encourages Oscar to train alongside him, imparting combat techniques. The food-based martial spirit inherently lacks combat prowess, and its enhancement to the body is significantly less than that of other types of martial spirits. While he is currently lauded as a prodigy, basking in the admiration of many, he will inevitably confront the realities of battle, and perhaps even warfare. Ateris could sense that Oscar had become somewhat euphoric since entering the academy. After all, he was a food-type soul master with innate full soul power, strikingly handsome, and both working students and aristocrats were eager to befriend him. The teachers held him in high regard, and his ears were filled with words of praise. Fortunately, Oscar was not one to be oblivious to his circumstances. He harbored aspirations within his heart. Under Ateris's encouragement and the guidance of Leonid, he consistently maintained a tranquil mindset. As autumn faded into winter and spring blossomed, a year had passed in the cycle of seasons. Tomorrow, I shall venture forth to obtain my first soul ring. Accompanied by Oscar and Lu Yan. Do remain composed while you stay at school. You mustn't lose your temper. Last time, you nearly severed Li Xuanwan's artery. And without elders to guide you, it fell upon Oscar and me to seek Master Leonid's mediation. At this moment, it was evening, the time for students' dinner. At a table for four, Ateris was fervently imparting words of caution to the golden-haired girl beside him. Ateris found himself quite troubled by Freya, the proud and taciturn young lady who had seemingly taken a keen interest in him. Although she had never uttered phrases like "be my knight" since the commencement of school, She always observed him intently during his training and battles. At mealtimes, she insisted on sitting beside him, should he refuse to change his seat. She would stand silently by his side, her piercing gaze fixed upon him, making it impossible for anyone to eat in peace. She was the sort who could not be easily deterred. Subsequently, an unforeseen conflict arose between her and the noble student body, escalating to such a degree that it culminated in a violent confrontation where she grievously injured Li Xuanhuan and several other boys during an unsanctioned duel. Following this incident, Freya offered no explanation, and under pressure from the parents of the injured, she faced expulsion from the academy. Ateris found himself compelled to intervene, enlisting Oscar's help to beseech Leonid. In exchange for a future favor, Leonid intervened and assured that Freya could remain at the school. However, thereafter, fewer students were willing to approach her, yet she stubbornly continued to follow Ateris. Thus, Ateris's trio formally welcomed a fourth member into their ranks. Although Freya remained distant from Oscar and Lu Yin, they accepted her presence for Ateris's sake. On October 4th, 2636, 2 weeks had passed since Ateris's soul power had ascended to level 10. However, Leonid had been engaged in teaching at the prestigious Soul Master Academy in the Ballot Kingdom until his return just yesterday. Upon learning of Ateris's achievement, Leonid visited the school and granted the 3 boys leave, intending to guide them into the soul-hunting forest, where they could assist Ateris in acquiring a soul ring while broadening their horizons. Ateris had taken approximately 15 months to progress from level 5 to level 10, averaging 1 level every 3 months, a pace that hardly matched his innate talent of level 4. For instance, Seville, who also possessed an innate level 4 talent and an advanced martial soul, the Black Rock Bear, had only reached level 7. This observation suggested that Ateris's martial soul quality was indeed remarkable. Consequently, his curiosity regarding the secrets of his own abilities intensified. Yet, aside from the inexplicable mastery of combat techniques when utilizing his martial soul, he sensed no other peculiarities. Perhaps as his level increased, the mysteries would gradually unravel. Oscar and Lu Yin had both attained level 16 over a month ago. Oscar's prowess was self-evident, while Lu Yin demonstrated impressive combat capabilities throughout the year. His formidable offensive and defensive skills, combined with his fiery attributes, established him as a distinguished soul master within the academy, often besting several senior students of levels 17 or 18 in combat. However, if one were to consider mere advancement, Freya surpassed them all, having progressed from an innate level 8 soul power to level 15. An astounding increase of 7 levels in a single year, a feat unprecedented in the history of the Birmingham Junior Soul Master Academy, leaving even Leonid astounded. Like a mother hen, Ateris tenderly advised, while Fraser remained silent, sifting through the bowl and systematically transferring all the bitter herbs he disliked into Ateris's bowl. I want to go too. If you are not here, I do not like this place. Ateris was reluctant to refuse, yet the gaze of Fraser tugged at his heartstrings. The haughty demeanor from a year prior had vanished, replaced by the image of a homeless creature pleading for compassion. Faced with such eyes, he could not utter a single word of denial. Thus, he acquiesced, let us go together. On the morning of October 5th, a carriage came to a halt before the eastern gate of the Birmingham Junior Soul Master Academy. The elderly driver, clad in a long black robe, rested against the carriage, his hood obscuring his eyes. Shortly after, 4 young children approached, illuminated by the rising sun. One, with dark red hair and a robust physique, stood noticeably taller than the others. Another, with raven black hair, strode confidently at the forefront. A third, with silvery locks and striking features, possessed enchanting peach blossom eyes. And the last, adorned in sumptuous attire with golden hair, walked closely behind the dark-haired boy. Before the small group of 3 boys and 1 girl could draw near, Leonid lifted the brim of his hat to gaze upon them. Although he had anticipated this moment, Ateris's rapid advancement astonished him. Yet, mere soul mastery was insufficient. For nearly 40 years, he had pursued the secrets of the Lacquer tribe. Even as an 82nd level soul Douluo, he remained unable to unearth any trace within the vast expanse of the Lacquer Mountains. To uncover the mysteries surrounding Ateris would likely require considerable time. Leonid pondered whether he could endure until that moment arrived. At 64 years of age, he had surpassed the conventional understanding of middle age. The youngest recorded title Douluo had attained this honor at the age of 44. If he were to wait another 37 years, he would have surpassed a century of life. A 60-year-old soul Douluo had little hope of achieving a title. Leonid merely wished to witness that day, provided he could avoid the grip of senility. Approaching the carriage, Oscar was the first to bow, introducing, Master, this is our classmate, Fraser. Leonid nodded. Fraser of the Freya family, we meet again. Fraser offered a slight bow. Greetings. Master Leonid, I am grateful for your support last time. There is no need for thanks. At the time of that incident, I was not strong enough and felt indebted to your grandfather for his early assistance, Leonid replied, shaking his head with a sigh. Alas, the Freya family has fallen so low, tangled in too many connections. Fear not, as long as I live, I shall ensure your safety. Listening to the exchange between Fraser and Leonid, Ateris felt a pang of betrayal. When he had requested Leonid's backing, he had promised to unconditionally perform a task for him in the future. Now, it appeared his efforts were in vain. What a cunning old man. The Haagen-Dazs soul hunting forest lay approximately 500 miles northwest of Birmingham. Throughout the journey, Ateris could not help but feel exhilarated. Gaining a soul ring implied he would acquire a soul skill of his own. Though the method was somewhat cruel, hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings not only elevated the soul master's rank and level but also provided a soul skill without the need for intellectual exertion. Ateris has long believed that the reliance on soul beasts to generate soul rings and acquire abilities is somewhat cruel and antiquated. Behind every soul ring lies the sacrifice of at least one soul beast's life. Even setting aside the impact on various species of soul beasts, Ateris feels that this method significantly hinders human progress. The model of soul rings equating to soul skills undoubtedly obstructs the advancement of soul masters, stifling the potential for creativity. Leonid shares this sentiment. He has previously stated in his lectures that soul skills are merely applications of soul power in specific ways, and many so-called soul skills can be intuitively grasped without the need to hunt for soul rings. However, the creation of unique soul skills is something Ateris has yet to achieve, as his understanding and application of soul power are still in their infancy. In this soul ring hunting expedition, unless faced with an utterly insurmountable danger, I shall refrain from intervening. Leonid maintains his usual hands-off approach. Ateris anticipated this and yearns for a genuine battle. The sparring within the academy is merely a form of practice, where one cannot fight with full intensity. In contrast, soul beasts do not hold back. Once they sense a threat to their lives, they will fight with all their might. Oscar, Liu Yan, and Fraser are all exceptional among their peers, and Ateris firmly believes that with their assistance, they are entirely capable of obtaining suitable soul rings without Leonid's intervention. After all, Tang San managed to slay a 422-year-old mandala snake with just a crossbow and a short sword. With 2 level 16 soul masters and 1 level 15 soul master alongside Ateris, it is unreasonable to think they could not secure even their first soul ring. Rest assured, Mr. Leonid, we are more than capable. Ateris responded confidently. Well, after a year of compiling and perusing the introductory texts for novice soul masters, tell me, what type of soul ring do you envision for yourself? Leonid's question served as a test. Although Oscar is his official disciple, he treats Ateris and Liu Yan equally. Reflecting his philosophy of imparting knowledge without discrimination based on personal ties or innate talent, whether at the Haagen-Dazs Academy or any institution within the Tiando Empire. He answers every inquiry, embodying the educational principle that earns him the esteemed title of master. Firstly, I believe my spear and shield martial soul embodies a balance of offense and defense. Additionally, I possess formidable close combat skills. Thus, my first soul skill should ideally focus on ranged attacks to enhance my threat level against control and support type soul masters. The inclination towards ranged abilities stems from an encounter he had at level 10, where he challenged a senior, level 13 control type soul master. The opponent wielded a thorny vine martial soul, which proved exceedingly troublesome during their duel. Just as he severed one segment of the vine, another would strike under the opponent's control, and the barbed spikes left him battered and bruised. That was Ateris' first defeat in a duel. Prior to that, he had triumphed over 3 mid to low-level soul masters, including one with a level 13 assault-type beast martial soul, one with a level 14 assault-type weapon martial soul, and another with a level 13 defensive beast martial soul. After the confrontation, he finally comprehended why control-type soul masters are deemed the kings of one-on-one combat. They never afforded him the chance to engage closely. And by the time he broke free from the thorny entanglement, his soul power was utterly depleted. Control-type soul masters are defined by their ability to restrain opponents using their martial souls to achieve supportive or offensive objectives. In one-on-one battles of equal rank, excluding soul bones, the highest probability of victory does not belong to extreme power-type or defensive-type soul masters, nor to assault or agility-type soul masters, but rather to control-type soul masters. The most effective strategy against control-type soul masters is to deny them the opportunity to exert control. Their explosive attack power is generally not overwhelming. and their physical prowess is only slightly superior to that of support-type soul masters, making close quarters ambush the optimal approach. However, an exceptional control-type soul master seldom allows their adversary the chance to engage in close combat. On the official road from Birmingham to the soul-hunting forest, a horse-drawn carriage, devoid of a driver, travels at a leisurely pace. Leonid is unperturbed by the prospect of an overturned carriage. The windsteed named Spirit Wind has been his companion for 30 years, leaving its footprints on every road of Häagen-Dazs. Even without his guiding reins, Spirit Wind can navigate smoothly. Ranged attacks are indeed a promising direction, effectively compensating for some of your weaknesses, Leonid affirmed Ateris's notion. Since you aspire to acquire a soul skill focused on ranged attacks, have you given thought to the type of soul beast you require? Ateris had certainly contemplated this. The potential soul skills within a soul ring are heavily influenced by the traits of the soul beast. And identical soul beasts can yield different soul skills depending on the soul master as martial soul. To obtain a ranged attack soul skill, it is advisable to select a soul beast that inherently possesses unique ranged capabilities. Although such soul beasts are relatively rare, they do exist. For soul beasts, I believe the star scorpion and the rock boar are optimal choices. Additionally, the plant-type emerald arrow bamboo is a high-priority alternative. Mr. Leonid, what do you think of my selections? Leonid stroked his beard and smiled, expressing his approval. Excellent. It seems you have diligently studied the knowledge of soul beasts. These three are all superb choices. The notion conceived by Ateris is indeed commendable. The starry scorpio, the rock boar, and the emerald arrow bamboo are soul beasts that, when confronted with formidable adversaries, concentrate their soul power in specific areas of their being, unleashing formidable long-range attacks. Moreover, it is noteworthy that these three types of soul beasts are well documented within the Häagen-Dazs soul hunting forest. Among all categories of soul beasts, while there exist others endowed with superior long-range offensive capabilities, they typically inhabit pristine regions such as the Stardow Forest and the Sunset Forest. In contrast, locating such powerful beasts in artificially maintained environments like the soul hunting forest proves to be exceedingly challenging. Ateris was able to promptly identify these three types of spirit beasts. Rather than reciting from memory the non-existent creatures from the Häagen-Dazs soul hunting forest, indicating that he has grasped the principle of adapting to local conditions. This marked Ateris's inaugural venture into the spirit beast forest. Although spirit beasts also inhabit the mountains of Lacquer to the north of Borno, their activities are confined deep within the mountains, as the knights of the Count Aganad family periodically scour the area for hunting. Thus, spirit beasts seldom appear in the outskirts. This is not a grand act of benevolence, but rather a duty and responsibility befitting a lord. Shortly after noon on the following day, the group arrived at the town of soul hunting. After securing the Lingfang, Leonid led the four children into the soul hunting forest. Upon entering the forest, Leonid positioned himself at the rear of the group, while Ateris and Lu Yin flanked the front on either side. Fraser walked with his sword drawn, maintaining a distance of no more than 3 steps from Oscar. Oscar crafted a restorative sausage for each individual. His restorative sausage could last between 20 to 24 hours under normal conditions, proving to be remarkably enduring, effective for recovering soul power and injuries, while also serving to satiate hunger. Ateris and Lu Yin prepared to stow away the items in their backpacks, but Fraser interjected, "Allow me to safeguard them for you." Fraser raised her right hand, adorned with a simple ring on her index finger. She brought the restorative sausage close to the ring, and a gentle radiance enveloped it, causing the sausage to vanish into thin air. This ring is a soul guide device with storage capabilities. Hand the sausage to me, and I shall keep it safe until you require it. Ateris had previously seen a similar ring in the possession of Leonid, which contained not only a few supplies but likely volumes filled with Leonid's diligent efforts. The consumption of 3 sausages was not particularly taxing for Oscar. It was only when exceeding 10 that he would need to meditate on the spot to restore his soul power. The restorative sausage efficiently replenished the user's soul power. Yet the recovery effect of Oscar's first soul skill proved ineffective for himself. After depleting his soul power, he could only restore it through natural means or meditation. Fortunately, the healing and satiating effects of the sausage remained unweakened for him. Otherwise, it would truly have been a futile endeavor. Ateris summoned his spear and shield, while Lu Yin entered the state of martial spirit embodiment, wielding 2 forged hammers, one large and one small. Lu Yin's ancestors were blacksmiths, and over the past few decades, due to the emergence of soul masters in his family, they gradually transitioned from blacksmiths to free citizens. However, the Lu family did not forsake their craftsmanship. Their forging skills are renowned in Borneo. His siblings take pleasure in crafting their own forging hammers as weapons, and he is no exception, having forged two. I aspire to create the finest forging hammer in the world, Liu Yin declared, with a clear objective in mind. Ateris could seek out the appropriate habitats for the desired soul beast based on their characteristics. The priority of the rock-spike porcupine is lower than that of the star scorpion in the emerald arrow bamboo, primarily because the latitude of the Haagen-Dazs soul-hunting forest is relatively high, while porcupines prefer to inhabit regions of moderate to low latitude. Leonid speculated that the presence of rock-spike porcupines in this area is largely due to their habitats being artificially fragmented. Moreover, recent studies from the Haagen-Dazs Senior Soul Master Academy indicated that the porcupine soul beasts here have evidently evolved cold-resistant traits. Furthermore, the star scorpion holds a higher priority over the emerald arrow bamboo, although there are numerous records of the latter within the Haagen-Dazs soul-hunting forest. They are confined to the Windward Mountains in the southwest, where the climate is warm and humid, with ample rainfall conducive to the growth of bamboo species. In contrast, the star scorpion is the most likely of the three soul beasts to be found, as its habitat extends over a third of the area of the soul-hunting forest, making it Ateris's primary target for this expedition. Understanding the habits of soul beasts greatly aids in acquiring soul rings, hence the group set forth into the soul-hunting forest, heading northward toward the sparse shrubland in the central northern region, which is the most suitable habitat for scorpion-type soul beasts. On the fifth day of their journey in the soul-hunting forest, October 10th, Ateris and his companions arrived at their destination. In fact, they reached it by midday on the third day, but a powerful wind impeded their progress in searching for the star scorpion. While the wind did not hinder them directly, scorpion-type soul beasts prefer warm, windless, and dry conditions for their activities, particularly at night. Thus, the group reluctantly rested for 2 days. And it was only on the fifth day, with the winds abated and dusk approaching, that they commenced their search for traces of scorpion-type soul beasts. Scorpion-type soul beasts tend to be social creatures. If one is spotted, it is likely that more are nearby, based on the knowledge imparted by Leonid. The best way to search for scorpion-type soul beasts is to locate their white feces. The trails of feces and the smooth paths indicate their ingress and egress, allowing one to find their burrows. However, one must remain vigilant of their surroundings, avoiding the temptation to keep their head down, especially considering the star scorpion possesses long-range attack capabilities. A sudden ambush from such a creature could prove disastrous. Ateris followed the direction indicated by Oscar and indeed spotted a trail of white feces, consistent with the descriptions found in the Soul Beast Encyclopedia. It appeared that their suspicions were confirmed. Although uncertain if it was the star scorpion, caution was imperative. Ateris raised his shield, positioning himself protectively in front of Oscar and offering a warning to his companions. Scorpion-type soul beasts possess a distinctive trait that many other soul beasts lack. All varieties are venomous. While certain species of snakes, spiders, and toads may not be poisonous, every type of scorpion soul beast harbors venom, albeit varying in potency. As the group detected the scorpion soul beast's droppings, an unusual sound emanated from the thicket. The rustling of foliage was followed by a sharp, piercing squeak that echoed through the night. The cry began robustly but soon dwindled. And although the details of the event remained obscured, Ateris vividly imagined the scorpion soul beast preying upon a rodent. Little Oscar, remain here and do not move, Ateris softly instructed, before advancing forward alongside Liu Yin and Fraser in a triangular formation. The sharp spear cleaved through the obstructing underbrush, and under the moonlight, Ateris beheld the scene he had long anticipated. A colossal scorpion emerged into view, its massive pincers firmly grasping a rodent, while its curved tail arched high, the stinger glimmering with an eerie blue light, clearly having just injected venom. This particular scorpion stinger was remarkably unique. Rather than the common curved shape, it was strikingly straight. Indeed, this was the very target Ateris had been in search of, the star scorpion. Ateris's eyes sparkled with recognition. Indeed, it was the Scorpius stari. He had identified the soul beast before him as the very target he had been seeking. However, Ateris refrained from taking action, for it was evident that this Scorpius stari had not yet reached the requisite age he desired. As its name suggests, the term stari and Scorpius elucidate the distinct characteristics of this scorpion soul beast. The age of the Scorpius stari can be gauged by the length of its scorpion tail. Excluding the stinger, the Scorpius stari possesses 5 segments in its tail, each of equal length, with the total length of the 5 segments being equivalent to that of its body. Upon birth, the Scorpius stari sheds its skin annually. with each shedding resulting in a 1 centimeter increase in body length. After a century, its body measures precisely 1 meter. 100 years prior, the Scorpius stari bore no sharp, straight stinger. However, after a century, it undergoes a transformation, during which its growth rate slows, shedding its skin every decade, with each shedding resulting in a 2 centimeter increase in body length. The Scorpius stari before him, despite already possessing a sharp and straight stinger, had a body length just exceeding 1 meter, indicating that its age was decidedly insufficient, less than 200 years. Ateris, what do you think? Fraser inquired, edging closer to Ateris, his rose blade seemingly itching for action. Ateris shook his head and raised his sturdy shield to protect Fraser. No, its age is still considerably lacking. I am to get as close to 400 years as possible. Such soul beasts are social creatures, and since we have encountered one, its kin cannot be far away. Yan, be prepared to unleash your fiery breath. The scorpion soul beasts have a profound fear of flames. Understood. Ateris and his companions were keenly observing the serpent scorpion, a creature that could hardly remain indifferent. Despite the scorpion beast's lack of ears and its somewhat limited vision, with 4 pairs of eyes, it possessed a remarkable sensitivity through the sensory hairs on its exoskeleton. This allowed it to detect even the faintest vibrations, including the subtle movements of air. In response to the humans, who were disturbing its meal and showing no intention of departing, it began to agitate its scorpion tail, producing a sound akin to a loud rustle, rivaling the shout of a normal person. This served as both a warning and a call for aid. Following a series of rustling noises, the nearby bushes echoed the same sound. Caution was warranted. It was summoning its kin. Ateris shouted, his spirit energy coalescing as he prepared for battle. The venom of the serpent scorpion was not exceedingly potent, yet its formidable pincers held lethal power that, a century ago, surpassed even its own venom. Though not swift in its movements, once within its striking range, it was challenging for non-agility-focused spirit masters to evade its tail stinger. Ian, maintain the flame suppression at all times. Fraser, stand by my side and refrain from initiating an attack. Understood, came Ian's succinct response, clear and to the point. Meanwhile, Fraser expressed discontent with Ateris's commands, muttering softly to himself. Ateris exchanged his spear and shield, now wielding the shield in his left hand and the spear in his right. In the face of such a soul beast, armed with ranged attacks and venom, safeguarding his heart became imperative. The sturdy shield shielded his left chest while the other half angled towards Fraser. As Ateris observed the enemy, he spoke. I am aware of your eagerness to engage in battle, yet amongst us, there is no healing soul master. I wish to prevent your injury. Fraser's brow quivered slightly as he glanced at the sword sheath on Ateris's back, tightening his grip on the rose in his hand, and replied with a playful pout. Rest assured, my sword strikes swiftly. Do not forget, I am a level 15 soul master, stronger than you. Ateris smiled without turning his head, but the next moment, his expression swiftly tightened. Battle was imminent. In a hushed voice, Ateris summoned forth a legion of several dozen scorpion stars, their presence materializing within their line of sight. They clustered together, swaying their venomous tails, producing a cacophony of rustling sounds. What a bothersome noise, it's making my ears ache, Lu Yan exclaimed in frustration. As his soul ring illuminated, the scorching fire element coalesced within his mouth, culminating in a fiery dragon that erupted forth, instantly incinerating several audacious 10-year-old scorpion stars that dared to approach. The intense flames crackled as they consumed the scorpion stars, a tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, prompting Fraser to involuntarily lick his lips with anticipation. The demise of its kin ignited a further fury within the century-old scorpion star, which continuously scraped its pincers together, emitting a hissing cry, a command to attack directed at its brethren, perhaps even its offspring. Yet Lu Yan's first soul ring was derived from a 400-year-old blazing giant elephant. To suggest that these 10-year-old scorpion stars posed a threat would be an understatement. Even if it were to confront him directly, it would emerge severely weakened, if not entirely defeated. Fear spread among the scorpion stars, and regardless of how fiercely the century-old scorpion star shouted, its kin no longer dared to advance. The century-old scorpion star, enraged, swung its massive pincers and lifted its tail high, gathering soul power at the stinger's tip, which glimmered ominously. With a swift motion, it launched its stinger towards Lu Yan. Watch out, Ateris shouted, having perceived the scorpion star's intent to channel soul power. Yet, he was unprepared for the speed of its attack. By the time his voice rang out, the stinger had already been propelled forth. Lu Yan possessed formidable capabilities in offense, defense, and fire attributes, but swiftness was his Achilles heel. Furthermore, The stinger of the scorpion star could only be launched once in a short span, requiring at least 3 days to regenerate, a potent yet semi-disposable offensive maneuver, even if it was merely a century old. Ding! A flash of crimson light streaked through the air, intercepting the rapidly fired stinger. A sword adorned with a rose emblem appeared before Lu Yen. Who else but Fraser wielded the rose sword? Ateris had always believed that his combat skills were unparalleled among his peers. However, the swift maneuver executed by Freya had eluded his perception entirely, illustrating the remarkable speed of her swordplay. The art of swordsmanship embodies precision and elegance. With a single thrust, Freya had maneuvered past Ateris's formidable shield to his left flank, tilting her head with a playful smile, as if to say, "I am indeed superior to you." It appeared he had underestimated her. He chuckled to himself in self-deprecation. After all, Freya was a level 15 soul master, and as a former member of the Haagen-Dazs royal lineage, it was only natural that she possessed a legacy of sword techniques. Among the Scorpios of the Celestial Archer, only one had reached the age of a century. After employing its ranged attacks, they were no longer a concern. Recognizing the formidable nature of the 3 humans before them, even the century-old Celestial Scorpio understood the need to retreat, hissing commands for its kind to fall back. The Atreides did not pursue. Ahead lay a dense thicket. To recklessly venture forth could result in a poisonous sting from the scorpion, and they had no means to counteract its venom, which would force them to temporarily abandon this soul-hunting quest. However, it appeared that the colossal scorpion, under the command of the starry constellations, was unwilling to relent. Although the 10-year-old starry scorpions retreated into the underbrush at its behest, it remained motionless. The sound of rustling leaves echoed once more, reminiscent of the first instance. Still pleading for aid, caution was imperative this time. It would not be foolish enough to send the 10-year-old scorpions to their demise again. The reinforcements summoned this time were likely of a century's caliber, perhaps even more formidable than itself. Ateris once again cautioned, causing both Fraser and Lu Yen to feel a surge of tension. Most scorpion soul beasts are social creatures, and while a 10-year-old scorpion poses little threat, the real danger lies in its potential to summon several others of equal or even greater strength, the celestial scorpions. The venom of the celestial scorpion is not particularly potent, ranking merely as average among scorpion soul beasts. However, their true strength lies in their ability to launch venomous stingers. If several century-old celestial scorpions were to simultaneously target a single victim with their stingers, unless the opponent's power were significantly superior, they would inevitably become a delectable meal. Ateris was poised to withdraw. Should 3 century-old scorpion beasts of the starry zodiac appear once more, they would undoubtedly need to retreat from the fray. A cacophony of hissing erupted, and the first thing to enter Ateris's line of sight was a pair of enormous pincers, followed closely by the distinctly prominent tail stinger of the scorpion beast. There were a total of 3 starry scorpions. One was roughly the same size as the previous one, perhaps slightly longer, while the other was considerably larger, at least a third bigger than the other 2, undoubtedly over 300 years old, potentially even surpassing 400. 2 were under 200 years, while one was around 300 to 400 years old. Without a doubt, the trio consisted of either 2 females and 1 male, or 2 males and 1 female. Different regions and species of scorpion beasts have various methods of distinguishing genders for the starry scorpion. The differentiation is based on the size of the pincers when of the same age, and their shape when of differing ages. The 2 weaker starry scorpions possessed slender pincers, whereas the more formidable one had thick, robust pincers, indicating that they were 2 females and 1 male. The previous decade-old starry scorpions were undoubtedly their offspring. Moreover, Ateris noted a critical detail. The male scorpion's pincers still bore traces of blood, and its tail stinger was blunted, suggesting it had recently engaged in battle and had expended its stinger. These thoughts flickered through Ateris's mind in a remarkably brief span of time, akin to the clarity one experiences when confronting familiar examination questions. Once the mind gears into motion, the answers manifest effortlessly. In a 3-against-3 confrontation, the previously retreating female scorpion summoned her courage once more, moving neither too fast nor too slow as she brandished her pincers and advanced. In this interval devoid of stingers, the primary offensive tactic of the starry scorpion was its massive pincers. Although the female's pincers were smaller than the male's, the serrated edges suggested that if one were caught unawares, survival would be uncertain at best. Flame of the wind chamber. The searing flames erupted once again, and without the hindrance of a stinger, Lu Yen charged directly into combat, engaging with the century-old female scorpion. Ateris exclaimed, "The stronger one is the male scorpion. Its stinger has been spent. Fraser, let us engage in battle. My blade shall serve you." In unison, two figures leaped into action, despite it being their first cooperative skirmish. Ateris and Fraser moved with remarkable synergy. Ateris raised his shield defensively, while Fraser lingered behind, her rose sword poised for action. The male scorpion advanced first, its stinger depleted. Yet its prowess in close combat surpassed that of its companion. Thus, it took on the role of the frontline fighter, allowing the female scorpion to await an opportune moment to launch a surprise attack with her spikes. The clash of Ateris's lance against the scorpion's pincers produced a cacophony of sparks, leaving a faint mark on the left claw of the colossal scorpion, indicative of its formidable defenses. Named for its distinctive stinger, the starry scorpion is, in fact, a member of the earth element, boasting superior defensive capabilities among soul beasts. Its robust carapace, 6 pairs of appendages, and tail all contribute to its resilience, with vulnerabilities located on its underbelly, for eyes and mouth parts, relying on its overwhelming defense. The starry scorpion swung its massive pincers toward Ateris without fear. Though stout in build, its speed of attack was not to be underestimated. Ateris had no choice but to concentrate his soul power into his sturdy shield to withstand the blow. With a thunderous impact, Ateris was hurled backward. Yet he regained his footing and landed safely. In that fleeting moment after the collision, a red glimmer flashed as Fraser's sword aimed for the central eye on the scorpion's back. The rose sword penetrated the scorpion's body, however, before Fraser could exert further force. The scorpion let out a pained cry, retaliating with a fierce swipe of its other claw. As a weapon soulmaster, Fraser lacked the physical resilience of Lu Yin or the protective shield of Ateris. She dared not confront the massive claw directly, instead withdrawing her rose sword and executing a nimble leap off the scorpion's carapace. The male scorpion, enraged and wounded in one of its central eyes, issued a mournful screech. Meanwhile, Lu Yin, leveraging the fear that most scorpion soul beasts harbor towards fire, achieved successive victories against the century-old female scorpion. Whether through fiery abilities or the force of his forging hammer, he inflicted considerable damage upon the aging creature, prompting it to contemplate retreat. Despite having 6 pairs of legs, its crawling speed paled in comparison to Lu Yan's fleet-footed sprint, ensuring that its fate would likely culminate in a deliciously roasted delicacy. On the other front, Ateris and Fraser adeptly dealt with the male scorpion, their seamless coordination leaving numerous wounds upon its form. Suddenly, a whoosh of air signaled an impending attack from the observing female scorpion. Yet Ateris was prepared. He had maintained his position strategically between the female scorpion and Fraser throughout the battle, ready to shield against the incoming stinger. The sound of clashing echoed, but it did not emanate from Ateris's sturdy shield. It came from Lu Yan's direction. Ateris fixed his gaze upon the scene, where countless ebony feathers converged in midair before Lu Yan. Their glimmering tips halted abruptly, with the front portions embedded within the barrier formed by the feathers. Not far away, Leonidas gestured grandly, causing the dark raven feathers to disperse, shooting forth like arrows, and in an instant, the distant mother scorpion was riddled with numerous punctures. Ateris inhaled sharply, astonished that the seemingly delicate feather could be so razor-sharp, and notably, it was utilized by Leonid without the invocation of a soul ring. In the distance, the mother scorpion lay lifeless, while the male scorpion grew increasingly agitated, launching its assault with reckless abandon. Ateris began to command Lu Yin to suppress with flames, instructing Fraser to confront the heavily injured mother scorpion that had been battered by Lu Yin. The lance of Ateris could not penetrate the defenses of the Scorpion King, yet the flames of Lu Yin proved to be its nemesis. Coupled with the restorative powers of Oscar's rejuvenating sausage, the demise of the Scorpion King was merely a matter of time. Bang! Depleted of soul energy, the Sagittarius Scorpion could no longer withstand Lu Yan's onslaught. Its other companion had already been dispatched by Fraser, and it stood no chance against the combined might of Ateris and Fraser. With a powerful charge, Lu Yin knocked the Sagittarius Scorpion onto its side with his massive horns. Seizing the opportunity, Ateris thrust the sharp tip of his lance directly into its abdomen, causing an unknown liquid to erupt forth. To prevent a dying counterattack from the Sagittarius Scorpion, Ateris refrained from delivering a finishing blow. With its abdomen pierced, death was imminent. After several minutes of futile struggle, the Sagittarius Scorpion finally succumbed to its fate, yellow light emanating from its body and coalescing into a brilliant golden soul ring. At last, it was resolved. Oscar, who had been watching the entire event unfold, erupted in jubilant cheers, appearing even more exhilarated than Ateris. Yet, deep within his gaze lingered a trace of unnoticeable envy. Come, partake of my restorative sausage to swiftly regain your soul energy. Oscar offered freshly made rejuvenating sausages to Fraser and Lu Yin, while Ateris needed none. For the soul energy he expended would be replenished during the absorption of the soul ring. Ateris summoned his soul power, drawing the soul ring generated by the death of the scorpion Saint Seiya towards him as he sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb its essence. The brilliant yellow soul ring, suspended in the air, found its rightful place. As Ateris pulled it toward his martial spirit, it seemed to awaken with consciousness, rushing forth. And the contained soul power flowed into Ateris's body like a sponge soaking up water. The spear and shield flanked him, greedily absorbing this influx of energy. Suddenly, a brilliant azure starlight illuminated from Ateris's chest, gradually ascending to his crown. Oscar gasped softly, leaning closer to discern the source of the light. Was this a relic of Brother Kratos? Oscar recognized it clearly. The radiant stone was the very one entrusted to Ateris by the restaurant owner who had benefited from Kratos before they departed from Borno. The stone, etched with mountain peaks and peculiar circular patterns, emitted a dazzling starlight that enveloped Ateris, rendering his form somewhat indistinguishable. The boys and girls marveled at the transformation of Ateris. Glancing towards Leonidas, who smiled thoughtfully while stroking his beard, which eased their concerns. Yet, Ateris, the focal point, felt his consciousness thrust into a peculiar realm. He beheld a towering peak, so high that its summit remained elusive even from 1,000 miles away. Striving to control his thoughts and seek the pinnacle, he found himself at the mountain's base, subsequently inhabiting the body of a soldier who bore a striking resemblance to his brother Kratos. This soldier, seemingly of modest talent, bore some similarities to himself, training alongside a gifted recruit of his age. They engaged in combat and rigorous drills, with the soldier repeatedly falling, yet steadfastly rising again. His indomitable spirit earned him the respect of his comrades, their shared bloodshed on the training grounds forging genuine camaraderie. For reasons unknown, they began to pack their belongings, setting forth to ascend the lofty peak above. In the face of an unexpected blizzard, they huddled under woolen blankets, confronting the sheer cliffs. They bore each other's weight to climb, and when faced with the capricious wrath of a dragon, they employed their wisdom and bravery to evade and outsmart it. After countless days and nights of toil, scaling immense boulders and overcoming numerous perils, they finally reached the summit. Yet, tragically, the soldier's companion had already exhausted his life force before attaining the peak. In that fleeting moment of triumph, his life flickered out like a candle extinguished by the wind. Standing atop the majestic peak, the soldier gazed into the vast expanse of the sky, feeling the wind rush past his ears. The weight of his companion's lifeless body behind him, and a brilliant star approaching him. The soul power resonating from the scorpion Saint Seiya's ring was not particularly formidable. Though Oscar had measured it and calculated that the scorpion had reached the threshold of 410 years, it was not a powerful soul beast, implying that the absorption of the ring should be swift. However, Fraser and Lu Yin had completed a meditation session, replenishing their previously consumed soul power with Oscar's restorative sausages. They observed for an extended period, and after 4 hours had elapsed since Ateris commenced absorbing the ring, he showed no signs of awakening. The trio, having previously absorbed soul rings and witnessed others do the same, found themselves perplexed by the situation, turning once more to Leonidas. The elder spoke gravely. Numerous factors affect the speed of soul ring absorption. The lower the quality of the soul ring, the less soul power it contains, leading to a quicker absorption process. Given your current physical conditions, absorbing an ordinary 10-year soul ring should typically take merely a little over 10 minutes. The quality of a soul ring is determined not only by its age, but also by the inherent strength of the soul beast. For instance, 200-year rings, one from a patterned bird spider and another from a human-faced demon spider, would naturally see the latter's ring possess superior quality, thus making it more challenging to absorb. What then? Fraser and Oscar inquired impatiently, yet Leonidas merely shook his head, reassuring them, rest assured, all signs from him are positive. A longer absorption time need not be a cause for concern. Now, rest. I shall keep watch tonight, allowing you to enjoy a peaceful slumber. Lu Yin, the most composed among them, felt no need for alarm. He leaned against a tree and closed his eyes, surrendering to sleep. Oscar remained by the fire, observing Ateris for a while longer until fatigue overcame him, prompting him to join Lu Yin in slumber. Fraser, however, remained silent, tending to the fire, seemingly lost in thought. What occupies your mind? Fraser's reverie was interrupted by Leonidas's voice. He looked up to find the wise elder gazing at him kindly, prompting him to glance at Ateris and murmur, I was pondering. Grandfather Leonidas, Why is it that despite his modest talent and looks, he is so well-liked? Leonidas chuckled softly. By whom? By you? By me? How could that be? Who claims I have any affection for him? Realizing his reaction might be overly intense and wishing not to disturb Oscar and Lu Yin, Fraser moderated his tone, affirming, I do not harbor feelings for him. I merely wish for him to become my knight. You have watched me grow. You must know that despite being Count Fraser, I possess no knight of my own. Your mother must have shared many tales of knights with you, yet she likely also conveyed that true knights are not easily found. Leonidas added logs to the fire, warming the knight further. I know, my mother said that a true knight must earn their loyalty through genuine heart. Fraser gently caressed the rose ring upon his finger, sighing. But how can I make him feel my sincerity? Through your actions. Actions? Indeed, actions. Leonidas gestured toward Ateris, who was in the midst of absorbing the soul ring. This young lad, along with Oscar, hails from the rural expanse of Borno. He is an orphan, taken in by Oscar's family. In their homeland, there exists a count named Ogunord. Ogunord? I am aware. Their family is notoriously hypocritical, and they were involved in that incident 20 years ago. That incident. Leonidas paused, refraining from delving into that incident, and continued. On the 1st of January last year, the king issued a decree based on the deliberations of the noble assembly. This decree unjustly burdened Oscar's father with a fine he should not have borne, compelling his parents to venture into the mountains to hunt in the treacherous snow, where they ultimately fell victim to soul beasts. Leonidas spoke at length, and Fraser began to grasp the implications. So, your suggestion is that because I am a noble, he would be reluctant to become my knight? Leonid shook his head and retorted. Does he truly despise every noble student in the academy? Fraser pondered for a moment and then shook his head. It seemed that he acted quite normally towards some noble students who had never targeted him. But did he treat all the work-study students as friends? Not entirely, as there were a few whom he loathed, deriding them as the lapdogs of the aristocracy and feeling shame in their company. Ha ha ha, Leonid chuckled as he stroked his beard. Thus, anyone who genuinely seeks his friendship will be met with respect. Fraser, there are matters that you may not yet comprehend at your age. But remember this. The reason your mother was able to make your father her knight, compelling him to risk his life to protect her, is that from the very beginning, she regarded him not as the lowly commoner your grandfather described, but as an equal, as a friend. Equality, friendship. These two terms were not unfamiliar to Fraser. Yet when articulated by grandfather Leonid, they seemed to resonate differently than in his previous understanding. Ateris awoke, his eyes fluttering open, only to discover the palm-sized stone left by his brother Kratos resting in his hand. His back felt heavy, and as he turned to grasp the source of the weight, he realized it was Freya, peacefully slumbering upon him. Gently, he cradled her and laid her down on the ground, draping a clean blanket over her form. If one were to rate Freya's beauty, Ateris would undoubtedly assign her a score of at least 9.5, with her fair complexion and striking features. Complemented by cascading golden locks that fell to her shoulders, she possessed an aristocratic grace that was captivating. If only she would smile more often, she would be utterly perfect. Freya stood as the most exquisite girl Ateris had encountered since arriving in this realm, surpassing even the ethereal girl with azure hair he had met over a year ago. A girl reminiscent of a snow sprite, known as Shui Binger. At some point, Freya had removed the sword sheath from his back, and now the sword and sheath lay entwined in her embrace. Ateris reached out to grasp the sheath, intending to retrieve the rose to ensure Freya's comfort and sleep, only to find that she was clutching it tightly, rendering it impossible to extract. Do not touch my sword. The sudden movement startled Freya awake. Her eyes flew open as she drew her sword, ready to strike. Ateris gently grasped her wrist and whispered in her ear, Freya, it is I, Ateris. Only then did Freya emerge from her startled daze, exhaling in relief. I apologize. I lost my composure. No, it is I who should apologize for waking you. Ateris retrieved the fallen blanket and draped it over her once more. The hour was still early, the dawn yet to break. She should rest a while longer. Freya clutched the rose tightly, glancing at Ateris and then at her sword, her large eyes sparkling. Ateris found her gaze exceptionally captivating. After a moment's hesitation, Freya did not extend the rose but reached out her hand to Ateris. What, do you wish to rise? Not to continue sleeping? Freya pouted, gesturing towards a nearby tree. Then extended her hand again. The tree? What do you mean? Do you desire to lean against it while you sleep? That would not be good for your spine. Lying on the ground is far better. I shall provide another layer beneath you. Do you possess a pillow within your ring? If so, that would be splendid. Noticing that Ateris had utterly misunderstood her intent, Freya rolled her eyes in exasperation, throwing the rose directly at him before dragging the blanket and making her way over. Settling beneath the tree, she glanced at Oscar and Lu Yin, who were sleeping close together, then looked back at the perplexed Ateris. Muttering a mild curse at his foolishness before disregarding him entirely, Ateris watched as Fraser drifted into slumber. Once her breathing stabilized, he commenced his meditation practice. Having fully absorbed his first soul ring, he required some time to acclimate to the surge of soul power within him, while also familiarizing himself with his inaugural soul skill. The moon hung bright amidst a sparse starry sky, as flocks of migratory birds embarked on their annual journey southward, seeking the warmth of the coming season. Despite October being only half spent, a refreshing northern breeze swept through, the stars shifted, and time flowed steadily onward. As the horizon to the east began to blush with the first light of dawn, when the first rays of sunlight kissed the earth, Ateris opened his eyes, welcoming the arrival of a new day. The rising sun was breathtaking, draped in a vibrant crimson dawn, reminiscent of a bashful maiden partially concealing her face behind a peepa. Fraser's brow, once furrowed, now lay relaxed, a gentle smile gracing her lips, revealing the sweetness of her slumber. Ateris secured his rose and summoned his spear and shield, moving back a little to commence his morning practice. The interplay of spear and shield, opening and closing, had been a routine for Ateris, who had long since lost count of the times he had wielded them, yet he persevered daily in his training. Upon awakening from slumber or meditation, one's spirit is typically relaxed, and Ateris was no exception. However, as a wielder of the gun-shield martial spirit, he was an anomaly. He quickly detected the sound of something slicing through the air. Was it a stealthy attack from a soul beast? Or perhaps the vengeful strike of the 3 starlight scorpions? Regardless of the identity of the threat, Ateris swiftly made a decision, positioning his shield to intercept the oncoming projectile. Before he could ascertain what was attacking him, a series of piercing sounds echoed as projectiles shot forth from the previous direction. Ateris instinctively protected his vital areas beneath his sturdy shield and executed a roll to evade the assault. At that moment, he finally discerned the source of the threat, for jet-black feathers embedded in the ground where he had been standing. Alongside another one lodged in his shield, 5 raven feathers in total. Impressive reflexes and speed. You are no weaker than a similarly ranked agile attack soul master. The voice belonged to Leonidas, who had skillfully launched the feathers. He glided down from a nearby tree, his movements devoid of any soul power fluctuations, which piqued Ateris' curiosity. Having known Leonidas for over a year, he remained unaware of his true strength. Leonidas approached closely to inspect Ateris' martial spirit, noting that it had not undergone any alteration from absorbing soul rings. However, this was merely the first soul ring, and the Starlight Scorpion was not particularly formidable. The outcome would depend on the future absorption of soul rings. What does it signify that there have been no changes from absorbing the soul ring, Master Leonidas? Ateris inquired. Leonidas lifted his gaze and retrieved a flask of clear water from his soul guide ring, offering it to Ateris as he elucidated. Every martial spirit possesses its unique characteristics. Some, like water, change hue with the addition of pigments, while others, akin to gold, remain unyielding and do not blend with other substances. The former type of martial spirit, during a soul master's growth, tends to absorb various types of soul rings, integrating multiple attributes and characteristics of the corresponding soul beasts. This process, often glorified as inclusiveness, can result in the loss of the martial spirit's essential traits, particularly prevalent among plant-based martial spirits. However, Ateris pondered. You mentioned Oscar's sausage martial spirit requires different types of soul rings for each one. Wouldn't that lead to a similar issue? Leonidas shook his head. Food martial spirits are an exception. They belong to a subclass of auxiliary martial spirits. Their defining trait is that no matter what type of soul ring they absorb, their martial spirit remains unchanged by the characteristics of the rings. Each time a food martial spirit acquires a soul ring, it creates a different manifestation with distinct properties. But these manifestations do not affect the original form. The continent's premier martial spirits, such as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, renowned as the mightiest beast martial spirit, and the Hautian Hammer, the foremost weapon martial spirit, remain unchanged in appearance and characteristics regardless of the soul rings they possess. Remember, should a martial spirit excessively absorb disparate attributes early in its development to bolster its strength, it will inevitably weaken in later stages, becoming overly reliant on the soul skills provided by the soul rings, thereby failing to unleash the true power of its martial form, unless what? Ateris pressed. Unless it possesses a twin martial spirit, Leonidas concluded. Now, let us focus on the matter at hand. It suffices for now to confirm that your martial spirit has not changed due to the absorption of soul rings. Let me see what your first soul skill entails. You should have gained some preliminary understanding during your meditation. Ateris concentrated, and a bright yellow first soul ring emerged from beneath him. The skill was as he had anticipated, a brief accumulation of energy to conjure a manifestation of a long spear, which he could then hurl. The longer the accumulation, the greater the soul power involved, thus enhancing its might and range. It sounded straightforward, merely a matter of throwing, akin to tossing stones by a person with two functional hands, even if they had never thrown a spear before. However, the act of conjuring a manifestation was beyond Ateris's current comprehension. Moreover, this soul skill did not inherit the one-time characteristic of the Starlight Scorpion. Otherwise, once the spear was thrown, Ateris would be left with only a shield, severely diminishing his offensive capability. Soul skills can range from intricate to straightforward, and their potency ultimately depends on the quality of the soul ring itself. Leonidas remarked. Though he withheld one crucial point, should one grasp the intricacies of soul rings and create a soul skill based on an existing one? The power of the self-created skill would not be affected by the quality of the soul ring, but rather determined by the soul master's own soul power. However, Leonidas deemed this concept too distant for a child newly elevated to the rank of soul master, so he chose not to elaborate, confident that time would provide ample opportunity for instruction. Now, let us conduct an experiment. Leonidas indicated a tree 30 meters away. Use it as a target and demonstrate the power of your first soul skill. All right, Ateris responded, but instead of targeting the tree Leonidas had pointed out, he turned and focused on a prominent tree in the thicket from which the Starlight Scorpions had approached the previous night, standing over 50 meters away. In the next moment, his soul ring radiated a brilliant light, and the spear he had been holding transformed into an ethereal form before gradually solidifying, replaced by the manifestation conjured from his soul power. Ateris raised his arm, positioning the gun upon his shoulder. With his forearm and upper arm forming a right angle slightly above his head, the muzzle dipping slightly below the butt, he commenced the preliminary motions for his throw. In the first step, he advanced with his left foot while his right foot confidently moved forward, simultaneously retracting his right shoulder and drawing the gun back, thus widening the angle between his arms to 100 degrees. In the second step, as his right foot made contact with the ground, his left foot lifted and moved ahead, continuing the retraction of his right shoulder until the draw was complete. In the third step, his left foot landed while his right knee naturally bent, the thigh propelling the calf forward with vigor. As the right leg approached the left leg swiftly extended with force, urging the right leg to advance more rapidly. In the fourth step, his right foot touched down, and at this moment, all his weight settled onto the bent right leg, the right arm fully extended, and his entire body assumed a poised bow position. Leonid observed Ateris's sequence of movements with astonishment. He had never witnessed such intricate maneuvers executed during the release of a soul technique. Yet, the boy before him, scarcely taller than his shoulder, evoked a sense of beauty that intertwined power and skill in that moment. Beauty. This was a lofty commendation. Throughout his 50 years as a soul master, Leonid had witnessed countless battles among soul masters, between soul masters and soul beasts, and among soul beasts themselves. He discovered an intriguing phenomenon. The mightier the soul master and soul beast, and the more formidable the soul technique employed, the more aesthetically pleasing the battle became. If Leonid were to select the most aesthetically pleasing soul technique on the continent, he would undoubtedly cast his vote for the chaotic wind hammer technique of the Haotian sect, the unparalleled mastery of the foremost sect. 14 years prior, he had witnessed one of the Haotian sect's prodigies, Tang Hao, execute this extraordinary technique. At that time, Tang Hao was on the cusp of reaching the rank of Soul Douluo, yet he was able to withstand a full-force strike from an 85 rank attack type Douluo, all thanks to this exceptional skill of the Haotian sect. It is said that the chaotic wind hammer technique is not even the most powerful technique of the Haotian sect. Above it lies the Grand Samura hammer, though he regrettably had never seen it. Yet now, a mere 7-year-old boy, recently having transcended into a soul master, had revealed to him the essence of beauty. The spear in Ateris's hand was infused with nearly 80% of his soul power, which he exerted with all his might towards the towering tree he had chosen as his target. The spear transformed into a meteor, soaring through the air. With a resounding thud, it pierced through the massive tree, creating a gaping hole in its trunk. After this forceful impact, the momentum of the meteor waned, continuing its trajectory for several more meters before burying itself into the ground, subsequently dissipating into the atmosphere like twinkling starlight. Leonid glided over to the tree, meticulously examining the damage inflicted by Ateris's first soul skill. The hollow left behind was astonishingly smooth. Drilling a hole in a tree with a diameter of half a meter is not an insurmountable task. An adult without soul power could accomplish this eventually, given time and the right tools. However, to instantaneously create a smooth hole in a tree trunk of that size is a formidable feat not even a beginner soul master, nor someone of the ranks of Soul Venerable or Soul Sect, could easily replicate such an effect. This is not due to a lack of power in their soul skills, but rather a deficiency in their mastery over soul power. Leonid had encountered countless so-called geniuses, yet those at Ateris's age had far less control over their soul power. Turning his gaze back, he noticed Ateris sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted, resembling a lifeless fish. The commotion had roused Oscar and Fraser from their slumber, who now rubbed their bleary eyes in disbelief at Ateris's remarkable achievement. "My goodness, Ateris, is this your soul skill?" Oscar exclaimed as he bounded over to Ateris, gently patting his cheek. Heavens, if this were directed at a person. Ateris gently brushed off Oscar's inappropriate advance, rolling his eyes as he remarked, "I exerted a significant portion of my soul power on that. Do you think it can be wasted so casually? Quickly, prepare a sausage for me to eat." "All right, here it comes. Behold my magnificent recovery sausage." Oscar chanted his soul incantation, swiftly conjuring a large sausage and presenting it to Ateris. At that moment, Fraser also regained consciousness. Kneeling gracefully before Ateris, their gazes locking in mutual understanding. "Have you named this soul skill?" she inquired. "Indeed, I have dubbed it the star-piercing spear." On October 13th, Ateris and his companions finally returned to Borno City. Upon their arrival, Leonid promptly escorted Oscar, Fraser, and Lu Yen back to school, as their trip had exceeded the duration of their leave, and it was imperative for students to report back immediately. Subsequently, Leonid took Ateris to the Spirit Hall's main palace in Borno City, in the continent. When a low-rank soul master breaks through to a new realm, it is crucial for them to register at the Spirit Hall. For those hailing from sects or noble backgrounds, this registration is often seen as optional, as they do not require the Spirit Hall to validate their status. However, for commoner soul masters, whether seeking to enter the soul-hunting forest for spirit rings or to secure a lucrative job, the Spirit Hall's Soul Master Ledger is indispensable. Most importantly, it is necessary for receiving the Soul Master Allowance. This allowance is not granted unconditionally. 3 fundamental requirements must be met. 1. Registration at the Spirit Hall. 2. Soul power between levels 11 and 39. 3. Age under 30 years. Ateris's assessment is completely free. The essence of the Soul Master Subsidy is to provide financial assistance to impoverished civilian soul masters, ensuring that they have at least a basic standard of living during the early stages of their careers. For instance, soul masters between levels 11 and 20 can receive 1 gold soul coin each month. What does 1 gold soul coin signify? In the Douluo continent, there are 3 types of currency: gold soul coins, silver soul coins, and copper soul coins, with a value ratio of 110:1, though there are slight regional discrepancies. At least this is the officially announced exchange rate. Taking the prices of firewood and grain at the rural market in Borno as an example, during winter, the price of pine charcoal is 1 copper soul coin per pound, while 1 copper soul coin can purchase 6 pounds of firewood. The more one buys at once, the lower the unit price. For example, 100 pounds of pine charcoal does not cost 1 gold soul coin, but rather between 40 and 60 silver soul coins. The price varies with quality. The primary grain produced in the Borno region is wheat, and 1 copper soul coin is sufficient to buy 10 pounds of wheat or 5 pounds of flour. Previously, Ateris had no concept of how 1 gold soul coin could sustain a family of 3 for months, but after witnessing the prices of essentials in this world, he realized its truth. For a family of 3 in the city, living on 1 gold soul coin for 3 months is indeed a tall order. However, in the countryside, 1 gold soul coin is not only adequate, but can even allow for savings with frugality. Thus, it is evident that this subsidy is an entirely cost-free benefit for civilian soul masters. Many civilian soul masters have likely weathered difficult times thanks to this subsidy, which is also one of the reasons the Spirit Hall has garnered support from the civilian soul master community. Every situation has its advantages and disadvantages, depending on one's perspective. While it benefits civilian soul masters and the Spirit Hall, it poses a disadvantage for the 2 empires. The Spirit Hall is an organization of soul masters rather than a governing body, lacking the authority to levy taxes from the populace. Such extensive expenditures would be beyond their capacity. It is important to note that the only requirement to receive the Soul Master subsidy is registration with the Spirit Hall, not becoming a direct Soul Master under their aegis. Therefore, the Spirit Hall cannot operate without profit. All subsidies for non-direct Soul Masters from the Spirit Hall are sourced from the finances of empires, kingdoms, and principalities, with the Spirit Hall merely acting as a disbursing agency. As for why the Spirit Hall manages the distribution instead of the state, Ateris had inquired with Leonid, the esteemed elder of Borno, who curtly replied, "Mind your own business." Even the usually patient Leonid declined to elaborate, suggesting that there must have been considerable negotiations behind the scenes, possibly involving undisclosed turmoil. Otherwise, Ateris could not fathom why the two empires would so foolishly entrust the distribution of the Soul Master subsidy, an easy means to gain favor with civilian Soul Masters, to the Spirit Hall. Ateris is indeed keen to uncover the secrets behind this arrangement. However, it is still premature for him to pursue this knowledge. For now, he is eager to complete his Soul Master certification in order to receive his subsidy next month. Upon arriving at the Borno main hall, Ateris has grown accustomed to passing by this magnificent structure during his visits to Leonid's residence with Oscar throughout the year. The guards at the entrance, unarmored yet radiating waves of soul power, are each stronger than Ateris, with one possessing the strength of a great Soul Master. Ah, is that not Ateris? What brings you here? Did Elder Leonid send you to deliver a message? Although Leonid adopts a hands-off approach with Ateris and the others, as the honorary elder of the Borno main hall, he still takes the basic step of guiding his wards, often sending the three boys on errands during his time off. Hence, the guards are familiar with Ateris. Ateris politely greeted and explained his purpose. "Hello, Brother Lemit. I have just returned from the soul hunting forest and have become a Soul Master. I am here to undergo Soul Master certification." Upon hearing that Ateris was there for certification, the envy in Lemit's eyes was unmistakable. "How impressive. I never imagined you would also become a Soul Master." Master Leonid is indeed fortunate to have such talented students. Not only Lemit, but the other guards also expressed their admiration. The youngest among them had just turned 16. Yet aside from Lemit, none had managed to advance to the rank of Great Soul Master, leaving them all with little hope of breaking through to the esteemed rank of Soul Respect. "Since you are here for certification, you may proceed directly to the second floor." Just before your arrival, a Soul Master entered for certification, and Steward Rogers should be in the testing room. "Thank you, Brother Lemit," Ateris replied gratefully, striding into the main hall of Borno. Even after Ateris's figure had vanished from sight, the envy in the guards' eyes lingered. One of them remarked, "How wonderful. With Master Leonid's guidance, he has advanced to Soul Master at such a young age. He will surely become a Soul King in the future, right?" "Nonsense. Surely. He must aim for a Soul Emperor. You're just rambling. I recall this child is not yet 7.5 years old. Achieving the rank of Soul Master at such a tender age means he must be starting at innate level 6, especially with Master Leonid's mentorship. I believe he will at least become a Soul Sage." All right, calm down," Lemit interjected, silencing his brothers. "Regardless of his talents, let us focus on ourselves. While we are still young, let us strive diligently in our training to reach greater heights. If one truly feels lacking in talent, it would be wiser to refrain from indulgence, save money for a good wife, and raise a healthy child, nurturing the next generation." Listening to Lemit's words, the guards set aside their futile envy. Indeed, no matter how envious they felt, it was of little use. For them, the common Soul Masters starting at innate level 1, or even half level, a stable and fulfilling life was sufficient. The architectural grandeur of the Martial Soul main hall far surpassed that of the Borno sub-hall. The Birmingham main hall was not a singular structure but a composition of several buildings, resembling the model of the Pope's Hall, Elders Hall, Offering Hall, and Douluo Hall found in the Martial Soul City. Ateris now enters the Grand Hall designated for administrative purposes, a space accessible solely to individuals affiliated with the Spirit Hall. The main hall of Birmingham serves as a reception area for Spirit Masters from all of Hagens and even other nations, creating a lively atmosphere within. As Ateris steps inside, he observes a multitude of Spirit Masters of various ranks bustling about. The lower-ranked individuals are primarily present to undergo Spirit Master certification, allowing them to subsequently receive their allowances, or to submit requests for permits to venture into the soul-hunting forest in search of soul rings for themselves or their companions. A 7-year-old child walking alone in the Grand Hall inevitably draws considerable attention, and Ateris can feel several pairs of eyes upon him. "Is that you, Ateris?" a woman exclaims, making her way towards him. She is tall and elegantly attired in a well-fitted gown that accentuates her alluring curves. Her rare white hair is adorned with exquisite jewelry, enhancing her captivating presence. Ateris gazed thoughtfully at the woman who greeted him, scratching his head in confusion, unable to recall her identity. Noticing the bewildered look in Ateris's eyes, the woman feigned annoyance and remarked, "What? Have you forgotten me simply because my hair color has changed? I even awakened my martial soul for you." Oh, now it dawned on him. If she were to swap her ceremonial gown for the white attire of the martial soul hall and remove her jewelry, she would indeed be Mo Yoshua, the very person he had assisted in awakening her martial soul over a year ago. "Sister Mo, it's good to see you again. Have you remembered now? You recognize me, yet I am the one who is forgotten. How absurd." Mo Yoshua teased, though the smile on her face betrayed no hint of anger. Beside her stood a well-dressed gentleman, who curiously inquired, "Schwer, encountering an acquaintance, why not introduce me?" Mo Yoshua affectionately linked her arm with the gentleman's and introduced, "This is a child I met last year while serving as a temporary inspection officer in Borno. Do you recall the child I mentioned who possessed innate full soul power? That's him." "Oh, no. He is not that child but a companion of his, yet he too possesses innate level 4, just like me." Upon learning that Ateris was of innate level 4, the man's eyes brightened, and he remarked, "Innate level 4 is quite commendable. With diligent training, you shall undoubtedly advance to the rank of Soul Master within a year. After all, your sister Mo achieved her breakthrough to level 10 just before her 8th birthday, correct?" "Chua? Indeed, indeed. You and Oscar studied under Master Reynard, and surely you advanced to Soul Master at an age even younger than mine." Mo Yoshua praised Ateris before turning gently to the gentleman and added, "Speaking of which, I must express my gratitude to Master Reynard. Without his procurement of a 1,500-year-old third soul ring for me, your mother would never have consented to our union." Upon hearing the name Reynard, the gentleman's eyes gleamed even brighter, as if he were about to devour Ateris. Casting aside the enamored gaze he held for Mo Yoshua, Ateris could no longer endure such a gaze and spoke up. "I have matters to attend to, Sister Mo. I'll take my leave now." "Oh, allow me to accompany you," Mo Yoshua replied, releasing her grip on her male companion's hand. She affectionately said, "You go ahead with your errands, and I shall assist him." With that, she swiftly caught up with Ateris. Whether it was due to her innate beauty and kindness, her gratitude towards Leonid, or perhaps a desire to draw closer to him through Ateris, Mo Yoshua took Ateris's hand, guiding him through the grand hall. "Ateris, what brings you here this time? Are you here to convey a message or recruit on behalf of Master Leonid?" "Neither." Ateris shook his head. "I am here for Soul Master certification." "Oh, Soul Master certification?" Mo Yoshua gasped, covering her lips in surprise. "You have advanced to Soul Master?" "Naturally." Ateris remarked, "I recently acquired my first soul ring in the soul hunting forest just a few days ago. I returned to Breminton today, eager to complete my Soul Master certification so that I may receive my Soul Master subsidy next month." "How astonishing. I never anticipated that you would ascend to the ranks of a Soul Master so swiftly," Mo Yoshua replied with a resigned smile, her tone laced with self-deprecation. "I naively believed that with Master Leonid's guidance, your progression would only slightly outpace mine. Yet, here you are, 7 months ahead of me. I truly am." Ateris was uncertain whether he should offer solace to Mo Yoshua, as he always felt an inexplicable burden upon himself, though he remained oblivious to the nature of this weight. Ateris was thus led by Mo Yoshua, ascending to the 2nd floor and arriving at the door of the examination room. Mo Yoshua slightly bent forward and smiled, saying, "All right. This is as far as I can take you. Deacon Rogers is a very amiable person. You can ask him anything without hesitation." After finishing her words, she gently patted Ateris on the head and began to walk back in the direction they had come from, watching her tall figure retreat. Ateris couldn't help but call out, "Sister Mo?" "Yes? What is it?" She replied, "It's nothing. Thank you. Goodbye." "No need to thank me." Mo Yoshua responded with a radiant smile. A beam of golden sunlight pierced through the stained glass of the grand hall, illuminating her figure. As her elegant gown shimmered in harmony with the light, and her headdress sparkled brilliantly, reflecting the sun's rays, Ateris longed to express to her that the man was clearly of ill intent. However, he found no justification to utter such words. He waved goodbye to her and pushed open the door of the examination room, which closed behind him, sealing away her smile forever. "You are the daughter of Borno. Fortunate that you have not forgotten her. Your blood flows through a river, your hair transforms into the snow that blankets the sky, and your heart is interred within this land. Daughter of Borno, today you have returned home. Farewell." In the year 2655, on September 9th, in the city of Tianshui. 2 years hence, the northern province is a direct jurisdiction of the Tiando Empire, bordered to the west by the Kingdom of Haagen-Dazs. And to the north lies one of the continent's 3 major gathering areas for soul beasts. As its name suggests, the northern province is situated in the northern expanse of the Tiando Empire, with 2/3 of its territory being vast plains. Although the northern province boasts an extensive area capable of accommodating 2 Barak kingdoms, its population is merely 1/3 that of Barak. A vast expanse of plains is not always advantageous, lacking the formidable mountain barriers found in the Kingdom of Haagen-Dazs. The northern province must confront each year the relentless cold winds and snow that sweep down from the far north. The harsh environment presents an even greater challenge to the province's 21 million inhabitants, particularly in times of war. The 5-month-long winter is a relentless battle between man and nature, compelling the people to employ every means necessary to endure the protracted cold, with fervent hopes for the arrival of spring. This unique climate has fostered a distinctive culture, giving rise to the most singular ice and snow culture on the Douluo continent, nurturing a populace that reveres ice and snow as divine. Within the northern province lie 2 cities of considerable importance. The first is the provincial capital, Calgary City, located in the southeast. Calgary serves as the political, economic, and cultural hub of the northern province, positioned at the confluence of the Tiando and Tianshui rivers, controlling the vital waterways of the Tianshui. The second city, Tianshui City, is situated in the central region of the province, at the midpoint of the Tianshui River, and is the economic lifeblood of both the central and northern areas of the province. On November 25th, the snowfall had commenced in the northern regions as early as late October, and now, the entire northern province was adorned in a cloak of silver. The twilight's glow cast a captivating veil over the pristine white landscape, rendering it exceptionally enchanting. As the sun dipped below the horizon, 2 horse-drawn carriages made their way towards Tianshui City. From the rear carriage, a girl lifted the door curtain, her gaze falling upon the powerful characters of Tianshui emblazoned at the city gate, her expression a mix of annoyance and indignation. She lowered the curtain and playfully kicked the boy resting against the soft cushions within the carriage, letting out a soft huff. "Look, the Tianshui City you've been yearning for has arrived." The boy, startled, opened his eyes briefly, met her gaze, and quickly shut them again, feigning a yawn. "Oh, where's the yearning? You cannot simply tarnish my reputation." The girl rolled her eyes but chose not to pursue the matter further. "Ari, we have arrived at Tianshui City. Have you woken up? It's time to disembark." Oscar's cheerful voice rang from the front carriage, prompting Ari to peer out the window. Noticing that Oscar and Lu Yin had already exited their carriage to undergo inspection by the guards, the horse pulling their carriage, gentle in demeanor, obediently halted as the lead carriage came to a stop. Ateris was the first to descend from the carriage. After more than 2 years, his appearance had undergone considerable transformation. Although merely 9.5 years of age, he had already reached a height of approximately 1.70 meters, indicating remarkable development. As a soul master, his attire was notably modest, consisting of coarse linen garments typically worn by commoners. However, they were tailored impeccably, presenting a clean and neat appearance. His raven black hair was cropped short, and his facial features, though not conventionally handsome, bore a resolute expression that exuded confidence and vitality. A hand as pure as jade gracefully lifted the door curtain, resting upon Ateris's raised wrist, elegantly assisting herself with the tailored garment as she stepped down from the carriage. Her golden hair was neatly gathered atop her head, and her exquisite visage displayed a hint of spirited charm. Clad in the favored white attire of young soul masters, she appeared strikingly mature for her 9 years, as her chest seemed to have a slight prominence. The fitted trousers accentuated her long, slender legs, which would envy the majority of women, and she wore a pair of finely crafted riding boots. Standing alongside the boy, she seemed to tower just slightly above him. It was none other than Fraser. Fraser cupped her hands, gently exhaling warm breath, yet still feeling cold, so she simply slipped her hands into the boy's pockets, lamenting. "In the dead of winter, why must we travel such a distance to this Tianshui city? Is it truly impossible to find the soul ring you desire at Haagen-Dazs? Or is it, as Oscar suggested, that you have come here for a certain talent at Tianshui Academy?" Ateris offered an awkward smile and remarked, "There is nothing of the sort. I merely ventured there to deliver a letter to Master Leonid." With that, he produced an envelope, waving it before Fraser as an explanation. Fraser shot Ateris an exasperated glance, retorting, "You know perfectly well what's in your heart. After all, I am not someone significant in your life. So why should I concern myself with your affairs?" Ateris found himself momentarily at a loss for words, resorting to etching a 3-room apartment in the snow with his foot. He glanced at the picturesque Shanshui city and the distant Tianshui River, occasionally murmuring to himself, this Tianshui city is quite vast, and the Tianshui River is rather wide. Ahead, Oscar was engaged in a dispute with the city gate guards, presenting some form of identification and gesturing towards Ateris and Fraser. The guards scrutinized the direction indicated by Oscar and, after a moment of consideration, nodded in acquiescence. It appeared they would be granted passage. Oscar deposited a few copper soul coins into a box at the city gate, turned, waved his hand, and called out, "REI, we can enter now. But we must wait until we are inside the city to board the carriage. We can only walk on foot through the gate." "Understood. You all go ahead. Fraser and I will follow closely behind." The group smoothly entered Tianshui City. Once inside, however, Fraser hesitated to return to the carriage. For the streets were lined with an enchanting array of ice sculptures, a sight seldom seen in the kingdom of Häagen-Dazs. Although winters there were equally frigid. The atmosphere of ice and snow did not possess the same richness as that of Tianshui City. Ateris purchased a candied hawthorn from a street vendor, crafted from a fruit he was quite familiar with. The Häagen-Dazs kingdom, however, does not produce hawthorn. Thus Fraser immediately fell in love with the taste of the candied treat upon his first encounter. Indeed, the allure of sweetness proves irresistible to women of all ages. The previous pride and anger dissipated in the presence of sugar. After entering the city of Tianshui, darkness enveloped the surroundings in no time. Yet Ateris resolutely traversed half the urban area to locate Tianshui Academy, where he found accommodation in a nearby hotel. Tomorrow, he would finally meet her. "We are honored by Tianshui, and Tianshui is honored by us." Motto of Tianshui Academy on the morning of the second day. Ateris and his companions entered the intermediate branch of Tianshui Soul Master Academy. The northern Yuan province shares a border with the Häagen-Dazs kingdom, leading to frequent exchanges between the two regions. As the honorary principal of the Häagen-Dazs Advanced Soul Master Academy, Leonid enjoys considerable renown at Tianshui Academy. Thus, upon presenting their purpose, Oscar, as Leonid's disciple, was warmly escorted by the director of the branch and several teachers to the reception room. "Please, take a seat. Welcome to Tianshui Academy. I had no idea that Master Leonid had taken on a disciple. I truly am quite uninformed. Ahaha." Once settled, Oscar formally produced a letter and handed it to the director. The letter was a response from Leonid regarding an invitation for academic exchange from the affiliated Junior Soul Master Academy of Tianshui, which Ateris had encouraged Oscar to deliver, as he was at a loss for reasons to visit Tianshui City otherwise. It was indeed delightful that Master Leonid was willing to engage in academic exchange at Tianshui Academy after the spring. The director, an elderly woman, read the contents of the letter with increasing joy, her gaze towards Oscar filled with admiration. "At such a young age, you have already cultivated to the 22nd level, truly worthy of being Leonid's disciple. Might we have the honor of witnessing your martial soul? Well, that would not be a problem. I shall humbly present it." With a beaming smile, Ateris gazed at Oscar as he showcased his remarkable talent. Indeed, as his martial soul and soul rings were revealed one after another, the teachers from the Tianshui Academy could hardly contain their admiration, showering Oscar with praises that left him somewhat bashful. However, Ateris gradually became somewhat distracted, for his visit to Tianshui City was not merely to deliver a message, but rather to meet someone and reclaim a particular item. Ateris was unaware of how long he had been lost in a trance until a familiar yet unfamiliar voice reached his ears. "Director, I hear there is a guest seeking me. I wonder from where this guest hails." Indeed, although she was not of ethereal beauty, upon their first encounter, he felt as though he were gazing upon a snow sprite. Speaking of which, when was the first time he laid eyes upon her? Ateris slowly opened his eyes, and it took him a moment to realize he was lying in bed. The north wind had ceased its howling, and the room was enveloped in silence. He could hear the crackling of the fire in the hearth, and the fragrant aroma of firethorn berries wafted through the narrow earthen dwelling. Ateris felt an eager desire to savor a spoonful of the meat broth. Finally awake, brave Ateris, after 2 days of slumber. Sophia approached the bedside, took her pillow, and propped it up. Perhaps finding the straw-filled pillow too thin, she placed Oscar's cotton-filled pillow atop it. Gently, she helped Ateris sit up and tenderly leaned him against the pillow before bustling over to the hearth. Sophia retrieved a wooden bowl. For most items in this room were fashioned from wood, with the exception of a solitary kitchen knife, leaving no trace of ironware. She filled the bowl generously with broth, contemplating for a moment before fishing out 2 pieces of meat from the bottom. then took a wooden spoon and returned to the bedside, offering the bowl to Ateris. How do you feel? Do you have strength? I can manage, Aunt Sophia. Ateris gently accepted the bowl of soup, in which the milky broth was adorned with floating pieces of chopped firethorn fruit. As he dipped his spoon to the bottom of the bowl, 2 tender morsels of rabbit meat surfaced. Aunt Sophia tenderly cautioned, "Be careful while drinking. It is still hot." Ateris cautiously blew on the meat, the tantalizing aroma of the tender rabbit igniting his appetite. Once the meat had cooled slightly, he eagerly devoured a piece. The rabbit was cooked to perfection, melting effortlessly in his mouth. Sophia retrieved her needle and thread, along with a set of leather, skillfully stripped from the gentle rabbit hunted by Douluo, which had now been properly cured. She intended to craft a pair of suitably sized rabbit skin gloves for Oscar and Ateris. Observing Ateris relishing his meal brought a smile to Sophia's face. "How is it? Is the flavor satisfactory?" Ateris cautiously cradled the bowl, savoring the soup sip by sip. The spiciness of the firethorn fruit began to bead fine sweat on his forehead and nose. After consuming a bowl, he felt as though his internal organs had been rejuvenated, akin to sitting beside a warm hearth. "The flavor is exquisite, Aunt Sophia," Ateris exclaimed. I would like another bowl." Sophia responded with a warm smile, shaking her head gently. "How can you fill your belly with just soup? It is merely to warm your stomach. I shall fetch you a bowl of porridge." As she took the bowl away, Ateris felt the lingering warmth in his hands, and his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the figure reminiscent of his aunt. Aunt Sophia was strikingly beautiful, with captivating almond-shaped eyes. Although she was referred to as aunt, she was merely a year older than Uncle Omaro, at the tender age of 22. Despite having given birth to Oscar, she maintained an enviable figure. Aside from a few calluses from labor and slightly sun-kissed skin, she embodied the youthful vitality expected at her age. In her younger days, Sophia had numerous suitors, yet she ultimately chose Omaro, who was slightly younger but honest and capable. The household's patriarch, Omaro, harbored a singular ambition: to earn enough to relieve Sophia from the burdens of labor. He longed for her hands to be as delicate and fair as those of Countess Ogundot. "Where have Aunt Sophia, Oscar, and Omaro gone?" Ateris inquired. Sophia approached with a bowl of porridge. "They have gone to gather firewood. The blizzard has subsided for now, but we cannot know if it will return. We must ensure we have enough wood stored at home." Ateris took the bowl from Aunt Sophia's hands, first licking around the rim before he began to sip the porridge in small mouthfuls. He yearned to finish it quickly, yet he feared that haste might cause the porridge to spill over the edge, resulting in waste. For the impoverished, wasting food equates to wasting life itself. Ateris slowly finished his porridge, meticulously licking the bowl clean without a trace of waste. Sophia paused her needlework, stowed the bowl away in the cupboard, then picked up a basket and donned her headscarf. "Aunt Sophia, are you heading out?" "Indeed, it's a rare sunny day. I intend to venture up the mountain in hopes of discovering a squirrel or chipmunk nest. If fortune smiles upon me, you shall enjoy chestnut or pine nut porridge tonight. And if I happen upon walnuts, that would be even better." Aunt Sophia chattered as she stepped outside, leaving Ateris alone. The firewood in the hearth crackled intermittently, and apart from that, not even the wind stirred a sound, leaving the room enveloped in silence. Beside the fire, a small earthenware pot brimmed with water, from which wisps of steam ascended, lending a touch of humidity to the otherwise arid space. Ateris mustered the strength to rise from his slumber, his head still clouded with drowsiness, yet he managed to steady himself. Pushing open the door, he found that no snowflakes fell from the sky. Only a cold breeze occasionally reminded him that the harsh winter had not yet relented. "If I were a soul master, father, must we truly venture into the Count's woods to gather firewood?" Oscar had reached a boundary marker, beyond which lay the private forest of the Count of Aognot. The marker bore several prominent characters along with 2 lines of smaller text. Gently brushing his fingers against the stone, Oscar noted that he could only reach 2/3 of its height, requiring him to extend his hand to touch the largest characters inscribed upon it. Aognot. Though Oscar was not yet of reading age, these 4 characters were familiar to him, representing the most esteemed family in the Borno region. Each year, after the harvest, his parents would labor at the estate of the Count of Aognot, his father performing various tasks while his mother harvested cotton. Otherwise, their meager 2 acres would scarcely sustain a family of 4. Omaro shook the basket of firewood on his back, containing less than 10 pounds, and sighed at his son's inquiry. "Alas, we have set out too late. Now, the only place nearby to gather firewood is within the Count's forest." Oscar remained concerned and posed another question. "But, if we gather wood in the Count's forest, won't we be punished?" I heard that those who steal grain from the Countess' estate are whipped severely if caught. Ha ha, his father chuckled, patting Oscar's small head. Rest assured. We are merely collecting the twigs that have fallen to the ground. We aren't using axes or saws. So how could it be considered theft? I gathered wood here last year without facing any punishment. With that, Oscar followed his father into the forest, noticing something odd. The boundary marker, which had lacked the smaller text before winter, now bore it. Yet, neither Oscar nor his father could read very well, so they paid it little mind. As they ventured deeper into the woods, Oscar discovered that the outer area had been stripped of dry branches, likely gathered by the local residents long ago. His father suggested that it might also be the work of the displaced, those unfortunate souls who, in their desperation, braved the cold to collect firewood. As they progressed further into the woods, Oscar spotted a group of individuals clad in tattered clothing. Some were even barefoot. Among them were both elderly folks and children, silently scavenging the fallen timber in the tranquil forest. The moment the Oscar brothers revealed themselves, the group of displaced individuals turned to gaze at them. Their expressions a mix of surprise, fear, and a hint of greed. In an instant, Omaro drew his axe, gripping it tightly, arching his back as he pushed Oscar behind him. Silence enveloped the scene. Oscar obediently remained still behind his father, unafraid. He counted 5 adult men among the displaced, and his heart settled, knowing his father was skilled and that these emaciated individuals posed no threat. The woods fell silent once more, with Oscar keenly aware of the displaced people's breaths. His father, like a vigilant leopard, kept his gaze fixed ahead, both parties locked in a tense standoff. Suddenly, the tranquility shattered with the sharp and rapid sound of hooves as fear overcame greed. The displaced dropped the branches in their hands and scattered like startled birds. A troop of knights appeared, donned in the livery of the Aognod family, mounted on tall steeds, wielding sabers and clubs as they swiftly pursued the fleeing displaced. Each swing of the saber, each strike of the club, marked the fall of another unfortunate soul, the vibrant hue of blood staining the snow, filling the woods with anguished cries. A knight clad in light armor galloped towards Oscar and his father, pulling up his reins just 4 paces away. Look out! Oscar was thrust aside, landing on the cold ground, but his father had no time to evade. In that fleeting moment, Oscar envisioned the horrific image of his father's head being crushed beneath the horse's hoofs. Brother! The near miss left Oscar's heart racing. Had the knight not halted his horse in time, the consequences would have been dire. Oscar was aware of the devastating power of a horse's hoof. One strike could easily spell doom for an ordinary person, though soul masters were said to withstand such force. Feeling no pain, Omaro gathered his courage and opened his eyes, only to find the horse's head before him. A snort greeted him, the horse's mucus splattering across his face, eliciting laughter from the young knight. Ha ha ha. Look at you, Omaro. Aren't you supposed to be at home with Sophia, giving that little rascal Oscar a brother, instead of sneaking into the woods for firewood? Omaro quickly wiped the horse's snot away, forcing a smile. Sir Tress, I merely came to gather fallen branches. I have not wielded my axe to chop wood. You know me to be an honest man. Why would I engage in theft? Such words ought not to be spoken carelessly. If the steward misinterprets, how can I continue to work at your estate? Tress gently squeezed his horse's sides, prompting the steed to begin pacing in place. Whether you may work short-term at the Count's estate is your concern. My duty is to enforce the law upon this land on behalf of the Count. Tress pointed his whip toward the fallen displaced. Do you see? This is the fate of those who steal timber from the forest. Next, it shall be your turn. Thud. Omaro's first reaction was neither to flee nor to argue. He immediately knelt on the ground, beginning his defense. Sir Tress, I have committed no theft. Gathering fallen twigs in the forest is a boon granted to us lowly folk by Count Aognod. That was in the past. The rules have changed. Tress dismounted, producing a scroll tied with a red ribbon from his cloak. Unfurling it to read aloud, the Anti-Wood Theft Act of the Kingdom of Hagendas states that picking up fallen branches without permission from the land and timber owner is to be deemed theft, in conjunction with the illegal felling of private trees. This clause takes effect from the first day of January in the year 2635 of the Douluo calendar. You are a free man with land. I am a noble, and nobles have their etiquette, which is why I have not treated you as I would those displaced. Tress lightly flicked the rolled whip against Omaro's face, smiling as he inquired, Omaro, tell me, what is today's date? For a farmer, it matters not if he is illiterate. But forgetting the date is unforgivable, for they rely on the heavens for their sustenance, and the seasons are their sacred law. The 18th of January. Omaro stammered, struggling to articulate the date. But, there is no but. Crack. The whip struck Omaro's shoulder with a fierce crack. The thin cotton and coarse burlap offered no protection to his skin, and blood instantly seeped through. "Don't hit my father." Oscar rushed to his father's side. Using his frail hands to shield Homero, terrified that the whip would descend upon him, he shut his eyes in fear. Homero embraced Oscar in return. The father and son held each other tightly, powerless to resist, for the armored knight Tris before them was a soul master. Tris did not strike again. Instead, he remounted his horse and blew the assembly horn, waiting for the knightly squad to gather. Clop, clop, clop. Knights rode in from all directions to assemble before Tris, their sabers and staffs stained with blood. A few knights held a rough rope, each tethering a refugee child. Some of these children appeared dazed, others wore expressions of sheer terror, and some stifled sobs, desperately trying not to cry out, having already experienced the consequences of wailing. 6 piglets, for males, very well, take them back. Tris instructed 2 knights who then took the rope from their companions, leading the 6 refugee children away from the woods. "As for you, Homero," Tris raised his chin and gestured to a knight, indicating he should weigh how much firewood had been stolen. The knight dismounted and approached Homero, seizing the basket of firewood behind him, weighing it, and casually stating, "My lord, 20 pounds. Upon hearing this number, Homero trembled involuntarily. He had only just entered the woods with Oscar. How could he have possibly gathered 20 pounds so quickly? Tris gently groomed his prized chestnut horse's mane, casually remarking, 20 pounds, for theft, the penalty is tenfold, so that amounts to 200 pounds. How much is a pound of firewood worth?" The knights exchanged glances. They were all knights in service to Count Agenod, receiving generous salaries each month, their wives cooking with charcoal at home, and thus had no knowledge of firewood prices. 1 copper soul coin per pound. Nonsense. A copper soul coin can only buy a string of candied hawthorn berries in Borno City. It cannot be so cheap. The money for a loaf of bread in Borno can buy a pound of flour at the estate market. How can that compare? My wife says that 10 pounds of pine charcoal costs 1 silver soul coin. Firewood surely cannot be that expensive. The knights began to argue animatedly, disturbing Tris, who waved his hand in exasperation. Enough. For the crime, the heavy penalty stands. Let us settle on 1 copper soul coin per pound. With that, he struck Homero lightly with the whip. 200 copper soul coins is a fine. If you can produce that amount, I shall pretend this theft of timber never occurred. 200. Homero fell into despair. How could he possibly come up with 200 copper soul coins? He and his wife, Sophia, worked for Count Agenod during the off-season, earning a mere 80 copper soul coins a month. After expenses, saving 20 copper soul coins in a month was already commendable. Recently, Sophia and Oscar had fallen ill, and to treat them, Homero had nearly exhausted their savings. Now, he was being demanded to pay a fine of 200 copper soul coins. 200 copper soul coins equate to 20 silver soul coins, or 2 gold soul coins. How could he ever muster such an amount? Dad, Oscar, witnessing his father's tears, clawed at the ground with his fingers, digging deep grooves into the earth. He felt a profound hatred, resenting his own humanity, wishing he could aid his father. These knights, mounted on their magnificent steeds, were born of a higher station. Even if they were of low character, committing all manner of misdeeds, they still lived in luxury, wielding the name of Count Agenod to act with impunity within the fief. If only I were a soul master, how splendid that would be. As the winter dusk fell early, smoke curled from the chimneys of rural homes, and distant sounds of crowing roosters and barking dogs echoed. Sophia hummed an unknown folk tune, busily tending to the hearth, where fragrant bread was baking, soon to emerge. A pot simmered nearby, containing porridge made from the chestnuts, pine nuts, and various other nuts she had gathered from the woods that day. Today had been exceptionally fortunate. Sophia had discovered 5 squirrel caches, yielding nearly 3 pounds of chestnuts and pine nuts. Ateris is still asleep, however. It appears that during the day he rose to clear the snow from in front of the house, truly a diligent child. Although the household expenses have increased somewhat since Homero brought him back, it is only fitting. For all of this is in gratitude for the life-saving grace bestowed by his elder brother, Ateris. Ateris's elder brother, Kados, was renowned in the Borno region. He was an extraordinary individual, born with an innate lack of soul power, yet he did not abandon the pursuit of cultivation. His physique was exceptionally robust, and it is said that he defeated countless soul masters, even triumphing over 5 formidable grand soul masters. Legends tell of witnesses who have seen him slay a century-old tiger-like soul beast. Kados was a valiant warrior, known for his benevolence. He frequently extended his hand to assist impoverished families. Whenever ferocious beasts or even soul beasts threatened the villages in the Bolton area, he was always the first to arrive. Amalo learned the art of hunting from Kados. although he only mastered the basics, managing to hunt small creatures like deer and porcupines. It was sufficient to provide his family with sustenance. Regrettably, the brave Katos met his demise on January 9th of the previous year, falling victim to a century-old soul beast. The raker bear, which had prematurely emerged from hibernation to terrorize the village. It is said that he perished in a noble sacrifice, choosing to confront the wretched bear to protect the villagers. His funeral was attended by over 1,000 mourners, and Ateris personally buried his ashes beneath the family's wheat field, while the fates of his spear and shield remain unknown. This was peculiar, as the villagers had witnessed him thrust his spear into the throat of the raker bear, yet when they returned to recover his remains, the spear and shield had vanished without a trace. Regardless, his noble spirit now rests beneath the wheat field. As Katos' disciple, Amalo adopted his brother Ateris, thus welcoming him as a new member of the family. The porridge was simmered to perfection, and Sophia beamed with joy. Although their savings had been nearly depleted due to her and Oscar's illness, there was still an ample supply of food to last until the harvest season. Last year, she learned the art of weaving from several elder women, realizing that the wages from weaving far surpassed those earned under the scorching sun picking cotton. She believed that this year, she and Amalo would surely be able to save money. With the arrival of each spring, the patrolling officials from the Spirit Hall would emerge from Bolton City to conduct soul awakening ceremonies for the children of the common folk. Ateris' elder brother, during his lifetime, aided numerous individuals. A proprietor of a restaurant in the city of Bolton publicly vowed at Kratos' funeral that should Ateris awaken his soul power, he would support him until adulthood. Conversely, if Ateris failed to awaken his soul power, he would have the opportunity to begin an apprenticeship at the restaurant starting from the age of 8. In 2 months, Ateris will turn 6, coinciding perfectly with the soul awakening ceremony. Although Oscar was born on May 8th, he too is eligible for the awakening. While the prospects are dim, there remains a flicker of hope. Typically, children from humble backgrounds seldom awaken their soul power. Even if they do, it is often merely at the half level or level 1. Yet it is better than having none at all. Should he truly fail to awaken any soul power, Ateris has a promising alternative. Sophia recalls that Omar mentioned to her his desire to save enough money so that when Ateris turns 8 and is ready to become an apprentice, Oscar could accompany him to Bolton City as apprentices, which would be far preferable to merely tending to their meager plot of land. Sophia rose and glanced out the door, murmuring, "The sun has set. Why haven't they returned yet? Perhaps Uncle Omar is busy tending to the rabbit burrow, devising a way to catch one." A slightly raspy child's voice answered her. Turning, she saw Ateris propping himself up from the bed, and she beamed. "If he manages to catch a rabbit, that would be splendid. It would be just what you and Oscar need to bolster your strength. You both are still so young and require ample nourishment." And Sophia, "I am quite strong. I endured a snowstorm." "Indeed, you are strong, brave Ateris." Sophia returned to the hearth to prepare a bowl of porridge. They had no idea when the others would return, so she decided to serve them some porridge. The bread was nearly ready. After consuming the gruel made from mixed grains and dark bread, they would have the energy to join Oscar in catching rabbits the following day. Although Sophia intended to feed Ateris herself, he insisted he was capable, and thus she acquiesced, tending instead to her baking. The winter sun sets early and departs swiftly, and before long, darkness enveloped the land. With a creak, the door finally swung open. Sophia joyfully rose, ready to embrace her beloved, but her smile froze in an instant. "What has happened? Why are you injured?" She rushed forward, turning Omar's body to inspect the wound on his right shoulder, a cut neither long nor short, but thankfully, the blood had crusted over. The shape of the wound was painfully familiar, often seen while picking cotton on the estate. "A whip? How could you have been whipped? And who could strike you such that your clothing is torn?" Sophia gazed into Omar's eyes as a torrent of questions poured forth. "Is it Tress?" Omar averted his gaze, casting the wood basket aside and silently sinking into a seat by the hearth. He buried his face in his arms, remaining still, only the occasional sound of a sniffle betraying his existence. Sophia gently closed the door and drew Oscar closer to the fire, tenderly arranging his tousled hair. "Oscar, tell me, what transpired today?" "Mother," Oscar looked up at his father, noting his continued silence, and proceeded to recount the day's events, word by word. "Today, Father took me to gather firewood, but the surrounding woods were completely bare. So, he led me into the Countess forest, and then what? 200 copper soul coins? How could we possibly have 200 copper coins at home?" Upon hearing the exorbitant fine, despair washed over Sophia. While they could manage 20 copper coins, 200 was an insurmountable sum. However, if they failed to pay the fine, their family would be doomed. in the Bolton region, stepping outside the city. The Count wielded absolute power. Destroying a family was child's play for him. If only the fine could be postponed. Sophia believed that with hard work, she and Omar could eventually gather 200 copper coins, but time was not on their side. The Countess' decree was inflexible. The fine must be paid within 3 days, and any delay would incur an additional 5% interest daily, compounding endlessly, leaving no one daring to procrastinate. It was utterly impossible to amass 200 copper coins in such a short span. Most villagers were not affluent enough to lend such a substantial sum, and those who could would demand exorbitant interest rates. Sighing deeply, Sophia lamented, "It seems we are left with but one option to sell our land." Omar finally lifted his head, still obscuring his face with his hands. His voice was hoarse, as if his throat had been rasped raw. "We cannot sell. The land is the foundation of our existence. Without it, we will inevitably." Ateris leaned against the headboard, lost in contemplation. He understood the unspoken words of his brother, who had often taught him to read and shared tales that revealed truths unknown to the average person. It was said that the lands of the first Count of Agonod encompassed 60,000 acres, inhabited by 12,000 households and over 40,000 souls. Yet, in recent years, the actual holdings of the Agonod family had surpassed 90,000 acres, while the taxable population dwindled to a mere 8,000 households, amounting to fewer than 30,000 individuals. Within the kingdom of Häagen-Dazs, nobles bore the duty of protecting the citizens residing on their lands. However, the taxes imposed upon these citizens were collected by royal tax officials, with revenues split between the nobles and the king in a ratio of 3-7. The lineage of the Agonod family had reached the 3rd generation, represented by Fermi Agonod. Yet, rather than an increase, the populace within their domain had diminished. This decline was not due to war, natural disasters, or the menace of soul beasts, but rather the consequence of land consolidation. The Count of Agonod commanded his knights to employ various means to seize land from the free citizens, forcing those who once owned land into the role of tenants. Should these tenants face significant familial upheaval, they were often compelled to sell themselves into servitude, becoming mere property of the Count, akin to serfs. The king lost free citizens capable of paying taxes, while the free citizens were left vulnerable to exploitation, and the Agonod family thrived evermore. Though Ateris grasped only fragments of his brother's teachings, he was acutely aware that should they lose their meager 2 acres of land, Uncle Omaro and Sophia and Oscar would likely find themselves without options, ultimately selling themselves into the shackles of servitude. Serfs were the private possessions of the nobility, who could dispose of them at will, be it through death, violence, or sale. Atrides had witnessed the treatment of the serfs in the cotton fields of the Agonod estate. When hired laborers slacked off or made mistakes, the overseer would dismiss them without hesitation. The fate of the serfs, however, was markedly different. On days when the overseers were in good spirits, they might merely berate the serfs, punishing them by withholding food. Yet, on darker days, the consequences could be severe, injuries, or even mutilation. To the Agonod family, the loss of a single slave was of little consequence. Atrides recalled a night when the serfs in the cotton fields sang joyous praises to the Earl Agonod for his supposed benevolence. On that particular day, not a single slave met a fatal end. Ateris harbored aspirations, with Oscar as his dearest companion. Uncle Amalo and Aunt Sophia treated him with utmost kindness, and he had come to regard them as family. Since they were family, they ought to confront challenges together. On the following dawn, within the confines of the Agonod manor, Tris observed Ateris with a hint of amusement. He was familiar with the boy. His elder brother was renowned throughout the Bolton region. 2 years prior, he had clashed with Kratos, the man devoid of any soul power, who astonishingly managed to withstand the relentless assault of a 25th-level soul master for countless rounds. For the haughty Tris, this was a disgrace. How could a mere wretch, lacking any soul energy, possess strength comparable to that of noble soul masters? Intriguingly, "Do you intend to voluntarily pay the fine on behalf of Amalo?" Ateris fixed his gaze intently upon Tris, and within those youthful eyes, there existed not a hint of trepidation, akin to his loathsome brother, who would never yield, much to one's chagrin. Indeed, Tris' expression darkened as he retorted fiercely, "You little rascal, I am a noble knight, bereft of time for your foolish games. Should you dare to deceive me, even if you are but a child, I will not hesitate to wield my whip." He found it implausible that a mere 5- or 6-year-old could present 900 copper soul coins. That wretched brother of his, Kratos, had always been inclined to share any surplus he possessed with the impoverished or even slaves, leaving behind naught but a heap of worthless scrap and tattered furs. To his astonishment, This wolf cub showed no signs of fear and instead produced a piece of paper from his pocket. Extending it towards him, "This is the wheat field my brother bequeathed to me, which I intend to use to offset Uncle Omiro's fine." Wheat field. Tris took the deed to examine it briefly before passing it to the steward beside him, inquiring. 1 acre and 2 decimals. This land must be worth considerably more than 200 copper soul coins, yes? The steward glanced at it and replied with a grin, "Certainly more. This parcel is classified as medium quality land, with an approximate value of around 800 copper soul coins per acre. 1 acre and 2 decimals might be slightly less. And there are no contiguous plots nearby. Under normal circumstances, it would sell for 900. 900, huh?" Tris laughed once more. "You little rascal. Come here brandishing a deed valued at 900 copper soul coins, and you are not afraid I might renege on my word?" Ateris smiled, radiating the innocent joy typical of a child. He praised, "You are a noble knight, a revered soul master, soon to transcend into the esteemed rank of soul venerable. How could you possibly betray the trust of a mere child? Wouldn't you agree, esteemed Sir Tris Augenord?" Tris paused for a moment, then turned to his steward beside him and inquired, "Is he attempting to flatter me?" The steward slightly bowed and replied with a smile, "How could it be mere flattery? Young Master Tris is but 19 years old and has already surpassed the 30th level to become a soul venerable. He is indeed the most outstanding young talent in the Borno region. This is the truth." Ha 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 ha. Tris burst into hearty laughter, pointing at Ateris. "You, little rascal, are quite unlike that brash Kratos. When he and I dueled, he was beaten to the ground, yet refused to concede, muttering about his unwavering spear and my indomitable spirit. Bah, he was nothing but a waste with innate 0 soul power. Who would have thought that his brother would turn out to be such a sycophant? Ha 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 ha." Ateris, upon hearing Tris disparage his deceased brother Kratos as worthless, refrained from retorting, maintaining a serene smile as Tris unleashed a barrage of crude epithets. Once Tris had exhausted his tirade, he looked down at Ateris, who barely reached his waist, and with a mocking grin remarked, 900 copper soul coins, splendid. My dear boy, your actions truly move me. As if I were witnessing a poignant scene of you commoners united in solidarity, assisting one another." Ateris listened with delight to Tris' words, feeling a genuine sense of purpose in aiding Uncle Omiro's family. However, Tris nonchalantly uttered, "But I refuse." The laughter that followed shattered Ateris' smile, as Tris erupted into raucous laughter. "You truly believe the Ognod family lacks land?" A knightly attendant led forth a chestnut steed, and with mirth, Tris mounted the horse. He pointed with his whip, declaring, "From the very base of Lake Kor Mountain to the outskirts of Borno City, all of it belongs to the Ognod family. We possess 4,000 hectares of farmland alone, not to mention countless wooded areas and orchards. Do you honestly think I would covet a mere acre and 2 tenths? Ha! What a jest." With that, Tris galloped directly in front of Ateris, crumpling the land deed into a wrinkled ball and thrusting it into Ateris' face. 200 copper soul coins, and the interest begins in 3 days. It must be precisely that amount, not a single coin less. Tris then led his entourage away on their mighty steeds, while the steward of the estate unceremoniously ejected Ateris, shutting the grand door behind him. Inside, the naturally privileged young nobles welcomed the sunrise, indulging in their extravagant lifestyles. The dining hall was filled with the clinking of goblets and the exchange of toasts, as sumptuous delicacies graced the table amid unceasing laughter. Outside, a despondent Ateris clutched the crumpled land deed, taking a long moment to regain his composure before carefully unfolding it and returning it to his bosom. With a deep breath, he stifled the tears threatening to spill from his eyes, remembering his brother's words, "A man may bleed, but must never shed tears." "Ateris, thank you for your assistance. Rest assured, I will resolve this matter," Omiro reassured Ateris, who wore a guilty expression. "I am truly sorry I could not be of help," Ateris replied. Sophia gently ruffled Ateris' hair. "It is all right, Ateris. Your courage and intentions are more than enough. Trust in your uncle and aunt. We will overcome this hardship together." Oscar approached, giving Ateris a warm embrace before leading him to breakfast. Once Ateris departed, Omiro sighed heavily. "Alas, we cannot sell those 2 acres of land. Our only option now is to venture into the mountains for hunting. I shall prepare to go immediately." Sophia grasped her husband's rough hand, her concern evident. "Isn't it too perilous to hunt in the winter? Besides, with such haste, we cannot find other hunters to accompany you." "I know, Sophia, but I am left with no alternatives. That is 200 copper soul coins. With each passing day, the interest rises by a fraction. We cannot afford to delay." Omiro grumbled as he made his way to the woodshed to arm himself. His hunting skills, though taught by Kratos, were not exceptionally refined, yet the essentials were indispensable. Omaro's weapons were rather rudimentary. His bow crafted from a single sapling of maple, arrows forged from scrap iron by a local workshop, and the fletching made from basic crow feathers with shafts of processed birch. The only valuable item was the bowstring, made from materials sourced from the neighboring Tiandu Empire's northern plains, procured from a 120-year-old wild buffalo by Kratos. Sophia watched her husband don his hunting gear, wincing in pain from the wounds inflicted by the knight's whips at the slightest movement, deepening her worry. I wonder if it will snow again. Perhaps you should wear the cloak? She retrieved a moosehide cloak from the wall of the woodshed and brought him a moosehide backpack. Let me accompany you, Omaro. How could you? If you come with me into the mountains, what will happen to the children? Sophia gently draped the moosehide cloak over Omaro's shoulders and helped him secure the backpack. The children have grown. Oscar and Ateris are both very sensible. They learn to cook and fend for themselves at an early age. They will be fine. Still, the winter mountains are far too dangerous. I cannot allow it. But if you go alone, even if you catch something, how much can you carry back? With me by your side, we may only need to venture once to secure enough game. Omaro gazed into Sophia's resolute eyes, realizing further persuasion was futile. Moreover, she was right. He could not carry much back alone. With a resigned sigh, he acquiesced. Very well, we shall go together. Sophia's face brightened with a smile as she began to gear up for their expedition into the mountains, donning deer-hide trousers, sturdy boots, and a hat and gloves crafted from soft rabbit fur. She packed a few simple traps, flint, and a wolfskin sleeping bag. Armed and ready, they stepped out of the woodshed, where Sophia affectionately reassured the two children, brave Oscar, brave Ateris, stay safe at home, lock the door, and do not wander off, all right? Ateris squared his shoulders, reassuringly addressing Aunt Sophia, rest assured, I will take good care of Oscar. To which Oscar retorted, I don't need your care. My cooking is far superior to yours. You're so frail you can barely chop wood, so naturally, I will be the one watching over you. Observing the spirited banter between the two youngsters, Sophia and Omaro exchanged smiles, recognizing the underlying camaraderie amidst their playful squabbling. With a wave of farewell, Omaro and Sophia turned their backs to head north, traversing through the estate of Count Aguinad and entering the majestic Laquelle Mountains, nestled in the northern region of Bolton. Laquelle serves as a natural demarcation between the Northwest Territories and the far north, a name collectively used by the people of Bolton to refer to this mountainous expanse, as the Laquelle tribe is often sited within these hills. The journey to Laquelle was not lengthy. After 3 hours of relentless walking, covering just over 30 miles, they arrived at the foothills, though this was merely the perimeter, for Laquelle was indeed vast. Numerous ferocious beasts bore the name Laquelle, including the legendary 600-year-old Laquelle bear that had slain Kratos. However, Omaro's mission today was not to hunt these formidable creatures. He was merely an ordinary man with no innate soul power, wielding a soul weapon that offered no offensive capabilities, a mere sausage. Encountering a solitary wolf might be manageable. Yet should he cross paths with a tiger, leopard, or bear, his fate would be sealed. Omaro was well acquainted with the surroundings, for the knights of the Aguinad family frequently hunted in these woods nearly every week, resulting in a scarcity of large predators and carnivorous soul beasts in the vicinity. Nonetheless, he swiftly readied his bow and arrow, vigilant and alert, prepared to draw the string at any moment. Winter hunting demanded immense patience, as many animals hibernated during this season. And aside from the stark whiteness of snow, other colors stood out starkly. Although his elk-hide cloak and deer-hide trousers provided excellent protection against rain and snow, their dark hues rendered him conspicuous against the snowy backdrop. Thus, Omaro decided to gamble on fortune. He identified several rabbit trails and selected 3 spots he deemed most likely to attract the delicate-boned rabbits, setting simple traps baited with their favorite, carrots. After establishing the traps, he and Sophia patrolled the forest, hoping to discover more prey. During their expedition, they spotted a herd of deer. But these cunning creatures always evaded him just as he neared bowshot range. The effectiveness of the simple traps was disheartening. After nearly 4 hours of waiting, the couple managed to catch only 2 meager, delicate-boned rabbits. Winter's bounty was typically lean, but even the slightest morsel was better than none. Yet, Omaro lamented that these 2 greedy rabbits hardly weighed 2 pounds collectively. Alas, this scant meat wouldn't even suffice for a toothpick. After skinning the rabbits and discarding fur, bones, and entrails, it was uncertain whether they would yield even 8 ounces of meat in this winter chill, insufficient to match the energy they expended that day. Raising his gaze to the sun's position, Omaro realized it was already 2 in the afternoon, a foreboding sign. Every farmer carries a mental calendar, a legacy passed down through generations. Omaro calculated. It was still January, and in 2 hours, darkness would descend, heralding twilight, followed by complete nightfall shortly thereafter. They must conclude their hunting and find a resting place before 5. As the sun dipped below the horizon, temperatures would plummet, and although the recent weather had turned milder, his attire was inadequate against the frigid night. They needed to urgently locate a sheltered spot to kindle a fire, or neither he nor Sophia would see the dawn. In the past, he would have ventured into the mountains with fellow hunters, employing tactics to encircle the deer, an efficient and less laborious endeavor. During the summer or autumn, he could utilize the foliage for cover, shooting from a distance or crafting additional traps for the delicate-boned rabbits. However, time was not on his side. With only 3 hours remaining, Omaro's patience for waiting for the rabbits to wander into his traps had worn thin. He had to take the initiative. With a swift twist, he broke the rabbit's neck and stashed it into his backpack, then clasped his fists in prayer. "O divine angel, may your mercy descend upon this earth and grant me a bountiful harvest." Suddenly, a sharp, cool animal call echoed across the open wilderness. Was that a deer's call? Elation surged within Omaro, for Kratos had taught him the language of the deer. This was neither a mating call nor a warning. The deer was inquiring about the location of its herd, a lost deer. The sound emanated from below, prompting Omaro to instruct Sophia to remain behind to avoid alarming the deer. He crept forward cautiously and, from atop a small rise, spotted a forest deer grazing on grass roots. Even while feeding, the deer remained alert, occasionally lifting its head to scan the surroundings. Yet, Omaro's elevated position rendered him nearly invisible to the creature. Grateful for the angel's blessings, Omaro restrained his excitement, gently drawing back the bowstring, his focus narrowing solely on the graceful deer before him. This might be his only chance. He could not merely wound it. He needed a clean, fatal shot. If he missed or merely grazed the deer, it would bolt, and he would have no time for a lengthy pursuit. With the bowstring drawn taut, as the deer raised its head momentarily, Omaro released the arrow with precision, sending it sailing straight towards the deer's nape. Whoosh! A direct hit. The deer emitted a low, mournful call, its body swaying before collapsing to the ground. "Splendid! Sophia, come quickly," Omaro called out as he hurried down the slope to the fallen deer. Finding it still gasping for breath, blood flowing from the arrow wound. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his hunting knife and swiftly pierced the deer's throat to let it bleed out. Sophia soon joined him, and Omaro urgently instructed her, "Quickly, Sophia, use the snow to cover the deer's blood." Although large predators were scarce in the outskirts of Laquelle, caution was paramount. Winter was a time of scarcity, and masking the scent of blood was an effective means of avoiding them. The hunting knife, a relic from Kratos, was remarkably sharp, slicing through the deer hide with ease. Omaro's skillful hands swiftly skinned the deer, producing a hide that, though marred by the arrow wound, was nonetheless of exceptional quality. "This hide is splendid. It should fetch a handsome price," Sophia exclaimed, her spirits lifted, while Oscar shared in the joy. Relieved that their efforts had not been in vain, they continued to process the deer, preserving only the thighs and discarding the less meaty lower legs. As he meticulously sliced off the tenderloin and ribs, the more choice cuts he added to his backpack, the brighter Omaro's smile became. Next, he needed to locate a tall tree where he could suspend the meat from high branches to deter wild beasts from stealing it. He planned to return the following day to hunt a deer or perhaps catch several rabbits, allowing him to retrieve his bounty. Suddenly, a low growl reverberated behind him, a rumbling sound akin to distant thunder. Omaro shuddered instantly, turning swiftly to behold a colossal lacquer bear rising on its hind legs, roaring towards the heavens. The thunderous roar was so powerful that it made his eardrums bleed. "Run, Sophia," he shouted, pushing Sophia away with all his might. He then emptied the contents of his moose hide backpack, discarding all of his heavy gear, and quickly stood to face the beast, knocking an arrow in his bow. The lacquer bear was not merely a ferocious creature. It was a spirit beast. Omaro was uncertain of the bear's age or strength, but he understood that even if it were not a spirit beast, an adult bear in a state of hunger during winter was beyond his ability to confront. Flight was not an option. Kratos had once remarked that the running speed of an ordinary person paled in comparison to that of many large predators. Only through teamwork and weaponry could unpowered humans hope to stand against such foes. However, when faced with a spirit beast, especially one as savage as the lacquer bear, one could only pray for mercy. The scattered deer meat on the ground exuded a strong metallic scent. and Omaro silently hoped that the lacquer bear would redirect its focus elsewhere. In his past encounters with wild beasts, they typically chose to feast on the offerings once he had departed. Yet this lacquer bear's gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon him. At that moment, Omaro began to comprehend Kratos' lessons on hunting. When beasts encounter humans, they seldom charge recklessly. Rather, they assess the risks involved. Though their intelligence may be limited, they recognize the lethal weapons humans carry. Spirit beasts, however, are inherently opposed to humanity, unless one faces a cowardly spirit beast or senses a significant disparity in strength. One cannot evade a fierce struggle. Fear, trepidation, despair. Roar. Snow began to fall again. Flakes descended from the sky as Ateris caught one on his outstretched hand. The icy touch sending shivers down his spine. Not only was it snowing, but frost had also formed, and just as the weather seemed to warm, a bitter cold returned. Fortunately, the snowfall was light and the wind gentle. Ateris silently wished for Uncle Omaro and Aunt Sophia, hoping they would successfully capture their prey and return safely. As night fell, Ateris felt a persistent sense of anxiety. The risks of winter hunting were immense, yet time was of the essence, and he was merely a 6-year-old child. With limited options at his disposal. After dinner, Oscar had retired to bed early. Once Omaro and Sophia departed, Ateris did not remain idle at home. Instead, he ventured into the nearby woods with Oscar, searching for squirrel or chipmunk nests, though their efforts yielded little reward as many of the burrows appeared to have been disturbed, resulting in a meager catch of less than 2 pounds. Oscar, Oscar. A distant voice called, and Ateris recognized it as that of the village elder, Lester. Stepping outside, he saw a frail figure hurrying toward him, lantern in hand. Grandpa Lester, what brings you here in such a rush? What has happened? Ha. As Ateris observed Lester struggling to speak due to his heavy panting, he promptly took hold of the lantern and gently patted his back, urging him to calm down and speak slowly. Would you like to come inside for a glass of water? After a moment, Lester managed to catch his breath and articulated each word carefully. Omaro and Sophia. They were attacked by a Lockwell bear while hunting. What? But Lockwell Mountain is a good 30 miles from here. How do you know they were attacked? Oh dear, Lester exclaimed, stamping his foot in frustration. Several esteemed soul masters dragged a corpse here from the northern village of Douluo. When I stepped outside, I saw that both bodies were beyond recognition. Yet the moose-hide cloak on one of them clearly belonged to Omaro. With urgency, Lester pushed past Ateris and entered the house, rousing the half-asleep Oscar. There is no time for explanations now. We must go confirm this at once. The esteemed soul masters are still waiting, and we cannot afford to keep them anxious. With that, he hoisted Oscar onto his back and hurried north, while Ateris jogged closely behind. The snow showed no signs of stopping, and the night sky was nearly devoid of clouds, with only a gentle northern breeze caressing the air. Frost had formed on the branches lining the road, thanks to the presence of the northern mountains. The winter in the Hagen-Das kingdom was more hospitable for survival compared to the 2 northern provinces of the Tian-Do Empire at the same latitude. Borno had thus become the only human settlement exceeding a population of 100,000 near the 60th parallel north. A suitable environment for human life naturally also supported other creatures. In the Borno region, the annual death toll from attacks by ferocious beasts and soul beasts was second only to that surrounding the Star-Do forest. Despite the frequent hunts and purges conducted by Count Oguno's knights in the mountains, conflicts between humans and these creatures were unavoidable, fundamentally rooted in the struggle for survival and procreation of their respective species. Every year, numerous individuals lost their lives to the assaults of ferocious beasts and soul beasts in the Borno area. Yet Omaro and Sophia remained the first civilians to succumb to a soul beast this winter within Count Oguno's territory. Thus, even after nightfall, the villagers spontaneously gathered at the northern village entrance, animatedly discussing the lifeless bodies. Before them lay 2 corpses, utterly unrecognizable and in a wretched state, as if they had been savaged by some ferocious beast. The resilient moose-hide cloak, which even a gray wolf would struggle to pierce, had seemingly offered no protection. In addition to the 2 bodies, several soul masters, all female, formed a circle around the villagers, whom the latter dared not approach. An elderly woman, a young woman, and 2 girls were present, all adorned in identical shades of aquamarine. The elderly woman sat with the 2 girls on stools brought over by the villagers, while the young woman tended to their 2 horses, gracefully grooming their manes. One of the little girls yawned, tugging at her sister's sleeve and whimsically declaring, "Sister, I'm so sleepy." The elder sister replied softly, Did the village chief not say you would find the families of the deceased once they arrive to claim the bodies? We can seek a place to rest. The younger sister, displaying a hint of petulance, glanced at the two corpses and continued to grumble. Humph. If it weren't for these two burdens, we would have already reached Borno City to rest. My hot bath and soft bed are gone. This time, the elder sister did not indulge her, but instead chided her seriously. You err. We come from a humble background. How can you speak like this? As soul masters, we are distinguished from ordinary people. In times like this, we should extend our assistance. I already feel immense guilt for not being able to save them from that cunning Lockwell bear. You must not speak like this again, or I shall forbid you ice cream in summer. The younger sister pouted, quickly pleading for mercy. No, sister. I was wrong. Without ice cream, I would perish. The elderly woman, having overheard the sisters' exchange, slightly opened her eyes, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she nodded in approval, evidently pleased with the elder sister's words. Make way, make way. Oscar is coming. Let him through. Lester cleared a path through the crowd, with Oscar gripping his hand tightly and following closely behind. Upon seeing the lifeless body on the ground, Oscar wailed and collapsed onto Omaro's remains, crying uncontrollably. Lester bowed to the elderly woman, gasping, Respected soul master, this is the deceased child, Oscar. I beg your forgiveness for his inability to rise and pay his respects. I am truly sorry. The elderly woman, supporting herself with her cane, stood and helped Lester up, smiling gently. It is quite all right. Anyone in such a situation would struggle to maintain composure. Let him weep for a while. As soon as she finished speaking, Ateris, who had followed closely behind Lester, rushed in and, upon seeing the remains of Omaro and Sophia, knelt heavily in the snow. This poignant scene moved the onlookers, causing even the previously complaining younger sister to shed tears, prompting her elder sister to comfort her. After glancing at Oscar and Ateris, both weeping in the snow, she hesitated for a moment before retrieving a handkerchief from her pocket and approaching them. Here, wipe your tears. Ateris was enveloped in sorrow. His mind clouded as he absently retrieved a handkerchief to wipe away his tears and the remnants of his grief. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld a strikingly beautiful girl who had offered him the handkerchief. Despite the melancholy that weighed upon his heart due to the unforeseen circumstances involving Omaro and Sophia, he found himself inexplicably drawn to her presence. The girl appeared considerably older, towering over him by at least a head, likely standing over 1.50 meters. Her long, aquamarine hair cascaded down her back, while her fair visage was adorned with exquisite features. Her face bore a gentle softness, though she was not immediately breathtaking. Ateris sensed an ethereal beauty emanating from her. Thank you, he stammered, foolishly extending the soiled handkerchief back to her. The girl regarded the damp fabric, her brow furrowing slightly. Never mind, just keep it for yourself. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, Ateris replied, a twinge of guilt creeping into his heart. Scratching his head, he added, let me wash it for you. I promise I will clean it thoroughly. Perhaps it's best if you just keep it, she murmured, turning her attention back to comforting her younger sister, dismissing Ateris from her thoughts. Ateris, though no longer weeping, found himself in the presence of Oscar, who showed no sign of abating his lamentations. The elderly woman, sensing the urgency of the situation, approached Ateris and, wielding her cane, gently tapped it upon Oscar's head. In that moment, Ateris felt a chilling breeze envelop the atmosphere, and Oscar, startled, abruptly ceased his tears. Ateris exclaimed, Is this soul power? The elderly woman, with a benevolent expression, nodded gently in response, offering no further explanation. Awakened, Oscar turned and knelt before her, repeatedly bowing his head in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed soulmaster. I am eternally grateful that you have returned my father and mother to me. I do not know how to repay you, so I can only bow in reverence. The elderly woman made no effort to halt his actions once he had finished. She extended her hand to assist him to his feet. Then, with a deft motion of her right hand across the cane held in her left, a faint glow emerged. And suddenly, a moose-hide backpack and a hunting knife materialized, falling to the ground. With a kind gesture, the elderly woman indicated the moose-hide backpack, saying, Braving the dangers of the mountains to hunt in the depths of winter, it seems your family has encountered hardships. This is the bounty from your parents' hunting efforts. Take it home. Oscar reached to grasp the backpack, only to find it too heavy for him to lift, causing it to thud to the ground, spilling several pieces of deer meat. The village chief, Lester, stepped forward to assist Oscar in retrieving the backpack. Upon opening it, he discovered the deer meat was remarkably intact, a smile spreading across his face. Thank you, esteemed soulmaster. You truly possess a kind heart. Ateris picked up the hunting knife, a relic of his brother Kratos, which he deemed unnecessary for himself and thus gifted to Uncle Omero. Upon observing Ateris grasp the knife, the old woman cautioned, "Child, it would be prudent for you to sell this hunting knife at your earliest convenience. It is best not to retain it." Ateris lifted his head, gazing curiously at the elderly woman. However, before he could voice his inquiries, she preemptively elucidated, "Though I am uncertain if you can comprehend. I must clarify that the lacquer bear must have traced this hunting knife to your uncle and aunt, subsequently launching an attack on them." The woman took the hunting knife from Ateris's grasp, channeling a cerulean spiritual energy into it. Gradually, an emblem, a bear's head, began to illuminate along the blade's surface. One harbors grudges, and so do soul beasts. Some formidable soul beasts, before their demise, inscribed spiritual marks upon their hunters or fellow beasts, enabling their companions or kin to sense the presence of their slayers within a certain vicinity, thus initiating retribution. Yet, I have never encountered nor heard of a mark inscribed upon a hunting knife. The hunting knife? Ateris listened intently, vaguely recalling his brother Kratos mentioning similar knowledge. If that were the case, it became clear. This must be the mark left by the lacquer bear that my brother vanquished last year when it descended to attack the villagers. Your brother? The elderly woman expressed her surprise as the boy before her appeared utterly ordinary. The lacquer bear that attacked Omero today was at least 8 centuries old. If it could seek vengeance for the bear spoken of by this child, then the latter's strength must not be trifling. The lacquer bear is classified as a superior soul beast, and to have slain a bear of such age, his brother must possess nearly the strength of a soul master. Yet, this young boy's attire bore numerous patches, hardly befitting the sibling of a soul master. Child, where is your brother? It would be more prudent for him to retain the hunting knife. The bear that assaulted your uncle is exceedingly cunning. Despite inflicting severe injuries upon it, I inadvertently allowed it to escape. Though we are 30 miles from Lacquer Mountain, one cannot dismiss the possibility that the beast may recover and return to the village to strike again. My brother, Ateris caressed the hunting knife, momentarily at a loss for words. Esteemed soulmaster, his brother is a hero. Lester, observing Ateris's silence, stepped forward to speak on his behalf. Last year, a lacquer bear descended upon a village to the north. My brother Kratos bravely confronted it, and after a fierce battle, they perished together. The elderly woman suddenly comprehended. Ah, that makes sense. No wonder the mark adhered itself to the hunting knife. The beast, having sustained grave injuries from me, will likely hesitate to emerge from the mountains. Nevertheless, I advise you to secure this hunting knife promptly. It is quite sharp and of good quality. You may consider selling it in the city. I notice your clothes are tattered. Perhaps you could sell the knife to procure several bolts of fabric and craft some new garments. At that moment, the villagers gathered nearby erupted into protests. How can such a perilous item be retained in the village? Indeed, if that bear goes mad and charges into the village tonight, we shall all suffer the consequences. Right, it cannot remain. We must dispose of it immediately. Ateris had initially extended his hand to receive the hunting knife from the old woman, but the villagers' uproar left his hand suspended in the air. Lester, the village chief, found himself in a predicament. Although the esteemed soul master had claimed that the formidable lacquer bear was gravely injured and would remain immobile for the time being, the villagers clearly disagreed with this assertion. Gathering his courage, Lester bowed deeply to the old woman and said, "Esteemed soul master, it is not that we, the lowly commoners, are ignorant, but I dare to implore you." "Enough, I know what you wish to convey." The old woman interrupted him with a wave of her hand. She then turned to Ateris and inquired, "Young one, to save a life is to see it through to the end. Since your elder has braved the dangers of the mountains to hunt, there must be some pressing reason behind it, correct?" "Indeed, esteemed soul master, we." Ateris promptly recounted the situation in brief. "I see. In that case, I shall purchase this hunting knife," the old woman declared, conjuring a pouch of coins from thin air. She rummaged through it and discovered it filled with golden soul coins, her hesitation evident. "Principal, I find this hunting knife to be rather exquisite. Perhaps you could part with it for me?" A girl, resembling a snow sprite, approached, producing a pouch from which she extracted 5 silver soul coins and presented them to Ateris. Ateris received the item with his hands and inadvertently brushed against the girl's hand. An electric sensation coursing through him, rendering him momentarily speechless. The girl, however, seemed indifferent, playfully toying with the hunting knife she had taken from the elderly woman. With the matter resolved, the elderly woman called out to the young matron beside her, "Xiao Lu, take your air and mount the horse. We must hasten to reach the city of Borno and find lodging." for we have already lost considerable time today." The sound of galloping hoofs echoed, familiar to the villagers who quickly cleared the way. The hoofbeats grew closer, and soon a group of knights emerged, followed by a horse-drawn carriage. At the forefront, a lightly armored knight shouted, "Noble guests, please halt." As the knights approached, the villagers bowed in respect. The leading knight halted his steed 10 paces from the elderly woman, dismounted, and crossed his arms over his shoulders, slightly bowing. "I am Tris Aguinord. A villager informed me of the arrival of esteemed guests in the territory of my family, the Oginords. At my father's behest, I have come to invite you to our estate as a gesture of goodwill. May I inquire about the origin of your esteemed guests?" The elderly woman replied with a slight nod. "I am Yang, the head of the affiliated junior college of the Heavenly Water Soul Master Academy, hailing from the Northern Plains. Recently, I led my students into the Northern Mountains to hunt for soul rings. To my surprise, upon exiting the mountains today, we found ourselves in the Bolton region." Tris bowed his head once more. "Ah, so you are Director Yang. The Heavenly Water Academy is renowned. It is said that both your students and faculty are exceptionally gifted. It is indeed a privilege to meet you today." The elderly woman chuckled. "Oh, I am but an old woman, past 60 with a head of white hair. What beauty do I possess?" Tris continued his flattery. "Director Yang, despite your age, you maintain a spirited presence, resembling a youthful visage. Your 2 young students are undoubtedly beauties, destined to captivate nations. And that teacher is equally graceful and striking. The Heavenly Water Academy truly lives up to its illustrious reputation." Director Yang and another female teacher smiled graciously at Tris' compliments, but the girl, resembling a snow sprite, coldly interjected, "I am not merely a student. I have a name. My name is Shui Binger." The female teacher quickly pulled Shui Bingo aside, gently reprimanding, "Binger, do not be mischievous." Tris waved his hands, laughing. "No harm done. No harm done." With such a charming demeanor, Director Young must feel fortunate to have a student as ethereal as Binger. The exchange of flattery left Ateris somewhat astonished. Just that morning, Tris had been an arrogant young noble, yet here he was, displaying such decorum before this Director Young of the Heavenly Water Academy. As the eldest son of Count Aguinord, Tris was a formidable figure in the Bolton region, accustomed to unchallenged authority. It seemed that the reputation of the Heavenly Water Academy held more weight than that of the Count himself. Yet, Shui Binger did not seem pleased by Tris' praise. Her expression remained frosty as she retorted, "I do not require your compliments. I have encountered many vile individuals like you, who, upon seeing our Heavenly Water Academy, only know how to flatter shamelessly. I am not swayed by such tactics." Her words momentarily left Tris at a loss. Yet he quickly grasped the situation and understood why this young girl from the Heavenly Water Academy labeled him as a villain. Maintaining his smile, he thought, "Ah, this is merely a misunderstanding. My true intention was simply to convey the authority of the Aguinord family to the people of the territory. And such occurrences indeed reflect my oversight." Tris approached Oscar, cheerfully stating, "I express my regrets regarding your parents' misfortune. Thus, in the presence of so many witnesses, I hereby declare the waiver of the fines owed by your father, Omero." "How does that sound?" "That would be most agreeable," Director Young interjected. "Mr. Tris, as a noble, you ought to embody the nobility's grace. Protecting the citizens of your territory and treating them as your own kin is the true essence of nobility. Thank you for your guidance. I shall remember it well." Tris replied, having exchanged pleasantries with Director Young. He then invited them to board the carriage to visit the estate. Director Young graciously accepted, and along with the 2 girls and the female teacher, they boarded the carriage, while Tris led the way. And the group proceeded in an orderly fashion towards the estate. Ateris clutched the 5 silver coins in his hand, gazing in the direction of the departing carriage, murmuring softly, "Schubinger, thank you. I hope that in the future, I may have the privilege to stand before you and express my gratitude." Upon awakening that morning, Shuyuer informed her sister Schubinger that there were guests visiting the academy, which was rather unusual. Although it was now March, the northern province had recently endured a fierce blizzard that swept across the land just 2 weeks prior. How could there be visitors at such a time? Shortly afterward, a senior approached, stating that the guests wished to meet Schubinger, leaving her utterly perplexed. "Do you know where these guests are from? What brings them here?" Schubinger inquired as they walked towards the main teaching building. "I heard they are from the kingdom of Hagen-Das, but I am unsure of their purpose." "I only know that they wish to meet you," the senior replied. Schubinger pouted. "Me? What could they possibly want with me?" Beside her, Shuyuer giggled. "Perhaps they have come to propose to you." "Stop it. Such nonsense." Schubinger feigned a swat. But Shuiyuer, quick as an eel, dodged effortlessly, continuing her playful banter. What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect? Remember when we visited the Academy of Barak Kingdom? That prince seemed quite taken with you, declaring he wanted you as his betrothed. Perhaps today's guests are princes from Häagen-Dazs, vying for your affection. The senior joined in the jest, truly. Our esteemed Shubinger of Tianshui Academy is quite the catch. How absurd. After enduring their teasing, even someone as composed as Shubinger could no longer tolerate it. She covered her ears, shutting out their disruptive chatter. While the notion of a proposal was far-fetched, she had indeed received countless declarations of affection throughout her life. As they passed a wall with a full-length mirror, Shubinger paused to examine her reflection. Her exquisite visage was adorned with delicate features, her brows arched like painted strokes. Her lips resembled fine jade, and her azure eyes sparkled like two radiant sapphires. Her shoulder-length, water-blue hair danced in the breeze, flowing as smoothly as silk. Shuiyuer tugged at her sister's arm, nuzzling against her shoulder, exclaiming, "Oh, sister, you are simply stunning. If I were a boy, I'd pursue you with all my might." Ignoring her sister's playful antics, Shubinger lifted her hand to gently rest over her heart, feeling its rhythmic pulse beneath her chest. Indeed, she had daydreamed about romantic affairs. Having celebrated her 12th birthday 2 months prior, her growth as a soul master was accelerated compared to others. At 12, she resembled a blossoming maiden of 18. If a proposal were to arise, she would never acquiesce. Not only was she merely 12, but even at 16 or 18, she would resolutely decline. She was Shubinger, a prodigy of Tianshui Academy, a cherished daughter of the northern province, and the offspring of Atalaharan. She had envisioned a future where she would face adversity hand in hand with a partner, sharing joys and sorrows, united in love amidst the winds and snow, rather than marrying arrogant nobles. Given her esteemed position at Tianshui and the principal's affection towards her, as long as she did not consent, even royal offspring could not impose their will upon her. However, since the guest specifically requested to meet her, it would be remiss to act discourteously. As she arrived outside the reception room, she gently knocked before entering, asking, "Director, I heard there are guests looking for me. May I inquire as to their origins?" Upon entering, her gaze quickly scanned the room, and upon seeing the guests, her heart instantly relaxed. 3 boys and 1 girl, at first glance apart from the red-haired boy, who appeared to be her age. The others seemed younger than her. If suitors were indeed visiting Tianshui Academy, they would not come unaccompanied by elders. The director waved at Shubinger, introducing, "You arrived just in time, Binger. These 4 children hail from the Advanced Soul Master Academy of Häagen-Dazs. Please allow them to introduce themselves." With a polite smile, Shubinger greeted, "Hello, I am Shubinger. It is a pleasure to meet you all. This is Oscar, a disciple of Master Leonid. He is under 10 years old and already a level 20 Soul Master." The director elaborated on Oscar's credentials. Upon learning Oscar's age and rank, Shubinger was taken aback, for this boy's talent seemed to surpass her own. Being under 10 implied he had at least 2 to 3 months before reaching that age. By then, he could potentially achieve level 24. And whatever. At 10, her soul power was level 22. At that moment, Oscar spoke, "Hello. I am Oscar. It is nice to meet. Know you. Hello, I am Shubinger. I know, You know?" Shubinger suddenly wondered if he truly might be a suitor. However, she dismissed the thought. "Your cultivation speed is remarkable. You must possess an exceptional martial soul. May I see it?" Oscar scratched his head, feeling the narrative was somewhat off, but since she asked, he felt obliged to respond. "My martial soul is nothing special. Just an ordinary sausage." He then summoned his sausage martial soul once more, adding, "I merely happened to awaken with innate full soul power. I guess I got lucky." "Just lucky?" Schubinger's mouth twitched involuntarily, her fists clenched as she felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate. How enviable it must be for Master Leonid to have such a gifted disciple. Meanwhile, the director chuckled, "Binger, you will show them around Tianshui Academy today, at noon. Please bring them to the cafeteria on the 3rd floor. I shall host them as a gracious host." Shubinger nodded in acknowledgement and led Oscar and the others out of the reception room, preparing to show them around the various sites of Tianshui Academy. Initially feeling somewhat reserved, the atmosphere lightened considerably upon the arrival of her sister, Shuiyuer, whose lively and chatty nature instantly enlivened the group. As Shuiyuer joined the entourage, her attention fixated on Oscar's face. Haven't I seen you somewhere before?" Noticing this, Shubinger assumed her sister was once again indulging in her infatuation, promptly pulling Shuiyuer close and whispering, "Please don't fabricate a story just to strike up a conversation. That would be so klitsch." "Oh, but I truly have seen him. Shui Yuer brushed off her sister's hand, tilting her head in thought before suddenly exclaiming, oh, white hair, peach blossom eyes, you're from that place. I definitely know you. Indeed, we have met before. To Shui Bingou's surprise, it was not Oscar who spoke, but rather a boy of similar stature, albeit less handsome. He approached her, carefully retrieving a cloth pouch from his pocket, and gently unfolded it to reveal a plain white handkerchief, which he offered to her. This is the handkerchief you gave me when we first met. I would like to return it to you. Do you remember me? Upon hearing this, Shui Bing'er's initial thought was how antiquated such a method seemed in this day and age. Although the boy could not be considered handsome, he possessed a certain charm. While his abilities remained a mystery, being Oscar's companion suggested he was likely competent. Strangely, despite the apparent glitch of his approach, there was an authenticity in his demeanor that set him apart from others. Shui Bing'er genuinely sensed a glimmer of sincerity in his eyes. Perhaps he was not fabricating a tale after all. Yet, she struggled to recall where she had encountered him before. After a moment of contemplation, she cautiously replied, I truly do not remember. May I ask who you are? Upon her response, she noticed a shift in the boy's expression, which turned somewhat sorrowful. She quickly added, if I were to apologize, would that ease your discomfort? Ateris felt a profound sense of discomfort. Indeed, for years had elapsed. And as the cherished daughter of the Tian Shui Academy, she had entirely forgotten the once unremarkable little boy. However, Ateris bore no resentment. Instead, he summoned his courage to meet the sapphire gaze of Shui Bing'er, speaking softly. For years ago, in a small village in Borno, Shui Bing'er patiently listened to the tale until the memories of the two little boys she had aided in Borno resurfaced. At that time, she had admittedly paid little attention to them, and the handkerchief had long since slipped from her memory. Ateris's hand remained suspended in the air, unyielding. I have preserved this handkerchief all this time, harboring the hope that one day I could return it to you personally. Initially, it was but a fanciful dream, for I was merely an ordinary, unremarkable child from the countryside, while you had already ascended to the status of a soul master. However, as fate would have it, I awakened my martial soul. Though it was but a meager innate level 4, it nonetheless sparked a flicker of hope within me. As the conversation unfolded, Ateris grew increasingly anxious, his heart racing. He bit his lower lip, stammering, now, I truly stand before you. This handkerchief, I have kept it clean, though. After 4 years, it has faded somewhat. Yet, I believe. Suddenly, Shui Bing'er burst into laughter at Ateris's demeanor, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. And when she opened them again, her aquamarine gaze shimmered with a glistening light. She reached out to accept the handkerchief, folding it meticulously before placing it into her soul guidance storage bracelet. It carries great significance. Thank you for preserving it until now, Shui Bing'er remarked. Then playfully raised her hand to measure the height between her and Ateris. I remember you were quite small back then. And now you're nearly as tall as I am. It seems you fared well these past few years. Indeed, I have been doing quite well. And you? Me? Shui Bing'er observed that this boy seemed rather endearing. Although she was uncertain of his exact age, he likely wasn't far off from Oscar's. Yet, his demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to those boys who had previously confessed their feelings to her. With that thought, she raised her hand to pat Ateris on the head, adopting a serious tone. You are still just a child, so do not emulate those self-proclaimed mature boys and utter strange things to me, or I shall become quite upset. Ateris found himself in a rather perplexing situation. Though deep within, he harbored a peculiar affection for Shui Bing'er, he remained exceedingly prudent. In his previous life, he spent countless days accompanying his professor in the pursuit of specimens across the globe, excavating permafrost, and searching for fossils. His passion for biological archaeology consumed him, leaving little room for romantic pursuits, and by the age of 27 or 28, he had yet to engage in a relationship. However, despite lacking experience with girls, he was not foolish. After 4 years apart, it was evident that Shui Bing'er had forgotten even his name. Hence, it would be absurd for him to confess his feelings outright. Moreover, the likelihood of successfully declaring his affections to the proud and haughty Fraser was hardly greater than that with Shui Bing'er. Yet, in his heart, he often indulged in fantasies. The moment this snow fairy extended a handkerchief to him, her image became etched in his memory. It's nothing, Shui Bing'er. Senior, you once aided Oscar and me. I merely inquired casually. Oscar interjected with gratitude. Indeed, thank you, Senior Shui Bing'er. Had it not been for your kindness, my parents' remains would have been eternally left on Mount Lackwell. Oh, so you are the other boy, Shui Bing'er exclaimed with delight. astonished to see that the once tearful child had grown into someone so formidable. You used to be such a crybaby, Lu Yin chimed in gloomily. He was nearly 2 years older than Oscar and Ateris, now entering the throes of voice change, developing a deep timbre. Oscar retorted, "What do you know? This is merely a testament to my profound love for my parents." With Oscar and Lu Yan's banter, the earlier awkwardness dissipated, especially with the lively Shui Yuer injecting humor into the conversation, filling the air with joy. Throughout this exchange, Fraser remained silent. Yet she discerned the affection in Ateris's gaze as he looked at Shui Binger. Unlike the superficial infatuation exhibited by the girls at school towards Oscar, Fraser sensed that if Shui Binger were ever in danger, Ateris would undoubtedly stand in front of her without hesitation. Over the years, as Ateris deepened his understanding of his own motivations, it became clear that his journey to Tianshui City was not a naive endeavor to confess to a girl whose name he had only recently learned. Instead, he had come to fulfill a quest for vengeance. Yet, witnessing Ateris's shyness and burgeoning feelings in the presence of Shui Bingo ignited a fire within Fraser, making her breath feel heavier. "Hey, don't forget why you're here." Fraser approached and yanked the rose from Ateris's back, clutching it tightly in her hand. Since their expedition in the soul-hunting forest, Fraser had only reclaimed the rose at night when they rested in the dormitory, during classes or outings. It remained in Ateris's possession. Perhaps their bond had not yet evolved into romantic affection, given their tender age. But to claim that they lacked mutual fondness would certainly be disingenuous. However, Ateris felt he lacked the energy to contemplate such matters. His life stretched ahead of him, filled with endeavors yet to be undertaken, and such thoughts could be reserved for a later time. Ateris once again turned his gaze toward Shui Binger and spoke. "Senior Shui Binger, the reason Oscar and I have come to Tianshui Academy, apart from delivering a message, is to request a favor from you." Shui Binger smiled charmingly and replied, "What is it? Please feel free to speak. The director has instructed me to host you, so do not hesitate to raise any concerns. If I am unable to resolve them, I shall report them to the director." Ateris inquired, "I would like to ask if you still possess that hunting knife? The one you exchanged with me for 5 silver soul coins. I wish to buy it back." As he spoke, he produced a purse, its contents evidently substantial. "Hunting knife? I believe I have a recollection of it. I rather fancied its design," Shui Binger remarked, beginning to rummage through her storage bracelet. After a brief moment, she retrieved a hunting knife, asking, "Is this it? I haven't taken it out for quite some time. Had you not inquired, I might have forgotten about it entirely." "You need not purchase it. I am not in want of money," Shui Binger said, glancing at the purse Ateris had offered. Shaking her head, she returned the knife to him, adding, "It seems you hold quite an affection for this hunting knife. Does it not take you a considerable time to accumulate these gold and silver soul coins?" Ateris grasped the hunting knife, caressing its surface gently before infusing it with a surge of soul energy. An emblem emerged upon the blade. After 5 years, this soul mark, crystallized from a unique essence, had faded with the passage of time, yet upon closer inspection, one could still discern the figure of a bear's head. Ateris's tone suddenly grew frigid. Although it was his brother's relic, he could hardly claim to have cherished it. The reason he traversed mountains and rivers to reclaim it was for revenge. 027 The souls beneath the wheat field. The winter dusk always descends early, with wisps of smoke curling up from the chimneys of rural homes. Occasionally, the distant sounds of crowing roosters and barking dogs can be heard. Sophia hummed an unknown folk tune as she busied herself by the fireplace, where delicious bread was baking and was soon to emerge. Beside the hearth, a clay pot simmered with porridge made from the chestnuts, pine nuts, and various other nuts she had gathered from the woods earlier that day, combined with millet. Today had proven to be remarkably fortunate for Sophia. She had discovered 5 squirrel caches, yielding nearly 3 pounds of chestnuts and pine nuts among other fruits. Ateris remains in slumber, however. It appears that during the day, he rose to clear the snow that had accumulated before the house, truly a well-behaved child. Although since Omero brought him back, the household expenses have increased somewhat. It is entirely justifiable, for all of this is in gratitude for the life-saving grace bestowed by brother Ateris. Ateris's elder brother, Katos, was a figure of considerable renown in the Borno region. He was a rather peculiar individual, possessing the same innate lack of soul power as the majority of common folk. Yet he never relinquished his pursuit of martial cultivation. His physical prowess was remarkably formidable, and it is said that countless soul masters fell before him. He even triumphed over 5 grand soul masters. Legends whisper of witnesses who saw him vanquish a century-old tiger-type soul beast. Katos was a valiant warrior, known for his benevolence, frequently extending a hand to assist impoverished families. Whenever ferocious beasts or soul creatures threatened the villages of Bolton, he would invariably be the first to respond. Omar learned the art of hunting under Kaitos' tutelage. Although he only mastered the basics, enabling him to capture modest game such as forest deer and porcupines, it was sufficient to ensure his family had sustenance. Regrettably, the brave Kaitos met his tragic end on January 9th of the previous year, slain by a 100-year soul beast, the Raker Bear, which had prematurely emerged from hibernation to terrorize the village. In a valiant effort to protect the villagers, he perished in a heroic struggle against the wretched creature. His funeral was attended by over 1,000 mourners, and Ateris personally interred his ashes beneath the family's wheat field. However, the fate of his spear and shield remains a mystery. This is particularly strange, as the villagers witnessed him thrusting his spear into the throat of the Raker Bear. Yet when they returned to recover his remains, the spear and shield had vanished. Nonetheless, his noble spirit now rests beneath the wheat field, and as Kaitos' disciple, Omar took in his younger brother Ateris, thereby welcoming him as a new member of the household. The porridge made from mixed grains was ready, and Sophia beamed with joy. Although their family savings had nearly been depleted due to the illnesses that befell her and Oscar, there was still a sufficient supply of food to last until the farming season. Last year, she learned the craft of weaving from several elder women, and the earnings from weaving far surpassed those from picking cotton under the scorching sun. She believed that this year, she and Omar would be able to save some money. Each spring, the patrolling officials from the Spirit Hall would journey from Bolton City to conduct soul awakening ceremonies for the children of the common folk. The elder brother of Ateris, during his lifetime, extended his assistance to numerous individuals. A proprietor of a restaurant in the city of Bolton publicly vowed at Kratos' funeral that should Ateris awaken his soul power, he would support him until he reached adulthood. Conversely, if Ateris failed to awaken his soul power, he would still have the opportunity to begin an apprenticeship at the restaurant from the age of 8. In 2 months, Ateris will turn 6, coinciding perfectly with the soul awakening ceremony. Although Oscar was born on May 8th, he too is eligible for the awakening. While hope is scarce, there remains a flicker of anticipation. It is true that children from humble backgrounds seldom awaken soul power, and even if they do, it is usually at a meager half or full level. Yet, it is certainly better than nothing. Even in the event that soul power does not awaken, Ateris has a promising future ahead. Sophia recalls that Omaro had mentioned the desire to save enough money to send both Ateris and Oscar to become apprentices in Bolton City when Ateris turns 8. A far better fate than toiling over 2 acres of meager land. Sophia rises and glances out the door, murmuring, "The sun has already set. Why haven't they returned yet?" Perhaps Uncle Omaro is tending to the rabbit warren, devising a way to catch some. A slightly hoarse child's voice replies to her. Turning around, Sophia sees Ateris propped up on the bed, and she beams. If he manages to catch a rabbit, that would be splendid. It would be just the thing to nourish you. Both you and Oscar are still young and need plenty of meat. And Sophia, I'm very strong. I withstood the blizzard. Indeed, you are strong, brave Ateris. Sophia walks back to the hearth and prepares a bowl of porridge, pondering how long it might be before they return. Let us sip some porridge. The bread will be ready soon. With this millet porridge and dark bread in your belly, you'll have the strength to accompany Oscar in catching rabbits tomorrow. Sophia intended to feed Ateris the porridge herself, but he insisted he was capable. So she acquiesced and returned to tending the bread. The winter sun sets early, and before long, darkness envelopes the land. Finally, the door creaks open, and Sophia rises with joy, ready to embrace her beloved, but her smile falters in an instant. What has happened? Why are you injured? Anxiously, Sophia approaches, turning Omaro's body to get a better look. A jagged wound marred his right shoulder, but fortunately, the blood had already congealed. The shape of the injury was all too familiar, as she often saw similar marks while picking cotton at the estate. A whip? How could you have been whipped? And who could strike hard enough to tear your clothes? Sophia gazes intently into Omaro's eyes, bombarding him with questions. It was Tris? Omaro, unable to meet his wife's gaze, carelessly dropped the wood basket and silently made his way to the hearth, burying his face in his arms, remaining motionless, save for the occasional sound of his sniffles betraying his continued existence. Sophia gently closed the door, leading Oscar to the hearth, tenderly smoothing his disheveled hair. Oscar, tell me, what transpired today? Mother, Oscar looked up at his father Omaro, who remained unresponsive, and began to recount the events of the day, word by word. Today, Father took me to gather firewood, but the surrounding woods were stripped bare. He led me into Count Oguno's forest, and then, what? 200 copper soul coins? How can we possibly produce such an amount now? Upon hearing the fine of 200 copper soul coins, despair washed over Sophia. While they could muster 20 copper coins, 200 was insurmountable. Yet, without paying the fine, their family would face ruin. In the Bolton area, stepping outside of Bolton City, Count Oguno wielded overwhelming power, easily capable of destroying a household. If only the fine could be delayed, Sophia believed that with their diligence, 200 copper coins might be within reach. But time was not on their side. Count Oguno's rules were inflexible. Fines must be paid within 3 days, and beyond that, interest would accrue at 5% daily. Under such compounding pressure, no one dared to procrastinate. However, raising 200 copper coins within 3 days was utterly impossible. Most villagers were not well off and would not easily lend such a sum. Those who could would typically demand exorbitant interest. With a heavy sigh of despair, Sophia realized that only one option remained: to sell their land. Omaro finally raised his head but still shielded his face with his hand. His voice emerged hoarse and strained, as if his throat were raw. "We cannot sell. The land is our very foundation of existence. Without it, we will inevitably." Ateris leaned against the headboard, lost in contemplation. He understood well the implications of what Omaro wished to convey. His elder brother had often imparted to him the art of reading and recounted tales of yore, revealing knowledge that eluded the common folk. It was said that the original Count of Aganad possessed a vast estate of 60,000 acres, housing 12,000 households with over 40,000 souls. However, in recent years, the land held by the Aganad family had swelled to over 90,000 acres, while the taxable populace had dwindled to a mere 8,000 households, amounting to less than 30,000 individuals. Within the kingdom of Häagen-Dazs, the nobility bore the obligation to protect the citizens residing within their domains. Nonetheless, the taxes levied upon these citizens were collected by tax officials dispatched by the king, with the revenues shared in a ratio of 30 to 70 between the nobility and the crown. The lineage of the Aganad family, now represented by Fermi Aganad, had reached its 3rd generation, yet the populace within their estate had not increased but rather diminished. The root cause of this decline was not due to warfare, natural calamities, or the incursions of soul beasts, but rather the ruthless consolidation of land. The Count of Aganad instructed his knights to employ various means to seize land from the free citizens, forcing those who once owned land into the plight of tenants. Should these tenants encounter significant misfortune within their families, they were often compelled to sell themselves into servitude, becoming the private serfs of the Count. The king lost the tax revenue from free citizens. The citizens themselves were left vulnerable to exploitation, while the Aganad family thrived evermore. Though Ateris grasped only a fraction of his brother's teachings, he was acutely aware that should they lose their modest 2 acres of land, Uncle Omaro and Sophia and Oscar would likely find themselves bereft of options, ultimately selling themselves into a life of bondage. Serfs were the private property of the nobility, who held the power to slay, beat, or trade them at will. Atrides had witnessed the treatment of the serfs in the cotton fields of the Agnad estate. If a hired laborer were to be lazy or err in any way, the steward would promptly dismiss them. However, the serfs were met with a different fate. On days when the stewards were in good spirits, they might merely receive a scolding and be deprived of their meals. Yet, on darker days, the consequences could be far graver, ranging from severe beatings to crippling injuries. To the Agnad family, the loss of a single slave was of little consequence. Atrides recalled a night when the serfs in the cotton fields sang joyfully, extolling the benevolence of Count Agnad. On that particular day, not a single slave met a fatal end. Ateris harbors aspirations, and Oscar stands as his most steadfast companion. Uncle Omalo and Aunt Sophia have also shown him remarkable kindness. He has come to regard them as family. As family, they should confront challenges together. The following morning, at the Ogunder Manor, Triss observed Ateris with a mix of amusement and intrigue. He was familiar with the boy. His elder brother was renowned throughout the Bolton region. 2 years prior, he had crossed paths with Kratos, the man devoid of any soul power, who astonishingly managed to withstand the relentless assault of a level 25 Great Soul Master for countless rounds. For the haughty Triss, this was a source of humiliation. How could a worthless individual, lacking even the slightest trace of soul power, possess strength comparable to that of a noble soul master? Intriguingly, do you intend to voluntarily pay the fine on behalf of Omalo? Ateris fixed his unwavering gaze upon Triss, and to his astonishment, there was not a trace of fear in those youthful eyes. Much like his insufferable brother, he was resolutely unyielding, provoking a sense of disdain. Indeed, Triss' countenance darkened as he menacingly declared, "You little wretch, I am a noble knight with no time for your foolishness. Should you dare to deceive me, Even if you are but a child, I shall not hesitate to wield my whip. He could hardly believe that a mere child of 5 or 6 years could possess 900 copper soul coins. His odious brother, Kratos, had always been generous, sharing his surplus with the impoverished and even slaves, leaving behind nothing more than a collection of worthless scraps and decrepit furs. To his surprise, the young wolf cub was undeterred and produced a piece of paper from his pocket, presenting it to him. "This is the wheat field my brother bequeathed to me. I offer it to offset Uncle Omiro's fine." Wheat field. Triss took the deed and glanced at it before handing it to the steward beside him, inquiring, "This plot is 1 acre and 2/10. Surely it is worth more than 200 copper soul coins?" The steward examined it and chuckled. "Indeed, it is worth far more. This land is of medium quality, valued at approximately 800 copper soul coins per acre. 1 acre and 2/10, though slightly less, would normally sell for 900. 900, huh?" Triss laughed once more. "You bring a deed worth 900 copper soul coins to me, and you are not afraid of my lack of integrity?" Ateris laughed, a radiant and innocent smile akin to that of any typical child. He complimented, "You are a noble knight, a revered soul master, and a distinguished individual on the brink of transcending into the esteemed rank of soul sovereign. How could you possibly betray the trust of a mere child like me? Isn't that so, esteemed Sir Triss Augenord?" Triss paused for a moment, turning to his steward beside him and inquiring, "Is he attempting to flatter me?" The steward slightly bowed, chuckling as he replied, "How could this be mere flattery? Young Master Triss is only 19, yet has already surpassed the 30th level, achieving the rank of Soul Sovereign. He is indeed the most outstanding young prodigy of the Borno region. This is the truth." Laughter erupted from Triss, a hearty and jovial sound, as he pointed at Ateris. "You little rascal are quite different from that brash Kratos. When he and I once sparred, he was beaten to the ground yet refused to concede, mumbling about his unyielding spear and my own resilience. Bah, he was nothing but a waste with 0 innate soul power. Who would have imagined that his brother would turn out to be such a sycophant? Haha." Ateris, upon hearing Triss disparage his deceased brother Kratos as worthless, refrained from retorting and maintained his smile, allowing Triss to unleash a barrage of coarse epithets. Once Triss had exhausted his vitriol, he looked down upon Ateris, who stood only at his waist, and remarked with a grin, 900 copper soul coins. Splendid. Little wretch, your actions truly move me. As if I were witnessing a poignant scene of you commoners uniting in solidarity and mutual assistance." Ateris listened to Triss' words, his smile broadening, realizing he could indeed assist Uncle Omiro's family. However, Triss then nonchalantly uttered, "But I refuse." Haha. The instant Ateris' smile shattered, Triss erupted into laughter. "You didn't truly believe that the Ognod family would lack land, did you?" A squire knight brought forth a magnificent chestnut steed, and as Triss mounted, still chuckling, he pointed with his whip. "From the base of the Lakhor Mountains to the outskirts of Borno City, a span of 10 miles, lies the land of the Ognod family. Merely in farmland, there are 4,000 hectares, with forests and orchards beyond count. Do you think I would covet that meager plot of land? What a joke." Triss rode straight up to Ateris, crumpling the deed in his hand and smashing it into Ateris' face. 200 copper coins, with interest commencing in 3 days. The amount is fixed, not a single coin less. Triss, accompanied by his knights, galloped away, while the steward of the estate unceremoniously ejected Ateris, shutting the door behind him. Inside, the naturally privileged count's offspring welcomed the dawn with their lavish lifestyles, the banquet hall alive with clinking glasses and laughter, a sumptuous array of delicacies gracing the table. Outside, the despondent Ateris clenched the crumpled deed, eventually regaining his composure to carefully unfold it and tuck it back into his bosom. Taking a deep breath, he held back tears, remembering his brother's lesson. A man may bleed, but must never weep. "Ateris, thank you for your help. Rest assured, I will resolve this matter," Omiro said, gazing at Ateris with a face full of guilt. "I'm sorry I couldn't assist." Sophia gently patted Ateris' small head. "It's all right, Ateris. Your courage and goodwill are more than enough. Trust your uncle and aunt. We will overcome this hardship." Oscar approached next, enveloping Ateris in a hug before leading him to breakfast. Once Ateris had departed, Omiro sighed. "Alas, we absolutely cannot sell those 2 acres. Our only option now is to venture into the mountains to hunt. I shall prepare to head out immediately." Sophia grasped her husband's rough hand, concern etching her features. "Isn't it too dangerous to hunt in winter? Moreover, in such haste, we won't find other hunters to accompany us." "I know, Sophia, but I have no choice. That amounts to 200 copper coins. In 3 days, with each passing day, the interest will increase by a fraction. We cannot afford to delay. Omiro complained as he made his way to the wood shed to arm himself. His hunting skills, though taught by Kratos, were not exceptional, but necessary equipment was indispensable. His weapons were rather rudimentary. A bow crafted from a single sapling of maple, arrows forged from scrap iron in a rural workshop, and fletchings made from low-grade crow feathers, with shafts made from processed birch saplings. The only valuable component was the bowstring, made from material sourced from the northern province of the neighboring Tiendo Empire, obtained from a 120-year-old wild buffalo by Kratos. Sophia watched her husband don his hunting gear. Any sudden movement would cause him to wince in pain from the wounds inflicted by the knight's whip the day prior, deepening her worry. "I wonder if it will snow again. You should put on your cloak," she said, retrieving a moosehide cloak from the wall of the shed and bringing him a moosehide backpack. "Let me accompany you, Omiro." "How can that be?" "If you accompany me into the mountains, what will happen to the children?" Sophia tenderly draped the moosehide cloak around Omiro's shoulders and helped him secure the backpack. "The children have grown. Oscar and Ateris are very capable. They've learned to cook and manage on their own, so they will be fine. But the winter mountains are far too perilous. How can I allow you to go? If you venture alone, even if you catch something, how much can you carry back? With me by your side, perhaps we can make a single trip and secure enough game." Omiro gazed into his wife's resolute eyes, realizing further persuasion would be futile. Besides, Sophia was correct. He wouldn't be able to carry much alone. He sighed. "All right, we shall go together." Sophia beamed with joy, beginning to equip herself for the journey. She donned her deer-hide trousers, tall boots, and a hat and gloves fashioned from soft rabbit fur, packing a few simple traps and flint into her bag, along with a wolfskin sleeping bag. The pair, fully armed, stepped out of the shed, where Sophia affectionately reassured the two little ones, "Brave Oscar, brave Ateris. Stay home and lock the door tight. Do not wander anywhere, all right?" Ateris puffed out his chest and assured Aunt Sophia, "Rest assured, I will take good care of Oscar." Oscar retorted, "I don't need your help. I can cook far better than you. You're so frail that you can't even chop wood. It's clearly me who will be looking after you." Observing the two young ones bickering, Sophia and Omar couldn't help but chuckle. Despite the noise, their bond was evident. Waving farewell, Omar and Sophia walked northward without a backward glance, traversing through the forest of Count Aguinord before entering the majestic Lacquer Mountain. This mountain, located in the northern region of Bolton, serves as a natural boundary between the northwest continent and the far north, and it is commonly referred to by the people of Bolton due to the frequent appearances of the Lacquer tribe amidst these peaks. The journey to Lacquer Mountain was not lengthy. Omar and Sophia walked tirelessly for 3 hours, covering just over 30 miles to reach the base of the mountain. However, this was merely the periphery, for Lacquer Mountain itself sprawls extensively. Many ferocious beasts bore the name Lacquer, such as the 600-year-old Lacquer bear that had slain Kratos. Today, Omar's objective was not to hunt these formidable creatures. As an ordinary man with no innate soul power, he would fare poorly against solitary wolves, let alone tigers, leopards, or bears. Omar was well acquainted with the perimeter, as the knights of the Aguinord family frequently ventured into the mountains for hunting, almost weekly, which resulted in a scarcity of large predators and carnivorous soul beasts in the area. Nonetheless, he swiftly readied his bow and arrows, remaining vigilant and poised to draw the string at a moment's notice. Winter hunting requires ample patience, for many animals hibernate during this season. And aside from the whites of winter, other colors are starkly visible. Omar's elk-hide cloak and deer-hide trousers offered excellent protection against rain and snow, but their dark hues rendered him conspicuous against the snowy backdrop. Thus, Omar decided to take a gamble. He located several rabbit trails and selected 3 spots where he believed the delicate-boned rabbits were most likely to appear, setting simple traps baited with their favorite carrots. After establishing the traps, Omar and Sophia scoured the woods, hoping to discover more game. During their patrol, they spotted a herd of deer, but these cunning creatures always scattered before he could draw close enough to take aim. The effectiveness of the simple traps was disappointing. After nearly 4 hours of waiting, the couple had only caught 2 meagerly sized delicate-boned rabbits. In winter, prey is typically lean, and although even the thinnest has some flesh, Omar felt these 2 greedy rabbits barely weighed 2 pounds combined. Alas, this scant meat barely suffices to fill a gap, he mused. After skinning the rabbits and removing their bones and entrails, it was uncertain whether they would yield even 8 ounces of meat in winter. The caloric value of this meager portion likely paled in comparison to what they had expended today. Glancing at the sun's position, Omar realized it was already 2 in the afternoon, a troubling omen. Every farmer carries an internal calendar, passed down through generations. Omar calculated that with only 2 hours left until dusk, the sky would soon darken, and in another couple of hours, night would completely envelop them. They needed to conclude their hunting and find a resting spot before 5 o'clock. Once the sun dipped below the horizon, temperatures would plummet, and despite recent warming trends, his attire was insufficient to withstand the frigid winter nights. They must swiftly locate a sheltered place to build a fire, or neither he nor Sophia would see the light of dawn again. In previous times, he would have gathered several hunting companions to execute a coordinated strategy against the deer, efficient and effortless. During the summer or autumn, he could utilize the foliage for concealment while shooting from a distance or set more traps for the delicate-boned rabbits. Yet now, time was of the essence. With only 3 hours remaining, Omar could no longer afford to wait for the rabbits to come to him. He needed to take decisive action. With a swift twist, Omar broke the neck of one delicate-boned rabbit and stowed it in his backpack, then clenched his fist in prayer. "Oh, divine angel, may your mercy grace this world and bless me with a bountiful harvest." A sharp, cool call echoed across the open wilderness. "Is that the cry of a deer?" Omar's heart surged with joy. Kratos had taught him the language of deer. This was neither a mating call nor a challenge, nor a warning. The deer was inquiring about the location of its herd. This was a lost deer. The sound emanated from below, and Omar instructed Sophia to remain in place to avoid startling the deer. He stealthily approached, climbing a small rise to catch sight of a deer grazing on the grass below. Even while feeding, the deer remained vigilant, occasionally lifting its head to scan its surroundings. However, Omar's position, directly behind it and elevated, made it difficult for the deer to detect him. Grateful for the angel's blessing, Omar suppressed his excitement, gently drawing back his bowstring, his focus narrowing solely on the graceful creature before him. This might be his only opportunity. Not only must he hit his mark, but it must also be a fatal shot. If he merely grazed it or failed to deliver a quick kill, the deer would bolt, and Omar had no time to pursue it over long distances. With the bowstring drawn taut, at the moment the deer lifted its head, Omar released the arrow. It soared through the air, striking true at the base of the deer's skull. Thud. The deer let out a low, mournful sound, distinctly different from its earlier calls. And after a few tremors, the magnificent buck collapsed to the ground. "Excellent. Sophia, come quickly," Omar exclaimed, rushing down the rise to the deer's side, where he found it gasping heavily, blood streaming from the arrow shaft. Without hesitation, he drew his hunting knife and swiftly severed the deer's throat to let it bleed out. Sophia arrived just in time, and Omar urged, "Quickly, Sophia. Cover the blood with snow." Though large predators were scarce around the periphery of Lacquer Mountain, caution is the mother of safety. Winter is a season of scarcity, and promptly masking the scent of blood is an effective means of avoiding larger beasts. The hunting knife, a relic of Kratos, was exceptionally sharp, slicing through the deer's hide as if it were mere paper. Omar's skilled hands quickly peeled off the entire hide. Although the arrow hole marred its perfection, it remained a fine specimen. "This hide is remarkable. It should fetch a handsome price," Sophia exclaimed joyfully. Oscar was equally elated, relieved that their efforts had not been in vain. They proceeded to detach the deer's limbs, retaining only the thigh sections, discarding the less meaty lower legs. One by one, they removed high-value cuts such as the tenderloin and ribs. With each piece of meat added to the backpack, Omar's smile grew ever brighter. Next, he needed to find a tall tree to hang the meat from its high branches, safeguarding it from scavengers. And he could return the following day to hunt another deer or catch a few more rabbits before retrieving their spoils. A low growl, akin to distant thunder, echoed from behind. Omero trembled instantly, turning swiftly to behold a colossal larkle bear, rearing up and roaring toward the heavens. The resounding roar struck his eardrums with a force that felt as if they might bleed. "Run, Sophia," he urged, pushing her aside with utmost haste. He then discarded all the meat from his moose-hide backpack and shed his cumbersome gear, swiftly rising to confront the beast, bow drawn and arrow-nocked. The larkle bear was no ordinary creature. It was a soul beast. Omero had no knowledge of how many years of cultivation this bear possessed. But even if it were not a soul beast, a fully grown bear, especially one in the throes of winter hunger, was beyond his capacity to combat. Escape was not an option. Kratos had once remarked that the running speed of an ordinary human paled in comparison to many large predators. Only through teamwork and weaponry could an unarmed individual hope to contend with such foes. Yet, when faced with a soul beast, particularly one as brutal as the larkle bear. One could only rely on luck. The scattered deer meat emitted a pungent scent of blood, and Omero desperately hoped the bear would redirect its attention. He had encountered wild beasts before, and typically, they would choose to feast on the offerings once he had departed. However, this larkle bear's gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon him. At that moment, Omero began to grasp the lessons Kratos had imparted about hunting. When beasts encounter humans, they seldom attack recklessly, instead weighing the risks and benefits. Though lacking in intelligence, they are aware of the lethal weapons humans carry. Soul beasts, however, were fundamentally opposed to humanity. Unless one faced a cowardly soul beast or one that sensed a vast disparity in strength, a deadly struggle was inevitable. Fear, trepidation, despair. The roar resounded. Snow began to fall once more from the sky. Ateris extended his hand to catch a crystalline flake, the icy touch sending shivers across his skin. Not only had snow begun to fall, but frost had also settled in. Just as the weather seemed poised to warm, an unexpected chill swept in once again. Fortunately, the snowfall was light, and the wind was gentle. Ateris silently wished for Uncle Omero and Aunt Sophia, hoping they would successfully capture their prey and return safely. As night descended, Ateris's heart remained suspended with worry. The risks of winter hunting were exceedingly high, yet time was of the essence. He was still merely a 6-year-old child, with few resources at his disposal. After dinner, Oscar had promptly gone to bed, and following Omero and Sophia's departure, he ventured into the nearby woods to search for squirrel or chipmunk nests. However, his efforts bore little fruit, as many of the burrows appeared to have been disturbed, and his total haul amounted to less than 2 pounds. Oscar! Oscar! A distant voice called out, and Ateris recognized it as the voice of the village elder, Lester. Emerging from his home, he spotted a frail figure, lantern in hand, hurrying toward him. Grandfather Lester, what brings you here in such a hurry? What has happened? As Ateris observed Lester gasping for breath, struggling to articulate his words, he promptly took the lantern from him and offered a gentle pat on his back. Do not rush. Speak slowly. Would you like to step inside for a drink of water? After a while, Lester regained his composure and spoke clearly. Omero and Sophia, they were attacked by a larkle bear while hunting. What? But Larkle Mountain is a good 30 miles from here. How did you come to know they were attacked? Lester stamped his foot in frustration. A few esteemed soul masters dragged a body here from the northern village of Douluo. When I stepped outside, I saw the 2 corpses, utterly mangled, but the moose-hide cloak on one of them, wasn't he that Omero? Urgently, Lester pushed past Ateris and entered the house, rousing the still drowsy Oscar. There is no time for explanations. Come with me to confirm this. The esteemed soul masters are still waiting. We cannot afford to keep them anxious. With that, he hoisted Oscar onto his back and hurried north, while Ateris jogged closely behind. The snow continued to fall, and the night sky was nearly devoid of clouds, only a gentle northern breeze whispering through the air, causing a delicate frost to form on the branches lining the road. Thanks to the northern mountains, the winter in the kingdom of Haagen-Dazs is more hospitable compared to the 2 northern provinces of the Tian-Do Empire at the same latitude. Borno has become the only human settlement with a population exceeding 100,000 near the 60th parallel north. A favorable environment for humans also supports the existence of other fauna, and each year in the Borno region, deaths from attacks by ferocious beasts and soul beasts rank just behind those around the Star-Do forest. Despite the frequent hunting expeditions of Count Aguinald's knights in the mountainous areas, conflicts between humans and these creatures are inevitable, driven fundamentally by the need for survival and propagation of their species. In the Borno region, many lives are lost annually due to ferocious beasts and soul beast attacks. Yet Omero and Sophia tragically became the first civilians to fall victim to a soul beast this winter within Count Aguinald's territory. Thus, even after nightfall, the villagers spontaneously ventured out, gathering at the northern village entrance, animatedly discussing the sight of the mangled corpses. The 2 bodies were unrecognizable, their forms grotesquely ravaged as if torn apart by some savage beast, their resilient moose-hide cloaks seemingly offering no protection whatsoever. Surrounding the villagers were several soul masters, all women, who remained at a respectful distance. Among them was an elderly woman, a young mother, and 2 girls, all dressed in the same serene shade of azure. The elderly woman rested with the 2 girls on benches brought by the villagers, while the young mother tended to their 2 horses, gracefully grooming their manes. One of the little girls yawned and tugged at her sister's sleeve, whining, "Sister, I'm so sleepy, I want to go to bed." The sister replied softly, "Didn't the village chief just say you would find the families of the deceased?" Once they arrived to claim the bodies, We can seek a place to rest." The younger girl pouted, glancing at the two corpses, and continued to grumble. If it weren't for these two burdens, we would have already entered Borno City to rest. I've lost my hot bath and my soft, cozy bed. This time, the elder sister did not indulge her sibling-esque complaints, but instead chastised her seriously. We come from a humble background. How can you speak like that? As soul masters, we are distinguished from ordinary people, and in the face of such tragedies, we should extend our help. I already feel immense guilt for not being able to save them from that cunning lagwell bear. You must not utter such words again, or I shall forbid you from having ice cream in the summer." The younger girl immediately pouted, pleading, "No, sister, I was wrong. Without ice cream, I would perish." The elderly woman nearby, having overheard the sisters' exchange, slightly opened her eyes and smiled with appreciation, nodding in approval of the sister's words. Make way, make way. Oscar is coming. Let him through." Lester called as he pushed through the crowd, with Oscar tightly grasping his hand and following closely behind. Upon seeing the body on the ground, Oscar burst into tears, collapsing over Omaro's remains. Lester bowed to the elderly woman, gasping, "Respected Soulmaster, this is the child of the deceased, Oscar. Please excuse him for not being able to rise to greet you. I sincerely apologize." The elderly woman, supported by her cane, stood and helped Lester to his feet, smiling gently. "It is of no concern. Anyone in such a situation would lose their composure. Let him grieve for a while." Just as she spoke, Ateris rushed in behind Lester, and upon seeing the bodies of Omaro and Sophia, he knelt heavily in the snow. This poignant scene moved the onlookers, including the previously grumbling sister, who shed tears as well, prompting her elder sister to comfort her. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket and approached Oscar, saying, "Here, wipe your tears." Ateris was engulfed in sorrow, his mind in a daze as he fumbled for a handkerchief to wipe away his tears and mucus, only then realizing his surroundings. When he lifted his gaze, he found that the handkerchief had come from a strikingly beautiful girl. Despite the grief weighing heavily on his heart due to the unexpected fates of Omir and Sophia, he felt an involuntary attraction towards her. The girl appeared considerably older than him, towering over him by at least a head, standing at an estimated height of over 1.50 meters. Her long, aquamarine hair cascaded elegantly down her back, framing a complexion that was fair, adorned with delicate features. Her face was soft in its contours. At first glance, she may not have seemed breathtakingly stunning, yet Ateris sensed an ethereal beauty emanating from her. Thank you," Ateris stammered, awkwardly offering the handkerchief back to her. The girl glanced at the tear-stained and mucus-laden cloth, her brows furrowing in distaste. "Never mind, you might as well keep it," she said dismissively. I didn't mean to," Ateris replied, feeling a pang of guilt as he scratched his head. "I'll wash it for you. I promise to make it spotless. Perhaps it's best you keep it. After all, it's just a handkerchief," the girl murmured, turning her attention back to comforting her younger sister, leaving Ateris to his thoughts. Although Ateris had ceased his weeping, Oscar showed no intention of stopping. The elderly woman perceived that this was not a suitable course of action, so she approached Ateris, extending her cane to lightly tap the top of Oscar's head. Ateris felt a chill in the air, and in an instant, Oscar shuddered, bringing his cries to an abrupt halt. Ateris exclaimed, "Is this soul power?" The elderly woman, her face radiating kindness, nodded at Ateris without further elaboration. The awakened Oscar turned and knelt before the woman, repeatedly bowing his head. "Thank you, esteemed soul master. I am eternally grateful for your kindness in bringing my parents back. I do not know how to repay you, so I can only offer my deepest gratitude." The woman did not hinder his actions. Once he finished, she extended her hand to assist him in rising. Then, with a gentle sweep of her right hand across her left, which held a cane, a faint light flickered to life. Suddenly, a moose-hide backpack and a hunting knife materialized and fell to the ground. The elderly woman pointed at the backpack, her voice warm as she said, "Braving the dangers of the mountains to hunt in the dead of winter, I suspect your family has encountered hardships. This is the bounty from your parents' hunt. Take it home." Oscar reached out to grasp the backpack, only to find it too heavy for him to lift, causing it to thud to the ground, dislodging several pieces of deer meat. Village Chief Lester stepped forward to assist Oscar, lifting the backpack and opening it to reveal the intact deer meat within. A smile spread across his face as he said, "Thank you, esteemed soul master. Your kindness is truly remarkable." Ateris picked up the hunting knife, a relic of his brother Kratos. Since he had no use for it, he bestowed it upon Uncle Omero. Upon seeing Ateris grasp the knife, the old woman cautioned, "Child, It would be wise for you to sell that hunting knife at the earliest opportunity. Do not hold on to it. Ateris lifted his head, gazing at the elderly woman with a perplexed expression. However, before he could voice his inquiries, she preemptively elucidated. Although I am uncertain whether you can comprehend, I must clarify. That Larker bear must have traced your uncle and aunt through this hunting knife, launching an attack upon them. The old woman took the knife from Ateris's hands, infusing it with a shimmering aquamarine soul power. Gradually, a mark began to illuminate on the blade, a visage resembling a bear's head. Humans harbor grudges, and so do soul beasts. Some formidable soul beasts, before their demise, leave behind soul power imprints on those who hunt them. This enables their kin to sense the presence of the hunter within a certain range, seeking vengeance. However, I have never witnessed nor heard of such an imprint residing upon a hunting knife. The hunting knife? Ateris listened intently, faintly recalling that his brother, Kratos, had once imparted similar knowledge. If that were the case, it dawned upon him. This must be the very Larker bear that his brother had slain last year when it descended upon the village. Your brother? The elderly woman was taken aback, as the seemingly ordinary boy before her did not appear to possess any extraordinary lineage. The Larker bear that attacked Douluo today was at least 800 years old. If it sought vengeance for the bear mentioned by this child, then surely that bear's strength was not to be underestimated. The Larker bear is classified as a high-level soul beast, and to have vanquished one that had lived for centuries, his brother must possess strength nearing that of a soul master. Yet, the boy's tattered clothing belied any notion of him being a soul master's sibling. Young one, where is your brother? It would be more prudent for him to wield this knife, for the bear that assaulted your uncle is exceedingly cunning. Despite my grievous injuries inflicted upon it, I inadvertently allowed its escape. Although we are 30 miles from Larker Mountain, one cannot dismiss the possibility that it may return to the village once healed. My brother, Ateris caressed the hunting knife, momentarily at a loss for words. Esteemed soul master, his brother is a hero. Lester, seeing Ateris's struggle to articulate, stepped forward to speak on his behalf. Last year, a Larker bear descended upon a village to the north. My brother Kratos bravely confronted it, and after a fierce battle, they perished together. The elderly woman's understanding deepened. Ah, that explains it. No wonder the imprint is affixed to the hunting knife. That beast, having received grave injuries from me, will surely hesitate to emerge from its lair. However, I advise you to secure this knife in a safe location promptly. It is exceptionally sharp, of commendable quality. You might consider selling it in town. I observe your garments are quite worn. Use the proceeds to procure some new clothing. Just then, the villagers who had gathered nearby began to protest. How can such a dangerous object remain in the village? Indeed, if that bear goes mad and charges into the village tonight, we would all be in peril. Yes, we must dispose of it. It cannot stay. Ateris had originally extended his hand, ready to accept the hunting knife from the old woman, but the villagers' clamorous objections caused his hand to freeze in midair. Lester, the village chief, found himself in a predicament. Although the esteemed soul master had asserted that the formidable Larker bear was gravely injured and could not move for the time being, the villagers evidently disagreed with this assessment. With a surge of courage, Lester bowed deeply before the old woman, saying, Esteemed soul master, it is not that we, the humble villagers, lack understanding. We merely dare to express our concerns. Enough, I know what you wish to convey, the old woman interjected, waving her hand dismissively. She then turned to Ateris and asked, Young one, to save a life is to save it completely. Your elder has braved the perilous mountains to hunt. Surely there are unspoken reasons for this endeavor? Indeed, esteemed soul master, we. Ateris promptly recounted the situation in a succinct manner. Ah, I see. In that case, I shall purchase this hunting knife, the old woman declared. She then conjured a pouch from thin air, rummaging through it until she discovered it filled with golden soul coins. Though she hesitated momentarily, Principal, I find this hunting knife quite exquisite. Perhaps you should relinquish it to me? Remarked a girl, ethereal as snow, as she approached, producing a pouch from which she extracted 5 silver soul coins, offering them to Ateris. Ateris gingerly accepted the item, inadvertently brushing against the girl's hand. And in that instant, he felt a jolt akin to an electric shock, rendering him momentarily speechless. The girl, however, appeared unperturbed, having taken the hunting knife from the elderly woman and began to toy with it. With the issue resolved, the elderly woman called out to the young matron beside her, Xiao Lu, take Yuer and mount the horse. We must hasten to reach Borno City and settle in, for we have already delayed considerably. The sound of hoofbeats resonated in the air, familiar to the villagers who swiftly cleared the path. As the hoofbeats grew louder, A company of knights soon appeared, followed by a wagon. At the forefront, a lightly armored knight shouted, "Esteemed guests, please pause." As the knights approached, the villagers bowed in respect. The leading knight halted his steed 10 paces before the elderly woman, dismounted, and with his hands crossed over his shoulders, he slightly bent forward. Introducing himself, "I am Tris Ogonod, and I was informed by a villager of the arrival of esteemed guests in the territory of my Ogonod family. Thus, at my father's behest, I have come to invite you to our estate as a gesture of goodwill." The elderly woman nodded slightly in acknowledgement, replying, "I am Yang, the headmistress of the Tianshui Soul Master Academy's affiliated junior college, hailing from the northern plains. Recently, I accompanied my students into the northern mountains to hunt for soul rings. And upon our descent, we unexpectedly found ourselves in the Bolton region." Tris bowed again, exclaiming, "It is an honor to meet Headmistress Yang. The Tianshui Academy is renowned, praised for both its students and teachers, all of whom are exceptionally gifted. It is a pleasure to witness your esteemed presence firsthand." The elderly woman chuckled, "Oh, I am merely an old woman, over 60, with a head full of white hair. What beauty do I possess?" Tris continued to extol her virtues. "Headmistress Yang, despite your years, you possess a youthful spirit. Your 2 young students are undeniably beautiful, destined to be breathtaking in their maturity, and that teacher radiates grace and elegance. The Tianshui Academy is indeed worthy of its illustrious reputation." The headmistress and another female teacher accepted Tris' compliments with smiles, while the girl, resembling a snow sprite, coldly interjected, "I am not merely a young student. I have a name, Shui Binger." The female teacher gently tugged at Shui Binger, softly admonishing her, "Binger, do not be unruly." Tris waved his hands dismissively, "Not at all, not at all. It is indeed admirable to have such an ethereal student as Headmistress Yang." The flattery left Ateris somewhat astonished. This morning, Tris had been an arrogant noble, yet here he was, displaying such deference to the headmistress of the Tianshui Academy. As the eldest son of Count Ogonod, Tris was a dominant figure in the Bolton region, accustomed to unchallenged authority. It was evident that the reputation of the Tianshui Academy was formidable enough to compel even the son of the local lord to bow. However, Shui Bingo did not seem to appreciate Tris' praise. Her expression remained icy as she retorted, "I do not require your flattery. I have encountered many scoundrels like you who merely come to our Tianshui Academy to ingratiate themselves. I am not fooled." Tris found himself momentarily at a loss for words. But he soon grasped the situation, understanding why the young girl would label him a villain. Yet, he maintained his smile. This is all a misunderstanding. My true intention was merely to convey the dignity of the Ogonod family to the citizens of our territory. I regret any oversight on my part." Approaching Oscar, Tris cheerfully stated, "I express my apologies for the unfortunate situation regarding your parents. Hence, before all these witnesses, I hereby announce the annulment of the fine owed by your father, Omiro. Does this meet your approval?" "That is indeed agreeable," the headmistress interjected. "Mr. Tris, as a noble, one should embody the virtues of nobility. Protecting the citizens of your territory and treating them as your own kin is the hallmark of true nobility. Thank you for your guidance. I shall remember your words." Tris replied earnestly. After exchanging pleasantries with Headmistress Yang, he invited them to board the carriage for a visit to the estate. The headmistress graciously accepted, and with the 2 girls and their teacher aboard, Tris led the way. As their group proceeded in an orderly fashion towards the estate, Ateris clutched the 5 silver coins in his hand, murmuring softly as he gazed in the direction of the departing carriage, "Shui Bing. Thank you, and I hope that one day I will be worthy enough to stand before you and express my gratitude." Awakening in the morning, he heard his younger sister Shui Yuer mention that guests had arrived at the academy, which struck him as rather peculiar. Although it was now March, the northern province had only recently endured a sweeping snowstorm that had blanketed the entire region. It seemed odd for visitors to come at such a time. Soon after, a senior student approached, stating that the guests wished to meet Shui Binger, leaving her utterly perplexed. "Senior, do you know where the guests are from, or what brings them here?" Shui Binger inquired as they walked toward the main teaching building. "I heard they are from the kingdom of Hagendas, but I'm not sure of their purpose. All I know is that they wish to meet you." The senior replied. Shui Binger pursed her lips. "Meet me? What could be so special about me?" Beside her, Shui Yuer teased, "Perhaps they have come to propose to you. Get away. How could such nonsense come from your mouth?" Shui Binger pretended to strike her sister, but Shui Yuer evaded her playfully, continuing to jest. "What's wrong? Am I mistaken? When we visited the Academy of Balak Kingdom, Didn't that prince take a liking to you, declaring he wanted you as his future bride? Perhaps today's guests are the Prince of Häagen-Dazs, here to compete for your affections. The senior student chimed in, indeed. Our Shui Bingo is the jewel of Tianshui Academy, truly a popular figure. What's the world coming to? Amidst the playful banter. Even Shui Binger's typically serene demeanor was worn down, and she covered her ears, choosing not to listen to such distracting words. The notion of a marriage proposal was absurd, yet throughout her life, there had been countless boys who had declared their feelings for her. Passing a wall adorned with a full-length mirror, Shui Binger paused to examine her reflection. Her exquisite visage was framed by delicate features, her brows were like painted arcs, her lips akin to fine jade, and her sky-blue eyes sparkled like two brilliant sapphires. Her shoulder-length, water-blue hair danced in the breeze, flowing like silk. Shui Yuer tugged at her arm, playfully leaning against her shoulder, exclaiming, "Oh, sister, you are simply too beautiful. If I were a boy, I would pursue you with all my might." Ignoring her teasing sister, Shui Binger placed a gentle hand on her left chest, feeling the rhythmic pulse of her heart beneath the blossoming petals. She too had entertained fantasies of romance. With more than 5 months since her 12th birthday, as a soul master, her development had progressed faster than that of her peers. At 12, she appeared as a blossoming young woman. If a marriage proposal were indeed the case, she would never acquiesce. Not only was she merely 12 years old, but even at 16 or 18, she would unreservedly decline. She was Shui Binger, a once-in-a-century genius of Tianshui Academy, the pride of the northern province, and the daughter of a Talaharan. She had envisioned a future of shared trials and joys with a young man, love blossoming under the witness of wind and snow, rather than marrying some lofty noble. Given her standing in Tianshui and the principal's affection for her, as long as she did not consent, no matter the royal lineage of the suitor, they could not impose their will upon her. However, since the guests had specifically requested to meet her, she felt it necessary to show respect. Arriving outside the reception room, she gently rapped on the door before entering and inquired, "Director, I hear there are guests looking for me. May I ask where they are from?" Upon stepping inside, her eyes quickly scanned the room, and upon seeing the guests, her heart immediately relaxed. 3 boys and a girl entered her view. Aside from the red-haired boy who appeared to be her age, the others seemed younger than her. If they were truly suitors visiting Tianshui Academy, it would be improbable for them to arrive without adult supervision. The director waved toward Shui Binger, introducing, "Perfect timing, Binger. These 4 children hail from the Intermediate Soul Master Academy of Häagen-Dazs. Please take a moment to meet them." With a polite smile, Shui Binger greeted, "Hello. I am Shui Binger, pleased to meet you all. This is Oscar, a disciple of Master Leonid. He is not yet 10 years old and is already a level 23 Great Soul Master," the director explained. Upon learning Oscar's age and rank, Shui Binger was taken aback, realizing that his talent seemed to surpass her own. At not yet 10, he was likely to reach level 24 by the time he celebrated his birthday. As for her, at 10 years old, her soul power was merely level 22. Then Oscar spoke, "Hello, I'm Oscar, pleased to meet. To know you. Hello. I am Shui Binger. I know, haha. You know?" Shui Binger suddenly considered the possibility that he might not truly be a suitor, but she dismissed the thought. "Your training speed is remarkable. You must possess a top-tier martial soul. May I see it?" Oscar scratched his head, thinking the situation was not unfolding as expected. Yet he felt obliged to respond. "My martial soul is nothing special, merely an ordinary sausage." He summoned his sausage martial soul once more, adding, "I just happened to awaken with innate full soul power. I guess I'm lucky." "Just lucky?" Shui Binger's lips twitched, and her fists clenched involuntarily, battling the urge to punch him. "To have such a gifted disciple, I truly envy Master Leonid," the director chuckled. "Binger, why don't you show them around Tianshui Academy today? At noon, bring them to the cafeteria on the 3rd floor. I'll host them." Shui Bingo acknowledged his request and led Oscar and the others out of the reception room to commence their tour of Tianshui Academy. Initially, she felt somewhat reserved. But once her lively sister Shui Yuer joined, the atmosphere brightened considerably. Once Shui Yuer entered the group, she began to examine everything around her and suddenly fixed her gaze on Oscar's face, exclaiming, "Hey, Haven T, I've seen you somewhere before?" Noticing her sister's infatuation, Shui Bingo quickly pulled Shui Yuer closer, whispering a warning, "Don't craft a silly story just to strike up a conversation. That's so klitsch. I've truly seen him." Shui Yuer swatted Shui Binger's hand away, tilting her head in thought before suddenly clapping her hands. Oh, white hair. Peach Blossom Eyes. You are that. From somewhere. I'm certain I've seen you. Indeed, we have met before. To Shui Binger's surprise. It was not Oscar who spoke, but a black-haired boy of similar age, who approached her and carefully produced a cloth bag from his pocket. He gently opened it, revealing a plain white handkerchief, which he offered to her. This is what you gave me the first time we met. I would like to return it to you. Do you remember me? Upon hearing these words, Shui Binger's immediate thought was, in this day and age, there are still individuals resorting to such antiquated tactics. While this boy may not be conventionally handsome, he possesses a certain charm, although his abilities remain a mystery, being a companion of Oscar. He is unlikely to be lacking in skill. Curiously, the rather cliché approach he employed to flirt did not come across as insincere. On the contrary, Shui Binger discerned a hint of sincerity in his gaze. Perhaps he was not fabricating a tale. Yet, she truly could not recall where she had encountered him before. Thus, she carefully considered her tone and replied slowly, well, I honestly do not remember. May I ask who you are? After speaking, she noticed a shift in the boy's expression, which turned somewhat sorrowful, prompting her to add, if I were to apologize. Would that make you feel better? Ateris felt a profound discomfort. Indeed, for years had elapsed, and as the cherished jewel of the Tianshui Academy, she had completely forgotten the once inconspicuous young boy. However, Ateris bore no resentment. Instead, he summoned his courage to gaze into the sapphire-like eyes of Shui Binger and gently spoke. For years ago, in a small village in Borno, Shui Binger patiently listened to the tale unfold, and at last, she recalled the two young boys she had assisted in Borno for years prior. At that time, she had indeed overlooked them, and the handkerchief had long since faded from her memory. Ateris's hand remained extended in the air, unyielding. I have cherished this handkerchief, nurturing the hope that one day I could personally return it to you. Initially, it was merely a fantasy, for I was just an ordinary, unremarkable child from the countryside, while you had already ascended to the status of a spirit master. Eventually, I awakened my martial spirit, though it was merely a meager innate rank of 4. It nonetheless kindled a glimmer of hope within me. As he spoke, Ateris grew increasingly anxious, his heart racing in tandem. He bit his lower lip, stammering now. I truly stand before you. I often wash this handkerchief, though, well, for years have passed, and it has faded somewhat. Yet I feel. Suddenly, Shui Binger burst into laughter at Ateris's demeanor, her eyes narrowing into slits. When they opened again, her azure gaze shimmered with a crystalline glint. She reached out to take the handkerchief, folding it neatly and placing it into her soul guide storage bracelet. How meaningful. Thank you for preserving it all this time, she remarked. Then she raised her hand to measure the height between herself and Ateris. I remember you were quite small back then. Now you stand nearly as tall as I do. It seems you've been doing quite well over the years. Indeed, I have been well. And you? Me? Shui Bingo noted a certain charm in this boy. Though his exact age eluded her, he likely resembled Oscar in years. Yet, there was something about him that reminded her of those boys who had confessed their feelings to her in the past. Thus, she raised her hand and playfully patted Ateris on the head, her tone turning serious. You are still a child. Do not emulate those self-proclaimed mature boys by uttering strange words to me, or else I might just become upset. Ateris found himself in a rather ironic predicament. Although deep within, he harbored a peculiar affection for Shui Binger, he was remarkably restrained. In his previous life, he had spent the entire year accompanying his professor, traversing the globe to collect specimens, excavate permafrost, and search for fossils. His passion for biological archaeology consumed him, leaving no room for romantic pursuits. And by the age of 27 or 28, he had yet to engage in a relationship. Though he may not have been particularly skilled in conversing with girls, it did not imply foolishness. For years had passed since their last encounter, and given that Shui Binger had even forgotten his name, he would not be so naive as to confess his feelings outright. Furthermore, even if he were to declare his affections, the chances of success with the proud and headstrong Fraser would hardly be greater than with Shui Binger. Yet, he often found himself daydreaming. When this snow sprite of a girl had handed him a handkerchief, her image had been indelibly etched in his heart. That never happened, Shui Binger. Senior. You once aided both Oscar and me. I was merely inquiring, he said. Oscar interjected, expressing gratitude. Indeed, Shui Binger, thank you for your assistance back then. Without your kindness, my parents' remains would have been eternally left on Mount Lakwar. Oh, so you are the other boy? Shui Binger exclaimed, her surprise evident. I never imagined that the child who cried endlessly has now grown into someone so remarkable. How wonderful. So, you were a crybaby in your childhood, Lu Yin remarked drily. Being nearly 2 years older than both Oscar and Ateris, and now entering the throes of voice change, exhibiting a nascent, deep resonance. Oscar retorted, "What do you know? This is called a profound love for my parents." As Oscar and Lu Yin bantered, the earlier awkwardness dissipated, and with the vivacious Shui Yue adding her playful remarks, the atmosphere became suffused with joy. Throughout it all, Fraser remained silent, acutely aware of the affection reflected in Ateris's gaze when he looked at Shui Bing'er. This sentiment differed markedly from the superficial infatuations exhibited by the girls at school towards Oscar, as Fraser sensed that should Shui Bing'er ever find herself in peril, Ateris would undoubtedly shield her without hesitation. Over the years, as Ateris's understanding deepened, Fraser was well aware of his purpose for coming to Tian Shui City. It was not merely a foolish endeavor to traverse great distances to confess to a girl whose name he had only just learned. His journey was driven by a quest for vengeance. However, witnessing Ateris's shyness and burgeoning feelings in the presence of Shui Bing'er ignited a flame within her, making her breath feel heavier. "Hey, don't forget why you're here," Fraser admonished, approaching and yanking the rose from Ateris's back, clutching it tightly in her hand. Since their expedition to the soul-hunting forest, Fraser had only reclaimed the rose when sleeping in the dormitory. During classes or outings, it had remained with Ateris. The bond between them had yet to blossom into romantic affection, given their tender age of under 10, but to claim there was no mutual fondness would be a deception. Yet, Ateris found himself lacking the energy to ponder such matters. Life stretched ahead with countless endeavors awaiting his attention, and those thoughts could be deferred for another time. Ateris gazed once more at Shui Bing'er and spoke. "Senior Shui Bing'er, the reason Oscar and I have come to Tian Shui Academy, apart from delivering a message, is to request your assistance with another matter." Shui Bing'er smiled charmingly and replied, "What is it? Please feel free to tell me. The director has instructed me to host you. Any issues you have can certainly be raised. If I am unable to resolve them, I will escalate them to the director. I would like to inquire, dear senior, do you still possess that hunting knife? The one you exchanged with me for 5 silver coins. I would like to buy it back." As Ateris spoke, he retrieved a pouch that appeared to be filled with a considerable sum of money. "The hunting knife. I do recall it. I rather fancied its design," Shui Bing'er remarked, beginning to rummage through her storage bracelet. After a brief moment, she produced the knife, stating, "Is this it? I haven't taken it out in quite some time. Had you not inquired, I might have forgotten about it. There is no need for purchase. I am not lacking in funds." Shui Bing'er glanced at the pouch of coins Ateris offered, shaking her head as she returned the hunting knife to him. "It seems you have a fondness for this knife, haven't you? I presume these gold and silver coins have been amassed over a considerable duration?" Ateris took the hunting knife, gently caressing its surface before infusing it with a surge of soul energy, causing a mark to materialize upon the blade. After 5 years, the soul mark, crystallized from a unique essence, had grown faint with the passage of time, yet upon closer inspection, one could still discern the silhouette of a bear's head. Ateris's tone suddenly turned frigid. Although it was a relic of his brother, it was not something he held in particularly high regard. The reason he traversed mountains and rivers to reclaim it was revenge. The northern mountain range extends for 1,800 miles, with 80% situated in the Kingdom of Häagen-Dazs and 20% in the Northern Plains province of the Tiando Empire. This segment of the Northern Plains province boasts an average elevation of less than 1,000 meters and runs in a northwest-southeast orientation, thus failing to shield the region from the frigid currents originating from the farthest north. Instead, it allows the wind and snow to ravage its territory with even greater ferocity. Ateris did not linger in Tian Shui City. Upon meeting the individuals he sought and acquiring the items he intended, it was time for him to proceed to his next destination. Fortune favored Ateris and his companions. The day before their arrival in Tian Shui City, the snow ceased to fall, and in the following days, a noticeable warmth began to envelop the air. The snow began to melt, heralding the arrival of spring in the Northern Plains province. However, the thawing snow posed challenges for Ateris and his party as the roads turned muddy, a mixture of melting snow and soil creating uneven terrain, often necessitating dismounting to push their vehicle forward. Traveling first west and then north, they reached the eastern base of the northern mountain range, where they unloaded their cart. If they did not do so at that moment, the subsequent mountain paths would compel them to abandon their vehicle altogether. After unloading, they procured a horse locally, one for Lu Yin, one for Fraser, and Ateris and Oscar shared a mount, before continuing their journey westward along the southern route of the mountain range. As Ateris traversed the southern path of the northern mountain range, memories of his previous life surfaced, recalling the times he walked the southern Silk Road with his professor. The latitude of the northern mountain range was higher, resulting in a more frigid climate, with undulating mountains to his right and a desolate expanse on his left, void of any signs of life. Yet, travelers were not uncommon along this southern route, for spring had officially arrived in the northern plains province, and merchants began to stir with activity. Despite it being late March, the possibility of another snowstorm lingered in the air. Yet these merchants from the northern plains and the Hajdas kingdom could hardly contain their restlessness, organizing caravans to traverse the mountain paths. The earlier they could circulate their goods to other regions, the greater their profits. Once the roads were fully cleared, their gains would diminish. These daring merchants, navigating perilous paths between two locales, transported grain, salt, wine, tea, and iron, forming an indispensable segment of society's middle class. After an indeterminate number of days, the four travelers and their 3 horses arrived at a location known as Hujian Pass, depicted on the map as a vase-shaped canyon. The entrance to the eastern section of Hujian Pass was exceedingly narrow and winding, accommodating only a small cart of 4 feet in width, but fortunately, it spanned only 2 miles. Completing this leg of the journey would lead them into the relatively spacious body of the canyon. Upon reaching Hujian Pass, Ateris took the lead, summoning his martial soul. The southern path of the northern mountain range was frequented by numerous east-west merchants, who faced risks not only from nature but also from wild beasts, soul beasts, and humans, or rather, bandits. Although the path of the merchant was fraught with danger, the profitability was substantial. And even more lucrative were the professions of banditry. Where there are merchants, there are thieves. Hujian Pass was evidently an opportune location for ambush. The eastern section was long and narrow, while the western side had a similarly constricted entrance. With proper ambush tactics, one could easily take advantage of unsuspecting travelers. Thus, upon entering such a place, Ateris remained vigilant, keenly attuned to any movements ahead or above in the canyon. It appeared there was indeed some commotion up ahead. Ateris gestured to Fraser to halt and proceeded alone to scout the situation. Shortly thereafter, he overheard a conversation around the bend. "Sixth brother, do you think this deal will go through? Whether it succeeds or not is beyond our control. The eldest brother has arranged everything possible. Success or failure is in the hands of fate. Sai, who would want to feast on tender lamb? But where there are tender lambs, there are always hounds. I fear our 9 wolves may not prevail against those dogs. Even if we cannot bite, we must still attempt. It has been 7 months since our last venture. If this continues, we'll surely starve. Do not forget, the death of 8th brother was due to our lack of funds. 8th brother. Sigh. Sometimes I truly regret how I embarked on this path. Regret is futile. 7th brother, we are all wanted men. Since we have chosen this path, we must leap over the precipice ahead." Ateris took a moment to compose himself, restraining his curiosity as he refrained from peering around the corner. After listening intently for a while, he concluded that only 2 individuals lay ahead. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Yesterday, when they reached a fork in the path, he had volunteered to lead Oscar and the others down the shorter route of Hujiangwan, unaware that it would lead them directly into the hands of bandits. A classic case of a rooster inadvertently paying homage to a weasel. As he pondered this unfortunate turn of events, an unusual sight caught his attention. A firework ascended into the sky ahead, startling the 2 bandits. It appeared that the situation was proving quite challenging for his companions. "What should we do, 6th brother? We cannot afford to hesitate. This transaction must be completed. We have to go and provide assistance. But what of our post? There is no time for that. 7th brother, activate your martial spirit and let us move." With that, a surge of spiritual energy rippled through the air. By mere perception, Ateris discerned that the 2 bandits were not particularly formidable. One was significantly weaker than himself, while the other was only slightly inferior. As the 2 bandits vanished from his awareness, Ateris promptly withdrew. Fraser immediately noticed the change in Ateris's demeanor and inquired, "What is the matter? Is there something amiss? I encountered 2 bandits ahead who were attempting to rob us. However, it seems they are not targeting us directly, or perhaps they remain unaware of our presence. By the way, did you all see that firework just now?" The group nodded in affirmation. That was a signal from their ally requesting backup. It appears the target they intercepted is proving rather formidable. Those 2 bandits have already gone to assist. What are your thoughts? Fraser replied, "You wish to intervene, don't you?" Ateris nodded and replied affirmatively. When encountering injustice, one should draw their sword to assist. However, I fear I have taken a wrong turn, and I dread making another mistake. Hence, I shall heed your counsel. It was Liu Yin who posed the question, as he was known for his succinctness. Do you know how many of them there are? Furthermore, do you have any insight into their capabilities? The two brigands claim to be the 9 wolves, referring to themselves as Sixth Brother and Old Seven. The Sixth Brother's soul power is comparable to mine, likely around that of a great soul master, while Old Seven should be of an intermediate soul master rank. If they are arranged according to strength, it is conceivable that 2 may be slightly weaker than Old Seven, while the 5 above Old Six should all be great soul masters, and perhaps there might even be a soul sovereign among them. Ateris cast a glance at his companions. He himself was a level 20 quasi-soul master, yet he had not yet acquired any additional soul rings. Oscar, a level 23 soul master, lacked combat prowess. Fraser, with a soul power of level 25, excelled in swordsmanship. Finding no rivals within the academy, save for Lu Yin. Lu Yin possessed the highest soul power among them, reaching level 26 with a balanced offense and defense, making him the strongest force among the quartet. Gently caressing the rose in his hand, Fraser proclaimed, "Once we pass through the Hujiangwan, we shall have entered the kingdom of Hage Das. As subjects of this kingdom, I have compelling reasons to take action." 2 votes were cast. Fraser expressed his stance, followed by Oscar, who declared, "Rei, we are brothers. Once you make a decision, I will certainly support you." The 3 turned their gaze toward Lu Yin, always composed. Lu Yin articulated each word with care. "Their objective is formidable. With our combined strength, we can engage in battle." My father's preface, in the art of eloquence. I am not as skilled as my elder brother. In the realms of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, I fall short of my younger brother. In terms of innate talent for cultivation, I am far surpassed by my younger sister. The sect is founded upon commerce, and though I am lacking in talent, I harbor lofty aspirations. Thus, I wish to personally embark on a journey into the northern territories to expand trade routes. Son, wrongly October 7th. 2638-033 Intense Battle with Bandits. Part 1. All companions agreed to lend their assistance. However, Ateris maintained a degree of vigilance at that moment. He stated, "Will you follow behind me, or shall I lead the way? I fear that those 2 bandits were deliberately waiting for me, orchestrating a ruse to entice us into their trap." Although the likelihood of such a scenario was minimal, the existence of counter-strategies could not be dismissed. Ateris's information was solely derived from the dialogue of the 2 bandits, leaving its authenticity in doubt. Ateris declared this, and his companions offered no dissent, for he was always the one to step forward in times of need. With that, he decided to proceed first, urging them to follow closely. However, Lu Yin reached out to stop him. "Wait. You always act recklessly, Oscar. Retrieve my box." "The box? Oh." Oscar immediately understood that Lu Yin referred to the item stored within his soul guidance ring and swiftly infused it with soul power. This ring, a birthday gift from his mentor Leonid on his 9th birthday, possessed a capacity of 4 cubic meters. A box measuring approximately 1 meter in length, half a meter in width, and 30 centimeters in height materialized before them, the weight of its contents evident as Oscar struggled to lift it. Lu Yin took the box, opened it, and revealed a suit of armor inside. It was a brass-colored breastplate designed primarily for the protection of the chest and abdomen, accompanied by a helmet. "I forged this from copper myself. You can infuse it with soul power to enhance its defensive capabilities. With your level 20 soul skills, it would be nearly impossible for non-attack type soul masters to breach its defense, and even ordinary soul masters would find it challenging to overcome." What? Infusing soul power? Yes, much like how you infuse soul power into your martial soul to boost both attack and defense. You can try it out in battle shortly, but be careful not to overdo it, as that would be wasteful. Lu Yin assumed Ateris was unfamiliar with the concept of infusing soul power. Thus, he provided a brief explanation, unaware that Ateris's inquiry was not about that at all. However, time was of the essence, and there was no opportunity to delve deeper. Ateris resolved to discuss it with Lu Yin in detail once the situation was resolved. The armor's design was simple, modeled after the knightly armors found within the Hagenda's kingdom, making it easy to don. Once he had donned the breastplate and helmet, Ateris would likely exclaim, "By the gods, I am a Spartan," summoning his martial soul anew. Ateris nodded to the 3 companions before turning resolutely to advance. "Damn it, 6th brother, why are you so slow?" "Eldest brother, Old Seven and I rushed over as soon as we saw the signal. There was no delay." Within the canyon, the clash of blades had momentarily ceased. Yet both the merchant convoy and the bandits remained on high alert. In such a life-and-death moment, the side that faltered first would become prey. A pile of fallen rocks obstructed the western exit, with the merchant convoy using their vehicles to form a wall against the bandits' assault. Although the merchant convoy had a significant number of personnel, they still suffered casualties during the initial surprise attack from the bandits. Between their defensive line and the bandit camp lay 11 corpses, 9 of which belonged to the merchants. In stark contrast, the bandits numbered 24, not merely 7. With figures lurking in the trees above, poised to unleash hidden arrows at any moment. Among the merchants, a robust middle-aged man approached a young man garbed in fine attire, who maintained his gaze forward. "Young Master Ning, the situation is dire. We must call for help." The young man replied, "What good would that do? My family never cares about this obscure path. I chose this dilapidated trade route specifically to prove my worth to my father. Our merchant convoy is scattered across the continent, and the nearest contact point is 400 miles away. Even if we send a distress signal, what good would it do?" Upon hearing such words, many around them began to sigh, a wave of disappointment and even despair washing over the merchant group. At this juncture, how can you speak such demoralizing words? The middle-aged man retorted angrily. "These bandits are merciless. They will not rest until they have slaughtered us all. Regardless of its efficacy, we must try. What if it works?" "Young Master Ning, this is insubordination." Incensed, the middle-aged man seized a finely crafted bamboo pipe from the young man's waist, aimed it skyward, and pulled the fuse. With a whoosh and a bang, a brilliant firework erupted, displaying a pagoda pattern clearly more sophisticated than the previous distress signals sent by the bandits. Upon seeing this firework, the bandits stirred. "Big brother, you said this would be an easy target, but you never mentioned." "Silence. Third brother, at this point, we have no way out. We must bury them all here today. Dead men tell no tales." "Third brother is correct. We are left with no escape." The bandit leader raised his foot forcefully, causing 4 soul rings to appear beneath him, white, yellow, and purple, revealing him to be a soul master of the 4th ring. Observing this, third brother summoned his martial soul, 3 soul rings swirling beside him, white, yellow, and purple, the latter being a millennium ring. The bandits, all possessing soul rings, surged forward, totaling 7 soul masters, 1 soul master, 2 soul elders, 2 great soul masters, and 2 one-ring soul masters. The leader's martial soul was a massive sword, which he raised aloft, shouting, "Ready." 14 non-soul master bandit lackeys quickly readied their bows, appearing well-coordinated. "Fire." The sword fell, unleashing a rain of arrows, while hidden arrows were also released from the cliffside. While the 14 archers posed a direct threat, the hidden arrows proved far more treacherous, resulting in 5 casualties among the merchants. As the arrows rained down, 6 of the 7 soul ring bearers among the bandits charged forward, plunging the scene into an unavoidable bloodbath. As Ateris and his companions advanced towards the middle section of the Hujiangwan, they naturally spotted the firework display. The pattern is the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. Ateris's expression hardened. This pagoda-shaped firework design was unique to a single organization on the continent, unmistakably signaling the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. The emblem of the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect is known to almost everyone in the soul world. In the universal introductory textbooks for soul masters published by the Spirit Hall, the representation of the support system is the 7 Treasures glazed tower. Furthermore, due to the unique abilities of the 7 Treasures glazed tower, the sect has become the wealthiest on the continent, with its influence extending across various regions, establishing strongholds in major cities. At this moment, Ateris was determined to assist, as he believed that forging connections with members of the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect would be undeniably advantageous, regardless of the status of the looted merchant caravan. With this in mind, Ateris quickened his pace. Within the canyon, the clash of weapons reverberated as the merchant caravan's soul masters stepped forward to confront the attackers. Leading them was a robust middle-aged man, a soul master of considerable rank, whose configuration of 3 yellow and 1 purple soul rings was slightly superior to that of the bandit leader. Upon manifesting his martial spirit, his body was enveloped in a layer of formidable armor, with protruding fangs and a pig-like nose, resembling a fierce beast. The bandit leader launched a forward thrust followed by a horizontal slash, knocking 2 guards to the ground. Unable to tolerate this provocation, the middle-aged man charged forward to engage. The Ning youth, flanked by 2 soul masters, also unleashed their martial spirits. Radiant 7-colored light erupted from the youth, coalescing into a tower of vibrant hues that floated above his hands. 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, rose beneath him, showcasing an optimal configuration. The 7 treasures are renowned, for they embody strength and spirit. As the first soul ring shone, the Ning youth pointed towards the middle-aged man, and two beams of colorful light shot from the tower, infusing him with enhanced power. Under this augmentation, the middle-aged man's might surged, allowing him to gain the upper hand against the bandit leader. "Binding spirit ropes, entwine," cried the third bandit, witnessing his brother's plight. He unleashed his martial spirit, ensnaring the middle-aged man's limbs with two resilient ropes. The bandit leader, having been momentarily pushed back, shouted in approval, "Well done, brother." He then activated his third soul ring, leaping into the air and wielding his elongated blade with a devastating downward strike, a move known as the Sky Splitter. The seven treasures are also famed for their mastery of control. Once again, a beam of light surged into the middle-aged man's body. Despite being bound, he stood firm against the attack, bolstered by the defensive enhancements from the seven treasures glazed tower. His fourth soul technique flared, enveloping him in a layer of rocky armor that fortified his vital areas, with a helmet resembling solid stone covering his head, leaving only his eyes, mouth, and nose visible. This formidable defense stemmed from a 3,000-year-old ironclad dragon turtle, providing him the confidence to confront the bandit leader's third soul technique head-on. Undeterred even by a 1,000-year fourth soul technique, the bandit leader's blade struck down upon the rocky helmet, igniting sparks but failing to inflict any harm. Two waves of sword energy surged from the Ning youth's side, slicing through the ropes that had ensnared the middle-aged man. With his bindings severed and the support of a soul master adept at countering rope-based techniques, the middle-aged man felt emboldened to launch an assault. He sensed that the bandit leader outmatched him in soul power, but with the aid of the seven treasures glazed tower, the disparity was rendered negligible. The outcome hinged on who could endure the longest. As a defense-type beast soul master, he could withstand the bandit leader's aggression, but a single wound inflicted upon the latter could swiftly tilt the scales of victory in his favor. Empowered by the seven treasures glazed tower, the middle-aged man transitioned from defense to offense, prompting another soul master from the bandits to join the fray. Observing this, the Ning youth dispatched another soul master to assist while he deftly maneuvered the seven treasures glazed tower for precise support. In addition to the high-tier combatants, the fighting capabilities of the other soul masters were relatively comparable. The ordinary bandits displayed fervor, yet the merchant caravan's wagons created a formidable barrier, leading to a stalemate. With the enhanced defense conferred by the seven treasures glazed tower, the middle-aged man pressed forward, gradually coordinating with his allies to drive away one bandit soul master and two soul masters from the battlefield, signaling a favorable shift in momentum. With a resounding thud, the middle-aged man seized an opening, delivering a powerful punch that sent the bandit leader staggering nearly 10 steps back. The bandit leader coughed up blood, further emboldening the middle-aged man and his comrades to attack with renewed fervor. "Is this all you've got? You dare to ambush us with such meager strength? Not only will you fail to profit, but you may also lose your lives here. Behold my third soul technique, Rock Collision." With a surge of earthy soul power, the middle-aged man unleashed his most formidable assault. The bandit leader, possessing only one soul master rank, was his target. Defeating him would conclude the battle. "Do you think you're a storyteller, calling out your techniques?" The bandit leader retorted angrily. Activating his third soul technique, he hurled his massive blade into the air, causing it to double in size, with a third of its length embedding itself into the ground before him. This was his second soul technique, the Great Blade Barrier. The middle-aged man charged directly into the blade, stirring up a cloud of dust, given that it was a third soul technique against a second. And with the enhancement of the seven treasures glazed tower, his assault shattered the bandit leader's defensive technique. The middle-aged man was filled with confidence. He felt assured of victory. As the dust settled, he prepared for another attack, only to see the bandit leader's purple fourth soul ring illuminate. The bandit leader retrieved his blade, concentrating his soul power. The burgeoning aura posed a palpable threat to the middle-aged man, prompting him to abandon his offensive and instead bolster his defenses against the impending soul technique unleashed from the Millennium Soul Ring. With his soul power fully amassed, the bandit leader executed a formidable draw and slash, the blinding blade light slicing through the air and crashing against the middle-aged man's rocky armor. This strike consumed one-third of the bandit leader's soul power, leaving him with less than 40% after the previous skirmish. Yet, astonishingly, this blow breached the middle-aged man's seemingly impenetrable defenses. Though the fourth soul technique's rocky armor had been compromised, the middle-aged man remained unscathed. He gazed at the bandit leader, who was now panting heavily. "Humph, so what if you broke through my defense? After such a blow, do you still possess the strength to continue this fight? Spare me your nonsense. Watch my blade." The bandit leader spat defiantly, launching another strike. However, this attempt lacked the potency of his earlier attacks. The middle-aged man refrained from deploying his fourth soul technique again, relying solely on the defense conferred by his martial spirit to withstand the blow. Once more, the binding spirit ropes ensnared one of his feet, limiting his mobility. A broadsword swung towards him, but the robust man, with remarkable audacity, grasped the blade with one hand while his other pressed against the back of the weapon. As a soul tool master, his strength was unmatched, he sneered. Your power pales in comparison to mine. The middle-aged warrior steadied himself, unleashing a formidable force that twisted the blade, redirecting its lethal edge towards the bandit leader. The uniqueness of soul tools, in contrast to beast spirits, lies in their dependency on proximity. If the soul tool strays too far from its master, it dissipates into soul power. Within a certain range, the owner can expend soul power to reclaim and unleash it anew. However, the bandit leader appeared almost deranged, refusing to evade the inching blade, clinging stubbornly to his position. With your head, I shall be the hero of this encounter. This victory might earn me a place in the 7 treasures glazed tile school. The blade was now a mere 2 inches from the bandit leader's nose, and a sinister grin crept across the middle-aged warrior's face, for he believed victory was his. In response, the bandit leader merely smiled, and an arrow, with a swift realization. The middle-aged warrior understood the threat as the arrow, launched from behind, penetrated his left shoulder, overcoming his defenses. On the cliff, a middle-aged archer revealed himself, encircled by 3 soul rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple. Accompanying him were 6 ordinary bandits armed with bows and spears, who promptly rained arrows and hurled spears down upon the merchant caravan, causing significant casualties among the common guards. Well done, second. The bandit leader, seeing the ambush succeed, withdrew his soul tool for the moment. Clutching his wound, the middle-aged warrior shouted in fury, You scoundrel! You lack honor, resorting to ambush like a coward. Fool! I am a bandit. Is there any dishonor in that? The bandit leader waved to his stationary high-ranking soul master behind him. Fifth, bring the bread. Already prepared, responded the bandit known as Fifth, tossing a piece of soul-infused bread to the leader, who eagerly devoured it. At the rear of the caravan, a 3-ringed soul master with a shield braced himself against the arrows, falling rocks, and heavy beams raining down from the cliff. Beneath the shield, a youth named Ning observed the bandit leader consuming the bread with a stunned expression. Damn it, how can a bandit group possess a food-type soul master? The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School is renowned for its exceptional auxiliary soul powers, and as a wielder of such a power, Ning was particularly attentive to food-type soul masters. Food-type soul masters can create consumable food, a fundamental characteristic of their abilities. Consequently, high-level food-type soul masters are highly sought after in military contexts, as a single food source sufficient for 100 soldiers can significantly reduce resource consumption. Their food creation requires minimal soul power, even during the use of soul skills, making them far more efficient than other auxiliary types. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School can diminish the soul power disparity among its members, but their abilities are costly. In prolonged battles, the presence of a food-type soul master ensures sustained combat capability. Ning, realizing the dilemma, shouted to the middle-aged warrior, Wang Ji. We cannot afford to delay. There's a food-type soul master on the opposing side. Can you still fight? Meanwhile, the middle-aged warrior, gasping for breath and gritting his teeth to suppress his pain, felt the arrow in his shoulder dissolve into soul power, yet a brutal essence lingered within, tormenting his muscles. This was no ordinary arrow. It was undoubtedly a soul technique unleashed by the archer above. Understanding the urgency, Wang Ji acknowledged their predicament. With a food-type soul master, they can recover as long as they aren't gravely injured. If we prolong this, we are doomed. Young Master Ning, I shall give my all today. As long as I draw breath, I will protect you. Struggling to his feet, Wang Ji shouted to his comrades, These bandits will not leave any survivors. If you wish to live, we must fight to the death. On the other side, the bandit leader rallied his troops, pointing his sword at Ning, proclaiming, Feast upon this fat sheep. Drink as you please, devour as you desire. Ladies, take the money and indulge. Leave none alive. Kill. Amidst the cacophony of battle, the bandits clashed once more with the caravan. The 6 ordinary bandits had exhausted their arrows and spears, casting down rocks and logs, and now descended into the fray. Only the soul master archer remained on the cliff, each arrow resulting in a fallen guard. Though the opposing forces had consumed supplies, they had not fully regained their strength. While the caravan's soul masters were exhausted and lacked replenishment, Ning's 7 treasures glazed tile could amplify only 3 individuals at a time, and as the duration expired, the 3 enhanced warriors gradually fell into disadvantage. Is fate against me? Ning wrongly felt despair creep in. His 2 elder brothers and younger sister surpassed him in various aspects. To secure his future standing in the sect, he had resolved to carve his own path. He believed that the rugged trade routes of the Northern Territory, overlooked by the sect, would allow him to showcase his talents. Yet, unexpectedly, during his first trading venture of the spring, he found himself in dire straits. Is it time? Is it fate? The brilliance of the treasure tower in Ning's grasp began to fade, an indication of his excessive soul power expenditure. After 2 waves of battle, amplifying 3 soul masters simultaneously had pushed his heart to its limits. He could no longer sustain any further enhancements. Despair enveloped the caravan. Please, don't kill me. I have an elderly parent and young children. Spare me, and I will serve you like a beast. A laborer, who had never experienced the horrors of battle, knelt in abject fear, pleading for mercy. Yet, the bandits, commanded by their leader, appeared impervious to his cries and supplications, their blades raised high, poised to extinguish his life in the next heartbeat. His salvation did not emerge from the bandit's conscience, but rather from a long spear. A boy, no. A mere child, launched the spear from behind the bandits. The spear's sharp tip pierced through the body of the bandit wielding the raised blade, and with a chilling thud, the bandit fell, the spear dissipating into the ether. Everyone in the canyon heard the boy's voice, slightly immature yet fervently passionate, cry out, "Do not give up. Fight on. Never surrender." The sudden turn of events left many momentarily stunned. The bandit leader, who had previously held the upper hand, found himself vulnerable to a swift punch from Wang Ji. The merchants, witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, felt a surge of renewed vigor, intensifying their resistance. The bandits' formation began to falter. After all, most of them were mere mortals, not soul masters, while the boy charging forth was indeed a first-ring soul master. No, he was not alone. More followed behind him. 1, 2, 3. Each possessed 2 yellow soul rings, embodying formidable soul masters. The first to arrive at the battlefield's edge was Ateris. Yet it was not he who engaged first, but rather Lu Yin, who had activated his martial spirit. A layer of dark red, lava-like armor enveloped his torso, and the massive ram horns atop his head were more than twice the width of his own skull. His second soul ring ignited, crimson flames swirling around him. As the ram horns accumulated soul power, with a cry of blazing charge, Lu Yin surged into the throng of bandits, sending several of them tumbling in disarray. But the onslaught did not end there. Following his charge, Lu Yin unleashed a torrent of fiery breath, scorching the air around him. In one fell swoop, 11 ordinary bandits found themselves stripped of their combat capability. The bandit soul masters, each preoccupied with their adversaries, could hardly spare a moment to confront Lu Yin. Observing this from the cliffside, a bow-wielding soul master reluctantly abandoned his pursuit of the merchant caravan to direct his arrows at Lu Yin. Though this elevated ranged assault indeed curtailed Lu Yin's offensive, it merely served to limit him. His sturdy, armor-clad form rendered him largely impervious to the ordinary arrows of that bandit, and he was agile enough to evade those infused with soul power. The vertical drop from the cliff to the canyon floor exceeded 40 meters, and even at a distance of 50 meters, Lu Yin could react in advance, unperturbed by the speed of the arrows aimed at him. Ateris did not charge in recklessly. Instead, he raised his sturdy shield to escort Oscar, preparing to maneuver from the canyon's edge to the rear of the caravan. The trio consisted of 3 great soul masters and 1 soul master. If the bandits were to launch an all-out assault, they would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it on their own. By allowing Oscar, who shared the food system, to reunite with the caravan's main force and employing the restorative delicacies to rejuvenate their soul power, coupled with the assistance of the 7 treasures glazed tower, the balance of offense and defense would undoubtedly shift. The bandits remained unaware that Oscar was a food system soul master, and amid the intense standoff, their advance was surprisingly unimpeded. The gloom within Ning wrongly dissipated as he joined Ateris and the others under the protection of the shield-wielding soul master. He clasped his hands together and expressed his gratitude, saying, "I am immensely thankful to the 3 young gentlemen and this lady for your timely assistance. I am Ning wrongly. May I inquire your esteemed names?" Ateris remained in a defensive stance, facing the direction of the bandits without turning his head, and replied, "We hail from the Häagen-Dazs Intermediate Soul Master Academy, but there is no time for explanations, Oscar." Oscar understood what was required of him, his first soul skill. The recovery sausage could sustain its effects for nearly 24 hours. Thus, he had taken to preparing several in advance each night before his meditation. Approaching the rear of the merchant convoy, he offered no explanations and simply produced a sausage, handing it to Ning Rongli. "Esteemed brother, this is my first soul skill. It can accelerate soul power recovery. Consume it at once." Upon receiving the sausage, Ning Rongli brought it to his lips, but was interrupted by a nearby soul master wielding a shield. "Young master, you mustn't. There is no mustn't when our young brother has braved danger to come to our aid. We cannot let our benefactor feel disheartened." With that, he took a hearty bite of the sausage. As the possessor of the world's foremost support-type martial soul, the 7-treasure glazed tile, Ning Rongli was astonished by the effects of the sausage. Though he had sampled numerous food-type martial souls, he had never encountered one with such efficacy. Once consumed, the sausage transformed into a pure stream of soul power that coursed through his body, revitalizing his nearly depleted reserves as if a spring of energy had erupted within him. Casting a glance at the young boy before him, though perhaps boy is more fitting than young brother, Ning Rongli was certain he could not be older than 12. A food-type Grand Soul Master of such tender years could undoubtedly be deemed a prodigy. Oscar continued to draw forth several recovery sausages from his storage ring, distributing them among those around him, whether they were soul masters or ordinary guards alike, treating everyone with equal regard. Feeling a slight resurgence in his soul power, Ning Rongli summoned forth his 7-treasure glazed tile once more. 7 treasures are famed. The first is strength, the fourth is soul. 2 beams of colorful light shot forth, infusing into the body of the battling Wang Ji ahead, prompting his exclamation of refreshing. He swiftly regained the upper hand, forcing the bandit leader into a retreat under his counteroffensive. As Oscar began to distribute sausages, Ateris and Fraser also joined the fray. Fraser, nimble in form, wielded his rose as he darted through the throngs, engaging in combat alongside a sword-wielding soul master against a bandit duo, a control-type soul master with a binding spirit whip and a formidable hammer grandmaster. The binding spirit whip soul master, already at a disadvantage against the sword soul master, found himself further incapacitated with Fraser's involvement. The hammer grandmaster was robust in attack but lacked agility, and against Fraser, who was in peak condition, he stood no chance. Ateris moved swiftly across the battlefield, constantly rescuing several guards and lift from the onslaught of the bandits, escorting them to safety in the rear. Subsequently, he instructed a fatigued soul master to withdraw and boldly confronted a soul master wielding a gun as his martial spirit. By his battle cries, it was evident that this was the 6th brother he had overheard earlier, although he bore 1 white and 1 yellow soul ring, indicating his status as a soul master. His soul power fluctuations were not significantly stronger than Ateris's own, suggesting he was a lower-tier soul master. Though the 6th brother had previously consumed bread infused with his older brother's martial spirit and had regained some soul power, it was still insufficient to match the rate of his consumption. Moreover, the youth he faced was peculiar. The 6th brother discerned that every one of his attacks was being accurately anticipated, and that the brash young man was able to counterattack during the intervals of his strikes, nearly landing several critical blows. His marksmanship had been honed over years of relentless combat, with his weapon stained by the blood of countless foes. Yet, he had never encountered someone so young with such exceptional skill. Meanwhile, the bandit leader recognized the futility of the battle and shouted desperately, "Second, the winds are fierce, retreat." The archer on the cliff ceased drawing his bow, his 2nd soul ring illuminating as 3 icy arrows coalesced and shot down into the gorge. With a resounding thud, the icy arrows detonated, not injuring anyone but instead transforming into a mist of crystalline ice, shrouding much of the battlefield and obstructing the vision of the merchant convoy. Following this, the sound of retreat echoed as the bandits, under the cover of the mist, withdrew in an orderly manner toward the direction from which Ateris and his companions had arrived, maintaining their formation as they retreated. Ateris was fully engaged in the fierce battle, as life and death struggles served to hone one's combat skills. The sudden retreat of the bandits left him feeling discontent, with his soul ring glowing beneath his feet. Ateris raised his spear and aimed towards the direction of the fleeing bandits. The narrow entrance of the Hujiangwen made it unnecessary to aim specifically at anyone. Star-piercing spear. The wind would sweep away the sorrow. A true warrior never looks back at the explosions. Once the star-piercing spear was unleashed, it was soon followed by a series of anguished cries, indicating that more than one foe had been struck down, likely with a few more skewered in the process. As the bandits were forced to retreat, the merchant caravan erupted in victorious cheers. The more composed soul masters maintained their calm, while the guards and porters encircled Ateris and his companions, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. particularly Ateris, who had saved several lives, and Oscar, who generously distributed sausages, received the most fervent acknowledgments. However, joy soon gave way to sorrow. The gorge was now littered with corpses and ravaged by the aftermath of battle. Arrows, heavy clubs, and rolling stones were strewn across the ground, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of blood. A group of scavenging vultures circled above, waiting for their meal, with some daring enough to land and furtively peck at the remains of a nearby corpse. Those among the merchant caravan who still had strength were dispatched by Ning Ronli to gather the bodies, while also tallying the casualties. Oscar provided recovery sausages to nearly every injured individual, though he had exhausted his soul power and sat meditating on the ground. No one dared to speculate whether the bandits would return, so Oscar needed to replenish his energy quickly. If combat resumed, he would be their safeguard. While the bodies of the caravan members were collected, the corpses of the bandits were left unattended, even subjected to desecration. Your thievery will not go unpunished. Get up, you scoundrel. The laborer, who had been the first to be rescued by Ateris, now wielded an abandoned willow leaf knife, furiously hacking at a bandit's corpse. In no time, the body was rendered unrecognizable. Enough. Ateris stepped forward, seizing the laborer's wrist and pushing the knife aside. The laborer, realizing it was his benefactor who had intervened, froze in place, breathing heavily. Moments later, he sank to the ground, cradling his head and weeping bitterly. Ateris was not particularly adept at offering solace. He struggled to comfort even Fraser, let alone console an adult who was his senior. Thus, he remained silent, absorbed in his own tasks. No one had taken the initiative to collect the bodies of the bandits, leaving the grim task to him alone. It was a repugnant and distressing endeavor, as the process of moving the corpses inevitably revealed unsightly remnants. Although Ateris had witnessed death before, having taken the lives of 3 individuals on the day he awakened his martial spirit at the tender age of 6, there exists a stark difference between killing and the gruesome act of body disposal. Several times, he nearly succumbed to the urge to vomit, yet each instance he managed to suppress it. Upon reaching the precipice, he found 3 bodies piled upon one another. As he turned over the topmost corpse, he recognized it as the 6th bandit, the novice soulmaster with whom he had briefly clashed, now lifeless beneath the piercing strike of his star-piercer spear. Each of these bodies bore puncture wounds, the result of Ateris's weapon, with blood still gushing from the gaping chest wounds. Fraser approached, noticing the bloodied hands of Ateris, and gently offered, "Shall I assist you?" As he prepared to lend a hand, Ateris scolded, "Do not touch." "Why can't I touch it?" Fraser felt a twinge of anger. "Is it because I am a girl that you look down upon me?" Ateris shook his head and said, "I am your knight. With my presence, your hands need not be stained with meaningless blood." "What, a knight?" Fraser blushed, thankfully not allowing Ateris to see. "When did you become my knight? Didn't you always refuse? Haven't you always wanted me to be your knight?" Fraser pouted. "Humph, that was in the past. Now I no longer desire it." "Oh, then let it be." Fraser became furious. "Just because I said I don't want to, does that mean you don't do it? You show no sincerity. How can you be my knight? You were the one who said you didn't want it. Are you a fool?" Fraser angrily picked up a rose and lightly tapped it on Ateris's head before storming off. After considerable effort, he finally piled the bandits' corpses together, at which point Ning Ronli arrived. Ning Ronli was a young man of about 20, handsome and gentle, exuding the demeanor of a refined gentleman in his words and actions. He raised his hand and remarked, "I did not expect that you, young brother, possess such a noble heart, showing no disdain even for the corpses of bandits. I admire you." However, Ateris did not accept this compliment, not out of a surfeit of saintly humility, but rather due to the grim reality that neglecting these corpses could potentially lead to an outbreak of disease, endangering passing merchant caravans. The consequences would be dire. It turned out I had been remiss in my considerations. In any case, I am profoundly grateful. Without your assistance, I fear I would have met my demise here. Mr. Ning. Ning Ronli raised a hand to halt Ateris's words. "You are my benefactor. I cannot bear to be addressed in such a manner. My surname is Ning, and my given name is Ronli. If it is not too much trouble, might you address me as elder brother?" "Very well, elder brother Ning. I am Ateris." Ning Ronli glanced at the interior of the canyon, where the bodies were piled into 2 small hills, although the one belonging to the merchant caravan was decidedly larger. He sighed, lamenting, "This reckless venture has cost me over 30 lives, including 2 soulmasters. Some of the guards and laborers were father and son, brothers who had come to toil for me, and yet, before any profits were made, their loved ones perished before their eyes." Luyen approached, directing her gaze at the 2 mounds of corpses and exhaled a breath of flame, igniting a fierce blaze. The vultures circling above the canyon remained reluctant to depart, squawking incessantly and creating a disquieting atmosphere. The wind will carry away the sorrow. Elder brother Ning, if you feel any remorse, do provide some compensation to the deceased. I shall do so, Ning Rongli nodded. Speaking of which, did your caravan depart from the kingdom of Haagen-Dazs or from the northern region province? Ah, my caravan set out from Borno. As a student of the Haagen-Dazs Advanced Soul Master Academy, you should be aware of this. Borno, Ateris certainly knew, for it was his homeland in this world. One day he would return there, but that moment was not yet at hand. I am indeed aware. Ning Rongli gestured for Ateris to follow him to Oscar, indicating the goods being gathered by the laborers. The winters in the northern region province are exceedingly long, and once winter passes, there is a pressing need for grain. Other regions fare better, thanks to the convenience of the Tianshui River. Once the ice melts, supplies can be swiftly replenished through water transport. However, the northwest is poorly connected, and after the other regions deplete their supplies, little remains for the northwest. Thus, before last winter, I specifically procured a substantial quantity of grain from the grain-producing Borno region, intending to sell it in the northern region province come spring. This caravan is merely the first batch, more is to follow. I never anticipated that my inaugural trading expedition would encounter bandits. 2 hours had elapsed since the battle ceased, and the sky gradually darkened, with fierce westerly winds battering the cliffs along the canyon. The vultures, seeing their feast had evaporated, squawked in disappointment and took flight. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a waning moon ascended in the sky. Dusk settled over the canyon, where the sound of hooves echoed sporadically, accompanied by the mournful strains of a flute, bidding farewell to comrades and kin. Ateris and his companions ascended the cliff using ropes left behind by the bandits. As they gazed out, they beheld the vast mountains resembling an ocean, stained by the blood-red hues of the setting sun. The bandits had retreated. But did Brother Ning intend to continue eastward? Ning Rongli glanced at the laborers at the western mouth of the canyon, diligently excavating fallen rocks. He tightened his sleeves and said, I wish to traverse the Hujiao Pass from the top, yet I fear that band of thieves may not grant me the opportunity. It would be wiser to retreat for now, regroup, and return later. Wang Ji cautiously interjected, Master Ning, although these brigands may not be particularly formidable, their methods are quite systematic. They are likely not mere mountain thieves. Observing their arsenal, swords, guns, bows, ropes, and a food-type soul master, could this be? Old Wang, you need not prefix my name with your surname any longer. Ning Rongli pondered, in the past 2 decades, this continent has seen no wars. And the Northern Plains province lies deep within the empire, where military readiness has waned. Once we return to Tiando City, I shall inform my father of the situation. While conversing with Wang Ji, Ning Rongli did not attempt to shield Ateris and the others from hearing, perhaps deeming them too young for the information to be of consequence, or perhaps out of gratitude and trust for their lives being saved. In truth, even in Ning Rongli's silence, Ateris had surmised much. This band of robbers was nearly complete in their configuration, lacking only a defensive soul master. They boasted strong attack, agile attack, control, a food-type soul master for supplies, and an archer soul master for ranged assault, all of whom were weapon soul masters. Coupled with their disciplined tactics, Ateris was convinced that these brigands were of military origin and of a rather elite kind. Furthermore, given their location in the northern mountain range's southern path, at the border of the Northern Plains province in the kingdom of Haagen-Dazs, it was improbable they hailed from other kingdoms or provinces. They could not originate from Haagen-Dazs either, for such an elite force within their territory would never resort to banditry. Their prowess would ensure they were well catered by nobles eager to recruit them as personal guards for their estates. Ning Rongli's mention of the decline in military readiness reflected the current state of the imperial forces in the heart of the Tiando Empire. The Douluo continent had not witnessed large-scale warfare or mobilization for quite some time. The last significant mobilization involving 2 great empires occurred 2 decades prior, when Duke Yakisa of the Yakisa Principality forcibly took King Kandera of the Balak Kingdom's youngest daughter, intending to make her his concubine. Infuriated, Kandera mobilized his kingdom's forces without his cousin, Emperor Shuye of Tiando, granting permission, and marched upon the Yakisa Principality. This provoked a massive mobilization involving 13 legions and over 500,000 troops from both empires and their vassal states. On the Tiando Empire's side, Emperor Shuye personally led 2 central army legions to the Jialing Pass, securing the rear. His cousin, Kandera, stationed his Balak Kingdom Legion before the Yakisa Pass. The newly appointed general, Gulong commanded a central legion and 2 local legions to defend Soto City and Balak City, with another legion gathering in the Fastner province. On the side of the Xinglua Empire, Emperor Daitian led the Royal Guard and Tiger Brigade to the northern stronghold of Bama, securing the rear. 3 northern legions were stationed at the Ukisa Principality, poised for action. 2 central legions aimed directly at the Fastner province, while another legion positioned itself in the east to potentially ambush the Serical Principality under Tiendo's jurisdiction. Then, a dramatic twist unfolded. Amidst this tense standoff, Duke Ukisa secretly eloped with Kendera's daughter to Wuhuan City, where, with the blessing of the Pope Qiang Sunji, they wed, and he later announced the dismissal of his original wife, recognizing Kendera's daughter as his legitimate spouse. Subsequently, Pope Qiang Sunji invited Emperor Shueye of Tiendo, Emperor Daitian of Xinglua, King Kendera of Balak, and Duke Ferdinand of Ukisa to meet on the plains north of the Ukisa Pass. The 2 sides engaged in amicable negotiations regarding the disputes between the Tiendo Empire and the Xinglua Empire, affirming the principle of non-aggression and retreating in accordance with the public's yearning for peace. Thus, a grand mobilization involving 500,000 troops and over 1 million laborers concluded abruptly, with soldiers readying their arms, yet the conflict dissipated without resolution. Following this, a prolonged peace ensued, lasting 2 decades, during which no significant friction occurred between the 2 great empires. Under the mediation of the Wuhuan Temple, the continent enjoyed a rare tranquility. Regardless of the absence of war, various issues inevitably plagued the military ranks, issues that warfare would typically obscure. However, prolonged peace led to rampant corruption within the local forces of the Tiendo Empire, as officers embezzled military funds and exploited ordinary soldiers, resulting in many soldiers abandoning their posts. Such knowledge was not directly accessible to Ateris through the Soul Master Academy, but rather gleaned from Leonide. After Ateris and Oscar advanced to their 3rd year, Leonide leveraged his connections to allow them to skip grades and enroll in the Haagen-Dazs Intermediate Soul Master Academy, sharing the same campus as the Advanced Academy. Each night, Leonide dedicated time to provide them, and Lu Yin with supplemental lessons, with Fraser often attending as well. However, the majority of the teachings revolved not around soul theory or soul beasts, but rather encompassed the continent's history, sect organizations, astronomy, geography, local customs, and even court intrigues. Ateris found himself in a state of perplexity. However, compared to his understanding of martial souls, he harbored a profound desire to comprehend the world around him. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Having resided in this realm for quite some time, Ateris had merely been gazing at the sky from the confines of a well, possessing scant knowledge of the world. The instructors at the Junior Soul Master Academy could hardly spare the time to impart what they deemed superfluous knowledge. In their eyes, the sole criterion for evaluating a student's merit was the level of their soul power. Meanwhile, after an engaging conversation with Wang Zhi, Ningronli retrieved 2 rings from his bosom and addressed Ateris. A drop of water deserves a fountain in return, how much more so for a life-saving grace? I noticed that both Brother Oscar and Miss Fraser possess their own storage soul guide rings. These 2 storage soul guide rings each offer an 8 cubic storage capacity, and I hope you will accept them as a token of my gratitude, however modest it may be. How could I possibly accept such generosity? Ateris initially intended to decline, but Lu Yin directly reached for a ring, murmuring to himself, "This trinket is quite splendid. Henceforth, I shall keep the treasures I forge for myself. Otherwise, storing them in your hands diminishes their mystique." Ha ha ha, Lu Yin truly is straightforward. Ateris, you should accept it graciously. Ningronli chuckled, disregarding Ateris's thoughts, and promptly pressed the ring into his hands before turning away and descending the cliff. On the afternoon of the following day, the obstructive rocks had finally been cleared, and the road was restored to its former smoothness. Ningronli directed the merchant caravan to veer westward, preparing to reunite with the second batch of traders on the main road before continuing toward the Biyuan province. Upon reaching the fork where the main road meets the path to Hujian Pass, it was time to bid farewell. Ningronli clasped his hands together and remarked, "Given your talents, I am certain we shall meet again in the future. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me at our base in Borno City of the 7 Treasures, Glazed Tile School." Atrides replied, "Brother Ning, as you traverse the world of commerce, please take heed of your own safety. We must continue our journey, so we shall take our leave. Travel well, and take care along the way." The 4 individuals from Ateris bid farewell to the caravan and continued their journey westward. However, they did not follow the main road. Instead, they veered northward toward the mountainous region of Lakwar. Ning Rongli gazed at their receding figures, lost in thought. A soul master from the caravan, endowed with a shield spirit, approached him with curiosity, inquiring, "Young master, this group of children is rather peculiar. Since they hail from Häagen-Dazs and are en route to Lakwar, why have they come from the east?" Ning Rongli rubbed the jade ring on his finger and replied softly, "The direction of their arrival is of little consequence. The boy named Ateris possesses precisely a 20th level soul power. He likely aims to hunt for his second soul ring in Lakwar. Young master, do you seem to hold a particular admiration for this child?" "Me?" Ning Rongli chuckled lightly. "Ning San, you have been by my side since I was 14. It's been nearly 7 years, and you still cannot comprehend my thoughts?" Ning San scratched his head, replying, "Young master, you know I am rather dull-witted and possess only brute strength." Ning Rongli shook his head and turned to the canopy erected by the laborers, where he began to burn incense and brew tea, with Ning San standing by his side. Among these children, Ateris exhibited the least talent. The boy named Lu Yin possessed a fire attribute spirit in the form of a ram, while the spirit beast held a low status in the soul beast realm. His spirit exuded an aura akin to that of a top-tier spirit. His flames were exceptionally domineering, of remarkably high quality. Should the people from the Blazing Fire Academy see him, they would likely abduct him to their institution. The boy named Oscar possessed a rare food-type spirit, and the effects of his soul skills were unlike anything I had ever witnessed. I estimate his age to be under 10. Yet he has already attained a soul power level of 23. His talent is truly unprecedented. His innate soul power must be at least level 8. As for the girl, Ning Rongli took a sip of fragrant tea and remarked, "Ah, spring sows a single seed, summer reaps a bouquet of flowers, autumn bears a single fruit. This rose shall ultimately bloom." Ning San was perplexed by his young master's sudden poetic musings about flowers and fruits, but he thought, whatever the young master says, he shall do, and that suffices. Upon entering the territory of Häagen-Dazs, the northern mountains abruptly ascended. In the eastern section of the Northern Plains province, the highest peaks barely exceeded 2,000 meters. However, looking westward beyond the Hujiang Pass, one could behold the distant snow-capped mountains. The saying goes, a distant mountain seems near. Yet the journey to ascend the snow mountain is indeed quite far. Ateris's purpose for venturing to Lakwar was not to scale heights. After trekking for nearly an afternoon, they finally entered the realm of Lakwar Mountain as dusk approached. To the south of Lakwar lay a forest and orchard, and further southward, an expansive plain unfolded. The arrival of spring in the Borno region precedes that of the northern plains by over half a month at this moment. The farmers had completed sowing the spring wheat across the vast plain. However, the endless fields belonged to the Aguinad family, with all seeds, tools, and livestock being the private property of the estate. Finding a sheltered spot, Lu Yin effortlessly kindled a campfire, while Oscar retrieved bread, jerky, and vegetables to prepare dinner. Not far from their campsite flowed a waterfall. For reasons unknown, Ateris crossed the stream and climbed up the cliff from the other side. He stood alone atop the precipice, engrossed in contemplation as he gazed towards Borno, immobile. It was a full moon night. Fraser looked up towards Ateris, the full moon perfectly poised above the waterfall. The sun had yet to fully set, casting a rare golden hue upon the moon, while the cascading waterfall shimmered like a golden ribbon. The boy appeared diminutive within this picturesque scene. Fraser was aware of Ateris's penchant for daydreaming. He often lifted his gaze to the heavens and walked with his neck bent, observing the ground beneath him. At this moment, he was likely pondering some profound philosophy of life. Consequently, Fraser, neglecting her dinner, followed the path Ateris had previously climbed and joined him at the cliff's edge. "Is that you're in Oscar's hometown, Borno?" "Indeed, Borno is our hometown," Ateris responded. Lu Yin is also from Borno. His home lies on the outskirts of Borno city. The three of us are children of Borno. Fraser's arrival diverted Ateris's thoughts, prompting him to turn and face her. Unbeknownst to her, Fraser had blossomed into a graceful young woman, having experienced 9 springs in this world. Although the vigor of soul power had accelerated her growth, her body had yet to fully mature. She still bore the delightful and innocent essence of childhood and adolescence. 2 budding shapes hinted at her emerging charm beneath her fitted attire, yet when she spoke, one could see a small gap in her beautiful teeth where a baby tooth had fallen out. Despite her hair being styled up, accentuating her distinct facial features, her thick eyebrows were remarkably well-formed, standing out against her fair and pristine forehead. The rest of her physique exuded a sense of innocence, and under the moonlight, Ateris beheld her delicate skin, soft and supple lips, and an exquisitely oval face. Especially striking were her amber eyes, which radiated a sacred light. Gazing into them for too long would transform the initial haughtiness into a touch of feminine gentleness and enchanting shyness. Ateris has yet to encounter the angelic soul of Qian Ruxue. However, if one were to consider the more than 30 years of his past and present, the individual who most epitomizes his definition of an angel is undoubtedly Shirian Fraser. Fraser's heart raced slightly as she turned away, unable to maintain her gaze upon him. After a considerable pause, she gently inquired, "Once you acquire your second spirit ring, would you take me to see what your parents are like?" Ateris strained his neck and stood on tiptoe, yearning to gaze further into the horizon, yet he remained unable to glimpse the manor standing upon the vast plains of Augunord. The expanse of the land was so immense that even from a height of 1,000 meters, they could not perceive even half of it. "I shall not venture forth. I fear that if I set foot upon that land, the impulse for revenge will become overwhelming. Yet, the time is not ripe. My strength pales in comparison to that of the entire Augunord family." With that thought, Ateris retrieved a hunting knife from his storage soul guide and activated the bear insignia. Blood stained the stream as a 300-year-old Lacua wild boar convulsed, unable to endure any longer. Its brain tipped, and life ebbed away. The creature's demise was brought about by a colossal, grayish-white Lacua bear, which released its deadly fangs from the boar's throat only after sensing the cessation of the boar's life force. This formidable soul beast, dwelling within the Lacua Mountains, bore a fearsome countenance, with a gash extending a foot from the top of its skull to the corner of its mouth. Whether it was a wound sustained in a battle for mating rights with a mother bear or inflicted by a more powerful soul beast or human remained uncertain. The boar's thick hide proved utterly insufficient against the bear's voracious bite, which swiftly tore through it. After a brutal feast, the still-beating heart of the boar was laid bare beneath the bear's sharp teeth. Each time it indulged in a meal, it commenced with the tender heart of its prey, a ritual honed over centuries of existence. Suddenly, it seemed to sense something amiss. Momentarily forsaking the delight of devouring the heart, it raised its gaze eastward. A flicker of human-like fury manifested upon its fearsome visage as it reared its nearly 5-meter-tall body and let out a thunderous roar. The chilling sound reverberated through the Lacua Mountains. Ateris, having heard the calls of various soul beasts within the hunting soul forest, quickly discerned that this roar emanated from a bear soul beast. Ateris sheathed his hunting knife at his waist and departed from the precipice. "Let us descend. The terrain above is ill-suited for confrontation. We shall discuss matters further below." Fraser cautiously followed Ateris along the same path they had come, and after fording the stream, he inquired, "Is this the bear's spirit you and Oscar sought?" "I am uncertain. It may not be the one. Oscar and I were in search of a Lacua bear, approximately 800 years old. When I was 5, its mate took the life of my elder brother. At 6, it claimed the lives of Oscar's father and mother." Upon seeing Ateris return, Oscar hurriedly approached him and asked, "Ari, is it the one?" Ateris drew forth the hunting knife from his waist once more, infusing it with his soul energy, causing the bear head insignia to become more pronounced, regardless of whether that roar originated from our intended target. As long as the mark upon the knife remained intact and within its sensory range, the Lacua bear would undoubtedly come forth. Surveying the surroundings, Ateris pointed towards a rocky outcrop 200 meters away, saying, "That location is ideal. The intricate terrain and the presence of boulders will impede the Lacua bear's movements. I shall lure it there shortly." "And what of us?" Ian inquired. Ateris addressed both Ian and Fraser. "Oscar lacks combat abilities and will require your protection. The Lacua bear, with its fierce and cunning nature, is likely to eschew confrontation if it perceives that I am accompanied by 2 formidable soul masters. Thus, I implore you to remain with Oscar, concealing your soul energy fluctuations, and wait for the opportune moment. Ideally, it would be when I am engaged in a fierce struggle with the Lacua bear that you should intervene." Lu Yen offered no response to Ateris' strategy, while Fraser's visage was etched with concern. "You mentioned that this is an 800-year-old Lacua bear, a high-level soul beast, and yet your soul power is merely at the 20th level." Ateris smiled with calm assurance. "Rest assured, do not forget, I have triumphed over several formidable soul masters within the Academy. Even if I cannot vanquish this Raker bear, I possess the confidence to navigate the terrain and engage it." Oscar, who had remained silent like Lu Yen, finally took action, but rather than offering words of persuasion, he revealed his soul rings. After reciting 2 soul incantations, he manifested 2 distinct sausages in his hands. "Ateris, I have promised you, whatever you choose to do, I shall support you," Oscar declared, extending the 2 sausages toward Ateris. Ateris took the sausage, one being Oscar's primary soul skill recovery sausage, which serves to restore soul power and wounds, albeit at a considerably slower pace than healing-type soul masters. Its advantage lies in its relatively minor consumption of soul power. The other sausage was his second soul skill, a pink-hued delicacy. Measuring merely a quarter of the size of the recovery sausage, which Oscar aptly named the exhilarating pink sausage. Although the name mirrors Oscar's fourth soul skill from the original work, this variant of the exhilarating pink sausage is derived from a 700-year-old red poppy, thus differing in effect. Upon consuming the exhilarating pink sausage, the eater enters a state of exhilaration, yielding a 5% enhancement across all attributes, alongside a 20% reduction in pain perception, lasting for 10 minutes. Upon first learning of its effects, Ateris instinctively compared it to the nearly 4,000-year-old Pink Lady soul skill from the original narrative, deeming it inferior. However, upon further reflection, he recognized that for a century-old soul skill to offer such benefits was indeed commendable, although the 5% increase in attributes may appear modest. The emergence of such a soul skill in the second soul ring was unprecedented even to Leonid, let alone the added advantage of diminished pain perception. Pain perception is particularly crucial in combat. The instinctual drive to evade impending danger is inherent to all living beings. The fear of potential harm from adversaries often inhibits their full potential, representing a physiological impediment to existence. With the alleviation of pain perception, the consumer can physiologically surmount fear, emboldening them to engage enemies more fiercely. Nonetheless, this benefit is not without its drawbacks. Reduced pain perception may lead the eater to underestimate their injuries, potentially delaying necessary treatment. However, Oscar's primary soul skill recovery sausage can mitigate this weakness, rendering the side effect nearly negligible. Equipped with these two sausages, Ateris felt a surge of confidence as he temporarily bid farewell to his companions, venturing alone towards the rocky shore. The hunting knife remained firmly in his grasp, as Ateris continuously channeled his soul power to activate the bear head mark, allowing the raker bear to perceive his location with greater clarity. The earth had succumbed to slumber, enveloped in silence, save for the gentle caress of the breeze and the occasional indistinct chirp of an unknown insect. Ateris stood silently at the heart of the rocky shore, surrounded only by an oppressive stillness. The sky was bright, while the ground lay shrouded in darkness, as if the chill had severed the light itself. A gust of frigid wind swept through, and from the depths of the shadowy woods, the rustling of leaves and the hoarse, bone-chilling caws of crows echoed, rendering the dim wilderness even more desolate. Suddenly, the crows in the forest took flight in a panic, and the insects ceased their chirping, crawling low to the ground. Two eerie blue glimmers appeared, accompanied by heavy breaths and a furious growl. "Come forth, my vengeance, let it commence from this day." With a few bites of the euphoric pink sausage, Ateris's heart began to race. Sensing the adrenaline surge within him, his body fully electrified. The formidable creature in the woods still remained hidden, its haunting blue eyes the only visible feature, watching Ateris intently. The first to strike is not always the strongest. Yet some action was necessary to shatter the standoff. Ateris once more infused his soul power into his hunting knife, the blue bear insignia becoming increasingly pronounced. A mournful roar erupted, and for the first time, Ateris discerned a profound emotion within the cry of the soul beast. His suspicions were confirmed. The lacquer bear, slain by his brother Kratos 4 years prior, was either a mate or offspring of the creature before him. Lacquer bears are inherently savage, yet remarkably cunning. It sensed the fluctuations of soul power emanating from Ateris. Though these tremors paled in comparison to its own, it refrained from attacking recklessly. It required more provocation to incite its fury. With a swift motion, Ateris cast his hunting knife, which embedded itself into the trunk of a tree before the formidable Raquel bear. The proximity of the mark heightened the bear's agitation, and with a low growl, it emerged from the shadowy woods. The moonlight tonight was exceptionally bright, even without any means to enhance his vision. Ateris could clearly discern the fierce visage of the soul beast. A long scar marred its face, rendering it grotesque, likely a remnant from its encounter with Principal Young years ago alongside Shui Binger. Blood, not yet fully dried, stained the corners of its mouth, nostrils, and sharp fangs. Its formidable claws dug powerfully into the ground, leaving deep imprints in the mud with each step. As it approached the rocky shore, the stones could not withstand the bear's sharp claws. Even without exerting force, it left visible scratch marks. The spear and shield were already grasped firmly in his hands since the moment he hurled the hunting knife. The first soul ring shimmered, gathering soul power like twinkling stars. The star-piercing spear shot forth, illuminating the path ahead like starlight. However, upon facing Ateris's greeting gift, the Raquel bear suddenly reared up and swatted at the incoming spear with its massive paw. A technique derived from the 400-year-old star scorpion was effortlessly neutralized by the beast. This was not a testament to Ateris's weakness. Rather, it was merely a probing strike that consumed less than 1/10 of his soul power. For an 800-year-old high-level soul beast like the Raquel bear, even if struck, the damage would likely be minimal. Nonetheless, this encounter undeniably intensified the bear's fury. Having sensed Ateris's soul power fluctuations and easily countered his soul technique, it was now the bear's turn to attack. Leonid once remarked that the higher the level of a soul beast, the more varied and intricate its methods of assault. The distinction between soul beasts and ordinary feral creatures lies in their ability to harness soul power, concentrating it in their robust claws, fangs, hooves, and horns to forge formidable attacks. Furthermore, some soul beasts possess elemental powers: wind, fire, earth, ice, lightning. In comparison to humans, their physical defenses are markedly superior, having endured countless battles over the years. During life and death struggles, they often disregard pain, unyielding even in the face of severe injury. A widely known adage in the soul world states, "More rings, more bones, one wave of skill. Fewer rings, fewer bones, and it's time to flee." The 800-year-old Raquel bear stands rare among soul beasts under a millennium, with even some mid to low-level beasts that have surpassed 1,000 years posing little threat to it. Ateris was not daunted by the prowess of the Raquel bear, for if he lacked the courage to confront it, one could scarcely mention the formidable strength of Count Aguinat. The Raquel bear, a true embodiment of a high-level spirit beast, exhibited remarkable restraint even at this juncture. Instead of recklessly charging forth, it first concentrated its soul power, unleashing a resonant wave of fury. This sound wave-based assault, characteristic of many feline and ursine spirit beasts, served as a preemptive tactic, primarily aimed at disorienting its prey through intense sonic vibrations. Should there be a significant disparity in strength, such sonic attacks could result in varying degrees of disorientation. Ateris was uncertain about the extent of the disparity in soul power between himself and the formidable lacquer bear. However, the sonic attack merely caused a fleeting moment of disorientation, devoid of any sensation of dizziness. While this may have been partly due to his own fortitude, it was evident that Oscar's invigorating pink essence played a significant role in alleviating his pain. The essence did not diminish the harm inflicted but rather attenuated the nervous feedback, a phenomenon that evidently proved effective against sonic assaults as well. Observing that his initial strike had failed, the lacquer bear wisely refrained from wasting time with another roar, as that would only squander its soul energy. With its powerful claws digging into the ground, the lacquer bear began to charge, yet the rugged terrain, strewn with peculiar stones, impeded its speed compared to level ground. As it closed the distance to within 10 meters of Ateris, the lacquer bear leapt into the air, its sharp fangs and deadly claws poised to strike. Ateris executed a swift roll to evade the impending strike of the colossal lacquer bear. Despite the creature's impressive 2-meter shoulder height and over 3-meter length, its weight undoubtedly surpassed a ton. The sheer force of its body would crush any opponent beneath it, rendering direct confrontation impossible. Instead, Ateris opted to roll to the right, utilizing the sturdy shield in his grasp to ensure freedom of movement amidst the tumultuous rocky terrain. After the bear's formidable leap, it required a moment to recover, allowing Ateris to complete his roll and thrust his spear, inflicting a wound upon the beast. However, he underestimated the creature's combat prowess. As his spear pierced its flesh, the bear deftly twisted its body, executing a sweeping counterattack to the left. The air crackled with the ferocity of its strike, leaving Ateris with no option but to concentrate his soul power and brace himself with a shield to absorb the blow. The impact jolted Ateris, reminiscent of the day he awakened his martial spirit, facing the formidable night field. Back then, a single strike had shattered his arm. But this encounter was different. He had since learned to harness his soul power, and the gap between him and the bear was not as insurmountable as before. Nonetheless, the bear's strength was formidable, sending Ateris staggering several meters back. Fortunately, he managed to roll and dissipate the force of the blow, sustaining only minor discomfort. Seizing the moment of Ateris's instability, the bear charged forward, intent on pressing the attack. Yet Ateris was no novice. Wielding his spear and shield, he was a seasoned combatant. As he landed and rolled, he executed a swift counterstrike. The maneuver was not merely fortuitous. His spear found its mark at the bear's jaw, retracing the path of a previous scar, reminding the creature of its injuries from 4 years past. The bear howled in pain but did not relent. Instead, it became more ferocious, lunging at Ateris's spear-wielding hand with its gaping maw. This was a strike that could not be endured, for the bear's crushing bite could easily sever his arm. In a flash, Ateris discarded his spear, channeling his soul power into his shield, which he swung decisively towards the bear's head. The impact resonated powerfully, and had he faced a human opponent, Ateris would have relentlessly continued his assault, aiming to incapacitate or even kill. However, the Laker bear, a soul beast with an exceptionally tough skull, absorbed the blow without faltering. Conversely, in such close quarters, a single swipe of its claws could prove fatal, threatening to eviscerate him. Ateris was adorned in armor crafted by Liu Yan. Yet the defensive capabilities of this armor remained untested. According to Liu Yan's description, it would be exceedingly difficult for this armor to withstand a full-force strike from the raker bear. After successfully landing a blow, Ateris swiftly distanced himself, maneuvering around the raker bear and sprinting deeper into the rocky terrain. As he ran, he retrieved the restorative sausage given to him by Oscar and consumed it hastily, subsequently summoning his spear once more. The raker bear, having been struck twice by both spear and shield, refrained from recklessly pursuing Ateris. Watching as he retreated into the depths of the rocky beach instead of chasing after him, gradually moving toward that direction. Meanwhile, Oscar and his companions concealed their presence, observing the fierce clash between man and beast from a distance. "Pierce him. Well done, shield bash," Oscar exclaimed, clearly reveling in the spectacle, as if he were the one battling the raker bear. Ateris is quite impressive. Despite facing an 800-year-old raker bear, he still seems to gain the upper hand. Fraser nodded in agreement, remarking, "Indeed, it appears he held back during his matches with other students at the academy." The raker bear was a formidable soul beast. Although he had defensive shields, surviving such a blow was a testament to Ateris' strength. "Heck, I wouldn't be surprised if he could handle this big brute all on his own." Oscar unabashedly praised his good friend, while Fraser refrained from excessive flattery. He acknowledged Ateris' formidable prowess, leaving Liu Yan silent. "Do not celebrate too soon. The raker bear is not so easily." "Oh no, lightning attribute." As Liu Yan uttered these words, he ceased concealing his presence and dashed forward. Fraser paused for a moment before urging Oscar to follow, and they both pursued him. Lightning attribute. This was something Ateris had never anticipated. The raker bear resided in the northern mountains, close to the extreme north, where soul beasts typically possessed common elemental attributes, such as ice or earth. The lightning attribute was a powerful force. Among all soul beast varieties, those endowed with lightning abilities were never weak. Wind, thunder, rain, and swallows, thunder leopards, and thunder spiders. Even the lightning attribute martial spirits were not ordinary, with the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex being hailed as the continent's most formidable beast martial spirit, possessing extraordinary lightning powers. The raker bear, by nature, was a high-level soul beast lacking any prominent attributes, yet, akin to humans, soul beasts could undergo mutations during reproduction, similar to the variations of martial spirits. A raker bear with lightning attributes might not qualify as a top-tier soul beast, but it undoubtedly stood out among high-level soul beasts. A flicker of fear crept into Ateris' heart, yet, more dominantly, there was a surge of exhilaration and excitement. The greater the strength of the raker bear, the more potent the soul ring it would leave behind upon its demise, and consequently, the soul skills he would acquire would also be enhanced. The raker bear charged once more, its forepaws imbued with the power of thunder, and a deep azure eye flickered with lightning. With a roar that reverberated through the air, a wave of sound accompanied by a jolt of electric energy erupted forth, shaking Ateris to his core even amidst the lingering effects of the euphoric pink essence. In that moment, he could not afford to let his reflexes dull. He bit down hard on his tongue, the metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth, snapping him back to reality. Yet, at that instant, the raker bear lunged again. He could not withstand it head-on. Ateris dodged to the side, shifting to the left. Did he miss? From a mere observation of his movements, it appeared so. The bear's assault did not directly strike Ateris, merely grazing the edge of his garment. As the massive paw slammed down, shards of stone erupted, and the crackling of lightning filled the air, one bolt striking Ateris directly. Disaster. Paralysis. A savage current surged through him, dulling his reactions, and his once fluid rolls became clumsy. After tumbling for several rotations, he staggered to his feet, only to find the bear's sharp fangs and claws mere inches away. There was no escape. His body, now immobilized by the electric shock, could not muster a counterattack or evade. He could only brace himself. With a thunderous crash, the raker bear tackled Ateris to the ground. Fortunately, there were no sharp rocks beneath his head, or else the impact could have left him with a grievous injury. if not fatal. Yet, his situation was still dire. Pinned beneath the weight of the colossal bear, Ateris could only raise his shield to protect his head and chest, striving to mitigate any lethal harm. The thunder-infused claws relentlessly battered against his sturdy shield, each strike testing the limits of his endurance, his insides feeling as though they might shatter. Every time the bear's paw, charged with thunder, struck the shield, Ateris could no longer stifle his cries of pain. After delivering numerous brutal blows, the Raquel bear halted, rearing its towering form, gathering an even more ferocious surge of thunderous energy in its paws, readying itself for a devastating blow. With this strike, it could annihilate the human who bore the mark of its lost mate, concluding a 5-year vendetta. If it could speak, it would surely declare, "Kill him." In this human, as a high-tier soul beast, the Raquel bear entered the world with nearly a century's worth of strength. For a significant period, it basked under the protection of its parents until it matured, separating from them at 200 years to become a solitary wanderer amidst the vast Raquel Mountains. After centuries of challenges against tigers, leopards, and even its kin, it grew through battle, ultimately seizing a vast territory. A decade prior, it encountered its mate, and they fell in love. The breeding of high-tier soul beasts proved arduous. After 5 long years, its mate birthed their first litter, 3 cubs. Tragically, they perished at the hands of ironclad humans before even experiencing their first spring, driving the bear's mate into madness, resulting in her departure into human settlements. Now, humans perish. This strike must not be endured. Ateris felt no confidence in surviving such a formidable attack. I cannot die yet. There is still much to accomplish. I must grow stronger. I must seek revenge. I yearn for the peasants of the Borno plain, toiling endlessly without reliance on contemptible nobles for survival. I wish for the serfs, bound in servitude, to escape the lash for merely being slow. I desire for the vile nobles, who thrive on the blood of the land's people, to no longer reign supreme. In that boundless expanse of the Borno plain, there lies a modest farm, with a small main house, a woodshed perpetually insufficiently stocked, and an oven that, after autumn harvests, fills with the aroma of freshly baked bread. I long to return there, though his arms trembled with the numbing force of thunder, and blood coughed forth from the pressure within. Ateris's will remained unyielded. His eyes sparkled with the light of the stars as he rose once more, narrowly evading the Raquel bear's crushing blow. This attack was more formidable than any preceding it, the violent power of thunder expanding ferociously. Yet this time, Ateris rolled only once, curling his body completely behind the sturdy shield, and to his astonishment, the savage thunder dissipated upon contact with the shield, unable to progress an inch further. Witnessing its mightiest strike evaded, the Raquel bear's fury intensified as it raised its limbs for another assault. However, this time, Ateris was not alone. Vanguard blade. A voice rang out, and a 12-inch rose-patterned sword soared through the air, glinting coldly as it embedded itself 3 inches deep into the bear's left arm. The Raquel bear, taken aback by the presence of an ally, endured the searing pain as it swatted away the sword, blood gushing forth. Yet, as lightning flickered at the wound, it howled in anguish, miraculously sealing the injury. It was not due to any formidable healing ability. Rather, it had the cunning to cauterize its own wound with thunder, hastening its recovery. Clever indeed. Allow me to add a little more fire. As Frezer's rose arrived, how could Luyin possibly lag behind? While the Raquel bear forced its wound to heal, Luyin surged within 20 meters, his second spirit ring igniting beneath him. In the state of spirit possession, he soared beyond 6 feet, his ram's horns thickening, transforming into a blazing fireball that charged towards the Raquel bear. Flame charge. Ateris is a soul master, whose physical strength and power are insufficient to confront the 800-year-old Raquel bear head-on, yet Luyin can, possessing a soul power of 25 ki. In the state of martial spirit manifestation, can rival the strength, attack, and defense of most soul beasts under 1,000 years. Although the Raquel bear is formidable, it is not yet a top-tier soul beast, and Luyin does not fear a physical clash with it. However, the Raquel bear is not a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. As Luyin charges with his blazing flames, it counters with its thunderous paws, seizing the massive horns and absorbing the brunt of Luyin's second soul skill. In that instant, both combatants found themselves in a stalemate, their feet carving out 4 uneven shallow pits in the earth, a testament to their immense power. Yet, a soul beast remains a soul beast. Despite the Raquel bear's considerable intelligence, understanding how to condense soul power for enhanced attacks, and utilizing thunder to heal its wounds, it has yet to master true soul techniques. This contest of strength appeared to reach an impasse, But Liu Yin had only employed one soul skill thus far. The first soul ring illuminated, and fire attribute soul power coalesced at his mouth. Given that the Raquel bear towered over Liu Yin once it stood, the gust of fiery breath was perfectly aimed at its lower body. High damage is less effective than clever application when high damage is coupled with cleverness. The results are inevitably remarkable. The Raquel bear could not withstand this fiery breath. In an instant, the intense burning pain rendered it immobile, and Liu Yin seized the opportunity. Executing another blazing charge, his massive horns colliding directly with the bear's chest. Bang! The Raquel bear fell to the ground, the searing flames still ravaging its lower body, while the impact from the horns shattered at least 4 of its ribs. At this moment, Fraser arrived, wielding the rose blade, elegantly executing 2 sweeping strikes that severed the tendons in the bear's forelimbs. At this point, the Raquel bear had completely lost its ability to move. Cough, cough, cough. Ateris gripped his spear tightly, slowly rising to his feet despite the occasional cough of crimson blood escaping his lips. Fraser hurriedly stepped forward to support him, gently patting his back while voicing his reproach. You see, I told you that you cannot face this alone. If it hadn't been for Liu Yin rushing over at the first sign of that Racker bear unleashing its lightning powers, you would have lost your life. This is precisely why I insisted you stay behind. Had Ian been here, with his formidable strength, this behemoth would never have dared to show itself. Taking a moment to steady his breath, Ateris replied, then turned to Liu Yin with a heartfelt smile. Ian, thank you. Fraser speaks the truth. Had it not been for you, I might indeed have perished today. No need for thanks. We are friends, comrades. If I were in peril, I trust you would not hesitate to act. Liu Yin's voice was low and devoid of emotional inflection, yet Ateris understood that beneath his sturdy exterior lay a fervent, beating heart. At last, Oscar arrived, panting heavily after sprinting the 200 or 300 meters. Since acquiring his second spirit ring, he had grown somewhat complacent, often neglecting physical training to linger in the classroom. Ateris resolved that upon their return, he would compel Oscar to engage in rigorous exercise. Super recovery sausage. Here, Arai. You appear gravely injured. Eat this quickly. In truth, absorbing spirit rings could swiftly replenish depleted spirit power, and each advancement would gradually reshape one's body. Despite his words, Ateris accepted the sausage Oscar offered, consuming it in a few swift bites. The Racker bear lay nearby, lamenting in agony, its severed tendons preventing it from even rolling over to flee. Ateris glanced at the colossal creature, which still mustered the strength to emit a furious roar. Ateris approached its side, gradually raising the spear in his hand. Our fates are intertwined. This is where it ends. The spear pierced the chest of the Lacquer bear, and its scalding blood splattered upon Ateris's face in the land of Lacquer. A drop of blood trickled down his jaw, merging into his chest, entwined with the palm-sized stone insignia engraved with the image of a mountain peak. Behind them, over waterfalls and cliffs along the ridgeline, they ascended to the towering pinnacle of Lacquer, where a starry light descended upon it. No one noticed that the mountain depicted on Ateris's insignia was none other than the Lacquer mountain itself. Ateris had not previously contemplated the prospect of absorbing a soul ring exceeding 8 centuries in age. 4 months prior, when Oscar reached the 20th level and sought to acquire his second soul ring, Leonid led them once again to the soul-hunting forest. In his quest to secure a suitable second soul ring for Oscar, Leonid searched extensively, yet ultimately had to settle for a red poppy that was over 700 years old. At that time, he remarked to Oscar, regrettably, "This forest does not harbor a soul beast suitable for you that is over 800 years old. Although this red poppy is merely 750 years in age, it is the best option we have." Ateris appeared somewhat perplexed and inquired of Leonid, "Isn't the age of the second spirit ring 764 years? Wouldn't 750 years be perfectly suitable for Oscar?" Leonid responded with a question. "Where did you learn that the age of the second spirit ring is 764 years? Ateris produced a tome entitled The 10 Core Competencies of the Martial Soul Realm. Upon merely glancing at the title, Leonid scoffed derisively and dismissed it as worthless. Ateris remarked that although many of the author's theories conflict with yours, his ability to pinpoint the age of the first and second spirit rings to a precise digit should still be regarded as quite credible. Wouldn't you agree?" Leonid, with a sense of resignation, took the book and opened to the chapter on the study of spirit ring ages, where it boldly stated, "The maximum age limit for absorbing spirit power of the first spirit ring is 423 years. The maximum age limit for the second spirit ring is 764 years. The maximum age limit for the third spirit ring is approximately 1,700 years. The The maximum age limit for the fourth spirit ring is approximately 5,000 years. The maximum age limit for the fifth spirit ring is approximately 12,000 years. Do you discern any patterns? Ateris immediately slapped his forehead, suddenly enlightened, and internally cursed Yu Xiaojiang 180 times. Indeed, Leonid had stated that the documented absorption limit for the first spirit ring on the continent was 423 years. However, there was a piece of knowledge he had not previously imparted, which he promptly clarified, starting from the second spirit ring. The maximum absorption years of each spirit ring cannot be precisely defined to a single digit. The so-called years assigned to spirit beasts by humans serve merely as a means to evaluate the spirit power of the beasts, akin to how humans categorize their own spirit power into ranks. A glaring truth is that within the same realm, advancing one level does not produce the same sense of breaking through a barrier as ascending to a higher realm does. People divide a realm into 10 levels solely to differentiate the spirit power within that realm, averaging it into 10 segments. Leonid asserted that until a spirit master reaches level 70, any elevation of one level will not yield a significant sense of breakthrough unless a major realm upgrade occurs. Neither I nor some of my friends felt much more than a heightened sensitivity when we advanced a level before reaching 70. It is only upon attaining the title of Douluo that one truly. The levels among spirit masters serve as a standard for gauging spirit power, and the years referenced by spirit masters are naturally a rough estimation, similar to how humans experience breakthroughs. Spirit beasts are classified into 5 realms based on their age: 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and 100,000 years, distinguished by the color of the spirit rings produced upon their demise. Leonid recounted that in his youth, he naively believed that the so-called years truly indicated the lifespan of spirit beasts. It was only after he became a high-level spirit master that he sought the assistance of a formidable individual to conduct an experiment in the Sunset Forest near Tiando City. The experiment was straightforward yet brutal. They scoured the Sunset Forest and captured 3 abyssal spider beasts, each approximately 900 years old, setting them aside. They then captured 3 mandala serpents aged 1,300 years, 2,500 years, and 3,100 years, respectively. Subsequently, they brought the 3 mandala serpents to the brink of death and fed them to the abyssal spiders. All 3 abyssal spiders leveled up. The one that absorbed the mandala serpent aged 1,200 years successfully evolved, precisely breaking through the 1,000-year mark. The one that absorbed the 2,500-year-old mandala serpent advanced to over 1,300 years, nearing 1,400. While the abyssal spider that consumed the 3,100-year-old mandala serpent naturally evolved, surpassing 1,500 years. This was undoubtedly an extreme experiment, as abyssal spiders with less than 1,000 years of strength would struggle to kill and absorb mandala serpents exceeding 1,000 years, unless by sheer luck they stumbled upon a carcass. Thus, returning to the issue of the second spirit ring's age limit, since the gap between the first and third spirit rings is more than quadruple, how could the difference between the first and second spirit rings be less than double? Therefore, Leonid argued that the theory proposing a maximum absorption limit of 764 years for the second spirit ring was either erroneous, indicative of inadequate practical experience, or simply a careless transcription from a theoretical system of a certain family or organization. Leonid further stated that his second spirit ring had already reached approximately 840 years. Moreover, the limits of spirit ring absorption vary from person to person. Despite Oscar's frail physique, his innate talent allows him to absorb a spirit ring produced by a spirit beast over 800 years old without issue. Ateris perused the theoretical work of Yu Xiaojiang regarding martial souls, discovering an abundance of data densely packed within its pages, each inscribed with the fervent effort of its author. Restless and unable to sleep, he devoted the entirety of the night to deciphering the text, ultimately concluding that the prevailing sentiment throughout was one of disillusionment. With the theoretical quandary resolved, Ateris felt a sense of relief. If Oscar could absorb an 800-year-old spirit ring, then surely he too could manage. And perhaps even a 900-year-old spirit ring was not beyond the realm of possibility, though the prospect of 1,000 years seemed a distant concern. As he gazed at the spirit ring hovering before him, hope surged within Ateris. The mutated raker bear was likely a creature of near-legendary status among spirit beasts, with its spirit power reaching 800 years. In terms of quality, it was indeed challenging to find anything superior at this stage. Initially, he had sought a defensive second spirit ring, as his martial soul encompassed both a spear and a sturdy shield. Having already assigned the first spirit ring to the spear, It would only be natural to equip the second spirit ring to the shield as well. However, following a fierce battle, Ateris realized that his martial soul appeared to possess greater strength than he had anticipated. The raker bear's thunderous power, which had the capacity to incapacitate him in an instant, was entirely incapable of breaching the defenses of his shield. Ateris certainly yearned to find the most suitable spirit ring for himself. However, the challenge lay in the fact that his martial soul, characterized by a spear and shield, had never been recorded on the continent. Unlike the renowned Haotian hammer, blue lightning tyrant dragon, or white tiger, which have been meticulously examined and refined through generations, Ateris faced a unique dilemma. The white tiger martial soul, possessed by the Daimubai family, has its first 3 spirit rings predetermined by their ancestors: White Tiger Shield, White Tiger Radiant Wave, and White Tiger Diamond Transformation, each derived from corresponding spirit beasts. Presently, Ateris bears a resemblance to Tang San. Prior to Tang San, there were no formidable blue-silver grass spirit masters aside from the transformed human, Ain. Moreover, his father, Tang Hao, was wholly indifferent during his early years, failing to impart the cultivation experiences and spirit skill selections from his mother, Ain, which ultimately relegated him to being a mere experimental subject of Yu Shaojiang. Ateris now finds himself in a similar predicament. Due to the unique nature of his martial soul, Leonid is unable to provide unequivocally accurate guidance. He must rely solely on his own exploration. Regarding the theory of the 10 core competencies proposed by a master in the field of martial soul research, I personally refrain from commenting, preferring instead to present the data for public consideration. The first tenet of this theory posits that the innate soul power correlates positively with the quality of the martial soul. While this assertion is not without merit, my observations over several decades have led me to a noteworthy phenomenon. For identical martial souls, children from families with superior living conditions tend to awaken with higher average levels of innate soul power. The most conspicuous example can be drawn from the comparative data of the royal family, nobility, and commoners in the Heavendo Empire, inclusive of its 4 major kingdoms and principalities, compiled between the years 2590 to 2635. Martial soul, Swan. Heavendo royal family. Level 4, 7 instances. Level 5, 11 instances. Level 6, 12 instances. Level 7, 5 instances. Level 8, 1 instance. Commoners, monthly household income below 1 gold soul coin, half level, 49 instances. Level 1, 76 instances. Level 2, 54 instances. Level 3, 31 instances. Level 4, 19 instances. Levels 5 to 7, 2 instances. Commoners, monthly household income of 110 gold soul coins, half level, 25 instances. Level 1, 35 instances. Level 2, 53 instances. Level 3, 60 instances. Level 4, 57 instances. Level 5, 22 instances. Level 6 to 7, 2 instances. Nobility, households with monthly income exceeding 10 gold soul coins. Level 1, 14 instances. Level 2, 28 instances. Level 3, 41 instances. Level 4, 72 instances. Level 5, 69 instances. Level 6, 35 instances. Level 7, 4 instances. The 14th Continental Martial Soul Theory Invitational Lecture Series, held at the Balak Kingdom Academy, features Leonid's research on the correlation between innate soul power and living standards. Destiny is yet to be fulfilled. Without the precedents set by others, Ateris is unable to navigate cautiously and must forge a path of his own. The rare 800-year-old Lark Bear Soul Ring is an elusive treasure. Once missed, it cannot be reclaimed. Radiant yellow orbs begin to coalesce above the lamentable form of the Lark Bear, exhibiting a hue distinct from that of the first soul ring. The color of this 800-year-old Lark Bear's soul ring is markedly deeper, its brilliance eclipsing that of the initial soul ring, even without having summoned it yet. The mere sensation of the soul ring's emanating soul power reveals an energy that surpasses that of his first soul ring by more than double. Observing Ateris as he begins to draw in the soul ring for absorption, Lu Yen and Fraser also refrain from lingering nearby. They rise and move 50 meters away, surveying the surroundings to ensure no external disturbances disrupt Ateris's absorption process. Ateris raised his right hand, channeling his soul power to gently draw the soul ring into his palm. The spear and shield hovered beside him, emanating radiant starlight. These scintillating points seemed to possess an irresistible gravitational pull, and under this influence, the soul ring transformed into luminous specks of soul power, flowing into Ateris's body and his martial soul. In that fleeting moment of soul power surging within him, Ateris could not suppress a pained roar. He experienced an unprecedented and overwhelming pressure, unlike anything he had felt when absorbing his first soul ring. His bones, flesh, and even his will were struck by this formidable force. Soon, the yellow light no longer trickled in slowly, but cascaded down like a waterfall from the crown of his head. The sensation was far from pleasant. Even if one were doused with a bucket of water from above, the impact would be felt. How much more so with a waterfall? This torrent of soul power relentlessly washed over his body, each muscle seemingly hammered by the water's force. Within this soul power flowed not only the intense deluge but also the ferocious strike of thunder. This scorching and brutal energy surged into Ateris's body, momentarily overwhelming him as if a mountain bore down upon him, akin to the Monkey King trapped on the demon-slaying platform, enduring blows from blades and axes, besieged by lightning and fire. Yet, Ateris had also acquired methods of protection from various sources: the blows of blades and axes, the strikes of thunder and fire. The inundation of cascading water could not harm him in the slightest. After withstanding the initial violent onslaught of soul power, Ateris began to feel a sense of relief. The once powerful impact of the soul power continuously cleansed his meridians, widening them. His injured organs, shaken during battle, started to mend gradually under the infusion of soul power. Amidst this extraordinary experience, his consciousness began to immerse itself in this sea of soul power, initially fierce but later gentle. The energy surging forth from the soul ring continually purified Ateris's body, and under the guidance of the starlight within him, the brutal force of thunder began to flow towards his sword and shield. Could it be? Ateris's consciousness suddenly ignited, illuminating the scene before him. He had been uncertain about the nature of the soul ring bestowed by the Raker Bear, but now it became evident that it was intertwined with his sword and shield. The meridians within him expanded, and the power of thunder found its sanctuary. The absorption of soul energy had commenced its latter stages. The initial phase involved the soul ring's force forging his body, while the subsequent phase aimed to elevate his soul power, propelling him beyond the threshold of level 20. However, Ateris soon perceived an intruder in the realm of his consciousness. Two Raker Bears appeared. One, slightly larger, stood guard at the cave entrance, occasionally peering inside. The other, smaller in stature, lay on a bed of hay within the cave, its belly swollen, emitting low growls from time to time. Time passed unnoticed until a damp, furry little creature emerged into this world, a boy. Shortly thereafter, his two siblings followed suit. The mother bear, displaying a remarkably human-like smile, began to groom her offspring, licking away the unknown fluids that clung to their bodies. The father bear returned to the cave, visibly pleased by the arrival of his children. Although he longed to remain within the cave, basking in the warmth of his family, he recognized the urgency of venturing out to hunt, to provide sustenance for his wife. He set forth, ascending the towering Raker Mountain, having long coveted a 400-year-old snow lotus, renowned for its exceptional nutritional properties for his mate. Unbeknownst to him, as he diligently climbed, a band of armored knights on gallant steeds invaded his home. They, numerous and formidable, seized the opportunity presented by the mother bear's postnatal weakness, ruthlessly slaughtering her cubs before her eyes. Enraged, the mother bear roared and pursued the human knights, while the father bear, alerted by his wife's cries, turned back to follow. The mother bear chased the intruders from the depths of Raker Mountain to the human village, driven mad by grief. Any human that crossed her path became her target, and one by one, defenseless civilians fell victim to her wrath. Ultimately, a man armed with a spear and sword and shield confronted her in a desperate struggle. The spear pierced the heart of the mother bear, while her fierce jaws crushed the man's skull. The father bear, too distant and hindered by the treacherous descent, sensed his wife's demise as he finally emerged from Raker Mountain. Being an intelligent soul beast, he recognized the soul energy mark left by his wife in her final moments, a clear plea for vengeance. For nearly a year, he lay in wait, eluding the persistent hunts of human knights and the occasional soul masters that ventured into the mountain, enduring the passage of seasons filled with sorrow and fury. When the northern winds ceased their howling, he finally felt the mark left by his beloved. At that moment, his overwhelming rage ignited, and without hesitation, he dispatched a pair of human spouses bearing the mark. Even amidst the scattered deer meat nearby, he paid it no heed. Fixated solely on tearing into the two lifeless bodies, Ateris completed the absorption of the soul ring, momentarily lost in a daze. For the vividness of the scenes he witnessed was perplexing. It is said that soul masters, while absorbing a soul ring, perceive the memories of the soul beast in its lifetime. Yet, he sensed these memories not from the perspective of the soul beast, but rather from an omniscient viewpoint. The night's slaughter of the soul beast was expected, as they acted under the orders of Count Aganad, fulfilling their duty to protect the populace within their territory. However, why did they not eliminate the mother bear, still weak from giving birth? Instead, they chose to kill the bear cubs, provoking the mother bear and leading her to the village, resulting in the tragic demise of innocent villagers and the death of his brother, Kratos. Among the knights responsible for the cub slaughter was Triss, who approached the fallen raker bear, gently closing its eyes and sighing. It appears that our fate is not yet sealed. In the vicinity of Heavendo City, 20 miles south, a vast estate stood majestically. Outside the estate, a young man clad in ornate attire and possessing a countenance like polished jade disembarked from a carriage. He gazed up at the grand entrance, where a colossal plaque inscribed with 5 characters read, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. This young man was Ning Rongley, who had encountered Ateris in the northern mountains. He sighed as he beheld the plaque. "Ah, I have finally returned. This journey has indeed been arduous." After reflecting for a moment, Ning Rongley strode directly into the assembly hall. Seated at the main position, facing south, was a middle-aged man, his demeanor gentle and refined, adorned in a pristine white robe. Beside him sat a young man of similar age to Ning Rongley, with well-defined features and clad in a blue robe. Upon Ning Rongley's arrival, the young man set aside his tea and rose to greet him. The middle-aged man also stood, smiling as he approached Ning Rongley, grasping his arm and inquiring, "It is good to have you back. Was the journey smooth?" Ning Rongley respectfully returned the greeting, responding, "After repelling the bandits, I joined 2 merchant caravans and even brought along 2 Soul King envoys from Borno City. The journey was without further mishap." The middle-aged man continued, "I am already aware of your encounter with the bandits. Knowing you would return today, I specifically invited His Highness the Crown Prince to join us. Please do not overlook any details, recount everything to His Highness." As he spoke, he slightly turned aside, allowing the young man to step forward. "Yes, father." The young man replied respectfully, then turned to Ning Rongley, preparing to pay his respects. "Greetings to His Highness." Yet the young man, referred to as the Crown Prince, seized Ning Rongley's hand, preventing him from bowing, and admonished, "Brother, how many times must I say it? There is no need for such formality in private. I am a student of the Master. You are my elder brother. How can I allow you to bow to me?" Ning Rongley nodded, a hint of a helpless smile gracing his face. He too wished to forego formalities, but both individuals before him held esteemed positions on the continent. The middle-aged man was his father, Ning Fengji, the revered leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, while the young man was Xuechenghe, the crown prince of the Heavendo Empire, also of noble lineage, though one was a close relative and the other a dear friend. Ning Rongley was merely the second son, and not of the main lineage. He dared not abandon decorum. Not only he, but even his elder brother and younger brother would not have the audacity to do so. Only the little witch of the sect. Brother, you have finally returned. Did you bring me gifts? You must have, right?" Ning Rongley, upon hearing this lively voice, felt even more exasperated. Did this little witch have a nose for such things? Accompanying her cheerful voice was a girl with charming hair styled in a bun, clad in a graceful white princess dress that fluttered as she ran. Her delicate face resembled a flawless sculpture, her fair skin seemingly glowing with ethereal light. Her petite nose was perfectly formed, where even the slightest alteration would mar its beauty. The girl possessed long eyelashes, casting a fairy-like shadow across her porcelain complexion. Yet most strikingly were her vibrant emerald eyes, which sparkled like the most exquisite and coveted jewels in the world. The girl flitted around Ning Rongley like a sprite among flowers, seemingly dancing, her voice chirping incessantly, "Brother, where are the gifts? How come you returned empty-handed? The Crown Prince brought me a beautiful gemstone bracelet this morning. Why can't you be as generous?" Ning Rongley, unable to withstand the little witch's relentless coaxing, began retrieving various delightful trinkets collected during his journey from his storage soul guide, determined to please the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The gifts piled so high that the girl could scarcely carry them, and only after she stowed them in her own storage soul guide did she skip away, humming a playful tune, unaware of who might be next to bear the brunt of her whims. Once his beloved daughter had finally departed, Ning Fengji shook his head with a light chuckle, seemingly resigned to her antics. He returned to his seat, gesturing for Xuechenghe and Ning Rongley to sit. "Since Rongley has returned, let us proceed with the matters you wish to discuss." "Yes, father," Ning Rongley replied, taking a seat opposite Xuechenghe, and began to recount his tale. On the 30th of March, while leading the caravan to a gorge known as Hujiang Pass, we unexpectedly encountered bandits. That night, Xuechenghe stood alone in the back garden of the East Palace, still clad in the blue robe he wore during the day, his hands clasped behind him, motionless, neither admiring the flowers nor the moon. A cold wind swept through, and without turning, he asked, "What news do we have today?" "Young master, today, the avalanche struck again, assaulting the son of a viscount at the academy, and has been confined for a week by Shui Yi," a cloaked figure reported. "Captain Zhang Xiao of the 3rd Squad of the Imperial Guard is fond of beauty and frequents the Xian Tower during his breaks. He may be persuaded. Elder Cizhu has sent word that we have gathered ample evidence of corruption against the local military commander of the northern Yuan province. His ambition has long been corrupted, and he will seek an opportunity to subdue him." After listening for a while, Xue Qinghe finally turned to face the black-clad figure, who had appeared to deliver the gathered news. "I will handle matters within Heaven-Do City myself. I shall now compose a letter for you to deliver to Elder Cizhu in the northern Yuan province." As he spoke, he retrieved paper and ink from his storage soul guide and approached a stone table to begin writing. Once the ink had dried, the cloaked figure respectfully stepped forward to collect the letter, sealing it in an envelope with wax before turning to depart. However, before he could take 3 steps, Xue Qinghe called out to him. "Wait." Xue Qinghe approached the cloaked figure, crossing his arms, hesitating before finally saying, "At the Haagen-Dazs Intermediate Soul Master Academy, there is a food-type soul master with innate full soul power named Oscar. Although I remain in Heaven-Do City, disinterested in trivial matters, I have yet to hear of such a talent. Send someone to inquire. I want to know all about him, as detailed as possible." "Young master, should we not inquire of His Holiness the Pope regarding such matters?" Xue Qinghe whispered, "I merely asked you to gather information about an individual. Must this also require her approval? Just go?" "Yes." The cloaked figure bowed respectfully before vanishing into the night. The garden fell into silence once more as Xue Qinghe bent down to pluck a rose, bringing it to her nose for a gentle sniff. She murmured, 8 years. "In just 1 month, I shall celebrate my 18th birthday, grandfather. How I miss you." Chapter 043, A New Journey at Last. She had entered the kingdom of Barak. A youthful silhouette cautiously surveyed her surroundings, removing the hood and mask that concealed her features, allowing her lustrous black hair to cascade down, revealing her delicate visage. Clad in a form-fitting black outfit, her face was strikingly beautiful, with fair, smooth skin, a petite, straight nose, and brows like delicate paintings, her eyes sparkling like stars, yet contrasted with her still youthful countenance. Her gracefully elongated neck hosted a figure that was exceedingly curvaceous for her age. Her eyes, glimmering with an enigmatic coldness, scanned the environment with indifference, melancholy, and unease. From her storage soul guide, she retrieved a map and meticulously studied her route. Entering the kingdom of Barak from Xingluo, the Yaxia Pass was the necessary path. But she chose to circumvent the Duchy of Yaxia, instead traveling through the Fazuno province of the Tiando Empire. Although this detour was more than twice the distance, she hoped it would prevent her from being tracked. The map indicated her originally planned route, departing from Xingluo City, heading north into the Duchy of Yaxia, then into the kingdom of Barak, with her destination being Soto City, situated in the heart of the Lima Plain. This path was not only shorter but also lined with official roads. However, the young woman deemed such a simplistic route planning too hasty if she could devise it. Her sister would surely not allow her to leave the Xingluo Empire so easily. Thus, before entering the Duchy of Yaxia, she made a significant detour west, bypassing both the Duchy of Yaxia and the Soul Master City, arriving instead in the Fazuno province of the Tiando Empire. Now, at the border of the Fazuno province and the kingdom of Barak, after crossing this forest and traveling 600 miles east, she would reach Soto City. Having come this far, Zhu Zhiyun surely could not be tracked anymore. Cautiously surveying her surroundings once more, the girl finally lowered her guard, stowing the map and heading eastward. As she walked, she muttered to herself, "It seems I must traverse the night once again. Upon reaching the next town tomorrow, I must take a good rest. And Daimubai, please, do not let me down." Unbeknownst to her, several hundred meters behind, her figure sped toward her through the darkness. "Oscar, are you capable or not?" Fraser lamented, observing Oscar, who was anxiously fiddling with several singed parchments. After struggling for a while, Oscar eventually surrendered, sighing. "I never anticipated the map's quality to be so poor, a mere flicker of flame, and it was consumed." Oscar's voice diminished, clearly recognizing the inadequacy of his excuse. "Well, it matters not. We have entered the kingdom of Barak. We shall simply head east and inquire for directions in any village we come across." It was Ateris who sought to lighten the mood, though he was far more eager about the events awaiting them upon their arrival in Soto City in a few days. Today marked the 16th day of the 8th month in the year 2644. After acquiring their second soul ring on Mount Lackwell and 4 years had passed, he and Oscar were now 14 years old. In March of this year, he finally broke through to Soul Master, with Oscar achieving the same by the end of April. Both just before their 14th birthdays, and with the help of Rainier, they obtained their third soul rings. Fraser had advanced even earlier, reaching level 30 in early October of the previous year, before he had turned 13, becoming the second among their group to achieve Soul Master status. Among them, the one with the highest soul power was the silent figure leading the group, Liu Yin, who would turn 16 on the 25th of next month and had already reached level 37. Fraser, Ateris, and Oscar's levels were precisely 33, 32, and 31, forming a perfect arithmetic sequence. Based on Oscar's age, if they reached Soto City now, they would coincide perfectly with the enrollment period of Shrek Academy. Of course, Soto City was not their final destination. Their ultimate goal was the Tiendo Royal Academy in Tiendo City. Rainier had taken care of all the necessary arrangements, ensuring that even if they missed the enrollment ceremony, they would still gain admission. Rainier's decision to send Oscar to another academy surprised Ateris, as Oscar was his disciple. It seemed perplexing to relinquish a student to another institution. However, Rainier explained that he could impart all his knowledge to Oscar, but aside from its open academic environment, Hejdas Academy lacked notable advantages. In contrast, the Tiendo Royal Academy offered far superior teaching resources, and having all achieved breakthroughs to Soul Master. Remaining in Hejdas Kingdom would pose future challenges concerning soul ring resources. The soul-hunting forest rarely harbored soul beasts over 1,000 years old. Even if they did, they would be swiftly eliminated. Thus, their third soul rings were sought in the extreme north, where soul beasts predominantly possessed ice, water, and earth attributes, not many of which aligned with their martial souls. The arduous search for their third soul rings was primarily due to Rainier's considerable efforts, making the efficiency of their earlier rings seem starkly contrasting. The Tiendo Royal Academy, however, boasted the continent's premier martial soul training facilities and was conveniently located near the renowned soul beast habitat of the Sunset Forest, alleviating future concerns regarding soul beast resources. Consequently, after Rainier guided Oscar in acquiring his third soul ring in May, he penned a letter to Tiendo City, hoping to facilitate the transfer of the four of them to the Tiendo Royal Academy. The Academy treated the correspondence with utmost seriousness, dispatching a Soul Saint-level deputy director to meet with Rainier. Following a brief assessment of the four, they promptly assured him that the Tiendo Royal Academy would provide the best learning environment for them. Thus, at the beginning of August, they bid farewell to Rainier and set off for Tiendo City. However, just before their departure, Rainier entrusted Oscar with a letter, requesting that they take a detour to Soto City in the Kingdom of Barak to deliver it to the principal of a mid-level Soul Master Academy known as Shrek. Ateris took the letter and, upon seeing that the recipient was indeed Flander, curiously inquired, "Is this Flander your friend?" "No, he is my cousin," Leonid replied. With a mixture of curiosity, they set off towards the southeast, traversing half of the Agendas Kingdom and the entire Fasno province, eventually entering the Balak Kingdom. Thus began a new journey. Curse it! How could there be such a trap here? Zhu Shiqing struggled in midair, a dagger embedded in the pit wall, leaving her suspended. Moments ago, she had been contemplating how to deal with her runaway fiancé upon arriving in Soto City. Although he had abandoned her, they shared a marriage contract and had known each other since childhood. Life had to go on. Her sister was nearly 6 years her senior and had reportedly reached level 40 a few days prior. Although Zhu Shiqing was unwilling to yield, she understood that no amount of effort could match her sister's training pace. Now that she was in the Balak Kingdom, returning to Douluo to challenge her sister was out of the question. Surviving was her only priority. Unexpectedly, in her daze, she stepped into a pitfall. Had it not been for her innate sensitivity as an agile attack-type soul master, the consequences would have been dire. Gazing at the spikes and iron stakes that littered the pit's bottom, she felt a wave of dread, especially with two wolves eyeing her hungrily below. Sensing their soul power vibrations, she focused and realized they were two 10-year-old ghost wolves. Clearly, this trap had been meticulously planned. Could this be part of your scheme, sister? The two 10-year-old ghost wolves posed no real threat to her. On solid ground, she could dispatch them with a single strike. However, escaping this trap was her immediate concern. Although she was uncertain what awaited her above, remaining in this pit would only lead to her demise. The wolves lunged at her, and although they narrowly missed, Zhu Shiqing was startled. Assessing the situation, she noted the pit's diameter was about 4 meters and its depth roughly 3 meters. With her level 27 soul power, even without a running start, she could scale the wall in just 2 jumps. resolute in her decision. Zhu Zhuqing retrieved a second dagger from her storage soul guide and forcefully drove it into the pit wall. Her seemingly delicate arms gathered strength, aligning her shoulders with the daggers, while her long legs coiled, pressing her soles against the wall. With a determined leap, Zhu Zhuqing sprang forth like a nimble spirit cat, tracing an elegant arc as she landed on the opposite wall and drove both daggers in again. Utilizing all her strength, she leapt once more, hanging in midair. With her feet planted on the daggers, she exerted energy and executed a graceful jump, returning to solid ground. Just as she escaped the wolf's den, she found herself in another perilous situation. At that moment, a lithe shadow awaited her. Clad in a snug black leather outfit that accentuated her even more voluptuous figure than Zhu Zhuqing's. With arms crossed beneath her chest, she raised her right hand, extending a slender finger towards Zhu Zhuqing. In the shadows of the forest, 3 figures concealed in darkness received the signal to attack. They summoned their bow and arrow soul weapons, drawing their longbows, each shadow knocking 3 arrows aimed at Zhu Zhuqing. The whistling of the arrows slicing through the air startled her, but she had anticipated this scenario. As she landed, her martial soul activated instantaneously. Cat ears sprouted from her head, a tail swished behind her, sharp claws extended from her fingertips, and 2 yellow soul rings encircled her lithe form. Each wave of arrows bore down upon her, and just as she dodged one volley, another would swiftly follow. Zhu Zhuqing leaped and darted, evading the projectiles while swiftly calculating their trajectories. However, focusing on the arrows distracted her, and in that fleeting moment, 2 arrows struck true, though narrowly missing her vital areas. The arrows grazed her, tearing through her skin and causing blood to splatter. Yet, this injury allowed Zhu Zhuqing to pinpoint the positions of her assailants, 2 to the south, 1 to the north, southeast at around 2 o'clock, and southwest at 7:30. As anticipated, just as she was hit, an arrow from the southwest came hurtling towards her. This time, instead of dodging, Zhu Zhuqing calculated its path and leaped directly into its flight. Tensing her body, she arched backward, allowing the arrow to graze her delicate nose. But her intent was not merely to evade. She reached out with her right hand, catching the arrow mid-flight. Twisting in the air, she neutralized its force and, upon landing, hurled it back toward its origin with her soul power ignited. With a dull thud, a muffled cry echoed as a cloaked figure fell from the tree, struck by the very arrow he had loosed. Yet, in that instant, another arrow flew from the north, catching Zhu Zhuqing unprepared and piercing her right shoulder. Suppressing the agony, she forcefully extracted the arrow. The wound revealed the position of the archer, slightly east, at 12 o'clock. Utilizing her cover, she activated her soul power and swiftly turned, launching the bloodied arrow back. Double kill. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, the elegant shadow that had been observing could no longer restrain herself. With a powerful push, she dashed towards Zhu Zhuqing. In that instant, cat ears, a tail, and claws manifested on her as well, but her soul rings glimmered with 2 yellow and 2 purple, indicating her superior rank as a soul sovereign, 2 levels above Zhu Zhuqing. The lithe figure lunged with her claws, and Zhu Zhuqing recognized her disadvantage, opting to evade. As the shadow struck with 3 claws, Zhu Zhuqing steadied herself, activating her second soul ring. Despite knowing she was outmatched and injured, she resolved to fight back. Surrendering her fighting spirit would render her no better than a corpse. Ghostly 100 claws. As Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her second soul skill, the graceful shadow simultaneously executed her own, both employing the spectral claws of the underworld. The rapid swipes of their claws clashed in the air, igniting sparks. Once the soul skills were expended, the elegant shadow reached out again. Zhu Zhuqing deftly evaded with a sidestep, her first soul ring shimmering as she brought her 10 claw-like fingers together, coalescing them into 2 sharp stabs aimed directly at the shadow's eyes and face. The underworld piercing. However, this first soul skill, which had consumed nearly 1/6 of her internal energy, was effortlessly countered by her opponent as her wrists were firmly seized. The graceful shadow let out a cold chuckle, forcefully pushing Zhu Zhuqing away, delivering a heavy blow to her abdomen that sent her crashing against a tree trunk. With a cough, Zhu Zhuqing spat out blood, trembling as she propped herself up on her arms, witnessing the soul master elegantly advancing towards her. It seemed the outcome was already decided, as Zhu Zhuqing's elegant adversary approached with calm confidence. Coughing twice, Zhu Zhuqing looked at the newcomer with a tragic expression and coldly remarked, "Zhu Zhuqing, at this juncture, do you still feel the need to feign anonymity with that mask?" A delicate laugh echoed, and Zhu Zhuqing removed her mask to reveal a face bearing a striking resemblance to Zhu Zhuqing, yet infused with a seductive charm. compared to the aloofness of Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing's countenance was more alluring, with a perpetual smile gracing her lips and short hair accentuating her vivacity. Zhu Zhuqing casually crossed her arms, further enhancing her imposing stature. Sister, my dear sibling, you foolishly believed you chose a longer route, but in truth, you remain merely a sheltered girl from the Duke's manor. The individuals I brought are seasoned veterans from the military. Your feeble reconnaissance methods are childish play to them. Before her stood Zhu Zhuqing, who was 2 ranks above her. On the other side, the only bowman soul master who had not fallen to Zhu Zhuqing's counterattack revealed himself. Maintaining a defensive stance with his arrow ready, Zhu Zhuqing refrained from striking, instead circling Zhu Zhuqing with keen interest. Had you chosen the main road to the Jaxa Duchy and joined a merchant caravan into the Balik Kingdom, I would have hesitated to act against you. Yet, you chose this desolate path. How amusing. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's spirit dimmed, murmuring, so, I have been deluding myself all along? Who can argue otherwise? Zhu Zhuqing crouched down, gripping Zhu Zhuqing's rounded chin, examining her for a moment before speaking in a tone laced with pity. Oh dear, how I pity you. But I am curious, is Dai Mu Bai, that useless one, truly worth risking your life for? Humph. Zhu Zhuqing forcefully broke free from Zhu Zhuqing's grasp, retorting, and what would you have me do? Remain in the Duke's manor, waiting to be imprisoned by you? Zhu Zhuqing, far from angered by her sister's words, instead laughed and said, who has imprisoned you? Our parents have never restricted your freedom. Otherwise, how could you have ventured this far alone? Even now, you cannot confine me. But what of the future? Will you simply watch as I grow stronger day by day, becoming an obstacle for you and Davis? No. When Mubai loses his claim to the inheritance, even if you do not kill me, you will render me a useless being. In that case, I might as well die. You truly. Zhu Zhuqing did not afford her sister another chance to speak, unable to contain her agitation. Her first soul ring flared to life as she charged at Zhu Zhuqing. To her surprise, Zhu Zhuqing still had the strength to resist. And her sister's delicate face darkened as she immediately summoned her soul power to retaliate. Despite the ambush, the disparity between Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing was insurmountable. After just one exchange, she fell once more, unable to rise. This time, Zhu Zhuqing did not retract her claws, her steps no longer light. A hint of reluctance flickering across her delicate features before swiftly vanishing. Zhu Zhuqing lifted her head, her remaining soul power nearly depleted. Unable to even cast her least consuming first soul skill, she closed her eyes tightly, exposing her swan-like, proud neck, ready to embrace her fate. So be it. Today you shall remain here forever. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Zhuqing raised her claws, no longer hesitating, and lunged directly at her sister's throat. Just as she was about to pierce her sister's throat, a whoosh filled the air, and Zhu Zhuqing instinctively halted her claws. As an object grazed her fingertips and embedded itself in the ground between her and Zhu Zhuqing, a beautifully crafted sword adorned with a rose emblem. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Zhuqing sensed a figure charging towards her. As an adept agility-based soul master, her first instinct was not to confront head-on, but to withdraw swiftly. She would not engage directly with an unknown assailant. As she sidestepped, she caught sight of a long spear and a sturdy shield. The despicable attacker, having failed in their attempt, now stood defensively, shielding her sister. Behind him emerged 3 more figures, a robust, red-haired man, a blonde girl wielding a floral sword, and a bearded youth with captivating peach blossom eyes. The one wielding the spear and shield was also a young man, standing steadfastly with his shield raised in defense. For soul masters, Zhu Zhuqing was baffled by their sudden appearance, but upon seeing their soul rings, she felt a wave of trepidation. Initially believing her sister to be alone, she had only brought along 3 elite bowman soul masters with exceptional tracking abilities. Now, 2 of those elite bowmen were injured. And even if they retained combat effectiveness, they could offer little assistance. Among the 4 soul masters, the red-haired man exuded the strongest soul power, likely above level 35, suggesting he was either an attacker or a defender. The other 3, though appearing to be lower-ranked soul masters, included a spear shield master and a sword master. And Zhu Zhuqing felt ill-equipped to withstand their assaults, particularly with one more youth yet to reveal his martial spirit. Yet, maintaining her composure, Zhu Zhuqing coldly declared, "Friends, why involve yourselves in this matter for someone you do not know?" Upon hearing this, Ateris simply replied with an air of indifference when one encounters injustice. "It is only natural to draw one's sword in aid. I know not whether this is a murky affair, but witnessing your relentless pursuit and intent to kill compelled me to intervene. Do you truly intend to protect her?" Zhu Zhuyan stomped her foot, and her 4 soul rings, 2 golden and 2 purple, radiated a brilliant light. I observe that you are still quite young. Achieving the rank of soul respect at such an age is no small feat, however. Do not provoke those whom you cannot afford to confront. To her surprise, Ateris merely smiled faintly. If you were truly someone we ought to fear, would it be necessary to utter such superfluous words? Look, your 2 subordinates are gravely injured. You and that grand soul master hiding behind the tree cannot possibly triumph over us. Do not overestimate your strength. Take your leave. As a sensitive attack-type soul master, you are beyond our pursuit. Zhu Zhuyan, upon hearing this, fixated her gaze upon Ateris, rendered speechless. As Ateris observed Zhu Zhuyan's unwavering stance, he swiftly concentrated his soul power and hurled his star-piercing spear towards the archer soul master concealed in the tree, prompting the latter to leap down in fright. The icy demeanor on Zhu Zhuyan's face melted away, and she gestured towards her rear, signaling the unscathed archer soul master to assist his 2 injured comrades in retreating in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuyan remained steadfast, confronting Ateris and his companions. After a brief standoff of 2 or 3 minutes, she suddenly transformed into a flurry of shadows, vanishing from sight. 045, the injured little kitten, Oscar, restore the sausage quickly. After Zhu Zhiqing departed, Ateris immediately called out to Oscar, who understood the task at hand and promptly summoned his sausage spirit. Here it is, the super recovery sausage. A sausage was instantly conjured, and Oscar crouched down to present it to Zhu Zhiqing. This is my first soul skill. It accelerates the recovery of soul power and injuries. Please, eat it. Zhu Zhiqing clutched her chest, glancing at the sausage with a strange sensation arising within her. Frowning, she turned her face away. Such a repulsive item. I would rather perish here in this desolate wilderness or leap into that trap than take a single bite. Despite her stubbornness, her agitation seemed to aggravate her wound, prompting her to cough violently. Seeing Zhu Zhiqing cough blood from the corner of her mouth, Ateris snatched the recovery sausage from Oscar's hands, crouched before her, and urged, "Your injury is severe. If not treated immediately, it may leave lingering damage that could hinder your future cultivation speed." Upon hearing that it might affect her future cultivation, Zhu Zhiqing hesitated, her skepticism wavering as she regarded Ateris. Indeed, Zhu Zhiqing's reaction aligned perfectly with Ateris's recollections. She was a person deeply committed to becoming stronger, as only through relentless improvement could she attain a sense of security. Noticing her lingering doubts, Ateris tore off a small piece of the recovery sausage and exaggeratedly chewed it. You may find its appearance odd, but the effect is absolutely remarkable. The sausage was once more offered to Zhu Zhiqing, yet she still refused, her brows knitted in disapproval. Ateris continued to patiently persuade her, saying, "If you dislike its appearance, simply close your eyes. Once the sausage is in your mouth, it will quickly transform into pure soul power flowing throughout your body. Why not give it a try?" Perhaps it was the trust in her savior, along with the presence of a beautiful sister among the 4, that diminished Zhu Zhiqing's resistance. She truly shut her eyes, trembling as she extended her hand to accept the sausage. Although she held it in her grasp, her expression still betrayed her reluctance. However, recalling the words of the boy who saved her, Zhu Zhiqing bit her soft lower lip and summoned her courage to open her mouth. "Eh? It actually tastes quite good? It's rather fragrant." Just as the boy had said, the moment the sausage entered her mouth, before she could even chew a few times, it transformed into a stream of pure soul power that surged throughout her being. Her organs, limbs, and even every cell in her body seemed to revel in this warmth. She could feel the wounds on her waist and thigh, inflicted by 2 arrows, rapidly scabbing over, the pain in her internal organs dissipating instantaneously, and her depleting soul power swiftly replenishing. "How is it?" came the boy's voice again. Zhu Zhiqing instinctively replied, "It's really fragrant." Upon hearing this response, Ateris suddenly questioned whether Zhu Zhiqing might be from his hometown. "I didn't inquire about the flavor. I asked how effective this sausage is." "Ah, my apologies." Zhu Zhiqing's cheeks flushed, her cat ears twitching. "The effect is quite good. I can feel my injuries healing rapidly. Although it doesn't match the speed of a healing-type soul master, the fact that a food spirit can achieve such results is indeed impressive." Ateris finally let out a sigh of relief. "That's good. Taking advantage of the sausage's effects, you can meditate for a moment. Rest assured, we will stand guard right here." With that, Ateris took Oscar aside, preparing to start a fire and set up a tent. Zhu Zhiqing gently opened her eyes, just in time to witness the red-haired man among them spewing flames, a spark inadvertently landing on the black-haired boy who had rescued her. Seeing the black-haired boy yelping in pain like a monkey, flailing his arms and legs, brought an unbidden smile to her otherwise cool and delicate face. Then she noticed the only girl among them, who possessed a stunning mane of golden hair. Her attire exuded an air of nobility, making her seem somewhat out of place among the three boys, yet she effortlessly shared in their laughter and joy. The golden-haired girl seemed to sense Zhu Zhuqing's gaze and looked back at her, offering an inscrutable smile in return. Out of courtesy, Zhu Zhuqing gently nodded at her before settling into a cross-legged position to begin her meditation. Once the fire was well established, Ateris retrieved a rice cooker, a frying pan, and a soup pot from his storage ring, setting about to cook rice, fry pork chops, and whip up egg soup. When traveling, unless one has just endured a battle or encountered an emergency, Ateris was always meticulous about the quality of their meals. He believed in not settling for less. The ingredients didn't have to be extravagant, but the cooking process was sacred. This was the stubbornness of a person from a flower-loving family. Seems like trouble is brewing, Oscar remarked, his words slightly mumbled as he chewed. Despite the incoherence, everyone understood him. Fraser disdainfully transferred the green peppers from his bowl to Ateris's and rolled his eyes, saying, sisters chasing after their brothers, and both being soul masters, also young. Even a fool could see that, right? Ateris stuffed a piece of pork chop into Freya's mouth, had it not been for this obstruction. Oscar would likely have been rendered speechless by the small Sundra's retorts once more. Sibling rivalry and familial discord are not uncommon theatrics within noble households. Ateris sampled a spoonful of egg drop soup, which was perfectly seasoned, not too salty, nor too bland. During the earlier confrontation between the two sisters, they had positioned themselves at a distance to avoid alerting the three archery spirit masters outside, and thus had not clearly heard the exchange of words between them. However, their striking resemblance was sufficient to reveal their sisterly bond. Naturally, Ateris recognized her, but there was no need to directly reveal Zhu Zhuqing's identity. If his companions were curious, they could simply wait for the little kitten to awaken and inquire themselves. Encountering Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat unexpected, although he retained only a vague memory of the original plot. This particular storyline eluded him entirely. Thus far, the Shrek 7 monsters had met two members, one of whom was Oscar, whose life had been utterly transformed by his appearance. Their journey to Soto City was imperative. With the indulgent scoundrel Daimubai, the pure and noble Tang San, the infatuated soft-bone rabbit, the flamboyant Ma Hongjun, and the ever-enthusiastic Ning Rongrong, who was frequently mentioned during Ning Rongli's trading trips to Birmingham. Ateris felt uncertain about what awaited them upon arriving in Soto City and at Shrek Academy, yet it promised to be quite intriguing. After what felt like an eternity, Zhu Zhuqing sensed that her soul power and injuries had mostly healed, and her consciousness gradually emerged from a meditative state, only to be greeted by a delightful aroma. Slowly opening her eyes, she beheld the four individuals who had rescued her, gathered around a fire, relishing their meal. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated. Her innate aloofness urged her to depart. Yet they were her saviors, and even if she chose to leave, a word of thanks seemed warranted. As she lingered in indecision, the dark-haired youth waved at her, exclaiming, "Ah, you're awake. There's still some left in the pot. Would you care for a bite?" Zhu Zhuqing longed to decline, claiming she was not hungry. But in evading Zhu Zhiyun's pursuit, she had scarcely eaten or slept well in recent days. Her last meal had been at noon, consisting solely of a meager ration accompanied by water, and now her stomach was audibly protesting. It was not that she desired their food, rather, she sought to express her gratitude, she mused. Approaching the fire, she intended to bow in thanks but noticed the dark-haired boy was scrutinizing her intently. He took a sip of soup and licked his lips, causing Zhu Zhuqing to feel uncomfortable under his gaze. Shooting him a glare, she saw him point towards her waist. Following his gesture, she looked down to discover a substantial expanse of skin exposed at her waist. The wound inflicted by the arrow had completely scabbed over. She reached out and gently brushed her fingers against it, causing the scab to fall away effortlessly, revealing a patch of skin that was even more fair and smooth than the surrounding area. Ateris gestured towards the adjacent tent and inquired, "Would you like to change your clothes first?" Noticing the gazes of the four upon her, Zhu Zhuqing slightly bowed and apologized for her rudeness before stepping into the tent. Ateris was prepared to continue his meal when Fraser abruptly thrust a bowl into his lap, splattering soup all over him. "I've had enough," Fraser remarked before stepping into another tent. Oscar exhibited no reaction to the playful interaction between the two, seemingly oblivious, as he reached for another piece of pork chop with his chopsticks. Quick as a flash, Lu Yin tapped Oscar's chopsticks, gesturing toward his bowl and murmuring, "There's still food in your bowl. Don't eat what's in front of you while eyeing what's in the pot." "Ah, right," Oscar replied, focusing once more on the piece of pork chop he had yet to finish. What nonsense, Ateris thought, his expression darkening. His clothes were drenched in soup. And while the two girls occupied separate tents, he knew that as a girl, changing clothes would take time. Remaining here were merely his close companions, and without hesitation, Ateris removed his shirt to change. Suddenly, a voice from behind interrupted him. Rogue. Attempting to maintain his composure, Ateris turned to find Zhu Zhuqing had managed to change her outfit in such a brief span. She was clad in a form-fitting suit, though this time it was made of a more breathable black fabric instead of leather. I didn't expect a girl like you to change clothes so swiftly. I apologize for letting you see something improper, he said. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback by the boy's unexpectedly kind apology, considering he was, after all, her savior, and that she had only glimpsed his back. Her earlier accusation of him being a rogue seemed somewhat unreasonable. Thus, she respectfully bowed, saying, Thank you for your timely assistance today. I shall forever remember your kindness. Ateris smiled gently, saying, It is nothing. Our encounter is a matter of fate. As a soul master, one cannot remain indifferent to such occurrences. Acts of valor and righteousness are virtues that everyone should possess. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. While society extols the value of virtue, how many truly step forward to assist in times of need? Though still young, she is far from an ignorant girl. I shall never forget the kindness of the four of you. You claim to hold it dear, yet you do not even know who we are. How can you truly remember? From another tent, Fraser's voice emerged, followed by the lifting of the tent flap, revealing her transformed attire. The standard Soulmaster uniform, designed for ease of movement, had been replaced by an elegant, flowing white gown adorned with golden threads. Her golden hair was gathered into a high ponytail, and the neckline of her dress revealed a glimpse of her fair skin, accentuated by a rose necklace that blossomed at her throat. Ateris was eager to inquire of the two young ladies how they managed to change their outfits in such a brief span of time. However, upon reflection, he chose to remain silent and took a seat beside Oscar, focusing intently on his meal. Fraser gracefully approached Zhu Zhuqing, subtly casting a glance at her considerably ample bosom, yet maintaining a serene smile. She gestured toward the vacated seat, invitingly saying, Please, take a seat and enjoy some food. We can converse while we dine. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment, but upon noticing that Ateris had already served her a portion of rice, she felt compelled to accept, lest she appear ungrateful. With a polite expression of gratitude, she settled beside Fraser. Zhu Zhuqing's dining demeanor was both refined and elegant, yet remarkably swift. Her chopsticks moved with blurring speed, and her delicate lips never ceased their rhythmic chewing, finishing her meal in under 2 minutes. How was it? The taste was quite satisfactory, was it not? She inquired. It was delightful, thank you, Zhu Zhuqing replied, handing her bowl and chopsticks to the outstretched hand of Ateris. She then retrieved a handkerchief, gently dabbed her lips, and sat upright. At this juncture, Fraser seized the opportunity to speak. Now, might you introduce yourself to us? I am Zhu Zhuqing. The one who pursued me earlier was my sister, Zhu. Fraser interjected, Stop. We're not interested in tales of noble kin slaying one another. Just introduce yourself in the manner customary among soul masters. Oh, is that so? Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of relief wash over her upon hearing Fraser's words. My name is Zhu Zhuyun, hailing from the Douluo Empire. I am 12 years old, a rank 27 soul master, and my martial soul is the nether spirit cat. Upon completing her introduction, Fraser pointed to herself. I am Fraser, Shellyan Fraser, with a martial soul of the rose sword, a rank 33 soul sovereign. She then gestured toward the three young men. The one with black hair is Ateris, martial soul gun shield, rank 32 soul sovereign. The silver-haired gentleman is Oscar, martial soul sausage, rank 31 soul sovereign. And the red-haired lad is Liu Yin, martial soul molten flame ram, rank 37 soul sovereign. We all hail from the Hagen-Das kingdom. After Fraser's introduction, Oscar chimed in, as a citizen of the Douluo Empire. What brings you alone to the Heaven-Do Empire? Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, struggling to find the words. Ateris, sensing her discomfort, interjected, Let us change the topic. What is your destination? This area marks the confluence of the Fasno province and the Balak kingdom. Are you headed to Fasno or Balak? Balak, Zhu Zhuqing responded. I intend to travel to Soto City in the Balak kingdom to meet a friend. Ah, you are also heading to Soto City? How fortuitous. You can accompany us. As we are also bound for Soto City, Oscar remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Ateris. Is that not so, Ateris? Ateris remained silent, suppressing a laugh, knowing that if he responded, Fraser could very well kill him with just a glance. Are you all heading to Soto City? How delightful, Zhu Zhuqing replied, still harboring some concern. Although her sister had been forced back, she could not dismiss the possibility that she was lurking in the shadows, ready to strike again. If another attack were to occur, Zhu Zhuqing lacked the confidence to evade it. Observing that the others were slightly older than herself, she deduced they must still be students at the Soul Master Academy. After all, the only prestigious academy in the Baloc Kingdom was located in its capital, Baloc City, while Soto City housed only a few intermediate academies. Their evident strength implied they were not mere students of an intermediate academy. However, given that it was the time for students to return to school, if their destination was indeed Soto City, then it could only mean, unsure but curious. Zhu Zhuqing decided to inquire, "Are you all students of Shrek Academy?" "Shrek Academy?" The three responded in unison, exchanging glances and shaking their heads. Not at all. Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit embarrassed, realizing she had perhaps overstepped with her assumptions about their identities, both in their escape route and her current conjectures. Oscar, oblivious to Zhu Zhuqing's expression, chimed in, "We graduated from Haagen-Dazs Intermediate Academy 2 months ago. I believe Shrek Academy is merely an intermediate institution, right? However, we do intend to visit Shrek Academy." Fraser tilted his head towards Zhu Zhuqing, asking, "I recall you mentioned you are 12. In which month were you born?" "March." "Why do you ask?" "Ah, March," Fraser nodded, scrutinizing her further. "It is said that Shrek Academy only admits talents under 13 years of age with soul power exceeding level 20. Your qualifications are indeed fitting. You wouldn't be considering enrolling in that academy, would you?" At this moment, Oscar interjected, "Hey, you previously mentioned going to Soto City to find a friend. Could it be that this person is also at Shrek Academy?" "Yes. In truth, this individual was not merely a friend but Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé, a relationship too delicate to disclose to outsiders. After considerable effort to ascertain his whereabouts, she was driven by a yearning for freedom, risking assassination as she set forth from her home. Everything lay shrouded in uncertainty. 3 years prior, Dai Mubai could no longer bear the pressure of the imperial succession struggle and fled abroad, abandoning her, the one to whom he was betrothed since childhood. Zhu Zhuqing was unaware of what awaited her. She simply did not wish to remain passive within the Duke's residence, where the best outcome would only be to lose her soul power and become a caged bird. There was, of course, another possibility. Dai Mubai, having succumbed to cowardice, might still fail to return to Xinglua City by the time he turned 20, thus missing the final competition. In that case, she might receive some charity and share a husband with her sister, entirely dependent on Zhu Zhuqing's sister's favor. Yet, her sister Zhu Zhuqing had already pursued her all the way to the Baloc Kingdom. It was likely she would not even extend that little grace. In Xinglua City, a profession known as falconer was immensely popular among the populace. Falconers would steal eggs during the crane's breeding season, using secret arts to hatch the chicks and tame them. While they thrived in the wild as ethereal beings of the sky, any that resisted taming would be brutally killed by the falconers. Zhu Zhuqing did not wish to entrust her fate to such hands. She aspired to be a crane soaring through the heavens, singing amidst the clouds. Yet, she could not achieve this alone, nor did she know what kind of scene awaited her upon finding Dai Mubai after traversing mountains and rivers. Perhaps he had regained his resolve, diligently training to one day defeat his elder brother and acquire the strength to protect himself. If that were the case, she would surely feel gratified and would support him wholeheartedly, even if the final outcome was death, for they would have fought for their own destinies. Conversely, he might remain as he was 3 years ago, paralyzed by fear of that overwhelming pressure, disinterested in the struggle for power. Should this happen, she would not hold it against him. They could simply live together in the Heaven Do Empire, never to return. What she feared most was that he might not even meet the latter scenario, but instead wallow in despair, indulging in frivolities, becoming a mere shell of his former self. Devoid of ambition despite his innate talent. Lost in thought, seated beside the fire, she felt a chilling sensation wash over her, even though it was still August. She curled her legs, wrapping her arms around her knees, burying her face within the crook of her elbow, her gaze clouded. The others noted Zhu Zhuqing's unusual demeanor. And Ateris, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. "It's getting late. We should rest." He stood up, gesturing towards the 2 tents. "The 3 of us boys will share one tent. Fraser, I'll leave her care to you tonight." Fraser did not respond but stood, extending a hand to Zhu Zhuqing. "Come with me. Your injuries may not have fully healed. How about having another of Oscar's restorative sausages?" Without waiting for her reply, he had Oscar prepare a sausage, then gently guided Zhu Zhuqing along. She offered no resistance, obediently following Fraser into one of the tents. As they entered, The tent was enveloped in a rustling sound followed by darkness as the light extinguished. Ateris finally exhaled in relief. Yin, I am concerned that Zhu Zhuqing's sister may attempt a nighttime ambush. Would you join me in keeping watch? Sure, that works, Lu Yin replied, his deep voice resonating comfortably. Now nearing 16, he had completely passed through his voice change period. All right, I will keep watch for the first half of the night. It is around 10 o'clock now. I will wake you at 3. You and Oscar should get some rest. Lu Yin had no objections to Ateris's plan, promptly entering the tent, where soft snores soon filled the air. A night of silence passed. The following morning, Ateris and Lu Yin both consumed one of Oscar's restorative sausages to stave off their lingering drowsiness, and the 5 of them set off towards Soto City. As their figures receded into the distance, a graceful silhouette emerged, murmuring to herself as she watched them depart, "Go on, the farther you go, the better. Ideally, never return." 048 The path to death? The distance of 600 miles was neither too far nor too close. Ateris and his companions were not in a hurry. And so upon entering a small town on the afternoon of the 27th, they hired a large carriage, leisurely making their way eastward until they arrived in Soto City by the evening of the 29th. After some inquiries in Soto City, Zhu Zhuqing discovered that Shrek Academy's opening day was the same as other academies in the Heaven Do Empire, commencing on September 1st, but the enrollment period was notably brief, limited to just August 31st. With more than a day to spare, there was no need for haste. As dusk approached, they should first find a place to stay. If left to the 3 boys' preferences, they would undoubtedly choose based on proximity, seeking merely a bed and a bathroom. However, after checking several establishments, all of which Fraser rejected, they wandered through a few streets until Fraser spotted a uniquely decorated hotel. The 3-story establishment was modest in size yet painted a striking rose red, starkly contrasting with the previous accommodations they had seen. Rose Hotel? I think this one is quite nice. Zhuqing, what do you think? Fraser took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and inquired. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, appearing quite satisfied with the situation. The name Rose Hotel was indeed charming, and a rose is a variety of the wild rose, which resonates beautifully with her martial spirit. Over the course of 3 days, Fraser and Zhu Zhuqing developed a commendable rapport, referring to each other as sisters. Fraser affectionately called her Zhuqing, while Zhu Zhuqing initially wished to address Fraser as sister. However, Fraser, citing the customs of Agendas, encouraged Zhu Zhuqing to simply call her by her surname. Fraser then turned to the young men and asked, "What do you think?" Oscar replied, "I find it quite agreeable." Lu Yin remarked casually, "It's fine." Ateris. Both girls expressed their approval and Oscar concurred. Lu Yin was indifferent, so Ateris's opinion became inconsequential. Fraser promptly took Zhu Zhuqing by the hand and led her inside. A captivating scent of roses enveloped the Rose Hotel, which Fraser found delightful. She turned her head to signal Ateris, who could only approach the front desk with a mixture of emotions. Upon reaching the counter, the attendant greeted them with a professional smile, glancing enviously at the 2 girls behind them. "We would like to book 2 rooms, one for 3 persons and another." Ateris turned back to the 2 girls. "Zhuqing and I can share a bed," Fraser suggested. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded in agreement. Having spent the previous nights in the same tent, they were already quite familiar with each other's dimensions, so sharing a bed now seemed perfectly acceptable. Ateris nodded and turned to retrieve his coin pouch, confirming with the attendant, 1 triple room and 1 double room, is that correct? The attendant's previous envy had dissipated. Yet upon catching a glimpse of the glimmering coins within the slightly opened pouch, he maintained a courteous smile, replying, "Absolutely, I will arrange everything for you immediately." As he bent down to prepare the room key and deposit receipt, 2 individuals entered the hotel. "Xiao San, this hotel seems delightful. Let us stay here for the next couple of days." "As you wish." Ateris silently pressed his forehead, pondering the meaning of fate. This was indeed fate. Before long, the 2 individuals engaged in conversation approached the counter. Ateris cast a sidelong glance and beheld a young man and woman standing beside him. The young man donned a blue athletic outfit, with a belt adorned with jade stones cinched at his waist, his appearance rather unremarkable. The young woman wore a pink top, her long, slender legs encased in white trousers, and her hair styled in a long braid cascading down to her calves. At this particular time and place, there was no doubt that they were Tang San and Xiaowu. The attendant produced a deposit slip and 2 room keys, prompting Ateris to fill them out while attending to the 2 newly arrived customers. The young man in blue intended to rent 2 rooms, but the attendant, with a suggestive gaze, communicated that only 1 room remained available. Thus, the pure-hearted young man took her word to be true, while the girl with the scorpion braid, unperturbed by any hint of impropriety, exclaimed, "One room will suffice. Haven't we always shared a dormitory and nodding? What difference does it make?" Hearing this, Fraser exchanged glances with Zhu Zhuqing, both frowning and shaking their heads in silent disapproval. Ateris languidly filled out the deposit slip, while the attendant cheerfully processed the paperwork for a man and a woman, producing a specially crafted room card. However, at that moment, an abrupt voice pierced through the air. "I believe this room rightfully belongs to me." All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a strikingly handsome man with flowing golden hair, accompanied by a pair of enchanting twin beauties as he approached the counter. Perhaps the golden-haired man's attention was solely fixated on Tang San, and due to the presence of Lu Yin and Oscar between him and Zhu Shuqing, he failed to notice the one who had journeyed far and wide to seek out his fiancée, standing so near. The golden-haired man reached the counter, tilting his chin up as he addressed the attendant. "You must be new here. Are you not aware that this room card is one I frequently use?" The attendant hesitated, then cautiously inquired, "May I ask who you are?" The golden-haired man waved dismissively, his impatience evident. "Fetch your manager." Sensing that she had stumbled into a predicament, the attendant abandoned the room card and hurried off to find her superior. Tang San, however, seized the specially crafted room card and spoke calmly to the man. "It appears we arrived first, my friend." The golden-haired man did not even glance back, retorting coldly, "And what of it?" Before Tang San could respond, the spirited little rabbit added fuel to the fire, darting to Tang San's side and sweetly declaring, "It matters a great deal. You should leave." What followed was a tumultuous exchange, and despite the manager's attempts to mediate upon arrival, tensions escalated. While Tang San preferred to remain composed, he was not one to shy away from confrontation, and the ever-provocative Xiao Wu continued to incite Dai Mubai with her words. With both sides brimming with ire, the only resolution left was to engage in a brawl. Ateris could only lament the absence of inventions such as potato chip popcorn or the delightful beverages favored by the couchbound. The act of munching on sunflower seeds seemed rather unsightly, leaving him to merely stand by and cheer for the others. In the first round, Dai Mubai delivered a powerful punch, forcing Tang San to stumble backward several steps. The ever-enthusiastic Oscar clapped and cheered, exclaiming, "What excellent technique! Such formidable strength!" In the second round, Tang San executed his control technique, grasping the crane and catching the dragon, which sent Dai Mubai flying with a shoulder charge. What agility! What a counterattack! In the third round, both combatants unleashed their martial spirits. Dai Mubai showed no fear of Tang San's blue-silver binding. With the White Tiger's protective barrier and the White Tiger's light wave, he shattered Tang San's bindings, leaving the hall in complete disarray. Ateris thoughtfully raised his sturdy shield to protect both Fraser and Zhu Shuqing. Oscar, on the other hand, took refuge behind Lu Yin, who remained unperturbed by the shockwave. Her soul power steadfastly at level 37. What an impressive soul skill. "Hey, blue-clad lad, are you up to the challenge?" Tang San remained unfazed, employing his second soul skill, Possession, which ensnared Dai Mubai in a binding embrace of blue-silver grass. Yet, with a mere transformation into the White Tiger, Dai Mubai altered the dynamics, shattering Tang San's confident blue-silver grass into mere powder suspended in the air. Oscar couldn't help but extol, "Bravo! What a 1,000-year soul skill!" Tang San, unable to contain himself, cast a frosty glare at him. The words eluded him. Ateris felt a jolt of concern, given Tang San's temperament. Oscar's flamboyance might have inadvertently sealed his fate. Tang San's icy gaze remained fixated on Oscar, who felt a chill creep down his spine under that scrutiny. Observing this, Ateris positioned himself between the two, meeting Tang San's glare head-on. Oscar, having grown up with Ateris, was more like a brother than a friend. Though he had developed some less favorable habits during his time under the protection of Rainier, such as reveling in chaos and offering unsolicited commentary, his intentions were not malicious. Nonetheless, these habits required reformation. Back in Birmingham, bolstered by Rainier's support and his own recognized genius, he was often surrounded by peers eager for his presence during their brawls. However, the circumstances had changed. As they ventured beyond the confines of Birmingham, they were bound to encounter individuals of diverse dispositions. Tang San, for instance, was the type who rarely issued threats, but when he did, it was with a resolve that left no room for leniency. One could scarcely predict the reasons that might lead him to harbor a grudge. While releasing one's martial soul invariably generated fluctuations in soul power, those with profound mastery or unique soul skills could obscure their soul power fluctuations. Yet, Ateris was currently incapable of such a feat. Tang San assessed the young man wielding the gun shield before him. Though his soul power was not as fierce as Dai Mubai's, it was still superior. The unresolved tension between him and Dai Mubai lingered. And despite harboring animosity towards the boy with the peach blossom eyes, Tang San recognized that making enemies without cause was decidedly imprudent. Tang San resolved to adopt a more discreet demeanor, but someone was unwilling to comply. Having grown accustomed to being the leader at Nodding Academy, Xiaowu was not one to suffer in silence. She promptly directed her ire at Oscar, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? Be careful, or Sister Xiaowu will make you unrecognizable to your mother." "Xiaowu," Tang San interjected, pulling her back and leaning in to whisper. "This gun shield soul master is at least a soul respect, and his companion's strength will be formidable as well. Let us keep a low profile." Though Xiaowu was headstrong, she inexplicably heeded Tang San's counsel, albeit with a soft huff, muttering, "What is so impressive? I'll be a soul respect soon enough." Meanwhile, Dai Mubai had once again enveloped the twin beauties in his embrace. Though the blue-silver grass had left him somewhat exposed, the twins seemed to relish the closeness, nuzzling against him playfully. Witnessing this, Zhu Shiqing's countenance darkened further. Her teeth clenched tightly, and her hands instinctively clawed at the air, forgetting that she was gripping Fraser's hand, which drew his attention. The astute Fraser quickly deduced the situation. It seemed the blonde man was the friend Zhu Shiqing had mentioned, yet their relationship appeared to transcend mere friendship. Moreover, with their martial souls, Dai Mubai as the White Tiger and Tang San as the Nether Cat, alongside their surnames, Zhu and Dai, their identities and connections were unmistakably revealed. Fraser, feeling the pain from Zhu Shiqing's grip, withdrew his arm and wrapped it around the little cat, offering her comfort. "Don't be upset. He is not worth your anger." Zhu Shiqing longed to step forward and slap Dai Mubai across the face, her disappointment overwhelming. She had toiled to reach this foreign land, only to have her affections seemingly squandered. She had envisioned a heartwarming reunion with Dai Mubai, filled with joy and excitement, dreaming of a future where they would cultivate their skills together and establish a family in the Heavendo Empire. Desiring to vent her frustrations, she ultimately found herself speechless. Burying her head into Fraser's shoulder and shedding a solitary tear, Dai Mubai, oblivious to Zhu Shiqing's presence, led the twins away, leaving the room to Tang San. As the conflict subsided, Ateris and the others retreated to their own quarters, and the night passed uneventfully. The following midday, a resounding crash echoed through the hotel, signaling to Ateris that Tang San had successfully met with Flinder and procured the materials for the dragon whisker needle. On the third day, August 31st, Ateris rose early to rouse his companions, setting out towards Shrek Academy from the southern city gate ahead of Tang San and the others. After approximately 6 miles, they arrived at a village enclosed by wooden fencing. A tattered sign hung above the entrance, boldly proclaiming Shrek Academy. Oscar could scarcely believe his eyes. Having visited several intermediate Soul Master academies in the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom, he had never encountered one as unassuming as this. It was even less impressive than some beginner academies he had seen. He lamented, "Is this truly Shrek Academy? The teacher never mentioned I would be coming to such a dilapidated place." A gathering of people at the village entrance echoed similar grievances. "Is this really Shrek Academy? The one that supposedly guarantees a title of Viscount upon graduation?" A middle-aged man, eager to display his knowledge, interjected, "Don't judge a book by its cover. As the Spirit Hall says, though it may appear shabby, it must be reliable. Perhaps they are merely feigning modesty." Before long, a plainly dressed elder ambled out of the village, followed by the golden-haired Dai Mubai, whom Ateris and the others had encountered 2 days prior. The elder instructed Dai Mubai to arrange the tables and chairs before leisurely taking a seat himself. Dai Mubai then addressed the crowd. "Shrek Academy is now enrolling. Registration will conclude promptly at 4 this afternoon. Latecomers will not be accepted." With this announcement, youths were urged forward by their parents to begin enrolling. The first youth stepped forward, and the elder lazily gestured towards a wooden box nearby, stating, "The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Once paid, we can commence the testing." The father accompanying the boy hastily produced the 10 gold soul coins and placed them into the box. The elder examined the boy's hand, squeezing it twice before shaking his head and waving him off. "You don't meet the age requirement. You may leave." The boy, taken aback, was met with his father's nervous smile. "Teacher, my son has only just turned 13. Could you make an exception?" The elder, growing impatient, retorted, "Do not disrupt the registration process. The academy has its rules. We only accept children under 13. Those over 13 will not be admitted. You're free to leave. The old man stated bluntly. Once registered, the fee is non-refundable. The clay figurine still retained some semblance of anger, and the youth's father could no longer contain his fury, exclaiming, "That amounts to 10 gold soul coins. You cannot simply refuse to refund us. This is nothing short of extortion. Return our registration fee, or we shall not depart." The elder cast a fleeting glance at him and casually remarked, "Mubai, someone wishes to reclaim their registration fee. Handle it." Stepping forward at the elder's command was Dai Mubai, who declared, "If you wish to recover your fee, you must first defeat me." With that, he summoned his soul power, revealing 3 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. The overwhelming energy emanating from him created an invisible pressure in the air. As his piercing gaze fell coldly upon the father and son duo, witnessing Dai Mubai demonstrate his rank as a soul sovereign, especially with a millennium soul ring among them, the father's face paled, his anger swiftly extinguished. Resigned to his misfortune, he took his son by the hand and departed. Meanwhile, murmurs rippled through the line of those waiting to register, as some youths, aware they could not meet the requirements, also began to leave. At that moment, a resounding voice broke through the chatter. "Old sir, I dare to ask, please return the money." The pair of intimidated father and son had not strayed far and halted to observe as someone stood up for them. Dai Mubai turned toward the source of the voice, spotting a black-haired youth emerging from the crowd. The boy met his chilling gaze without a hint of fear, his own aura of soul power seemingly unaffected by Dai Mubai's presence. Dai Mubai, no fool, noted that this boy appeared slightly younger yet possessed commendable courage. Although he had yet to showcase his abilities, Dai Mubai surmised they would not be lacking. "Young one, if you wish to make a name for yourself, you must possess adequate strength. Now, reveal your martial soul." Ateris shook his head, asserting that he did not come to cause trouble. He merely wished to discuss principles with the elder, not to engage in combat. Before Dai Mubai could respond, the elder chuckled and remarked, "Principles? In the realm of soul masters, the level of soul power and the number of soul rings constitute the ultimate truth. Young man, I will not bully you. If you can best my student, I shall grant you the opportunity to discuss principles." This statement, though seemingly unreasonable, holds a kernel of truth. Much like the popular adage that might makes right, in the world of soul masters, meaningful discourse can only arise when both parties possess relatively balanced strength, or when the more powerful party refrains from oppressing the weaker. Ateris truly wishes to engage in a reasoned discussion. According to the educational regulations of the Ballot Kingdom, in order to prevent soul master academies from maliciously extorting registration fees, tuition fees, and miscellaneous charges from students, it is mandated that academies must explicitly outline the fees they intend to collect and inform the students beforehand. The admission criteria of Shrek Academy are ambiguous at best. They employ obscure promotional tactics to lure students into enrolling without clarifying the conditions and rules of admission prior to the registration process. Only after parents have paid the registration fee and the students fail to meet the admission standards are they informed of the requirements. Furthermore, the admission rules are not presented in a comprehensive manner. If Ateris does not take a stand, it is likely that more families will suffer losses of 10 gold soul coins due to their children's soul power not meeting the minimum requirement of 20 levels. This represents a significant sum. Merely in terms of unit price, 10 gold soul coins could purchase 10,000 jin of wheat or 5,000 jin of flour in Borno. In the city of Soto, situated on the fertile plains of Balak, the options for purchasing food are plentiful. Not long ago, Oscar's parents lost their lives over a mere 200 copper soul coins. Earlier, when that young boy's father was leading his child out, Ateris distinctly noticed the glistening tears in his eyes. Clad in a faded, coarse cloth garment, with patched trousers and straw sandals, the calluses on his exposed feet and the dirt wedged between his toes clearly indicated that he was a diligent farmer, a farmer toiling the land, blessed by fate with a child possessing the potential to become a soul master. This child embodies the family's hope. Thus, he labors even harder, foregoing food and clothing, saving every copper coin, all for the sake of his child attending a prestigious school and securing a promising future. Losing 10 gold soul coins might mean he can no longer afford to enroll his child in another intermediate soul master academy, necessitating another year of arduous labor. While his child may lose a year of valuable learning time, confined to home to cultivate alone. Now, let us engage in a serious discourse. Ateris extends his left hand, grasping his sturdy shield, and with his right hand, he wields a spear. The spear in his right hand signifies offense, while the shield in his left hand symbolizes defense. As his martial soul manifests, the soul rings emerge, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Ateris gripped his spear tightly, striking the shield thrice with fervor. Then, he pointed his spear forward and proclaimed, "Let us engage in battle first. We shall discuss the principles of combat during the skirmish." Humph, such arrogance. Witnessing Ateris' blatant provocation, Dai let out a sharp exclamation, summoning his martial spirit instantly, and with a powerful stride, he lunged forward. Ateris displayed an unwavering resolve, thrusting his spear directly towards Daimu's face with remarkable swiftness. The strike was so rapid that Daimu had no choice but to evade by sidestepping. Nevertheless, he extended his left hand in an attempt to grasp the spear's shaft, while his right hand was not idle. His enlarged tiger claw unleashed 5 short, dagger-like claws aimed at Ateris. Daimu's strategy hinged on the fact that, in the state of spirit possession, beast spirit masters generally possess greater physical strength than weapon spirit masters. Moreover, he sensed that Ateris' soul power was inferior to his own. If he could seize the spear, he would gain the upper hand in the offensive. Of course, Ateris could opt to retract his spirit, but summoning it anew would require time. Unless he had achieved the rank of Soul Sage or higher, he could not easily control its release and retraction, granting Daimu the opportunity to attack freely during that interval. However, Ateris' response was entirely unexpected for Daimu. He executed a sideways leap, his right foot striking the spear's shaft. The force of the impact reverberated through Daimu's tiger claw, causing him considerable pain. Yet, the encounter was far from over. Leveraging the momentum from his kick, Ateris spun in the air, swinging his left leg in a wide arc, aiming a powerful strike at Daimu's head. In quick succession, Daimu reacted. As Ateris delivered his first kick, the brilliance of his first soul ring illuminated, enveloping him in a protective white barrier that fully absorbed the force of the second kick. Before Ateris could touch the ground, the radiance of Daimu's second soul ring flared to life, accompanied by a resounding tiger roar. A milky white sphere of light condensed in his mouth before being unleashed. The intervals between the activation of his soul skills were remarkably short, and given their proximity, even a soul master of equal rank, caught unprepared, could lose their ability to act, regardless of their defensive capabilities. Yet, did Ateris lack soul skills? His soul rings shone brightly as well, but not from 2 yellow rings. Rather, the brilliance emanated from his purple third soul ring. As he landed, the white tiger radiant wave surged forth to meet him, while his sturdy shield expanded by 30%, shimmering with brilliant starlight. The explosive force of Daimu's white tiger radiant wave, which could shatter Tang San's blue-silver grass, failed to penetrate the shield's defenses. Furthermore, Ateris was unwilling to remain on the defensive. He advanced step by step, pushing against the powerful shockwave of the white tiger radiant wave until he stood face to face with Daimu. Daimu had never encountered such a confrontational style of combat. This impudent youth not only neglected to introduce himself, his spirit, or his soul power level, but also audaciously banged on his shield in provocation. Wasn't the exchange between soul masters supposed to be akin to the playful duel he had with Tang San 2 days prior, where one skill would follow another in a show of courtesy? Did Ateris genuinely aspire to be a hero? White Tiger Vajra transformation. Ateris' spear successfully pierced through Daimu's white tiger barrier, but in the next moment, its tip could advance no further. Daimu unleashed his third soul skill, and under the enhancement of the white tiger diamond transformation, his strength, defense, and attack power received a tremendous boost. He firmly grasped the spear, his eyes ablaze with fury. For a trivial, despicable commoner, you fight so fiercely. Who do you think you are? After using his third soul skill, Daimu's power far surpassed that of Ateris, who, despite exerting all his strength, could not reclaim his spear. Yet, he showed no fear of the enraged Daimu, responding with unwavering conviction, "I am of an unnamed clan, and this spear in hand is wielded solely for the justice in my heart." Justice? Daimu released the spear, his crimson-tinged eyes fixated on Ateris. "Do you consider yourself noble? I have encountered many who claim righteousness, yet reality teaches me one truth. Only the victors are worthy of discussing justice." Daimu temporarily halted his assault, and Ateris, adhering to the rules of engagement, also paused, for this was not a life-or-death duel. He resumed his combat stance and retorted with a resonant voice. "Cowardice is the passport of the vile. Nobility is the epitaph of the noble." This statement further ignited Daimu's wrath as he charged once more, and Ateris met him head-on, the two entangled in fierce combat. "The spear in hand is wielded solely for the justice in my heart. Cowardice is the passport of the vile. Nobility is the epitaph of the noble." Zhu Zhuqing murmured Ateris' words, lost in thought. After several days of companionship, She believed she had come to know these four friends well. Ateris, kind-hearted and eager to learn. Fraser, proud and beautiful. Oscar, handsome and carefree. And Lu Yen, somber yet steady. Yet just moments ago, Ateris had stood up for a pair of unrelated individuals, leaving her perplexed. From a young age, she had been taught that self-interest reigned supreme. The Duke of the Underworld, the Zhu family, and the White Tiger royal family, the Dai family, were merciless towards the younger generation, centered around the right of succession. Each generation of princes and exceptional daughters of the Dai family were forcibly bound by their elders, embroiled in fierce struggles for power. The Xingluo Empire was established upon the foundations of the formidable White Tiger and Underworld Spirit Cat families, adhering to a creed of iron and blood. Only the most exceptional, the most ruthless, and the most powerful pair could emerge victorious in the end. Justice? Indeed, as Dai Mubai stated, only the victors are entitled to speak of justice. For how could the vanquished possess a voice? Yet, the more she pondered, the more Zhu Zhuqing yearned to understand Ateris's mindset and courage, which emboldened him to challenge Dai Mubai, whose soul power was evidently superior. Isn't he that the so-called wicked White Tiger from a few days ago? Why is he fighting again? In the crowd, a young man and woman strolled leisurely towards the scene. The girl with braided hair hopped down from the boy's back, puzzled. Xiao Wu, I've told you not to give people nicknames casually. It's disrespectful if they hear you. Tang San replied helplessly, subsequently focusing on the two engaged in battle. The conflict at the village entrance had reached a fever pitch. Under the enhancement of the Millennium Soul Skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, Dai Mubai's attributes saw a significant surge. In the face of his powerful onslaught, Ateris found himself in a defensive position. Despite his robust shield, his body remained unscathed, yet his right arm, gripping the spear, bore several bloody scratches from Dai Mubai's White Tiger claws. Zhu Zhuqing felt that if this continued, Ateris would inevitably be defeated. Thus, she inquired of Fraser and the others, shouldn't we have Ateris concede? His soul power is 5 levels below Dai Mubai. He cannot win. Neither Lu Yen nor Oscar responded. While Fraser shook his head, he will not concede. For the ideals he holds dear, he would rather perish than surrender. But does this have any significance? For the sake of 2 unrelated individuals? Zhu Zhuqing countered. Upon hearing her words, Fraser glanced at her, released her hand, and retorted with mild anger, when we saved you. What significance did you hold for us? Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of shame wash over her, unable to meet their gazes. You may not comprehend Ari, deeming him foolish and stubborn. Yet, if you were born a commoner and witnessed a family shattered over a mere 200 copper soul coins, you would understand his resolve. Oscar spoke softly. Regrettably, I am but a food-type soul master with no combat capability. Were I a battle soul master, I would do the same. 200 copper soul coins? How? Zhu Zhuqing's words faltered as she instinctively closed her mouth, sensing that it was best to remain silent at such a moment. With a slight misstep in evasion, Ateris's right shoulder was struck by one of Dai Mubai's claws. His claws were razor-sharp, and the skin at the shoulder was thin. The blow left a gaping wound, exposing the white bone beneath. Yet, even in this dire situation, Shrek's teachers remained silent, and none among the onlookers dared to intervene. Dai Mubai delivered a heavy kick, sending Ateris staggering back 4 or 5 steps before he regained his footing. Take a good look at the people around you. You stand up for them, yet they watch as I beat you bloody. Would any of them dare to speak on your behalf? Ateris observed that Dai Mubai had once again ceased his assault. Swiftly, he retrieved a healing sausage, crafted by Oscar just the previous night, from his storage ring and consumed it in a few bites. Soon, the bleeding from the wounds on his right arm and shoulder slowed considerably. However, this was merely a temporary reprieve should he resume the fight. The vigorous movements would only serve to exacerbate the tearing of his skin, unless he refrained from exertion from this moment onward. The flow of blood would not cease until the battle concluded. They dared not speak, cowed by the overwhelming presence of the Shrek Academy. I, however, am unafraid to stand up because my heart knows no fear. Humph. Dai Mubai scoffed, discovering that Ateris had some backing. Pray tell, which sect or family do you rely upon? Let us see if I am intimidated. I possess no significant connections. I rely solely on my spear and shield. Ateris shook his head, pointing his spear forward once more, declaring, I am the vanguard of the spear, unyielding and resolute. Unyielding? I perceive you as obstinate. Faced with the steadfastness of Ateris, whose resolve was as unyielding as stone, Dai Mubai resolved to cease the idle chatter. Though his White Tiger transformation could last half an hour, the consumption of soul power was equally immense, and the enhancement effects would diminish over time. He was unwilling to prolong the confrontation any further. Taking a moment to gauge his remaining soul power, Daimubai unleashed his second soul skill, the White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Although his opponent could counter with a third soul skill. One was backed by a century-old soul ring while the other was supported by a millennium-old soul ring. In terms of soul power expenditure, he was certainly at an advantage. Ateris found himself in a predicament, unable to evade the swift onslaught of the White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Given his speed, evasion was futile. Thus he resorted to unleashing his third soul skill, the Rock Shield, to withstand the attack. This ability, derived from the ancient Xian Tu tortoise after 16 centuries, was capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a soul master of equal rank. Yet, in this moment, it served merely as a means to exchange soul skills with Daimubai's, a calculated risk he had no choice but to accept. As Daimubai's White Tiger's Radiant Wave subsided, he charged forward once more with a ferocious roar. Ateris, at last, activated his second soul skill, the Shield Leap Strike. This skill, while also centered around a sturdy shield, diverged from the defensive nature of the rock shield. It was inspired by the powerful headbutt of the 800-year-old lark bear. As he unleashed the skill, his soul power concentrated upon the shield, imbued with a surge of lightning elemental energy. Previously, Ateris had narrowly avoided the lark bear's headbutt, yet had fallen victim to its inherent thunderous force, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Now, the Shield Leap Strike promised a similar effect, harnessing the power of lightning to incapacitate and disorient his adversaries. Ateris leapt high, raising a sturdy shield imbued with the power of lightning, and brought it crashing down towards Daimubai. In response, Daimubai promptly unleashed his first soul skill, the White Tiger Barrier, in an attempt to thwart the impending assault. With a resounding crash, the barrier shattered, and although Ateris's momentum was slightly tempered, Daimubai crossed his arms above his head, bracing himself to endure the blow. Though he withstood the impact, his feet sank nearly an inch into the ground, a testament to the tremendous force of the strike. Additionally, the lightning attribute imbued in the soul skill notably impeded Daimubai's agility. Ateris recalled yesterday when he introduced his third soul skill, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation, to Tang San, mentioning that this ability would enhance his resistance to abnormal states. Therefore, one could never be certain when he might recover. He must seize the moment while his opponent is vulnerable, aiming to take his life. With the Constellation Spear, he thrust it forward without any charge. In a life-or-death struggle, this strike would have aimed for the throat. However, since there was no enmity between him and Daimubai, he directed the spear towards his shoulder, as a means of repaying the injury Daimubai had inflicted upon him earlier. Enough, let this be the end. Just as the spear was a mere inch from Daimubai's left shoulder, a dragon-patterned staff soared through the air, colliding with the advancing spear. Ateris felt an overwhelming force, far beyond his reach, strike against his spear, causing his arm to tremble and his wrist to almost shatter. Turning to look, he saw the languid old man had risen to his feet, 6 soul rings revolving beneath him, 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. A wave of gasps erupted from the onlookers. Who could have imagined that this seemingly ordinary old man was, in fact, a 6-ring soul emperor? Ateris, however, remained expressionless, harboring a profound disdain within. Indeed, just as he recalled, Shrek Academy was remarkably protective of its own. 050 the heart of youth. Ateris's strike missed, and the instantaneous thrust of the star-piercing lance was interrupted. In the next moment, Daimubai awakened from his state of paralysis and dizziness, indicating the formidable power of his White Tiger King Kong transformation. Although Ateris emerged victorious in this battle, his triumph stemmed from his profound understanding of both himself and his opponent, whereas Daimubai remained oblivious to Ateris's capabilities. Should they engage in combat again? Ateris's chances of victory would likely diminish to less than 20%. Very well, young man. Which academy do you belong to that you dare to cause a ruckus at my Shrek Academy? If there is no satisfactory explanation today, I shall take it upon myself to educate you on behalf of your mentor. Li Yusong raised his hand slightly, retrieving the dragon-patterned staff, which he then planted gently into the ground. A low, muffled sound reverberated, causing the onlookers to stagger momentarily. Among those closest, only Ateris and Daimubai, who had yet to retract their martial spirits, and Lu Yin remained unaffected. Ateris respectfully clasped his fists and said, as I previously mentioned, I am not here to cause trouble. I merely wish to engage in a philosophical discussion with you. Today marks the enrollment day for Shrek Academy. Given your strength and age, I presume you are not here to register, are you? Your disruption has squandered not only my time, but also the valuable time of countless aspiring students who wish to enroll. Yet you claim you are not here to create a disturbance. Ateris faced Li Yusong's inquiries without the slightest hint of trepidation. Instead, he casually instructed Oscar to toss him a restorative sausage, prioritizing the urgent need to staunch his wounds. With a single sausage consumed, he felt a renewed sense of clarity and composure. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed that Li Yusong's attention had shifted away from him, fixated instead on Oscar. Muttering to himself in disappointment, what a pity indeed. Such a gifted culinary genius, if only he were to belong to my Shrek Academy. Ateris couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this remark. Lind claimed to be Flandra's cousin, and one could assume that in the original narrative, Flandra had fortuitously discovered Oscar while returning to the Hejdas kingdom, subsequently bringing him to Shrek Academy. Alternatively, it might well be that Lind was the one who initially found Oscar, only for Flandra to persistently pester him until he reluctantly yielded Oscar to him. However, it must be acknowledged that Oscar's cultivation pace now surpasses that of the original timeline. At this juncture in the narrative, Oscar was expected to be at the 29th rank, on the verge of a breakthrough to the 30th. Presently, Oscar had already attained the 31st rank as a soul master, and according to his own assertions, he would soon elevate to the 32nd rank. Though the lead in soul power may seem negligible, it is essential to recognize that for soul masters at the rank of soul sovereign, the time required to advance by even one rank is no less than 3 to 4 months. Furthermore, in terms of soul skills, the effects of Oscar's first 3 soul rings are undoubtedly superior to those in the original text. Dare I ask, esteemed senior, how many years have you served as an educator at Shrek Academy? What? Li Yusong was perplexed as to why this troublemaker posed such a question, but upon reflection, he realized it could serve as an opportunity to promote Shrek Academy. Thus, he replied, Shrek Academy has been established for 20 years, and every instructor has been imparting knowledge since its inception. I am merely the one with the least soul power among them. Heavens! A 6-ring soul emperor is the one with the lowest soul power? Such a robust faculty cannot be compared to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy in Soto City. Son, you must perform admirably to secure your place here. The crowd buzzed with discussion, nearly devoid of any negative remarks, and Li Yusong felt quite satisfied. Since you have been a teacher for 2 decades, are you well versed in the legal system of the Baloch Kingdom? Ateris summoned his soul power, ensuring his voice reached everyone present. I, as a junior, am fond of reading and happened to come across a regulation from 8 years ago concerning the charging standards of soul master academies in the Baloch Kingdom. It stipulates that academies must clearly define the items for which fees are charged, inform students of the charging rules before collection, and provide detailed receipts post-collection. May I inquire if your esteemed institution adheres to this law? The Baloch Kingdom, located at the heart of the continent, is known for its bustling population and open-minded culture, welcoming individuals from various regions to establish businesses and properties within its borders. Following the tumult of 24 years ago, the strategically positioned Baloch Kingdom emerged as the preferred destination for migrants from across the continent. A multitude of professionals flocked to Baloch, leading to agricultural growth, commercial prosperity, and flourishing education, with Shrek Academy founded in the wake of this boom. In the midst of such prosperity, various challenges inevitably arose, prompting the Baloch Kingdom to enact numerous laws and regulations to curb industry malpractices, including the charging standards for soul master academies that Ateris referenced. Upon hearing Ateris's inquiry, Li Yusong's mouth twitched. Being well aware of their own affairs, he knew that Shrek Academy was established by a few brothers who had weathered storms together. Yet they had grown complacent, reluctant to exert much effort in managing numerous students, which led them to adopt an elite education model. As a result, the number of students dwindled, and naturally, the income was meager. Thus, they had to innovate in other areas. For 20 years, they had adhered to the same enrollment criteria: no students above 13 years of age, and no one below the 20th rank. This ensured a minimum collection of 20 gold soul coins and registration fees. Coupled with the subsequent layers of screening, the revenue proved quite substantial. Though there were those who questioned this approach, each time he wielded the dragon pattern staff, it not only instilled awe but also assured families meeting the 2 basic conditions that their efforts were not in vain. As for the 2 families that were first to part with their 20 gold soul coins, who would still concern themselves with them? However, could he admit to any legal transgressions? No, he could not. So he rephrased his response. Well, would a mere child understand? The faculty strength of Shrek Academy surpasses not only that of Intermediate Soul Master Academies, but even that of the Baloch Advanced Soul Master Academy. The essence of Shrek Academy is to be a haven for prodigies. We only accept exceptional individuals, not ordinary ones. Those exceeding 13 years of age or lacking a soul power of at least 21 should not waste their time here. Afterward, Li Yusong turned his gaze toward Ateris. You, a soul sovereign ranked master, receive a monthly stipend of 100 gold soul coins. With such generosity, why not simply offer 10 gold soul coins to that father and son instead of causing a ruckus during my enrollment? Yet, Ateris stubbornly shook his head. Indeed, I possess wealth, but if I were to part with it, it would be an act of charity. Your repayment is merely just. He continued. You are more obstinate than an ox, more foul and unyielding than a stone in a cesspit. Li Yusong, witnessing the utter disrespect shown to the brave soul who stood up for him, could no longer contain his rising anger. He brandished his dragon pattern staff and exclaimed, Should you continue with this senseless bickering, I shall disregard any support you may have behind you and make you feel the full force of my dragon pattern staff. Among the crowd, the youth who had been wronged by the financial deceit felt a surge of anxiety as he saw the valiant defender in such a precarious position. He urgently tugged at his father's sleeve, whose face was flushed with embarrassment. Finally, gathering his courage, the father called out to Ateris, Young man, we appreciate your goodwill, but perhaps it would be wise to apologize to the Soul Emperor to avoid any further conflict. My son and I can endure our grievances, but it would weigh heavily on my conscience if such a distinguished young soul master as yourself were to suffer injury. Upon hearing this, Ateris turned and bestowed a radiant smile upon the father and son, his heart brimming with warmth. Li Yusong had never encountered such a stubborn young man. Yet upon witnessing the lad's smile, he was momentarily transported back to his own youth, recalling the adventures he and his comrades had undertaken across the continent. In their youth, they too had been spirited and valiant, standing against malevolence and championing righteousness, disregarding the status of nobility. How curious it was that, after all these years, they had become the very figures they once despised in their youth. In a daze, he watched as the young man opened his arms and spoke. I am acutely aware of my limited strength and do not wish to provoke you, esteemed senior. I merely hope that, after imparting your lesson with the dragon pattern staff, you might consider returning the money to my father and me. It is no small feat for a humble family to nurture a spirit master. Losing 10 gold soul coins is a significant blow, and we cannot fathom how long it will take to save such an amount again. I beseech you to show us a modicum of compassion. Senior, please, strike. Li Yusong instinctively lifted the dragon pattern staff, yet found himself unable to bring it down. His lips trembled as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. But after a prolonged silence, he ultimately relinquished the staff. Are you not going to strike? He asked, retracting the dragon pattern staff and returning to his chair. Though his posture was no longer languid, he gazed deeply at Ateris and remarked, What a noble heart you possess, young man. Do not forget the goodness that resides within you. He then gestured towards the father and son, saying, Come, reclaim your registration fee. The Soto City Intermediate Spirit Master Academy is open for enrollment until September 3rd. Do not allow the opportunity to slip away. Very well. Let us continue with the enrollment for Shrek Academy. The world is neither entirely black nor wholly white. Some assert that this realm exists in stark contrasts. Ateris had heard another version of the tale. This world is neither black nor white, but rather a delicate shade of gray. Many individuals, in their youth, fervently strive against the injustices of the world, only to find their spirits worn down by the passage of time, perhaps unconsciously lowering their own standards. Given the prowess of several teachers from Shrek Academy, it would be entirely reasonable for them to hold esteemed positions even in advanced Soul Master academies. Yet they have languished in this small village for 2 decades, whether it is due to their unwillingness to flow with the currents, which has led to their targeting by the Barak royal family, or their steadfast adherence to their ideals that places them at odds with the world. The true nature of their circumstances may be known only to them. However, one certainty remains for Ateris. They could have achieved far more. With an exceedingly low acceptance and graduation rate, they toiled like prospectors in the sea of knowledge for 20 years, ultimately choosing to accept Qin Ming's invitation to join the Tiando Royal Academy, only to be marginalized and subsequently transferred to the Blue Tyrant Academy. Over those 2 decades, they wagered the futures of their exceptionally gifted students in hopes of making a name for themselves. Yet, had they not fortuitously assembled the Shrek 7, perhaps they would have spent their later years confined to this small village, or eventually succumbed to a life of deprivation, with Flander leading them to Blue Tyrant Academy for a peaceful retirement. Nevertheless, such matters no longer concern Ateris. They had come merely to deliver a message. for a broader world awaits them in Tiando City. The father and son, after retrieving the money from the box, approached Ateris. The father bowed deeply to his son, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Young man, no, Master Soul Respect, we are truly indebted to you. Were it not for your intervention on behalf of us. Ateris assisted the father and son to their feet, smiling gently. I am no great man. I am merely a child of the common folk. Well aware of your struggles. Simply reclaim your money and, while time permits, hasten to Soto City to enroll in a Soul Master Academy. Do not delay your child's education. Observing the shy youth before him, Ateris patted his shoulder. Your father is but an ordinary man, yet you have already become a Soul Master. Children of the impoverished must mature quickly. You should embrace courage, diligently train, and honor your father. Encouraged by Ateris's words, the bashful boy nodded earnestly and asked, Thank you so much for your assistance today, kind sir. May I know your name and where I might find you? I am Ateris. Should you ever visit the city of Heavendo, you may seek me at the Royal Academy there, he replied, leaving the boy with a parting silhouette. The youth gazed at his retreating figure, murmuring, the Royal Academy of Heavendo, the finest institution in the Heavendo Empire. How enviable. The father secured the money pouch and advised his son, when you grow up, should the opportunity arise, be sure to repay today's kindness. I will, father. Juqing. Did you come here to find me? Indeed. Today marks the enrollment day for our Shrek Academy, and I am confident that with your talent, you shall be accepted. Come. Allow me to guide you through the application process. Juqing looked at Daimubai, who extended his hand towards her, his expression complex. Instead of accepting his gesture, she took a step back, remaining silent. Daimubai awkwardly scratched his head, offering a wry smile. You're right. We haven't seen each other in 3 years. I apologize for my presumption. Juqing, how have you fared during these years? Quite well, indeed, Juqing replied coldly. Over the past 3 years, I have diligently trained, and my soul power has reached level 27. How could I be anything but well off? Someone's elder brother mentioned that his cowardly and incompetent younger sibling has returned home for 3 years, yet still wishes to ask their father for a matchmaker, seeking to enjoy the benefits of dual companionship. Davis? How dare he? Juqing's eyes narrowed coldly. So? It is permissible for you to wander about and savor the pleasures of companionship while forbidding your diligent elder brother, who has shouldered the family's burdens, from experiencing such joy? Their conversation was not discreet. It drew the attention of those nearby. Not only Fraser and the others, but even Tang San and Xiao Wu, who lingered at the end of the line, cast curious glances in their direction. The spirited Xiao Wu pinched Tang San's side, unabashedly exclaiming, You mustn't emulate that scoundrel, or I shall not spare you. What are you talking about? You know my character, Tang San replied helplessly. Oscar, equally astonished, whispered to Lu Yin. What do you think it's like to have a dual relationship? Lu Yin, with an indifferent demeanor, responded, Don't ask me. I have no interest in women. What? You mean to say? I am even less interested in you. I simply wish to settle down and forge in peace. Women only hinder my crafting. Ateris, who had just approached, remarked, Indeed, I hope you maintain this attitude towards life. When you reach your 20s or 30s and return home, your parents and siblings will inquire why you haven't taken a wife. Just respond, Indeed. Various peculiar dialogues surrounded Daimubai, some seemingly unrelated. Yet he recognized the veiled jabs directed at him. Feeling somewhat humiliated, he soon heard a mocking voice. I did not expect that by merely choosing a random academy, I would encounter such amusing events. Hey, that big fellow with the surname Dai, if I were you, I would just find a way to slip away. How embarrassing. With a surge of anger, Daimubai turned towards the source of the voice, spotting a girl standing there, a smirk gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with derision. Unperturbed by his furious glare, Ateris approached, revealing a young maiden clad in a delicate, pale green gown. Her waist-length hair cascaded gracefully, her fair complexion accentuated by exquisitely refined features. Most striking were her eyes, vibrant and clear as azure glass. Such beauty and temperament could only belong to Ning Rongrong, the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. A considerable crowd had gathered, and in an effort not to disrupt the admissions process, Daimubai lowered his voice slightly, warning, I am discussing family matters with my fiancée. Kindly refrain from speaking, for my patience has its limits. Mimicking Daimubai's tone, Ning Rongrong playfully repeated, My patience has its limits, before gesturing towards Tang San and Xiao Wu, then at Ateris and the others, giggling, Have they not spoken? What? Do you only dare to unleash your anger upon me, a fragile maiden? Daimubai's eyes glinted ominously, and in a swift motion, he positioned himself before Ning Rongrong. Whispering fiercely, "Do not test my patience. I care not where you hail from. Should you provoke me again, beware of the consequences." Ning Rongrong, unfazed, only laughed more heartily, deliberately accentuating her still-developing figure, challenging, "Come now, I am curious to see how you intend to harm me under the broad daylight." At that moment, Daimubai could no longer contain his fury. Having been taunted repeatedly, he disregarded the ongoing admissions entirely. A surge of violent energy erupted from him, sending Ning Rongrong hurtling backward. Coincidentally, she was launched towards Oscar, who instinctively reached out to catch her. Though he was unable to withstand the force of Daimubai's soul power and was knocked to the ground, Daimubai, still seething, had already been infuriated by Ateris's earlier triumph over him, and now faced with the audacity of this unknown girl, he was determined to make her pay. Yet, a tall figure stepped in front of him. "Step aside," Daimubai bellowed, his formidable palm striking out. The figure before him, having manifested their martial spirit, reached out with claws that could easily rend Tang San's blue-silver grass, yet their assault was halted mid-air. Daimubai sensed an unyielding force, as if he were attempting to move a mountain. Standing over 1.90 meters tall in his martial spirit state, the red-haired youth before him towered even higher, adorned with large ram's horns seemingly ablaze with fiery energy, radiating an intense heat even from half a meter away. Daimubai recognized that the soul power emanating from this young man was equally formidable, yet his pride would not permit him to yield easily. With his reputation already tarnished, he resolved to see this farce through to its conclusion. With a fierce roar, Daimubai declared, "I said, move aside." Lu Yin, undeterred, replied calmly, "Move aside? That is contingent upon your ability to defeat me." Daimubai, feeling increasingly vexed by the stubbornness of those around him, realized that if he wished to salvage his dignity, he would have to unleash his white tiger Vajra transformation once more. Although activating his third soul skill twice in quick succession would leave him weakened for days. The academy possessed a soul saint-level food system teacher who could remedy the situation with a mere candy bean. As Daimubai prepared to invoke his third soul skill, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly intervened, grasping his wrist and admonishing, "Enough, Daimubai. Cease your unreasonable antics. This is ultimately a matter between you and me. I will not permit you to vent your frustrations on others." With a path to retreat now available, Daimubai exhaled, releasing the tension in his soul power. "You say this is our matter, then allow me to speak with you properly today." He retracted his claws, casting a cold glance at Ning Rongrong, but before he proceeded, she must first apologize to him. As the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong had never endured such indignity. Besides the occasional reprimand from her father, the sect master, no one dared to raise a hand against her, let alone confront her with harsh words. Yet here, before a gathered audience, Daimubai had the audacity to challenge her. Had it not been for the boy who caught her, she would have surely suffered injury. Feeling utterly wronged, tears brimmed in her eyes, her previous arrogance vanished, replaced by a heart-wrenching vulnerability that evoked sympathy from all who beheld her. Ateris was acutely aware of the true nature behind Ning Rongrong's expression, yet others remained oblivious, especially Oscar, who, in a fit of indignation, scolded Daimubai. "Though she may have spoken derisively, have you truly reflected upon your own faults?" "Indeed," Ning Rongrong pouted, responding in a delicate tone. "Is it not because you perceive me as a frail woman that you dare to unleash your ire? If you cannot withstand the mockery of others, then you ought not to be a scoundrel. How can you call yourself a man when you already have a fiancée yet choose to cavort about? What do you know?" Daimubai found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his anger clouding his reasoning. After a prolonged silence, he redirected his ire towards Zhu Zhuqing. "Zhu Zhuqing, we must clarify matters today." He grasped her wrist firmly, attempting to pull her away. "Daimubai, release me." Zhu Zhuqing struggled, but his grip only tightened, causing her pain. She had no desire to accompany him, especially after witnessing him embrace the twin beauties just days prior, which had left her deeply disillusioned. Upon seeing him again, Daimubai's brazen demeanor, in stark contrast to the righteous Ateris and the composed, reassuring Lu Yin, rendered him utterly unworthy. Her disappointment had morphed into despair. Was such a man truly worth risking her life for? Suddenly, Daimubai felt a sharp pain as he instinctively withdrew his hand, revealing 5 deep gashes on his forearm. He looked up to see that Zhu Zhuqing had activated her martial spirit and was now attacking him. Having known each other since childhood and bound by an engagement, he understood Zhu Zhuqing's cold nature. Even as a child, he would gift her trinkets. Yet rarely did he see her smile. He realized she had always maintained a facade of indifference towards everyone. However, now he discerned disappointment, disdain, and even a hint of hatred in her gaze, as if she were encased in an impenetrable layer of ice that no amount of warmth could thaw. Zhu Juqing's eyes, shrouded in an eerie stillness, remained fixed on him for an extended moment before she spoke softly. Dai Mubai, I have endured much to arrive here. But it was not to fulfill any engagement. From the day you abandoned me in Douluo, our bond has been severed. No bond? Dai Mubai retorted with a cold laugh. That is not for you to decide. From the moment of your birth, our fates were intertwined. Do you think you can escape? I have escaped once. If Balak is not far enough, I will flee to Heavendoe, to Haagen-Dazs, to the farthest reaches of the north. To a place where no one can find me. Zhu Juqing inhaled deeply. Today, I come not to rekindle what was lost. From now on, I seek my own freedom. I shall live my life for myself. I, Zhu Juqing, have no further ties to you. Dai Mubai had thought the pain from his wound was unbearable. Yet her words pierced his heart like 1,000 daggers, causing excruciating anguish. Zhu Juqing, why do you wish to evade me? The anger in his eyes extinguished as he recalled the genuine joy he felt upon first seeing her. Since their competition began at the age of 10 with his brother, Davis, every day had been spent in suppression. His talent was exceptional, inheriting the continent's premier white tiger martial spirit, with a natural rank of 9, slightly surpassing Davis, who possessed a rank of 8.5. Yet, Davis had a disheartening advantage: age. As the crown prince, Davis was nearly 6 years his senior, a chasm as vast as the heavens. When he departed from the Douluo Empire at the age of 12, he had a soul power of 28. While his 18-year-old brother had already reached 39, merely 2 steps away from becoming a soul sect. Regardless of his efforts, such a gap seemed insurmountable. Even after leaving the Douluo Empire, he retained rights to contend for the throne with his father, Emperor Dai Tian, granting him until the age of 25 to prove himself. At 25, he would at least be a sole king, but what of Davis, who would be near or possibly a sole emperor by then? As Dai Mubai pressed his hand against his wound, he noted that the 5 gashes inflicted by his fiancée were not deep, merely oozing blood, suggesting she had shown restraint. Gazing at Zhu Juqing's resolute countenance, he slowly exhaled, allowing his turbulent soul power to recede within, despondently stating, "If this is what you desire, then congratulations, you are free." With that, he strode purposefully towards the academy. Zhu Juqing had prepared to continue their debate, yet his response was entirely unexpected. Watching his solitary figure retreat, her heart suddenly felt heavy with sorrow. The direct descendants of the Zhu family and the Dai family were destined for each other from birth, especially upon awakening their martial spirits at the age of 6, marking the beginning of their predetermined futures. Those with high potential were paired by their elders, their engagements established early, ushering them into a brutal competition. Often, the Zhu family daughters were relegated to supporting roles, tasked with aiding their fiancés in their relentless pursuit of the throne forged of steel and blood. In truth, she often envied her second and third sisters, whose innate soul powers were merely 5 and 5.5. Like the second prince with a rank of 6, they were spared from the harsh competition upon completion of their martial spirit awakening. The family would still provide ample resources, allowing them to grow up peacefully and joyfully, eventually becoming vital members of the family following the conclusion of the succession struggle. Yet, she and Dai Mubai had no choice. Even if Davis was the almost certain heir, Dai Mubai was still chosen as a backup, simply to apply further pressure on Davis. However, Zhu Juqing had now found another path. A truce. Zhu Juqing turned to the dark-haired young man. I saw you write many poems in the carriage, and there is one short poem about freedom that I particularly adore. Would you recite it for me? Freedom? Yes. Is this the one? Ateris pondered the emotion, for poetry should be imbued with feeling. Life is precious, love is more so. For the sake of freedom, both may be forsaken. For the sake of freedom, both may be forsaken. Zhu Juqing smiled, a sight Ateris had never witnessed before. Perhaps she herself was unaware of the beauty of her smile, akin to a wax plum blossom, releasing a long-held fragrance that could intoxicate even the harshest of winters. Hey. Ateris? Did you write this poem? Before Ateris could fully savor her exquisite smile, a voice shattered the moment. The tone and sound unmistakably belonged to Ning Rongrong. Ateris shook his head. No, I copied this. Copied? I find that hard to believe. Ning Rongrong, delicately holding the hem of her skirt, walked in front of Ateris and scrutinized him carefully. I have an elder brother who delights in the pursuit of elegance. His library is filled with renowned poetry and literary works from across the continent, and I have perused quite a few myself. However, poetry of your style is indeed quite rare. Pray tell, What is the name of the poet? I have forgotten. Ateris did not deceive. He merely recalled that the poem was translated by a writer from the Republic era in his past life. He could not even remember the name of the translator, let alone the identity of the poet. Forgotten now. I perceive this poem as your own creation. Ning Rongrong turned to Zhu Zhuqing and inquired, Miss Zhuqing, you previously mentioned seeing him compose numerous poems in the carriage, did you not? Zhu Zhuqing nodded, adding, he has penned a multitude of poems, diverse in form, each one unlike any I have encountered before. Ning Rongrong waved her small fish triumphantly, exclaiming, see, it is your own poem, why not acknowledge it? Ateris felt speechless. Just moments ago, when Dai Mubai was still present, the atmosphere was charged with tension. How did the scene shift so abruptly to a discussion about poetry? Thus, Ateris chose to disregard her, turning to Oscar instead, gesturing towards the wounds on his arm and shoulder. Xiao, could I have another sausage? The effects of the previous one are wearing off, and my injuries have yet to fully heal. However, Ning Rongrong remained undeterred, perhaps indifferent to Ateris's demeanor. She bounced over again, saying, could you write me a few poems? Rest assured, I won't ask for this service without compensation. How about 10? No. 100 gold soul coins per poem? What do you think? Ateris, somewhat exasperated by the antics of the little sorceress, sighed and said, I'm still recovering from my injuries. If you could refrain from disturbing me from this moment onward, I shall gladly compose a poem for you once I am healed. Would that be acceptable? Really? Ateris nodded, more genuine than pearls. Well then, it's settled. You are volunteering, not because I am withholding payment. Now, what shall this poem express? Should it extol my intelligence and wisdom, my exquisite beauty, or my extraordinary talent? Ateris sighed in resignation. This little sorceress was truly a paradox. At times exceedingly imperious, at other moments enchanting and delicate, and occasionally whimsical and eccentric, rendering her true nature utterly inscrutable. Very well, let her create her commotion. Ateris settled down cross-legged, preparing to expedite his recovery of both injuries and spiritual strength through meditation. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to Oscar, saying, Little Oscar, the line of students registering over there is dwindling. Once the enrollment process is well underway, you should deliver the letter entrusted to you by the master. When I complete my meditation, we shall set forth. Although the director of the Tiendo Royal Academy mentioned that we can enroll at any time, it is prudent to arrive a bit earlier. Oscar gave a thumbs up, assuring him, rest assured, focus on your meditation. I will handle everything. Ateris smiled briefly before descending into a meditative state. Fraser and Lu Yin naturally took their positions beside him, vigilant and watchful. Zhu Zhuqing glanced over, then quietly moved closer to stand guard as well. The chirping of cicadas from the branches lulled one into a sleepy reverie, while the vain little sorceress continued her incessant chatter. The sun was mild today, with clouds veiling half of the sky and a gentle breeze wafting through, creating a most pleasant atmosphere. 054 Springtime Infatuation. Hey, what was that name again? Oscar. Yes, Oscar. Ning Rongrong. Noticing that Ateris had entered his meditative state and finding the atmosphere rather dull, lifted her flowing green skirt and sauntered over to Oscar. You all seem quite intriguing. Could you tell me where you hail from? Us. Oscar, unlike Ateris, who found Ning Rongrong bothersome, was instead captivated by her charm. He gestured toward his companions and replied, we come from the kingdom of Häagen-Dazs. And you? Me? I am from Heaven-Do City. Heaven-Do City? Oscar queried, puzzled. Surely you must be here to enroll in Shrek Academy. But with so many Soul Master Academies in Heaven-Do City, why would you venture all the way to Soto City? Oscar's confusion deepened, for while Shrek Academy boasted several Soul Emperors and Soul Saints among its faculty, its infrastructure paled in comparison to the mid-level Soul Master Academies they had visited in Soto City. Heaven-Do City, being the capital of the Heaven-Do Empire and the most prosperous metropolis in the northern continent, housed 25 mid-level Soul Master Academies and 6 advanced ones. Observing Ning Rongrong's appearance and attire, he surmised she hailed from a wealthy family, leading him to wonder why she would forsake the comforts of Heaven-Do City for the likes of Shrek Academy. Heaven-Do City? I'd rather not stay there. It's dreadfully boring. Upon mentioning Heaven-Do City, Ning Rongrong's petite face puffed up in indignation. She blinked her exquisite, jewel-like eyes and suddenly leaned closer to Oscar. Whispering conspiratorially, I ran away from home. I initially planned to go to the Star Luo Empire, but upon reaching Soto City, I heard whispers of a peculiar academy and decided to investigate. Hee, little did I know I would stumble upon such fascinating happenings. The sudden closeness of the young girl caught Oscar off guard. Her breath was reminiscent of a refreshing breeze on a summer day, akin to a warm ray of sunshine in winter, brushing against his ear and causing his heart to race, leaving him utterly flustered. The budding peach blossoms are most susceptible to the caress of spring winds. A mere whisper of a breeze causes them to bloom, filling the heart with beauty in no time. Oscar felt his cheeks flush as he casually responded, "Yes, it is indeed quite interesting. However, what is truly fascinating is not the academy, but rather you. You are the most intriguing individuals I have ever encountered. Oh, by the way, what brought you from Haagen-Dazs to this place? Are you still students at the Soul Master Academy, or have you graduated and now roam the world together, championing justice and good deeds?" Ning Rongrong babbled on, punctuating her words with playful punches that left Oscar momentarily speechless. Although Fraser and Liu Yin were focused on guarding the meditating Ateris, Ning Rongrong's exuberance could not go unnoticed. Seeing Oscar's dazed expression, Fraser felt compelled to intervene. "You've asked so many questions, yet we still do not know your name. That is quite impolite." "Oh dear, I completely forgot." Ning Rongrong playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, "I am Ning Rongrong. Sitting on the ground is Ateris. Next to him is Oscar, and that is Miss Zhu Zhuqing. What is your name, sister? And what about that red-haired big brother?" Ning Rongrong's delicate features and slightly shorter stature endeared her to Fraser. Liu Yin spoke first. "I am Liu Yin, as in the willow tree in the flame." Zhu Zhuqing, having regained her usual composure, merely nodded politely. "I am Fraser, Shelian Fraser," she continued, glancing at the still enamored Oscar, then cleared her throat. "Ning Rongrong, what a lovely name. Isn't that right, Oscar?" "Huh? Oh, yes, indeed. It's quite lovely, catchy, and adorable," Oscar stammered, lost in his thoughts. Fraser observed him, realizing that Oscar was experiencing a budding infatuation, a sight she had never witnessed before. Oscar was undeniably handsome. Since their acquaintance, he had always been surrounded by admirers. At Haagen-Dazs Academy, suitors could queue from the classroom to the school gate. Yet he had never shown interest in any of them. Yet, as the saying goes, what is unattainable is often the most desirable, evoking the deepest emotions. All four of them were prominent figures among the new generation of soul masters from Haagen-Dazs, attracting both refined ladies and simple beauties who eagerly sought Oscar's attention. Thus, while he was accustomed to the advances of girls vying for his affection, it was Ning Rongrong, with her striking beauty and playful spirit, that piqued his interest anew. Just like Fraser's gaze drifted to the meditating Ateris. Just like him. In terms of appearance, there were countless individuals in Birmingham who surpassed Oscar. In terms of social standing, Birmingham, being the capital of Haagen-Dazs, was home to numerous young men from affluent families. As for character, Ateris could sometimes be described as stubborn as a mule, his temper more obstinate than that of an ox. Yet, despite the abundance of more appealing suitors, few matched him in maturity or composure. Those with wealth and status often bowed before her, while those of higher standing either approached her under familial compulsion or kept their distance, sometimes even viewing her with hostility. Fraser understood that Ateris was not merely dull-witted but bore the weight of numerous burdens, unconsciously falling back into the habit of focusing on him. Fraser realized something was amiss and shook her head to regain her composure. She surveyed their surroundings and reminded Oscar, "Oscar, stop daydreaming and go deliver the message." "Huh? What?" Fraser rolled her eyes and insisted, "Deliver the message. Can't you see that the Shrek teachers are clearing their tables?" Oscar finally came to his senses and turned to the Shrek Academy gate, where the enrollment line had dissipated. The pair he had seen at the Rose Hotel, who had clashed with Dai Mubai, were now entering the academy, while the teacher wielding the dragon-patterned staff had already packed up the table. Oscar hurried over, calling out as he ran, "Senior, wait." Li Yusong turned in confusion and, as Oscar reached him, inquired, "What's the matter? You youngsters caused quite the commotion at the door of Shrek Academy. Are you now turning your attention to this old man?" Oscar waved his hands. No. We've come today to deliver a message." "A message?" "Yes." Oscar produced the letter given to him by Leonid and respectfully handed it to Li Yusong. "This is a letter from my teacher to the principal of your esteemed academy. Please take care of it." Li Yusong took the envelope, noticing the absence of a signature. Yet it bore the 7 words, "To my brother, Flander." His hand trembled momentarily. "Young man, what is the name of your teacher?" "Leonid." On the evening of August 31st, the night enveloped Shrek Academy, the clamor of the day having long faded away. A colossal avian figure descended before a solitary dwelling within the academy, its wings, measuring over 3 meters, folded neatly behind it, and the feathers that cloaked its body transformed back into soul power, dissipating within. The orange-yellow pupils that had once stood erect returned to normalcy as he donned a pair of spectacles upon his nose. This was Flander, one of the founders of Shrek Academy and its current dean. Upon opening the door, Flanders sighed. I never imagined that the Hautian Douluo would pay a visit to this humble place. He was taken aback to learn that Zhao Wujia's actions had been unilaterally decided, personally testing his good brother Yu Xiaojiang's disciple. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the youth named Tang San was, in fact, the son of the Hautian Douluo. However, it was fortunate that although the Hautian Douluo had delivered a beating to Zhao Wujia, he had also imparted some cultivation insights to him, which was a fair form of compensation. A series of knocks echoed at the door, prompting Flander to turn swiftly and open it, expecting it to be a faculty member with an important matter to discuss. Boldly, upon seeing Li Yusong at the threshold, Flander felt a hint of curiosity. His old friend was notoriously lazy, the type who would rarely visit without cause. He stepped aside, inviting him in, and inquired, "What brings you here so late? Do you wish to discuss something?" "Two matters." Li Yusong casually pulled up a chair and gestured with his fingers. "The first is that our academy has finally recruited students this year." "I am already aware of that," Flander interjected. "These two youngsters possess remarkable talent. Reaching the 29th rank at such a young age, their future achievements are boundless. Moreover, that child named Tang San." Flander immediately revealed the incident of Tang Hao having just beaten Zhao Wujia, causing Li Yusong to burst into laughter. "Ha. Zhao Wujia has spent years bullying others, and now the tables have turned. Finally, someone has dealt with him. How satisfying." Li Yusong bore no grudge against Zhao Wujia. Among the 5 teachers at the academy, including Flander, they were all brothers who had fought side by side in their youth. It was only natural that any embarrassing moments among brothers would be fodder for laughter. Flander joined in the merriment, acknowledging that even without Tang San's background, this year's gains were noteworthy. With only 2 students prior, the academy was on the brink of collapse. Their arrival provided a temporary relief. However, Li Yusong's laughter soon faded as he recalled the radiant young man from earlier that day. He had words for Flander that lingered unspoken on his lips. After decades of camaraderie, Flander could easily discern Li Yusong's troubled thoughts. He retrieved a beautifully packaged bottle of whiskey from his storage soul guide, pouring a glass for both himself and Li Yusong. "Whiskey from the Aganord estate." Li Yusong seized the bottle, glancing at the label. From the year 2618. "This is a fine vintage. Are you truly willing to share such exquisite liquor with me? Do you perceive me as a miserly curmudgeon who would deny his brothers even a sip?" Li Yusong savored a mouthful. The rich and robust whiskey from the Aganord estate enveloping his palate with a unique aroma of northern dried fruits, dry, full-bodied, potent, smooth, and velvety. One of the finest whiskeys on the continent. With a heart full of joy, Li Yusong gestured towards Flander, saying, "Who among those acquainted with you, Flander, does not know of your avarice? Nonetheless, this whiskey brings me great comfort. Tomorrow, I can boast to Lao Lu and Lao Xiao about this fine drink. They likely have not tasted such a treasure from you in ages." Chuckling at his old friend's delight, Flander replied, "Well, you haven't yet shared the entirety of your first matter, have you? The night is deep. Let us conclude swiftly so you may rest." At this, Li Yusong's smile vanished. He gently placed his glass down, letting out a sigh. Flander, do you ever ponder if we have erred over these past 2 decades? What do you mean? What have we done wrong?" Li Yusong's sudden inquiry left Flander momentarily befuddled, unsure of what he was referring to. Li Yusong rose and approached the window, gazing into the star-studded night sky as he murmured, "Our academy has been established for 20 years, originally aimed at nurturing prodigies. Counting today's 2 students, we have admitted a total of 64 individuals over these 2 decades. Yet, only 14 have truly graduated. Indeed, does this not seem amiss?" Flander joined him at the window, reflecting on the students who had not graduated, those who had failed to reach the 40th rank before turning 20 or had perished during soul beast hunts. These students were either hindered by their innate abilities or ill-fated, and thus, they were not deserving of graduation. "We seek geniuses, prodigies, not." "Flander," Li Yusong interrupted loudly. "I ask you, do you remember the original intent behind establishing this academy? I am the Dean of Shrek. How could I forget? I brought you all to the Balik Kingdom, to the Soto City, with the hope of creating the finest Soul Master Academy on the continent. But have we truly succeeded?" Li Yusong's countenance grew impassioned. Counting on his fingers, 12 years ago, there was a boy named Blake, who, like Dai Mubai, possessed innate 9th-rank talent. He hailed from humble beginnings, yet he reached the rank of Soul Master just 2 months later than Dai Mubai. and how hard he worked, breaking through to the 40th rank at the age of 17 in 2 months. And what was the outcome? You and I took him to the Stardow Forest to hunt for soul rings, miscalculating the age of the soul beast, such a promising child, and just like that, he was lost. That was merely misfortune. Flander countered. Is it rare for such miscalculations to happen? Which academy has not encountered similar incidents? Fine, let it be misfortune. Li Yusong continued, counting another finger. 9 years ago, 2 students named Zhang Guowei and Wang Yu, both honest and kind-hearted children. One day, Zhao Wujie took them out for training, where they encountered members of the Lanning family from Quick City, who were abducting women. Zhao Wujie invoked your words, stating that those who do not dare to provoke trouble are mediocre, urging them to intervene. They indeed triumphed, but when the semester ended and they returned home, they were murdered on the way. That was an act of bravery, a glorious death. Nonsense. Li Yusong retorted, they were still students. It was you who urged them to act. The Lanning family had at most a single soul king among them, posing no real threat to us teachers. Yet, they did a good deed, and we, as their instructors, failed to be vigilant against potential retaliation, leaving them to meet their end in the prime of their youth. Their bodies left to rot in the wilderness. Is this the duty of a teacher? Flander fell silent. I am not fond of spoilers. Yet I must issue a gentle warning to a portion of the readers. In other fanfiction of Douluo, the early portrayal of Shrek Academy is often largely positive. However, as Master San Shui's reputation declined, Shrek Academy transformed into a negative image, where the protagonist merely sought to recruit the 3 beauties of Shrek. In this narrative, you shall encounter a different Shrek. This is not a mere attempt at redemption, for this work is simply a secondary creation. My intention is to craft a tale within the reasonable confines of the established world. A different Shrek does not refer to the Academy itself, but rather to the individuals within it. Their story may not unfold prominently in the early to mid-stages, yet they shall partake in a significant event later on, with some foreshadowing already laid out for you to ponder. No prizes for guessing, Li Yusong wished to continue his tirade. But each recollection of those unforeseen events struck a painful chord in his heart. Let us not dwell on those matters. Today is about enrollment. And the first child to register surpassed the age limit of 13. The child's father bore no anger. He merely sought to reclaim the registration fee in a subdued manner. And I resorted to my usual methods to send them away. Yet, a young lad stepped forward, vocally demanding a refund. His soul power hovered around the 32nd level, approximately 5 levels below Daimubai, yet he emerged victorious. Initially, I suspected he was a troublemaker from another academy and summoned the Dragon Pattern staff to teach him a lesson. However, he stated that should I strike him, it would be worth it for them to reclaim their hard-earned money. Flander, you understand what I wish to convey, do you not? The conversation led back to events from 34 years ago. Indeed, it has been 34 years, how the world has changed. 34 years ago, Flander was 20, and Li Yusong was 29. At that time, he had just graduated from the Hagen-Das Advanced Soul Master Academy, eager to venture into the world. And the first brother he met was Li Yusong. In the kingdom of Sylvis, they became acquainted with the eldest of their brotherhood, Lu Qibin, who, along with Li Yusong, took great care of Flander, always yielding to him. Subsequently, Flander fell into conflict with a group of young ruffians, injuring several of them severely, and fled to Sylvis City. Naturally, the families of those ruffians sought him out, surrounding him, but Lu Qibin and Li Yusong stepped forward, taking upon themselves all the blame. Flander emerged unscathed. While they were left battered, Flander questioned their motives. Li Yusong remained silent, but Lu Qibin replied, if you regard me as a brother, I shall treat you as a younger sibling. As the elder, it is my duty to protect you. Your actions against those ruffians were justified. How could one be punished for doing what is right? If I endure this beating so that you may continue to uphold your sense of justice, it is worth it. Deeply remorseful, Flander sought medical help for them, encountering Xiao Xian, who possessed a candy bean martial soul in the kingdom of Balak. Under Xiao Xian's care, Lu Qibin and Li Yusong's lives were spared, though their cultivation speed was impeded, possibly forever hindering their ascension to Soul Sage. Now at 54, Flander stands as a Soul Sage of level 78. Li Yusong, at 63, has only reached level 33, and Lu Qibin, at 70, possesses merely level 66. The other 2 instructors at the academy include Xiao Xian, aged 53, a Soul Sage of level 71, and the youngest, Zhao Wuji, at 49, who has already attained level 76, surpassing even Flander's achievements at that age. Li Yusong raised his glass and drank deeply, saying, we have been brothers for decades. We can read each other's thoughts with a mere glance. Flander, Old Liu and I are in our 60s and 70s. We do not wish to continue the turmoil. We have lingered in Balak for so long, seldom returning home. I yearn for home. Song-gu, How rare it is for you to call me Song-gu, Li Yusong remarked, producing an envelope handed to him by a child earlier that day. This is the second matter that brings me here. A child came earlier with a letter from his teacher for you. Do take a good look. With that, Li Yusong placed the envelope gently on the desk and departed with heavy steps. Flander leaned against the windowsill, watching as Li Yusong's figure gradually faded into the darkness. After a long while, he let out a soft sigh, pondering whether he had truly erred over the past 20 years. Turning back, he noticed the envelope Li Yusong had left on the desk. Flander's martial soul was that of the four-eyed cat eagle, endowing him with exceptional eyesight. He clearly saw 7 characters inscribed on the envelope, to my brother Flander. Among those he knew, even Li Yusong and Lu Qibin, with whom he had shared decades of acquaintance, would never address him in such a manner. Could it be? Flander's form flickered as he swiftly seized the envelope from the desk. The handwriting was unmistakably familiar. It was indeed him. After 20 years, elder brother, you have finally. The envelope was large and thick. Flander carefully opened it, discovering numerous letters inside. Upon counting, there were precisely 20. He began to unfold and read them one by one. March 9th. 2624 to my brother. I have heard of your plans to establish a Soul Master Academy in the Kingdom of Balak, riding the wave of this era of peace. I trust your initial endeavors will be quite smooth. You mentioned creating the finest Soul Master Academy on the continent and pursuing an elite path. I refrain from shattering your illusions, for perfection is an unattainable ideal. A teacher is one who imparts knowledge and enlightens others. I have been engaged in education for 24 years, witnessing numerous ambitious young souls, yet all have inevitably been tempered by time. I can candidly share with you that I have never regarded becoming a renowned scholar as a source of pride. Rather than seeking fame, my true calling lies in nurturing every earnest student who approaches me and guiding every sound-minded mentee, thereby fulfilling the essence of a teacher. February 15th. 2625 to my brother. I have sent 2 boxes of books to you, and signed. Yet I trust you will recognize my handiwork upon opening them. The boxes are crafted from 300-year-old Borno spruce, ensuring the contents remain unspoiled for a century. Please preserve them with care. The knowledge contained within is quite intricate. You have loathed reading since childhood. If you are unwilling, feel free to pass them to Qibin, who possesses great patience. Teaching and nurturing are inseparable. All I can offer you are these tomes. The weather in Barmington has unexpectedly turned warm, with a southeastern wind carrying dust, reminiscent of springtime in Tiando City. June 30th, 2636 to my brother. I recently visited Borno, initially to uncover the secrets of the legendary Laker tribe. I encountered Kratos' brother, Ateris, who surprisingly awakened his martial soul after 40 years of waiting. There is now a glimmer of hope. Beside Ateris stood a child named Oscar, possessing a food-based martial soul and an innate full soul power, an unprecedented phenomenon. In the past, I would have directly sent him to you. However, now that there is an opportunity to explore the secrets of the Laker tribe, I must apologize to you. August 6th, 2644 Dear brother, this marks my 20th letter. For 2 decades, I have penned a letter each year. Yet they have remained by my side, never sent. In recent years, my health has deteriorated, and fearing that my days may be numbered, I must remain resolute for the sake of protecting Frezer and to one day witness the mysteries of Laker. The continent has enjoyed peace for 20 years. Yet undercurrents have surged in recent times. The colossal empire of Tiando faces deep-rooted ailments that can only be cured through radical transformation. The martial spirit of Xinglua flourishes, yet is restrained by surrounding territories. A drastic remedy is still feasible. The martial Soul Hall, with its long-standing heritage, has expanded its influence, and conflicts with the 2 great empires are becoming increasingly evident. Within the next decade, a significant upheaval is likely. The day Frezer returns from Tiando will coincide with a shift in the dominion of Häagen-Dazs. You and I were both beneficiaries of the Frezer family in our youth. It is imperative that we do not neglect our debts from the past. I hope you ponder this well. Your brother awaits your return at home. Do not reply to this letter. Remember, 057 Night Talk in the Palace in the Tiando City Palace, within the Governance Hall. Xueqing has stood respectfully with his head slightly bowed. Opposite him, Emperor Shui Yi of the Tiando Empire was reviewing official documents. After a gentle glance at the sky, Xueqing has stepped forward, suggesting, Father, the night is deep. It would be wise to retire early for the sake of your health. Shui Yi lifted his head, glanced at the time, and then at the stack of unresolved documents on the table, feeling a sudden headache. The maid standing nearby immediately approached to massage his temples. Relieved, Shui leaned back against the soft cushion of the throne, enjoying the massage as he remarked, "Qinghe, you are now 24. It is time to consider marriage. There are many virtuous ladies in Tiando City. If you have a lady in mind, you may inform me. As long as her family background is commendable, I shall not be a cold-hearted father." This unexpected mention of marriage caught Shui Qinghe off guard, causing him to stammer, "Father, I have recently been studying hydrology with Master Zhang and plan to observe water conditions in the Northyu province soon. Perhaps we can discuss this matter upon my return to Tiando City." Shui slightly opened his eyes, displeased, and said, "I asked if you have a lady in mind. Why do you divert the topic? Your younger brother, Shui Bong, if not for his sense of propriety, would have already brought back a grandchild from outside the palace. As the royal heir, you must understand when to take action. Do you comprehend?" Feeling chastised, Shui Qinghe lowered his head, replying, "Yes, I understand." Emperor Shui stroked his beard, stating, "Since you have no particular lady in mind, allow me to consider a suitable match for you. The daughter of Ning Fingji. The leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong, would be an excellent choice. She is naturally beautiful and possesses a gentle charm." "How old is she now?" "She is 12 years old," Shui Qinghe replied. "Rongrong was born on February 19th, 323, and has just turned 12 and a half. Emperor Shui pointed at Shui Qinghe, smiling, "Look, you have been apprenticed to Master Ning. You know her well. Although she is young, her noble lineage makes her an ideal candidate. If it were her, you could wait a couple of years and establish an engagement. But what?" Emperor Shui narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing his son's expression. Shui Qinghe hesitated, still looking down, and said, "While the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is indeed a wealthy institution and Rongrong is an excellent choice, wouldn't this elevate their status too much?" Upon hearing his son's words, Emperor Shui's previously furrowed brows relaxed slightly, his gaze softening. Yet he admonished, "If Master Ning hears you speak thus, she will rebuke you for disrespecting your teacher. I see you have no genuine interest in Rongrong, merely fabricating excuses." Shui Qinghe humbly accepted the criticism, his shoulders slightly slumping with a hint of trepidation as he replied, "Father's teachings are just. I should not have spoken in such a manner." "Indeed." Emperor Shui placed his hand down, lightly tapping the table before inquiring, "What of the young lady named Yu Tianjiao from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? She is 28. What do you think?" Shui Qinghe responded, "I have met her, though she is a lady of distinction, known for her beauty. Her fiery temperament may pose challenges for a harmonious household. There is a girl from the Water Academy named Shui Binger, who is quite renowned," he added. "I have heard of her," Shui Qinghe continued. "It is said she possesses extraordinary beauty and demeanor. However, she has already rejected numerous suitors from noble families, as she desires a partner capable of besting her in combat. You are aware of my circumstances, father." Emperor Shui frowned once more, mentioning another name. "What of Lady Marina, the second daughter of Count Miles? She studies at the Tiando Royal Academy. Have you seen her?" Shui Qinghe replied, "The second daughter is charming and graceful, yet her reputation leaves much to be desired." "Leaves much to be desired?" Shui Qinghe looked up, gauging Emperor Shui's mood, and cautiously added, "I have heard rumors. It seems Marina was seen entering and exiting the Moon Pavilion with Shuebing some time ago, subsequently entering the same hotel." "Foolish child." Emperor Shui exploded with anger, slamming his palm onto the desk. The 2 maidservants behind him gasped and knelt, while Shui Qinghe immediately followed suit, anxiously looking towards Emperor Shui, exclaiming, "Father, please calm your anger. I should not have provoked you. If I were to upset you over such trivial matters, I would deserve death." Coughing a few times, Emperor Shui took a sip of tea to soothe his agitation, then waved his hand, saying, "Rise, rise. Kneeling at every turn is unbecoming of an heir to the empire." "Yes," Shui Qinghe complied, standing once more in respectful posture. "In a few days, I shall arrange for you to meet a young lady. She is the legitimate granddaughter of the former king of Haagen-Dazs, said to possess exceptional beauty and grace, along with considerable talent for cultivation. She is currently on her way to Tiando City. Prepare yourself accordingly. As for your observations on water conditions, set that aside for now." With the conversation reaching this point, Shui Qinghe found it difficult to counter, merely responding, "Yes, I understand." Emperor Shui waved his hand, "Very well. You may return and rest. Remember my words. I take my leave." Shui Qinghe bowed. Shui Qinghe deeply bowed to the Snow Knight Emperor, first retreating 3 steps in reverse before turning to walk towards the palace exit. Observing the departing figure of Shui Qinghe, the Snow Knight Emperor let out a soft sigh. lamenting the incessant worries he faced. He then resumed his work, taking up a vermilion brush to review the memorials within the vast hall of governance. Only a few individuals present, the occasional sound of light coughs echoing through the air. In the midnight hour, within the eastern palace garden, Xue Qinghe received a pouch of incense and a package of fragrant spices from a subordinate clad in black. "Did she send this?" he inquired. "Indeed," the cloaked figure responded. "Her Holiness the Pope stated that this spice, when burned alone, is harmless and can calm the mind and spirit. However, if this pouch is present in the same room as burning tobacco, it will generate a chronic toxin, colorless and odorless, exceedingly difficult to detect. Exceedingly difficult to detect. Which implies potential," Xue Qinghe mused absent-mindedly, playing with the exquisite pouch while recalling an elderly man with green hair. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. That old fellow was ultimately a free agent, merely indebted to his uncle, Prince Xuexing. Should the time prove opportune, even if that elder were to discover it, it would be of no consequence. This item, I shall utilize when the moment is ripe. Securing the pouch and spices, Xue Qinghe addressed the cloaked figure. "For years ago, when you dispatched someone to gather information on H. Agendas, was there a girl named Fraser accompanying the boy named Oscar?" The cloaked figure nodded affirmatively. "Yes. She is the legitimate granddaughter of the former king of H. Agendas. Due to her status, our agents focus their attention on her. Let us conclude for today. You ought to rest now. Please deliver her information tomorrow," Xue Qinghe instructed as he made his way to his chambers. The cloaked figure bowed to Xue Qinghe's retreating silhouette before vanishing into the shadows. As for Oscar and his companions, following their meditation in Ateris, they embarked on their journey back to Soto City. "Ning Rongrong, are you truly coming with us?" Oscar asked. "Yes. Why?" Ning Rongrong replied, bouncing with a light step. "Carefree and untroubled. I came out to have fun. It matters not where we go, as long as it is entertaining." Ateris remarked. "So you find us amusing?" Although he had long recognized Ning Rongrong and was aware of the little witch's true nature, he pretended as though they were meeting for the first time. However, Ning Rongrong evaded Ateris's query, instead bouncing over to Zhu Qing and Fraser, whispering, "Miss Zhu, your figure is simply exquisite. Could you share your secret?" Zhu Qing maintained her stoic demeanor, yet she found no aversion to the quirky Ning Rongrong, who had previously clashed with Dai Mubai. She merely responded with a hint of indifference, "I'm not sure, perhaps it's natural." Upon hearing Zhu Qing's response, Ning Rongrong glanced at her modestly developed form, then at Zhu's impressive curves, and felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. After a brief moment of contemplation, she stubbornly muttered, "That's all right. I'm still young. In a couple of years, I will surely catch up to you." Fraser, observing the three boys ahead, seized the opportunity to candidly state, "You might catch up to me. But as for Zhu Qing, you may want to reconsider your ambitions." "Really? I don't believe it," she retorted. Fraser, concerned that the boys might overhear, leaned closer to Ning Rongrong and inquired, "What is your birth date?" Ning Rongrong replied softly, "The year 2632, February 29th. I've just turned 12 and a half. So I still have room to grow." Fraser gestured subtly towards Zhu Qing, who, slightly embarrassed, said, "I was born on April 12th. Ning Rongrong, not yet grasping the gravity of the situation, cheerfully waved her small fist, declaring, "That means I'm still 10 months younger than you. My potential for growth is substantial." However, Zhu Qing stifled a laugh and delivered a thunderous revelation. "I was born in 2632 as well, just a month and a half later." Ning Rongrong was left utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Ateris noticed that Oscar always seemed to be fixated on what was happening behind him, turning around precisely when Ning Rongrong's tinkling laughter echoed. It was obvious to Ateris what was on his mind. "Hey, little Oscar," Ateris nudged Oscar's shoulder and teased, "Our charming Oscar, could it be that you're smitten?" Oscar scratched his head, replying earnestly, "I just think she is quite adorable, with such a lovely personality, so lively and cheerful." "Oh?" Ateris pulled him in closer, admonishing, "Have you forgotten how she berated Dai Mubai? Do you still find that endearing?" Oscar swatted Ateris's hand away, exclaiming, "What do you know? That's called being genuine. I've encountered countless ladies in Birmingham, but I know all too well what lies beneath their polished exteriors. They pursue me with ulterior motives, lacking authenticity. But Ning Rongrong is refreshingly candid, charming, and sincere." Upon hearing this, Ateris sniffed, contemplating how far they still had to go, as the true essence of his little sorceress had yet to be revealed. Nevertheless, he was genuinely surprised that Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong had joined their ranks. This alteration had significantly shifted the timeline, rendering future events even more unpredictable. Presently, only 4 members remained at Shrek Academy. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Daimobai, and Ma Hongjun. With Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong absent, they were unable to assemble the requisite 7-member Soul Master team. It remained uncertain whether they would encounter the Imperial Battle Team again. Had Tang San not forged a grievance with the enigmatic Du Guyin of that team, he might never have been captured by Du Gubo. Du Guyin was indeed a pivotal figure. Ateris had long coveted the treasures hidden within the Eye of Ice and Fire, yet during his time in Häagen-Dazs, he could only indulge in his fantasies. Now that he had arrived in the heavenly and enrolled in the Royal Academy of Heaven, he felt compelled to seize the opportunity. The whereabouts of Du Gubo were beyond the grasp of a mere soul master of his caliber. Yet he could not afford to wait until he attained the rank of Soul Emperor or even Soul Sage to seek an audience with Du Gubo. By then, the opportunity would be lost. Thus, Du Guyin became his singular chance to access the Eye of Ice and Fire. Initially, he had contemplated employing Oscar for a charming ruse, but it seemed he had to abandon that notion. Oscar was his brother, and if he had indeed developed feelings for Ning Rongrong as before, Ateris would undoubtedly assist him in pursuing her. The bonds of friendship among girls can be intricate or straightforward. Freya, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong hailed from distinguished lineages, one a countess of the kingdom, another the youngest daughter of a duke, and the third the legitimate daughter of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect's leader. Their noble backgrounds provided ample topics for conversation. Upon returning to Soto City, the 3 young ladies were allowed to rest at the hotel while the young men retrieved their carriage and rented another one from the livery. As young soul masters of the Soul Master rank, the proprietor of the livery was most accommodating, having previously rented them a delicate carriage suitable for ladies, with only a minimal deposit required. Upon their return to the Rose Hotel, the 3 girls admired the carriage, which was adorned in a soft golden hue. Finding it much more appealing than the previous one, which could only be described as lacking in aesthetic charm, Oscar gallantly volunteered to drive the carriage for the girls. Over the years, Ateris had consistently urged him to hone his skills, despite his lack of prowess against combat soul masters due to his martial spirit. He had diligently developed his escape techniques. Regardless of the type of soul master, the energy of their soul power nourished their bodies, rendering even support-type soul masters far superior in physical capabilities compared to ordinary individuals devoid of soul power. With Oscar's current soul power at level 31, he could effortlessly secure the title of World Long-Distance Running Champion on Blue Star, outpacing his competitors by a significant margin. In early June, after Leonid had aided Oscar in acquiring his 3rd soul ring, Ateris took him on a 10-kilometer run. To everyone's astonishment, Oscar completed it in under 20 minutes. A feat that would surely elicit exclamations of invincibility from Chepchich. In addition to long-distance running, equestrian skills were also essential. On the Douluo continent, one could find both ordinary horses and tamed spirit beasts, the latter boasting sprinting speeds that far exceeded those of lower-ranked soul masters, with some breeds exhibiting endurance comparable to trained soul masters of the same level. Thus, when circumstances permitted, it was wise to ride rather than run on foot. Of course, when it came to fleeing, Oscar's 3rd soul skill was truly exceptional. Ateris had a vivid impression of Oscar from the original story, recalling that his original 3rd soul skill, the flying mushroom sausage, allowed him to soar at the speed of a windtail coxcomb snake for a duration of 1 minute, covering a distance of 2,000 meters or more. If we assume a distance of 2,000 meters, that translates to approximately 120 kilometers per hour. If we consider 2,500 meters, it would be nearly 150 kilometers per hour, akin to the speed of suburban bullet trains, not particularly fast. As they departed Soto City, which prohibited flying, unless one was a soul sage or stronger, anyone attempting to take flight would inevitably be targeted by several crossbows stationed within the city, a formidable deterrent even for a level 50 defensive soul master. After traveling 5 miles north toward the Sylvis Kingdom, Ateris could no longer contain his impatience. "Old Liu, take the reins," he declared, tossing the reins to Liu Yin. He then called out to Oscar, who was driving alongside him. "Little Oscar, pass me a sausage. I wish to soar." Oscar surveyed the open road ahead, untroubled by any potential misbehavior from the horses. He recited the incantation for his soul skill, Rapid Flight Mushroom Sausage. Upon completion, Oscar's complexion paled as a peculiar sausage, approximately 5 centimeters long and resembling a mushroom, materialized in his hand, adorned with a pair of translucent wings on either side. "Ari, I expended triple the soul power on this mushroom sausage. It can last for 3 minutes. Here it goes." Oscar tossed the mushroom sausage, and Ateris deftly caught it, promptly consuming it. As the soul power within the mushroom sausage coursed through his limbs, Ateris bent his knees and leapt forward. The moment he consumed the mushroom sausage and experienced the sensation of flight, he felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. It was a truly ethereal feeling, transcending the constraints of the earth, as if he had merged with the air itself, becoming one with the wind. Streamlined wings unfurled from his back, and with a gentle flap, he ascended into the sky, defying gravity. Freya leaned out of the carriage window, calling to Ateris, "Don't fly too far. Be careful not to get lost." The two girls behind her leaned in closer, with Zhu Zhuqing maintaining her usual calm demeanor, though a glimmer of envy flickered in her eyes as she beheld Ateris soaring above. Ning Rongrong, however, was brimming with excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, what magnificent wings! Fly higher so I can see." As Ateris heard Ning Rongrong calling out to him, a thought suddenly struck him. He waved at her and said, "Hey, Ning Rongrong, speed me up." In her excitement, Ning Rongrong, without a second thought, summoned her 7-treasure glazed tower. The second soul ring radiated with brilliance as she chanted, "7 treasures are renowned, the second is speed." A beam of colorful light surged into Ateris's body, and he immediately felt the wings, formed by soul power and connected to his back, beating with greater vigor. With a flicker of his mind, he soared into the sky. This third soul skill had been carefully selected by Leonid after much contemplation. Their small team lacked agile attack-type soul masters, which rendered them somewhat immobile. Thus, he believed that Oscar's third soul skill should focus on enhancing speed. Numerous soul beasts across the continent were famed for their swiftness, and within the territory of Häagen-Dazs, there existed a particularly renowned soul beast that aligned perfectly with Leonid's vision, the bald eagle. The bald eagle is a unique avian soul beast native to Häagen-Dazs, residing on the steep cliffs of the northern mountain ranges that meet the sea. Soul beasts capable of flight are notoriously difficult to hunt, and generally, aerial soul skills are seldom derived from soul beasts with a power level below 10,000 years. However, this does not imply that opportunities are entirely absent. The soul rings produced by soul beasts must be compatible with the soul master's martial souls. Likewise, the soul skills acquired from soul rings of different types of soul beasts can vary significantly. In Leonid's observations, the bald eagle's speed, in terms of its flying ability, ranks second only to that of the swiftlet, and its diving speed while hunting is the fastest he has observed among all soul beasts. 12 years prior, Leonid witnessed a 10,000-year-old bald eagle hunt a swiftlet nearing the same age, while the flight speed of the 10,000-year-old bald eagle seemed to match that of the swiftlet. Their combat capabilities were not on the same level, allowing the swiftlet to be relentlessly pursued throughout the encounter. When the swiftlet's stamina was nearly depleted, the bald eagle unleashed its lethal move, the death dive. Leonid described this moment vividly. During the dive, a powerful shockwave was generated, the deafening roar resonated in his ears, akin to the air being explosively shattered, intense and piercing. After Leonid's narration, Ateris introduced the term sonic boom, which Leonid found quite fitting, and thus the term was officially recorded. Given the occurrence of a sonic boom, it was highly probable that the diving speed of the 10,000-year-old bald eagle exceeded the speed of sound, 340 meters per second, or 1,224 kilometers per hour. While the 1,000-year-old bald eagle's speed could not rival that of its 10,000-year counterpart, Oscar's third soul skill proved remarkably effective. He had conducted tests and found that within 10 seconds, his flight distance reached approximately 1 kilometer. Although this data was not precise, due to the current technological limitations of Douluo continent, it was sufficient to derive a rough estimate, 360 kilometers per hour, thoroughly surpassing that of the wind-tail coiling snake. With this velocity combined with the assistance of the 7-treasure glazed tower, it was akin to taking off into the skies. As he felt the wind howling past him, the intense air currents generated during his ascent made it difficult for Ateris to keep his eyes open. However, having experienced the effects of flight before, he knew how to navigate this phenomenon. He summoned his spear and shield, concentrating his soul power at the tip of the spear, positioning it forward. Under Ateris's meticulous control of his soul power, the fierce wind ceased to obstruct his vision, revealing the vast world before him. Below, the immediate plain stretched endlessly, a boundless expanse of verdant green extending to the horizon. The hottest part of the day had passed, and the farmers had returned to their fields to resume their labor. Atrides relished the sight before him, especially when viewed from above, as it possessed a unique charm. Gradually, he became captivated by the vibrant tapestry of activity below, shifting his focus from the exhilarating rush of swift flight to a serene glide through the air, allowing himself to immerse in the beloved scene of agricultural toil. It was not merely one farmer who glanced up to behold Atrides soaring above. Rather, farmers gathered in groups, some kneeling in reverent prayer to the aerial figure. while others conferred with friends and family, pondering the origins of this formidable soul master. Ateris did not wish to disturb their toil. Though he felt a lingering attachment to this pastoral tableau, he ultimately took flight. In the southern region of the Barak Kingdom, stretching from the Yakisa Pass to the Tianling mountain range, lies the renowned granary of the continent, Lima Plain. Yet, in the days to come, this land will be trampled by countless armies, its fields ravaged, ditches filled, and able-bodied men conscripted into labor. Women, children, and the frail will find it increasingly difficult to survive. In that absurd war, regardless of which side prevails, all are pitiable, expendable victims, perpetually at risk of being forsaken. No one heeds their desires, nor do they value their lives. All they can do is pray for the chance to endure. Every word inscribed in the annals of history is written in their blood, yet their names will dissipate like the fleeting wind, forgotten in the endless river of time. Ateris tightened his grip on the lance, a surge of blood coursing through him, as his thoughts traversed a decade into the future. Entirely oblivious to the fact that the tip of the lance had been ignited by his will. Heavenly Do Royal Academy, Part 1. Oh my, how fast he flies! Ning Rongrong exclaimed, watching Ateris's swift departure, her astonishment palpable. Could this truly be the effect of a third soul skill? During their journey back to Soto City from Shrek Academy, she had gleaned some initial understanding of Oscar, recognizing him as an unprecedented innate food system soul master endowed with full soul power. Yet, as the possessor of the illustrious 7 treasures glazed tile, she held an air of pride, but upon witnessing Oscar's third soul skill, she was genuinely astounded. Flying-type soul skills are exceedingly rare. Unless one possesses a martial soul with innate flight capabilities, an auxiliary soul master would typically need to wait for a 10,000-year soul ring to acquire such a skill. Within the 7 treasures glazed sect, abundant resources on auxiliary abilities exist, yet Ning Rongrong had never heard of a soul master whose 1,000-year soul skill could grant flight, let alone at such remarkable speed. Receiving Ning Rongrong's praise, Oscar beamed with delight, exclaiming, "This soul skill derives from the second fastest flying soul beast, the bald eagle. Its effect allows for rapid flight for 1 minute. However, under my teacher's guidance, I learned to control the output of my soul power to extend the duration of the sausage's effect. The last sausage consumed 3 times the usual soul power, prolonging the flight duration to 3 minutes. Ning Rongrong was once again taken aback. Not only did the third soul skill exhibit flight capabilities, but the speed was astonishing. And at just 14 years of age, Oscar had already mastered the ability to manipulate soul power output to extend the duration of his soul skill. My teacher says I am still too young and lack sufficient control over my martial soul. He refers to the soul skills obtained from soul beasts as natural soul skills, which arise from the fusion of a martial soul's innate abilities with those of the soul beast during the absorption of the soul ring. However, soul masters should not confine themselves to the singular effects granted by soul rings. Rather, they can meditate to perceive the characteristics of the soul skills within the rings. Once one truly comprehends and penetrates this understanding, one can freely control the output of soul power to manipulate the duration or effects of the soul skill when releasing it. I have only recently acquired my third soul ring, so I am currently limited to controlling its duration. Perhaps with further meditation, I can alter the effects of the soul skill, allowing those who consume the flying mushroom sausage to achieve even greater flight speeds. Ning Rongrong fell silent, a welling sadness almost prompting tears. Oscar's talent was nothing short of extraordinary, and his teacher could undoubtedly be regarded as one of the continent's foremost masters of martial soul theory. Yet, her sorrow stemmed from the 7 treasures glazed tile. Renowned as the most illustrious auxiliary martial soul on the continent, boasts overwhelmingly powerful auxiliary capabilities. Each soul ring corresponds to an enhancement of attributes, with a minimum increase of 20%. From the moment a soul master begins their journey, every soul ring acquired by the 7 treasures glazed tile martial soul elevates their rank, with each ring's enhancement effect increasing by 10%. Upon reaching the soul sage realm, the cumulative enhancement reaches an unparalleled 80%. For auxiliary soul masters, even those lacking sufficient talent or strong teachers like Oscar's, the duration of their soul skills naturally increases with the growth of their soul power. This characteristic applies to the 7 treasures glazed tile martial soul. Yet the sect is far from satisfied. After many years of research, they have yet to discover a method to alter the duration or enhancement effects through the control of soul power output, as other auxiliary soul masters can. The duration of the enhancement effects of the 7 treasures glazed tile soul skills remains proportional to the level of soul power, incapable of being artificially increased or decreased. Nor can the enhancement effects be controlled. Heaven has granted the 7 treasures glazed tile incredible auxiliary capabilities, yet simultaneously imposed shackles upon it. Unchanging soul skill release, immutable skill effects, and an insurmountable barrier that prevents progress beyond level 80. Before meeting Oscar, Ning Rongrong believed that auxiliary soul masters were not particularly remarkable. Their martial soul quality and skill effects paled in comparison to the 7 treasures glazed tile. However, Oscar's presence completely transformed her understanding. A 14-year-old food system soul master was unprecedented, especially one possessing such remarkable learning capabilities and exceptional skill effects. Additionally, Ning Rongrong gently lifted the curtain, stealing a glance at Oscar's profile. Indeed, he was rather handsome. Upon turning back, she noticed Fraser and Zhu Zhuqing exchanging knowing smiles. Her ears flushing crimson as she hastily explained, I was just admiring the scenery ahead. Fraser could no longer contain his amusement. Linking arms with Zhu Zhuqing as he laughed, we didn't ask anything. Why does it feel like someone is trying to cover up something? Isn't that right, Zhuqing? He added. Zhu Zhuqing stifled her laughter, feigning seriousness as she replied, Indeed. At this, Ning Rongrong's ears were not the only things turning red. Her fair, delicate face was adorned with a rosy glow, making her all the more enchanting. Heavenly Do City, positioned at the heart of the northern continent, lies amidst the bountiful Heavenly Do Plains. 10 kilometers west of the main urban area of Heavenly Do City, 3 rivers converge, the Tianqing, Tianling, and the main stem of the Heavenly Do River, forming the longest and largest river on the Douluo continent. The incredibly convenient water transport, the expansive flat plains, the mild summers, and the scarce snow in winter have conspired to create the most prominent city in the Douluo continent, Heavenly Do City. The group's destination is the Heavenly Do Royal Academy, yet this renowned institution for advanced soul masters is not located within Heavenly Do City itself, but rather in the southeastern outskirts, 20 kilometers from the main urban area. The journey from Soto City to Heavenly Do City is relatively smooth, with the only challenging segment being the Jialing Pass located in the Tianling mountain range. Once they enter Silva City, they can truly gallop freely. However, despite this, the day of their arrival in Heavenly Do City has already reached September 15th, 14 days past the commencement of the academic year. The group dared not delay, bypassing Heavenly Do City altogether as they made their way directly towards the Heavenly Do Royal Academy. Ateris was well prepared, while Lu Yin remained as composed as ever, and Oscar began to question the meaning of life. Ning Rongrong, are you certain this is the place? Oscar inquired with a hint of confusion. Just moments ago, Ning Rongrong had claimed they had reached their destination, yet after observing their surroundings for some time, he could see no sign of the Tianshou Royal Academy nor any academic buildings. Ning Rongrong nodded with utmost certainty, stating, Indeed. I have visited the Tianshou Royal Academy several times. I am certain this is the location. However, Oscar exaggeratedly spread his arms wide, exclaiming, But this is clearly a mountain. Is that so strange? Ning Rongrong replied, extending her delicate fingers to gesture. The entire mountain is part of the Tianshou Royal Academy, including the forest behind and the lake at the foot of the mountain on the left. All of it belongs to the academy. Ateris gently patted Oscar's shoulder, remarking on his lack of diligence in studying. Master Leonid had indeed noted in the continental geography that the area of the Royal Academy of Tiando was a staggering 134 hectares. Oscar gulped in astonishment. Truly, it was the Royal Academy. As the autumn breeze had yet to arrive, the forest within the mountains remained lush and verdant. Walking along such a serene mountain path was undeniably refreshing. Ning Rongrong danced gracefully among the flowers like a butterfly, while Oscar's gaze remained fixated upon her, never wavering for an instant. By chance, their eyes met, creating ripples upon the surface of a tranquil lake, as a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, neither calm nor agitated, but perfectly balanced. After a short while, they arrived at the mountain gate, where the words Royal Academy of Tiando were inscribed in a robust and powerful script, undoubtedly crafted by skilled hands. Yet, this was merely the foot of the mountain. The main campus of the Royal Academy of Tiando was situated halfway up. Crossing through the mountain gate, one could truly appreciate the grandeur and wealth of the institution. The stone steps leading up the mountain, accompanied by intricately carved railings of white marble, were a sight to behold. Each step bore unique engravings of soul beasts, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. The cost of this path alone was astronomical. In Birmingham, the price of ordinary white marble railings averaged around 70 to 80 silver soul coins per meter, and it was inconceivable that the Royal Academy of Tiando would settle for anything less than the finest materials, ensuring that the stonemasons employed possessed unparalleled skill. Ateris knelt gracefully on one knee, gently caressing the intricately carved soul beast patterns on the stone steps, and mused softly. This magnificent alabaster mountain path. One can only wonder how many prodigies, noble lords, and esteemed scions have trodden upon it. Yet, beneath lies the uncounted bones and the blood that has flowed. Fraser fell silent immediately. Oscar also withdrew his gaze from Ning Rongrong, while Lu Yan maintained an expressionless demeanor, and Zhu Zhuqing observed Ateris's actions with a pensive look. Ning Rongrong turned back, puzzled, to regard the halted group. Do not dwell too much on it. Perhaps it is not as dire as you imagine. Fraser approached him and offered a gentle reassurance. I have always been inclined to presume the worst of the world's malevolence. Ateris rose, gazing at the winding mountain road ahead. The evils of the past remain unknown to us, yet I can only hope that when confronted with the evils of the future, I may possess the strength to uphold the goodness in my heart. With that, Ateris resolutely ascended, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the ground beneath his feet. Xueping, must you truly wait until next month to venture out? At a lookout on the mountainside, a stunningly beautiful woman, with an alluring figure, embraced a young man at the waist. He was adorned in opulent attire, his appearance commendable, yet his eyes were puffy and his complexion pallid, exuding the visage of one lost to indulgence. The young man named Xueping gently caressed his companion's slender waist, eliciting soft gasps from her, stirring the hearts of several men nearby, though they dared not fix their eyes upon such a captivating woman. Isn't it your fault, you enchantress? Xueping chuckled teasingly. I heard that my esteemed father, the emperor, has chosen a match for my elder brother the crown prince, and mentioned you as well. I wonder from where my brother heard this rumor and relayed the nature of our relationship to our father. Consequently, my formidable father has imposed a month-long confinement upon me, commanding me to remain here and cultivate diligently. Oh dear, the woman exclaimed, twisting in Xueping's embrace, so I have a chance to become the crown princess. Had I known this, I would not have sought you out. Xueping inhaled sharply, feeling an ignited desire within him. Yet he dared not act recklessly so close to the academy gates. Although he could not indulge in overt actions, he could still engage in intimate whispers. His hands roamed across her form, seeking satisfaction. The woman, overwhelmed by his caresses, pushed him away and stepped to the railing of the lookout to gaze down the mountainside. Look, she exclaimed, pointing at several figures ascending the trail. Xuepeng, see those individuals coming up? Marina, you beguiling creature. Xuepeng approached, leaning close to her ear, whispering, I cannot leave the academy now. Do you wish for me to err? Oh, Marina turned to him, her expression one of feigned innocence. I merely hope to help you find a diversion. Among those 6 climbing, there are 3 young ladies, each a vision of beauty. One of them possesses a figure that I envy greatly. Do you not wish to experience that? Xuepeng smiled knowingly and tenderly brushed his fingers across Marina's cheek, gazing into her eyes. Truly, your keen sight rivals that of an eagle. Even from such a distance, you perceive clearly. In that case, let us go and take a look. With a flirtatious smile, Marina adjusted Xueping's attire and linked her arm with his, calling to their companions as they descended the lookout tower towards the mountainside. Shortly after their departure, 2 figures emerged from the academy gates. One was a tall, middle-aged man clad in silver attire, with prominent brows and eyes, walking with his hands clasped behind him. Beside him was a young man, around 24 or 25, tall and dressed in a beige robe, possessing a dignified countenance. The middle-aged man discreetly glanced at the young man beside him and remarked loudly, The crown prince exhibits remarkable magnanimity, unexpectedly interceding on Xueping's behalf. I am truly impressed. Xueping, with an elegant smile, replied, After all, he is my brother. He has remained confined for half a month. If he is not allowed to descend soon, who knows what mischief he might conjure. After such a lengthy confinement, it is only right to allow him to breathe the fresh air. However, the middle-aged man cautiously interjected, given Xueping's mischievous nature, it is unlikely he will appreciate the crown prince's kindness. Xueping replied nonchalantly, Teacher's son, there are certain actions one must undertake, even when aware that they may be met with indifference. It is not merely about the action itself, but rather because someone wishes to see me take that action. Do you understand? Sun fell silent, refraining from further commentary, and deliberately slowed his pace to allow Xueping to lead the way. Hey, stop. Stand still. Who are you? As they reached a slightly broader section of the path, the group was halted. As Ateris ascended the mountain, he lifted his gaze for the first time, only to encounter a group of youths, approximately 18 or 19 years of age, obstructing their path, clad in bespoke garments of a delicate yellow hue, each adorned with an embroidered swan, wings outstretched and head held high. It became evident that these were the uniforms of the Royal Academy of Tiando. and the individuals before him were students of that esteemed institution. Among the crowd, 7 young men and 1 young woman stood, and from their midst, a commanding young man emerged, embracing a captivatingly beautiful woman. With an air of arrogance, he declared, "I ask you, why do you remain silent? Are all 6 of you mute?" Ateris felt a wave of darkness wash over him, and, with a resigned tone, replied, "We hail from the kingdom of Häagen-Dazs, and we are fresh arrivals this year." Fresh arrivals? Xue Peng's gaze swept over the tall and striking Zhu Qing, causing him to pause, licking his lips as he remarked, "Indeed quite new. One can easily discern the original quality, quite commendable." Yet, in the next moment, Xue Peng's line of sight was obstructed by the imposing figure of Lu Yan, a man of few words yet fierce demeanor. He looked down at Xue Peng, who was dwarfed by his stature, and grumbled, "I detest those with loose tongues. Speak again with disrespect, and I shall shatter your teeth." Xue Peng scrutinized Lu Yan for a moment, then cast his gaze upon the attire of the others, a smirk gracing his lips. "Within the esteemed Tiando Royal Academy, we have seen students from the kingdom of Häagen-Dazs. However, none are as wretchedly dressed as you lot. You cannot be new students. You must be beggars from some dilapidated academy." With that, laughter erupted among Xue Peng's companions. Although aware that Xue Peng's words were intentionally exaggerated, it was undeniable that Ateris and his companions did not make a favorable impression on these obstinate scions. He, Oscar, and Lu Yin were clad in remarkably simple garb. Especially Lu Yin, who perpetually donned a burlap vest due to his affinity for blacksmithing. Although Fraser was a count, his prolonged association with Ateris had rendered him averse to ostentatious attire. Zhu Zhuqing's form-fitting outfit revealed little about her, and as for Ning Rongrong, her shorter stature was further obscured by the towering Lu Yan, leaving Xue Peng and his peers oblivious to her presence. One must not judge by appearances. The ocean's depths cannot be measured by mere fathoms. Ateris gently urged Lu Yan to step back, then met Xue Peng's disdainful gaze with poise. "Our attire may be humble, hardly fit for grand occasions, yet our aspirations are lofty. In pursuit of knowledge, what shame is there in our appearance?" Ateris retrieved 4 small booklets from his storage soul guide and opened them one by one. These were the enrollment certificates awarded to us after the rigorous assessment conducted by Su Butai, the Deputy Director of Teaching and a distinguished teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy, who had personally traveled to the Häagen-Dazs kingdom for this purpose. The mention of Su Butai's name immediately stiffened Xue Peng's expression. Within the Tiando Royal Academy, both faculty and students are categorized into 3 tiers, Tianwei, Tianji, and Tiando, each corresponding to varying levels of soul power. Students who have not completed 6 months with soul power below level 25 are classified as Tianwei. Those with soul power ranging from 25 to 35 belong to Tianji, and those exceeding 35 are recognized as Tiando. Among the faculty, those at the 4-ring soul master level are classified as Tianwei, 5-ring soul kings as Tianji, and 6-ring soul emperors and above as Tiando. Aside from the 3 soul Douluo level committee members, the Tiando Royal Academy boasts 8 Tiando level teachers, showcasing an exceptionally robust faculty. The teacher Su Butai, referred to by the black-haired youth, is a formidable soul saint of the agility attack system, ranked 3rd beneath the committee, holding a prestigious position. At this moment, Xue Peng felt a twinge of regret. While causing trouble was one thing, the fact that these young individuals had received recognition from the Tiando level teacher Su Butai implied that their talents were undoubtedly remarkable, especially since Su Butai had personally gone to the Häagen-Dazs kingdom for their certification. It was hard to believe they lacked any background. Just then, Marina spoke up beside him. "You clearly have 4 enrollment certificates, yet there are 6 individuals here? Your Highness, I suspect these certificates may be forgeries." Xue Peng's eyes lit up, his serious demeanor fleeting as he reverted to his arrogant stance. He retorted coldly, "Humph. This is the Tiando Royal Academy. How dare you deceitful scoundrels think you can get away with such trickery?" His entourage of young nobles, eager for a confrontation, appeared ready to act at a moment's notice upon Xue Peng's command. "Xue Peng, open your eyes and see who I am." The fiery little witch Ning Rongrong could hardly tolerate such indignity. Shoving past Oscar, she positioned herself beside Ateris, hands on her hips, glaring at Xue Peng. "I stand right here. Let us see if you dare to make a move." Ning Rongrong? The young nobles of Tiando City were well aware of this little witch, and despite Xue Peng's status as a prince, he had been on the receiving end of her antics many times before. However, with tension in the air, he felt compelled to act. Pointing at the unoccupied space behind Ning Rongrong, he commanded, "Don't move, that girl. You lot, go and beat up those behind her." Upon hearing this, a male student stepped forward eagerly, attempting to strike Ateris with an open hand. unable to endure any longer. Ateris decided it was time to cease his restraint. Perhaps overconfident or accustomed to wielding authority, the boy thought Ateris, with his seemingly impoverished appearance, would be an easy target. Yet he had not even summoned his martial soul. Suddenly, a powerful surge of soul power erupted from Ateris, instantly repelling the aggressor. In an instant, he grasped a spear in his right hand and a shield in his left. While Xueping may have concealed himself as a mere buffoon, the companions surrounding him were indeed inept young aristocrats. Dealing with them required nothing more than a straightforward offensive. Behind Ateris, Lu Yin, Oscar, Fraser, and Zhu Zhiqing swiftly revealed their soul ranks for soul masters and one great soul master, exerting immense pressure upon Xueping and his entourage. Ateris, undeterred by Xueping's status, pointed his spear forward and coldly remarked, "I heard this woman address you as your highness. Perhaps your identity is indeed noble. But feel free to test me and see if I dare to strike you." "Do not fear, Ateris," Ning Rongrong chimed in, "if he dares to make a move. You have my full support." She then turned her gaze to Xueping. "With the useless bunch behind you, do you truly believe you can defeat us? Don't end up as a battered fool, only to face punishment from His Majesty." Xueping clenched his teeth, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. "Ning Rongrong, do you dare to provoke me? Do not think that just because you are the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, you can speak to me with such contempt. This is the Royal Academy of Tiando, my domain. As a prince of the Tiando Empire, I can strike anyone I wish here." At this point, tensions had already reached a boiling point. The atmosphere akin to a powder keg poised for ignition, requiring merely a spark to incite an explosive confrontation. Just then, a voice echoed from the mountain path above. "The Royal Academy of Tiando indeed belongs to the royal family, but it is not a place for you to flaunt your power and act recklessly." Upon hearing the voice, a handsome young man with an elegant demeanor leisurely entered the crowd's view, accompanied by a tall middle-aged man clad in silver attire. The young man approached the pavilion, disregarding Xueping's group, and walked directly towards Ateris and the others. "Brother Prince." Ning Rongrong instantly transformed from a mischievous girl into a demure young lady, waving delicately to the young man. The young man smiled and nodded at Ning Rongrong, yet did not linger before her, bypassing both her and Ateris. He stood before Count Fraser and, with his right hand resting behind his back and his left hand extending towards his chest, spoke. "I presume this beautiful lady is Countess Fraser of Häagen-Dazs?" Naturally, Fraser extended her right hand, placing it atop the young man's outstretched left palm. Xueping flashed a charming smile, gently kissing the back of Fraser's fair hand, and introduced himself. "I am Xueping, the Prince of the Tiando Empire. It is an honor to meet you, Miss Fraser." Xueping, with a nonchalant demeanor, performed the hand-kissing gesture, while Xueping felt utterly defeated. It was inconsequential to encounter punishment for causing trouble. At worst, he would face a mere confinement. However, meeting his elder brother, the prince, in such circumstances was entirely different. He remained acutely aware of the warning his uncle Xueping had imparted. "Xueping, as a prince of the empire, do you not acknowledge your wrongdoing?" After completing his greeting, Xueping had turned to Xueping, reprimanding him sternly. Xueping looked to the middle-aged man beside him, pleading, "Teacher's son, we did not mean any harm. They claim to be new students, yet there are only 4 admission certificates for 6 individuals. You cannot show favoritism towards them." Teacher's son frowned at Xueping's complaint, glancing at Xueping, his gaze flickering. Since the prince is present, the matter of fairness should naturally be decided by him. "While I cannot preside over the matter," Xueping raises a valid point. "The Royal Academy of Tiando is indeed royal property. As the prince, I must ascertain the facts," Xueping has stated, moving to the center of the crowd. "Once I have understood your situation, I shall report the truth to my father." "Yes, your highness." The once arrogant Xueping bowed his head before Xueping, but as soon as the prince turned away, a shadow of resentment flickered across his face. Xueping pivoted once more, bowing with a fan in hand, announcing the names, Ateris, Oscar, Lu Yin, and the beautiful Miss Shellyan Fraser. "I have heard of your name since early this month. On behalf of the Royal Academy of Tiando, I extend a warm welcome to you. Etiquette is a natural expression of human nature, a normative behavior essential to life, regardless of his disdain for nobility." Ateris found himself compelled to return the gesture with utmost seriousness in light of Xueping's courteous demeanor. Just as Xueping was about to speak, Xueping interjected with a scornful remark, "A name without a title, truly a commoner. Unmannerly." A hint of anger finally surfaced on Xueping's refined visage as he turned to Teacher Sunday. "Please escort this ill-mannered individual back to the academy." If he continues to speak recklessly, he will tarnish the reputation of the Royal Academy of Tiando. Teacher Sun nodded, reaching out to grasp Xuepeng. But Xuepeng violently shook him off. I do not require your assistance. I can walk on my own. He stormed away, his anger palpable. The alluring woman and his sycophantic friends promptly bowed to Xue Qinghe before hastily retreating. Sighing heavily, Xue Qinghe watched Xuepeng's departing figure, appearing quite helpless in light of his disappointing younger brother. He then turned to Ateris and Oscar, offering an apology. Gentlemen, please do not take offense. I hope for your understanding regarding any indiscretions. Ateris smiled gently and replied, Your Highness, the courtesy you extend is most appreciated. Though the cacophony may tarnish the ears, it is of little consequence. Ateris truly does not mind. In his view, a surname holds little significance. A person's nobility or baseness does not stem from ancestral lineage, but rather from one's character in the present moment. Both he and Oscar were born in the fields, possessing names devoid of surnames, yet they have never felt diminished by this fact. On the contrary, their inner strength is formidable. Xue Qinghe nodded and glanced at the tall Zhu Zhuqing, then turned to Ning Rongrong and said, The first 4 individuals are all recorded in the Academy's roster. I shall not comment on your situation. After all, you can come and go from the Heavendo Royal Academy at your leisure. However, I am curious about this lady who has accompanied you. Who is she? Ning Rongrong, pleased that Xue Qinghe finally acknowledged her, stepped closer to Zhu Zhuqing, linking her arm with hers. Brother Prince, this is my dear sister Zhu Zhuqing, whom I met during my travels. Traveling? More like running away from home. Xue Qinghe gently chided. Ning Rongrong made a playful face, her expression adorably mischievous, but quickly regained her composure to pout at Xue Qinghe, saying, Brother Prince, Zhuqing is truly remarkable. She is a month and a half younger than me, yet possesses a spirit power of 27. That surpasses my own. Only a month younger? That would make her 12 years and 5 months old, with a spirit power of 27. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's introduction, Xue Qinghe's interest was piqued, and he turned to Zhu Zhuqing, inquiring, What is your martial spirit? Zhu Zhuqing, who had remained silent until now, hesitated, glancing nervously at her companions. Do not worry, Zhuqing. Ateris reassured her. Upon meeting his gentle, sincere gaze, she felt an inexplicable strength welling up within her, especially after he said, Since you are here, you should feel at ease. My martial spirit is. The nether cat, Zhu Zhuqing finally spoke, her lips parting. The nether cat. Upon hearing those words, Xue Qinghe paused momentarily, but quickly regained his composure, maintaining his calm demeanor. Miss Zhuqing, your martial spirit is indeed surprising. Ning Rongrong tightened her hold on Zhu Zhuqing's arm, feigning anger as she exclaimed, Brother Prince, you must not have any designs on Zhuqing. She is my dear sister. Child, what do you take your brother for? Xue Qinghe chuckled helplessly at Ning Rongrong, who was fiercely protective like a mother tiger. Although Miss Zhuqing's martial spirit is rather unique, I assure you, as long as she focuses on her studies and training, I guarantee she will not come to harm. Moreover, if my father were to learn that the Academy has admitted a student with a nethercat martial spirit, he would be overjoyed. Then, does that mean you agree to vouch for Zhuqing, Brother Prince? Without answering, Xue Qinghe produced a seal from his pocket and handed it to Ning Rongrong. I have matters to attend to back in Heavendo City. Take this. The teachers in the Academy will know what to do. With that, Xue Qinghe bypassed Ning Rongrong and paused beside Fraser to bid her farewell, saying, Until we meet again, Miss Fraser, before descending the mountain alone. The group exchanged glances. And once Xue Qinghe's figure had vanished from sight, Ning Rongrong, akin to a shark sensing blood, leaped onto Fraser, demanding, Fraser, spill the beans. Why does Brother Prince care so much about you? I have never seen him act like this. How would I know? I have never met him before. Fraser replied, momentarily distracted as she glanced at Ateris. Seeing his lack of response, she urged Ning Rongrong to ascend the mountain. Perhaps your brother Prince merely caught a glimpse of my beauty and fell for me at first sight. The 3 girls moved ahead, chattering animatedly, while Ateris pondered. Qianren Xue likely does not fancy lilies. 062 Royal Combat Team. The group made their way to the campus, with Ning Rongrong enthusiastically recounting the details of the Heavendo Royal Academy. The mountain beneath our feet is called Wudong Mountain, named after a phoenix tree that has thrived for thousands of years, first recorded in the year 1662 of the Douluo calendar. At that time, the Heavendo Empire had yet to be established. It was merely a loose confederation of city-states. A powerful phoenix often roosts atop this mountain, its temperamental nature wreaking havoc on nearby villages with its flames. Thus, in 1683, the Duke of Heaven-Do gathered 100 soul masters to lay an ambush and eradicate the scourge that plagued the land. The Duke of Heaven-Do? As soon as Ning Rongrong finished speaking, Oscar interjected, I presume this refers to the precursor of the Heaven-Do Empire. It has been over 900 years since 1683. The history of the Heaven-Do Empire is indeed long. Before Ning Rongrong could respond, Ateris lightly tapped Oscar on the head and shook his head, saying, having perused so many of Master Leone's tomes, it seems you have merely skimmed the surface. This is not the precursor of the Heaven-Do Empire. The Heaven-Do Empire's precursor was the Heaven-Do Kingdom, and it was only established in 1921. Hee. Well, at least you remember it, Oscar replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. Ning Rongrong cast a look of admiration at Ateris, realizing that his knowledge was quite extensive, even for someone not from Heaven-Do. Such knowledge is merely foundational. I simply have a greater affinity for reading, Ateris thought to himself. Considering the vast amount of information one must memorize before exams in his previous life, this knowledge of historical events was merely the tip of the iceberg. Every influential nation, city, or organization often has its origins steeped in legend, blurring the lines between truth and myth. By the way, Rongrong, there must truly be a millennia-old phoenix tree atop Wudong Mountain, right? Eh? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise, questioning, what makes you think there truly is a millennia-old phoenix tree here? Ateris smiled gently, raising his hand, his right palm poised as a force of attraction coalesced within it. From the moment I entered the Wudong Mountain, I discerned that the soul energy here was significantly more potent than that found in towns or the countryside. Soul energy permeates the space around us, yet its concentration varies depending on the conditions of that space. Generally speaking, basins characterized by relatively low terrain are most conducive to the accumulation of soul energy, while that found at high altitudes tends to be rather sparse. Surrounding Wudong Mountain are vast plains, which typically render large-scale retention of soul energy exceedingly difficult. However, the richness of soul energy in this locale compared to the outside world can only imply the presence of extraordinary natural treasures on this mountain, which release a unique essence that not only facilitates the gathering of soul energy, but also secures it within this confined area. As Ateris spoke, curiosity sparked among the crowd, prompting them to experiment with his methods, leading to a chorus of astonished exclamations. Among them, Zhu Qing experienced the most profound sensations. Her spectral cat martial soul thrived in forested environments, and her martial soul's attributes were not as demanding as those of Lu Yan's fire attributes. By immersing herself in Ateris's approach, she sensed that her cultivation speed in this mountainous setting would undoubtedly surpass that under ordinary conditions, though the extent of this acceleration would only become apparent after extensive practice. While a similar sensation had been felt upon their entry into the Stardo forest, it was far more pronounced now. Tang San understood that this was due to his soul power having surpassed the 30th level. The others also had varying experiences. Although the current environment was not the most suitable for their respective martial souls, all except Ning Rongrong had already crossed the 30th level. Upon reaching the Soul Master rank, their sensitivity to the attributes of soul power in their surroundings heightened considerably. Now, upon hearing Ateris's words, they could indeed perceive that the concentration of soul power here was significantly greater than that in the outside world. This was one of the pivotal reasons why Leonidas, the esteemed principal of the Haagen-Dazs Advanced Soul Master Academy, resolutely decided to bring them to one of the prestigious institutions affiliated with the Tiando Royal Academy. This elite academy, backed by the Tiando royalty, boasts unparalleled faculty strength and a superior cultivation environment, making it the finest in the entire continent. In terms of facilities, even the Xingluo Royal Academy pales in comparison, with only the Advanced Soul Master Academy in Wuhuan City being its equal. The simulated training environments are a hallmark of the Tiando Royal Academy. While the Haagen-Dazs Advanced Soul Master Academy does possess simulated training facilities, they are merely a shadow when compared to those of the Tiando Royal Academy. With the treasure of Wudong Mountain at its disposal, the Tiando Royal Academy has painstakingly secured substantial funding from the royal family to construct numerous simulated training environments within the academy grounds. As the strongest comprehensive Advanced Soul Master Academy in the northern continent, the Tiando Royal Academy has developed its simulated training environments comprehensively. The facilities for weapon soul masters are the most abundant, with areas dedicated to plant-type soul masters scattered throughout the campus. Other weapon souls, such as Ateris and Fraser's offensive types, and Oscar and Ning Rongrong's supportive types, also have their respective suitable venues. As for Lu Yan, he found the environment quite satisfactory. though he hoped the academy would prepare a private room for him to forge in peace. Liu Yan's demands were modest, seemingly indifferent to the matters of cultivation. During his time at the Haagen-Dazs Intermediate Soul Master Academy, he often immersed himself in the forging room he had requested from the academy, contentedly working alone. Years passed, and despite his innate soul power being at level 6, his cultivation speed showed no signs of waning. Of course, Ateris was in no position to chastise him for a lack of diligence, as his own innate level 4 was indeed astonishing. 8 years had elapsed, and not only had he maintained his cultivation pace, but he had also eclipsed Oscar, who possessed full innate soul power, and was merely a level away from Fraser, who had innate level 8. Zhu Zhuqing, too, was impressive. At 12.5 years old, she had progressed to level 27 with her innate level 7. Though this was not solely indicative of her talent, her rapid advancement stemmed primarily from her intense desire to grow stronger. With the abundant gathering of soul power and the various simulated training environments throughout the Tiando Royal Academy, it is believed that our cultivation speed here will remain undiminished despite the increase in soul power. Ateris had yet to utter one more sentence. If he could enter the Eye of Ice and Fire and harvest a bounty of celestial herbs, it would indeed be a decisive blow. The prerequisite, however, was that he could actually gain entry. With aspirations for a new life, the group quickened their pace, and the previously unsteep mountain path now seemed as easy as walking on flat ground. Soon, they arrived at the midpoint of the mountain. The main campus of the Tiando Royal Academy predominantly consists of single-story buildings, with the principal teaching building resembling a fortress, towering 5 stories high. Its outer walls reach a height of 5 meters and are adorned in a brilliant yellow hue, topped with glazed tiles that glimmer under the sunlight, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Upon reaching the academy's gates, they encountered a certain teacher's son, who stood with his hands clasped behind him, evidently having awaited their arrival for some time. Ning Rongrong presented the seal that Shuqinghe had entrusted to her, and teacher's son naturally led the group of 6 toward the main teaching building. "I have heard of your names from Director Su, and he has spoken highly of you," he remarked. "He's already waiting in his office, so when we arrive, be sure to exhibit proper decorum. This will significantly influence your allocation to favorable training grounds." As they made their way to the main teaching building, the group became acquainted with the esteemed teacher Sun Buyu, who offered various pieces of advice along the route, leaving a positive impression on everyone. Along the way, they encountered numerous students from the academy, most of whom cast curious glances at Ateris and his companions. The male students were naturally drawn to the 3 distinct yet captivating young ladies, while the female students had their eyes firmly fixed on Oscar, some even casting flirtatious glances in his direction. In the past, Oscar might have responded to such advances with a playful exchange of glances, but now he remained impervious to the admiration directed at him, embodying an air of purity and restraint. Upon reaching a room on the far right of the 3rd floor, Sun Buyu respectfully knocked on the door. Once a voice from within invited them in, he opened the door and ushered everyone inside. The room, measuring around 50 square meters, was decorated in a rather simplistic manner rather than opulence. To the left lay a reception area, while to the right was an office space, with a conspicuously large desk approximately 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. Behind the desk sat a tall man with slightly small eyes and a round face. None other than Su Butai, the deputy director who had accepted Ateris and his companions following Leonid's invitation. Upon their arrival, Su Butai gestured for them to take a seat. "Ah, it seems there may not be enough room," he chuckled. Indeed, there was little space left, as apart from Su Butai, Sun Buyu, and Ateris' group, there were 8 others present in the office. In the reception area to the left sat an older young man and several clearly identifiable students. The older young man stood and addressed Su Butai, "Director, since you have guests, I shall take Tianheng and the others back." The 7 students stood as well, preparing to depart, but Su Butai gestured for them to remain. "Qin Ming, do not be too hasty. The reason I summoned you today is to discuss a matter with you." Qin Ming politely paused and replied, "Director, please feel free to instruct me." Su Butai nodded, stepping out from behind the desk and indicating the 6 individuals behind Sun Buyu. "These are the outstanding students I mentioned, recruited from the Hagen's kingdom. You were planning to take our royal battle team on various training expeditions, correct? Then, you can select from among them." "Wait, why are there 6? Seeing this, Sun Buyu immediately leaned in to whisper, conveying Shuqinghe's intent to Su Butai. "Oh, I see," Su Butai remarked, turning his attention to Zhu Zhuqing and the renowned Ning Rongrong from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, nodding appreciatively. "Indeed. One from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda and another from the Dark Spirit Cat." although they are a bit younger, in 7 years. The timing will be just right for them to smoothly take over the current class of Tianheng. This statement left Ning Rongrong puzzled, tilting her head in confusion as she asked, Director Su, what do you mean by the timing will be just right? And who are we supposed to take over for? Su Butai explained, every 5 years, an elite competition among high-level Soul Master Academies is held across the continent. The stipulation is that participants must be under 25 years of age by June 1st of the competition year. Currently, there are 22 months remaining until the next competition, which is less than 2 years. Our Tiando Royal Academy has 2 battle teams. They are the 7 main members of one team, all of whom are your seniors. Let us get acquainted. As Su Butai spoke, he raised a hand, motioning for the 7 young men and women behind Qin Ming to step forward. Qin Ming then introduced a black-haired youth. This is Yu Tianheng, the captain of the Royal Battle Team, possessing a top-tier attacking martial soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. He is 18 years old and has a soul power level of 38. Next, he introduced a girl with short purple hair and emerald green eyes. This is Douluo Yan. Her martial soul is the Emerald Phosphor Snake, a control type, also 18 years old with a soul power level of 38. He continued, Oscar, 19 years old, with the martial soul Black Panther, a sensitive attacking type, soul power level 36. Yu Feng, 18 years old, with the martial soul Wind Bell Bird, a sensitive attacking type, soul power level 35. Shimo and Shimo, twins, both 19 years old, sturdy in build, with the martial soul Black Tortoise, a defensive type, both with soul power levels of 37. Finally, we have Yilingling, dressed in black with a veil, slender in figure, and possessing a cascade of blue hair. She is 17 years old, with the martial soul 9 Heart Begonia, and a soul power level of 34. The group listened quietly as Qin Ming introduced the members of the Royal Battle Team. Ateris remained unfazed, as he was already familiar with their basic information, while Ning Rongrong appeared particularly astonished upon hearing about Yilingling. Now you understand, Su Butai interjected, stepping among them, by this June. All 7 members of the Royal Battle Team will be 18 years old. In 7 years, they will all exceed 25, disqualifying them from the elite competition. Among you, the oldest is Lu Yin, who will soon turn 16. Thus, I mentioned that you are perfectly positioned to take over their roles. Indeed, with Lu Yan's capabilities, he is already qualified to join the Royal Battle Team. Su Butai had personally met Lu Yin and the others in Hagens, fully understanding their ages, martial souls, and abilities. However, Qin Ming and the Royal Battle Team were not privy to this information, so upon hearing that Lu Yin was qualified to join the Royal Battle Team, they experienced a variety of emotions. Before Qin Ming could speak, the captain, Yu Tianheng, inquired first, Director Su, may I ask what level of soul power Lu Yin possesses and what his martial soul is? All 7 of us have been meticulously selected from the academy and have been training together for nearly 6 months. Wouldn't it be problematic to introduce a new member? The rest of the team turned their attention toward Lu Yin, as they had formed deep bonds during their time together under Qin Ming's guidance. They were all exceptional students of the Tiando Royal Academy, and apart from Yilingling, everyone else had already attained Tiando level status, naturally harboring a sense of pride. A transfer student, viewed with skepticism by the others, yearns to join their esteemed Royal Combat Team. However, without sufficient strength, no member would acquiesce to his request. Su Butai remained silent, instead exchanging a knowing glance with Lu Yin. Though Lu Yin possessed a reserved demeanor, he understood his role in this moment. He stepped forward, standing tall, as 3 soul rings emerged from beneath his feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple. An optimal configuration that immediately conveyed to the Royal Combat Team that he was a soul master of respectable rank. Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yan exchanged glances, wordlessly acknowledging a shared conclusion. This young man's soul power was formidable. Observing the members of the Royal Combat Team, Lu Yin introduced himself in a deep, magnetic voice. I am Lu Yin. My martial soul is the Melting Flame Goat, and my soul power stands at 36. 36. Gasped the members of the Royal Combat Team in astonishment, recalling Su Butai's earlier mention that Lu Yin was nearing his 16th birthday. Even Yu Tianheng, their strongest member, had to concede Lu Yin's exceptional talent. At 16, reaching 36 was an accomplishment that even he and his cousin, Yu Tianqing, who were both part of the Blue Lightning twins, could not claim at that age, largely due to the inherent limitations of their martial souls. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, renowned as the continent's premier beast martial soul, did not exhibit rapid cultivation before reaching level 30, and prior to that, their elders emphasized physical training over soul power development, all in preparation for the transformation that awaited beyond level 30. Su Butai nodded in approval, remarking, 36 is impressive. Just a few months ago. When I visited you in the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom, you were still at 35. At this rate, you should reach 37 by the end of the year, or at the latest, before February. On the other side, Qin Ming expressed admiration for Lu Yin but sought further clarification. This level of soul power certainly qualifies him for the starting lineup of the Royal Combat Team, but since you, Director Su, have personally assessed Lu Yin, I would like to ask a few more questions. Of course, feel free to inquire, Su Butai replied. Qin Ming nodded slightly and posed his first question. Lu Yan's martial soul is named the Melting Flame Goat, but I must admit I've never heard of it before. Given his level of soul power at such a young age, I presume the quality of his martial soul is quite high. My question is, as a fire-type martial soul, what is its elemental capability? That's an excellent question, Su Butai responded. Lu Yan's martial soul is a variant, likely the first of its kind on the continent. Hence the name he bestowed upon it. As for its fire attributes, I can confidently say that even when compared to the renowned Fire Wushuang from the Qihua Academy, he is certainly not inferior. Not inferior to Fire Wushuang? Is that truly the case? How remarkable. The members of the Royal Combat Team murmured among themselves. Fire Wushuang was the captain of the Qihua Academy team, one of the 5 elemental academies within the Tiando Empire. Wielding a martial soul that was an infernal fire dragon, though slightly less prestigious than their captain, Yu Tianhing's martial soul, it was still undeniably top tier. The Qihua Academy had visited the Tiando Royal Academy 6 months prior, where Fire Wushuang and Yu Tianheng had engaged in a one-on-one exhibition match, garnering high praise from Yu Tianheng afterward. Director Su, I have another question. Qin Ming continued, undeterred by Su Butai's commendation. The Royal Combat Team was his passion. And while Lu Yan's credentials were impressive, he desired further understanding. With Su Butai's nod of encouragement, Qin Ming inquired, what type of soul master is Lu Yan? Is he an offensive type, a defensive type, or perhaps a balanced type? Su Butai chuckled, shaking his head with a wry smile. Lu Yan's martial soul possesses a comprehensive attribute set. He can be classified as both offensive and defensive, while his offensive capabilities may be slightly less than Tianheng's. His defensive prowess matches that of the Shijia brothers. Both offensive and defensive? A smile crept onto Qin Ming's previously neutral face, and he nodded in approval. Initially, he had prepared 3 questions and intended to inquire about Lu Yan's soul skills, but it now seemed unnecessary. Though 36 was not exceptionally high, it was more than sufficient to qualify for the Royal Combat Team, especially with his top-tier fire attributes and balanced combat characteristics. Qin Ming felt quite satisfied. Currently, the Royal Combat Team boasted 3 elemental types: lightning, Yu Tianheng, poison, Dugu Yan, and wind, Yu Feng. Although Dugu Yan's phosphorescent poison was not particularly compatible with fire attributes, Yu Tianheng's lightning ability and Yu Feng's wind power were perfectly synergistic with Lu Yan's fiery capabilities. Lightning strikes and flames combined, a force to be reckoned with. Furthermore, wind could amplify fire, creating a potentially greater effect under favorable conditions. With this in mind, Qin Ming cast a glance at Asura within the team, then decisively turned to Lu Yin, extending his hand. Lu Yin, I am Qin Ming, the head instructor of the Royal Combat Team. We welcome you to join our ranks. Lu Yin looked bewildered at Qin Ming, unable to comprehend the sudden invitation to join the Royal Combat Team. The atmosphere in the office grew awkward. Qin Ming's hand hovered in the air, unsure whether to retract or maintain its position, his smile caught in a tense limbo. My apologies, Teacher Qin, Atheris stepped forward, placing himself beside Lu Yin. It's our first day at the academy, and we haven't even settled our accommodations yet. Your words may have come as a surprise to Lu Yin. He needs time to process. He gently tapped Lu Yan's shoulder. I SNT that right, Lu Yin? However, Lu Yin shook his head. I understand Teacher Qin's intentions, but I have little interest in joining the Royal Combat Team. I have my own companions, and we are already well acquainted. I do not wish to struggle to integrate into another group. This response caught Qin Ming off guard. He had not anticipated such an answer from Lu Yin. Nevertheless, as a student valued by Su Butai, he did not want to lose face before his superior. It appears Lu Yin still requires time to adapt to life at the academy. However, that's perfectly fine. The Royal Combat Team will remain here for nearly a month. At the beginning of November, I will take them on a journey. Should you change your mind before then, feel free to seek me out. My office is located at... Teacher Qin, let it go, interrupted a voice laced with sarcasm, drawing everyone's attention to Yu Feng of the Royal Combat Team. Though aware that his comment was inappropriate, he had caught a glimpse of Qin Ming's expression and felt compelled to defend his good friend Osro's position on the team. Had it been someone with a more fiery temperament, they might have challenged Yufeng, but Lu Yin remained composed. I do not engage in falsehoods. Throughout my life, I have treated everyone equally, be they ordinary individuals without soul power, fellow soul masters, or nobles such as counts or viscounts. I do not easily underestimate others. To me, the only distinction lies in the caliber of one's character. Yufeng, undeterred, escalated his provocation. So, are you implying that I lack character? You consider yourself morally superior? Lu Yin harbors a distaste for disputes. The volume of his speech today surpasses his usual demeanor. He merely shakes his head and falls silent. Su Butai observes the scene with an air of amusement, while Qin Ming recognizes that it was his inadvertent glance that led Yu Feng to misinterpret the situation, a misunderstanding he now must rectify. He feigns a mild annoyance as he reprimands Yu Feng, stating, as a senior, how can you display such rudeness before the new students? He then turns to Ateris, remarking, this student is correct. It is indeed premature to discuss these matters today. We must allow you time to acclimate. Director Su, I suggest we conclude for now. I will escort Tianhing and the others back. We can revisit the team's affairs in due course. I simply wish to forge quietly, Lu Yin expresses through nonverbal cues. Su Butai waves his hand in acquiescence, allowing them to leave, as he still has to finalize their paperwork and arrange accommodations. Qin Ming nods and leads the 7 members of the Emperor's battle team out sequentially. Ateris's gaze settles on Du Guyan, although she holds Yu Tianhing's hand. Her emerald eyes convey a hint of allure toward Ateris. Once Qin Ming's group departs, Su Butai invites the remaining students to take their seats. He promptly addresses Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, completing their enrollment procedures before stating, among you 6, Lu Yin has already attained level 36. While the other 5 exceed level 25, thus meeting the criteria for both the Heavenly Ji and Heavenly Do academies. I shall take the liberty of bypassing the 1-month freshman period and elevating you directly to the appropriate levels. Sun Bu interjects, within the academy. Each level of student enjoys different privileges. For instance, Lu Yin, being at the Heavenly Do level, is entitled to a designated training space in the simulated training area, which will remain exclusively his until his graduation. However, should he violate any school rules and receive a warning or harsher punishment, the academy will reclaim that privilege. As soon as Sun Buyu finishes, Oscar eagerly inquires, Director and Teacher Sun, what about us students at the Heavenly Ji level? What privileges do we receive? Leaning back in his chair, Su Butai responds leisurely, students at the Heavenly Do Royal Academy are either the offspring of nobility from various provinces, kingdoms, or principalities, or exceptional individuals who have diligently honed their skills from humble beginnings. Regardless of their innate personalities, their talents are invariably remarkable. Consequently, Heavenly Ji students constitute the backbone of the academy, making up the largest demographic. Thus, in the allocation of training spaces, Heavenly Ji students are prioritized over Heavenly Way students. If a training area has only 1 slot remaining, yet 2 or more students are vying for entry, Heavenly Ji students will take precedence. Should their levels be equivalent, the academy encourages fair duels to determine who gains access. Fair duels, Ateris muses, recalling their ascent to the Hagen-Das Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Their talents surpassed that of their peers, and their combat abilities were formidable, earning them a degree of renown within the entire Hagen-Das system. Subsequently, students from both their institution and others sought to challenge him and Lu Yin to public duels. However, the day before their battles, clandestine contacts offered them money to throw the matches, even providing a deposit. Understanding the allure of purchasing fame, Ateris acknowledges the human desire for recognition and profit, asserting that a gentleman seeks wealth through rightful means. Thus, on the day of their public competition, Ateris and Lu Yin fought with even greater fervor, later graciously offering their opponent a restorative sausage as a gesture of consolation. At this juncture, Ning Rongrong poses a question, but Director Su, for auxiliary soul masters like Oscar and myself, must we engage in combat? It seems rather uncouth. I certainly don't wish to. Su Butai bursts into laughter. Others praise the cleverness of the little princess from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, yet you pose such a question? Ning Rongrong, you should be well aware of the ratio of auxiliary soul masters to combat soul masters. The simulated training areas suitable for auxiliary soul masters are in abundance. There is no need for concern. That is more reassuring, Ning Rongrong replies, unperturbed by Su Butai's jest, as she strives to maintain her ladylike poise. Turning to Lu Yin, Su Butai comments, your temperament is rather reserved. I discerned this months ago. However, joining the Emperor's battle team presents a formidable opportunity for growth. The team is led by teacher Qin Ming, who, at just under 34 years of age, boasts a soul power level of 62. In my own youth, I struggled to ascend beyond the Soul King at that age. Teacher Qin's combat experience is extensive, during several high-level Soul Master Academy exchanges in the past 6 months. The Emperor's battle team achieved 3 victories and only 1 defeat. Given your age, it is conceivable that you could even surpass the Soul King before the next elite tournament of the entire continent. The teacher hopes you will join the Emperor's battle team to gain experience in the upcoming competition, where you could lead the team against the Spirit Hall squad. As Su Butai concludes his impassioned speech, his gaze ardently seeks Lu Yan's response, yet he is met with silence. In Su Butai's mind, even the most stoic of students at the tender age of 16 should harbor a fiery ambition. He believes that with sufficient attention and encouragement, one could ignite their fighting spirit. Is that all? At least offer some semblance of a reaction. After all, I've spoken until my throat is dry. And you respond with a miram? Tentatively, Su Butai inquires, Lu Yan, you are but 16, a time of youthful vigor. Surely you possess aspirations or ideals. After a contemplative pause, Lu Yan furrows his brow as Su Butai and Sun Buyu regard him with hopeful anticipation. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's faces are painted with curiosity, while Ateris and his companions ponder what delicacies await them in the Academy's cafeteria. After a prolonged silence, Lu Yan finally articulates a singular word. Yes. Su Butai's face lights up. What is it? Rest assured, Master Lanid entrusted you to me, and I shall do my utmost to provide the necessary support. Whatever your aspirations or ideals may be, share them with me. The pursuit of dreams requires long-term planning. Speak freely, and I shall offer my guidance. I wish to forge iron. Forge. Su Butai, caught off guard by the abrupt declaration, reassures him. As a young man, forming rivalries is commonplace. Fear not. As long as your reasoning is sound, I shall support you. Lu Yan remains silent, prompting Ateris to interject, articulating, Director Su. What he means is that he wishes to forge iron. Forge iron. Su Butai is momentarily bewildered, mimicking the action of hammering. Is this what he intends? Indeed, indeed. At this moment, Fraser and Oscar can no longer suppress their laughter. Su Butai, still perplexed, questions, what is so amusing? Struggling to contain his mirth, Fraser replies, it brings me great joy to meet Director Su today. Oscar chimes in, I feel the same. Ateris quickly patted the two of them, signaling them to refrain from causing any trouble. He turned to the still bewildered Su Butai and said, Iron's passion lies in blacksmithing, or rather, forging. Director, did you not mention that the Academy could allocate a separate simulated training ground for the titled Douluo level students? Iron wishes to transform his training area into a forge. Lu Yan added, alternatively, I could take matters into my own hands. I only need a quiet space. It dawned on Su Butai that his understanding of these students was merely scratching the surface. As they exited Su Butai's office, dusk was approaching. Sun Buyu continued to accompany them, tasked with assigning dormitories for the 6 of them. Ning Rongrong playfully strolled ahead, her eyes darting around in curiosity. Rongrong, did you not say you had visited several times? Why do you seem as if it's your first visit? Oscar inquired, his curiosity about Ning Rongrong's experiences piqued. Eager to extract more information from her. I have indeed been here a few times, Ning Rongrong replied, but during those visits, I was always with my father or prince brother. They found it dreadfully boring. Aside from the teaching building, we only went to the mountaintop, and I haven't had the chance to explore other areas in detail. Sun Buyu chuckled, if you haven't seen much, then do take your time. Our academy is filled with remarkable talents and beautiful scenery, a place where one could spend days exploring without exhausting all its wonders. However, Heifiaize yawned, linking arms with Ning Rongrong. Let us save the exploration for tomorrow. We've been on the road for days. Don't you wish to soak in a bath and then rest comfortably in a large bed? Zhu Qing pondered this and nodded, though not because she felt fatigued. In truth, prior to encountering her companions, she had been constantly on edge, playing a cat-and-mouse game with Zhu Qing, which had been far more exhausting. She merely recognized that since leaving the Star Luo Empire, she had not engaged in proper meditation and cultivation for quite some time. Now that they had settled down, she needed to focus on recuperating the time she had lost. Well then, Ning Rongrong concluded, observing that Fraser and Zhu Qing were inclined to rest. She decided to set aside the idea of exploring the campus, knowing there would be ample time in the future. Turning to Sun Buyu, she said, Teacher Sun, could you please guide us to the dormitories first? We will explore the academy at our leisure later. Of course, Sun Buyu replied, quickening his pace as he led the young men and women towards the dormitory area. The dormitory district of the Tiando Royal Academy starkly contrasted with Ateris's expectations. Previously, whether at the Birmingham Primary Academy or the Haagen-Dazs Intermediate Academy, students would typically conclude their classes by dusk, gathering in the dining hall or dormitories, creating a lively atmosphere. However, upon arriving at the dormitory area with Sun Buyu, they found it eerily quiet, with only a handful of students coming and going. Sun Buyu discerned their confusion and preemptively explained, our Tiando Royal Academy boasts a vast campus of over 134 hectares, hence the simulated training grounds are dispersed throughout. Many are located in the forests and lakes at the foot of the mountain. To facilitate student living, the academy has constructed numerous dormitories at the base of the mountain, resulting in most students residing there. Those remaining in the mid-mountain dormitories are typically lower-ranked students or those with unique martial souls whose training grounds are situated halfway up. As he spoke, Sun Buyu opened the door to one of the dormitories. Our Tiando Royal Academy excels in many aspects, and the dormitories are no exception. Each student is allocated an independent dormitory. Indeed, it was not a mere room, but an entire dwelling. The buildings in the mid-mountain area of the academy were predominantly single-story, and the dormitory Sun Buyu had opened was constructed primarily of wood. Inside, there was a set of ordinary round tables and chairs, a desk and chair, a large bed, a bedside table, and a wardrobe. Everything necessary was thoughtfully provided. Sun Buyu merely allowed them a brief glimpse inside before ushering them out, pointing to the 5 neighboring independent dormitories. The dormitories are designed without gender distinctions, so you may allocate yourselves as you see fit. Since it is already evening, would you like me to escort you to the dining hall for a meal? The trio of young men and women exchanged glances before collectively looking towards Ateris, who, as their representative, inquired, Teacher Sun, may I ask if we are permitted to cook in the dormitory area? Cook? Sun Buyu replied, understanding their intent. You wish to know if you can prepare your own meals, correct? Precisely. Sun Buyu smiled and gestured towards a wisp of smoke rising in the distance. Do you see that? There are students cooking for themselves. Our Tiando Royal Academy maintains a relatively relaxed approach to student management. Some students, finding the dining hall meals too expensive, set up small stoves beside their dormitories to cook for themselves, and this is entirely permissible. Ning Rongrong chimed in quietly. The food in the dining hall is indeed quite pricey. The same dishes here cost at least double compared to those at the gourmet street in Tiando City, making anyone who buys them a fool. In truth, Ning Rongrong did not genuinely consider the prices exorbitant, as the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. A few silver coins were hardly a concern for her. What mattered was the value for money, as long as it proved worthwhile. She wouldn't hesitate to spend even hundreds of gold coins. By the way, since you wish to cook, take this. Sun Buyu retrieved an oiled paper package from his storage soul guide and handed it to Ateris. Teacher Sun, what is this? Sun Buyu unwrapped the package to reveal a piece of meat. Every month on the 1st and 15th, the Academy distributes soul beast meat to teachers and students. Since you arrived a bit late today, the soul beast meat was already gone, and this is my share. Soul beast meat, truly a prized delicacy. While at the Haagen-Dazs Intermediate Academy, the dining hall occasionally offered soul beast meat dishes, which would always draw crowds. The benefits of soul beast meat are self-evident. Its effects far surpass those of ordinary livestock. This piece appeared to weigh over 3 pounds, and though they did not yet know from which soul beast it originated, any soul beast meat is generally considered invaluable. Ateris hesitated momentarily, saying, Teacher Sun, this was allocated to you by the Academy. How can we accept it? Oh. Just take it without hesitation. Why the fuss? The speaker was not Sun Buyu, but Ning Rongrong. She walked over and directly snatched the oiled paper bag from Ateris, smiling as she addressed Sun Buyu. Thank you, Teacher Sunday. You may go about your business now. In response to Ning Rongrong's seemingly impolite act, Sun Buyu was not offended. Rather, he smiled even more brightly. Very well, I shall take my leave. Tomorrow morning at 8, wait for me at the main teaching building. I will lead you to the classroom. After a brief farewell, once Sun Buyu departed, Ning Rongrong pushed the unidentified soul beast meat back into Ateris's hands. In this school, one must possess influence and connections. You have only heard Director Su and Teacher Sun Buyu extol the virtues of the Heaven Do Academy. But the reality is far more complex. Ning Rongrong produced the seal that Xue Qinghe had given her. I am originally from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. And given my experiences on the mountain path along with the seal, the Academy's faculty has likely categorized us into the Crown Prince's faction long ago. As for someone like Sun Buyu, a teacher of uncertain rank, any benefits that may come in the future can be accepted without hesitation. With that, Ning Rongrong puffed out her chest proudly, declaring, "From now on at the Academy, I shall look after you." Ateris possessed commendable culinary skills, yet his experience in preparing the flesh of spirit beasts was woefully inadequate. Uncertain of the origin of the meat, he resolved to make a soup from it. However, this unidentified spirit beast meat failed to meet the expectations of those present. Its taste paled in comparison to that of domesticated livestock. And even after simmering for half an hour, the texture remained somewhat tough and lacking in tenderness. Nevertheless, the flavor of spirit beast meat was of secondary importance. What truly mattered was the unparalleled nutrition it provided, which ordinary livestock and game could not offer. The significance of meat, eggs, and milk was eternal, and the flesh, eggs, and milk of spirit beasts were undoubtedly a boon for soul masters, facilitating their cultivation and the development of robust physiques. There are two primary methods for absorbing soul power. The first involves direct absorption from the surrounding air through meditation and similar practices, while the second entails ingesting food to assimilate it within the body. The former is the most fundamental approach, as soul power permeates the atmosphere. Anyone who has awakened their soul power can draw from the air, albeit at varying speeds. The latter method is far more efficient but comes with stringent prerequisites, as it is no simple task for those of lesser prowess to obtain food infused with soul power. Noble families and sects of considerable strength can create such opportunities for their offspring, allowing them to gain an advantage from the outset. Yet how could a common household replicate such conditions? Laney had once undertook an elaborate experiment, dedicating immense effort to it. He sought out 30 impoverished children, all aged 5, from the countryside of Berminton, ensuring that their parents and grandparents had never awakened innate soul power. These 30 children were divided into 3 groups. The first group remained as they were, with observers assigned to monitor their progress and provide necessary protection to ensure they grew to the age of 6. In the second and third groups, the 10 children in the second group received 5 pounds of spirit beast meat each month, while those in the third group received 10 pounds. With Laniad personally overseeing the distribution and consumption of the meat. A year later, during the soul awakening ceremony of the first group, only one child manifested soul power, identified as a mutated martial spirit, albeit with only half a level of power. Among the second group, 5 children awakened soul power, 1 achieving level 1, another level 1.5, 2 at level 2, and 1 at level 3, all without any mutated martial spirits. The results from the third group were even more striking, with 8 children awakening soul power, 2 at level 1, 1 at level 1.5, 3 at level 2, 1 at level 3, and 1 at level 6, the latter possessing a benign mutated martial spirit. These results suggest that innate soul power is merely a hypothesis. Perhaps the quality of the martial spirit serves as an insurmountable barrier. But individuals without innate soul power can still acquire it through postnatal intake. Similarly, those with lower innate soul power can also enhance their cultivation through the same means. During discussions of this martial spirit theory, Laney had recounted his acquaintance, a disciple from a sect who, due to a malignant mutation of his martial spirit, possessed only half a level of innate soul power. Yet, with the support of his elders, he persevered and painstakingly cultivated to level 29. There remained a small piece of meat in the pot, and recognizing Ateris's hard work, Fraser fished it out and placed it directly into Ateris's bowl. Ateris, unembarrassed, picked up the piece of meat, slightly larger than his thumb, and prepared to consume it. At that moment, a commotion erupted nearby, with indistinct shouts of "Don't let go! Give him a good beating!" echoing through the air. Ateris swallowed the morsel, wiped his mouth, set down his bowl and chopsticks, and exchanged knowing glances with the others, suggesting, "Shall we take a look? Let us go." The human inclination towards curiosity and the allure of spectacle was undeniable. Even the typically aloof Liu Yin possessed no objections to the collective fascination of the group. The scene was not far off. Just a short walk past 3 dormitory units revealed several students ganging up on a lone boy. This boy clutched an oil paper bag to his chest, passively accepting their blows and kicks without a hint of resistance, merely curling his body to shield his vital areas. Just as Ateris was about to intervene, the group halted under the command of a petite young man. Truly a stubborn mule, willing to endure a beating rather than relinquish his grip. How foolish. The diminutive young man, hands on his hips, proclaimed with arrogance, "Well, even if you consume this soul beast meat, what of it? in the Royal Academy of Heaven-Do. Anyone wishing to establish a foothold must possess influence and background. Even if your soul power level matches mine, what then? The second team of the royal battle has no place for you. Indeed, the captain speaks wisely, Lu Qiao. Save your breath, if you kneel and apologize now. Perhaps the captain might show you mercy, chimed in a flamboyantly dressed girl, her ample bosom accentuating her laughter. The besieged young man finally mustered the courage to lift his head, casting a gaze filled with resentment upon his assailants, and with a voice that was nearly hoarse. He shouted, "This soul beast meat was rightfully mine, allocated to me by the academy in accordance with the rules after I paid my tuition. What fault do I bear?" Behind the petite young man, a tall youth interjected, "Lu Qiao, cease your stubbornness. If you apologize to the captain and vow not to vie for a position in the second team any longer, nor report to Teacher Wang, the captain, being magnanimous, will not pursue this matter further." The petite young man shot him a glare, coldly retorting, "Your tongue wags too freely. Do you have a place in this discourse?" The young man, chastened by the icy stare, shrank back into silence. Ateris observed coldly, having listened to the string of dialogue, his mind already calculating. He turned back to Zhu Shiqing, raising an eyebrow and offering a significant glance. Although they had known each other for less than a month, Zhu Shiqing had already deciphered Ateris's intent. In the next moment, she took advantage of Ateris and Lu Yan's stature for cover, slightly bending her body as 10 sharp claws quietly emerged from her palms. "If they do not seek mercy, then let us strike. Aim for the more resilient parts. Should anything arise, I shall bear the consequences." The petite boy gestured lightly, and the two youths surrounding him began to throw punches and kicks at the boy curled on the ground. However, as they engaged, two shadows lunged toward them, and with a cry, one of the youths found several crimson gashes appearing on his thigh. The other youth halted his fist mid-air, trembling slightly. His gaze filled with fear as he beheld the gun muzzle just inches from his chest. "Cut it out," Ateris scoffed, retracting his long gun and addressing the leader of the smaller boys, proclaiming, "It seems somewhat unjust for so many of you to gang up on a single individual. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of you. I happen to have 6 companions. Counting this bullied lad, that makes 7. How about a 7 against 7 duel?" The petite boy squinted, scrutinizing Ateris, confirming he had not encountered this individual within the academy, yet out of caution, he inquired, "I know not where you hail from, but are you certain you wish to wade into this murky water?" "I am not here to stir trouble," Ateris replied, shaking his head. "I stand up for 3 principles: fairness, and once again, fairness. We are merely fresh entrants today, now you are aware. You imply we are helping him as he stands alone, yet you call that stirring trouble. What are you then? Offering kind greetings to fellow students?" Observing Ateris's fearless demeanor, Jinshin felt a twinge of uncertainty. Though this boy had not revealed his soul rings, the aura of soul power emanating from him was formidable. While he may not rival Jinshin, it was evident he was a soul master, and his companions were likely no weaklings. Given the long-standing feud he had with Lu Qiao, well known throughout the academy, it was clear that this group dared to intervene because they felt secure. At that moment, his female companion, Lu Lihua, leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Brother Chen, let this go for today." That girl in the green dress behind them. "I know her." "You know her? A friend of yours?" "Not quite." Lu Lihua glanced again, confirming her recognition. "That is Ning Rongrong, daughter of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect's leader. My mother took me to their banquet on her 12th birthday. I saw her once." The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Jinshin stood on tiptoe, eager to catch a glimpse of the princess Lu Lihua spoke of. However, his height was a disadvantage, and turning sideways would be too conspicuous. He ultimately decided against it. After all, as Lu Lihua's boyfriend, there was no reason for her to deceive him. Cough, cough. Jinshin cleared his throat. "This classmate is joking. My matters with this waste are merely personal. There is no need for a 7 against 7 duel." Oscar interjected. "Well said, but merely a show of bravado. If you have the guts, come face us in combat." "Oh dear, little brother, you're new, aren't you?" The alluring Lu Lihua sauntered close to Oscar, whispering, "Engaging in group battles without cause in the academy could lead to a warning. However, if you are willing to take responsibility, I wouldn't mind sparring with you." Faced with the increasingly intimate proximity of the woman, Oscar took a large step back, pinching his nose. "Ugh, what a strong scent. Where did this vixen come from?" Lu Lihua was instantly incensed. "What did you say? Who are you calling a vixen?" "Calling you, of course. What is wrong with that?" Ning Rongrong, with a swift leap, joined Oscar, pointing an accusing finger while placing her hands on her hips, exclaiming, "A coward and a harlot bullying a single person. How shameless. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't bother with you. Just scram." While Lu Liwa recognized Ning Rongrong, it didn't imply that everyone in their group did. The surrounding youths, incensed by the rebuke, could no longer hold back. One immediately unleashed his soul power, completing his martial spirit manifestation, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings swirling around him. He shouted, "You little brat, watch your mouth. Apologize to our vice-captain at once, or I will surely teach you a lesson today." Jinshin shot a reproachful glare at his girlfriend, seemingly blaming her for provoking the situation. Had she not intentionally stirred the pot, they wouldn't have found themselves in this tense standoff. Realizing she had overstepped, Lu Liwa turned to Jinshin, clinging to his arm with a playful pout. "Brother-chin, they're bullying me. You must stand up for me." As the captain of the second team of the Royal Duel Squad, Jinshin could not disregard his reputation. If word got out that the captain of the illustrious Royal Duel Squad was bested by some unknown freshman, he would surely become a laughingstock among his supporters. As for warnings or penalties, those were mere trifles, easily managed through connections. His father was a close friend of Prince Xuesheng, who was the royal overseer of the Tiando Royal Academy, and he himself was a friend of the Avalanche Prince. As long as he didn't severely injure anyone, he would likely only face a reprimand or a brief grounding at most. Humph. A bunch of freshmen, so audacious as to provoke their seniors upon entering the academy. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of all the upperclassmen, Jinshin declared, lightly stepping forward, his 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings illuminating. The students behind him followed suit, revealing their own soul rings. A total of 7 soul masters, all boasting the optimal 2 yellow and 1 purple soul ring configuration. Oscar Rongrong stepped back. Ateris swiftly drew the 2 behind him, revealing his own 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, readying his long spear and sturdy shield. Lu Yan, Freezer, and Zhu Shiqing had also activated their martial spirits. Though Zhu Shiqing, a 2-ringed great soul master, appeared somewhat lacking, Lu Yan's imposing aura was undeniable. As none among their adversaries could suppress him, it was reasonable to consider the captain of the Royal Duel Squad, Yu Qianheng, was only at level 38, implying the second team was indeed weaker. Coupled with Lu Yan's top-tier martial spirit, his towering height of nearly 2 meters in battle form had never yielded to peers of his age. At this moment, the bully boy, Lu Qiao, stood beside Ateris. Though he showed no intention of fighting, instead, he spoke up, "Friend, perhaps it would be best to let this go. You are newcomers. Even if you win, it would be of no consequence. There is no need to engage in conflict on my behalf." Ateris did not glance back at him. Instead, he faced forward, his expression resolute as he replied, "My friend, when you encounter bullying, there will be those who extend a helping hand to you. What you must do is not cower in fear, nor should you urge those who wish to assist you to depart. Rather, you must rise with courage and show them your fortitude." Opposite him, Jinshin scoffed derisively and mocked. This good-for-nothing can only muster the audacity to report to the teacher from behind. What else could he possibly dare to do? A lowly commoner is merely a lowly commoner. Being admitted to the Tiando Academy is nothing but a royal favor. Rebellion? I would lend you 1,000-fold of courage, yet would you truly dare? Ateris paid him no heed and instead turned to Lu Qiao, inquiring, "Pray tell, who among you is the more formidable? What? You wish to compare your prowess with that of this effeminate, diminutive fellow?" "I." Lu Qiao's gaze flickered momentarily before he responded. "Both our soul powers are at the 36th level. My martial spirit is the golden willow, while his is the golden vine. In terms of soul power and martial spirit, I am certainly not inferior to him. And what of age? Who among you is the elder?" At this juncture, Lu Qiao had clenched his fist, his voice rising in intensity. "I am 18 years old, while he is 19. I am indeed the younger of the 2. Upon hearing this, Ateris struck the sturdy shield 3 times with his spear and exclaimed, "What are you afraid of? His reliance lies solely in his noble status. Once you graduate from the academy, you will at least be conferred the title of Baron. If you excel, becoming a second-tier Viscount is also within reach. Unless he can inherit his family's title, he must bow to you. So tell me, do you still fear him? Now, reveal your martial soul. Transform your fear into your fury." At the Royal Academy of Tiando, non-noble students who graduate with a soul power level above 35 are awarded the Baron Medal. Those with soul power between 40 and 45 receive the second-tier Viscount Medal, and those exceeding 45 are granted the first-tier Viscount Medal. A Baron, non-hereditary, receives a monthly stipend of 100 gold soul coins from the state. A second-tier viscount, non-hereditary, receives 150 gold soul coins monthly, while a first-tier viscount, non-hereditary, receives 200 gold soul coins monthly, equivalent to a military merit viscount, should one choose to enlist. They are prioritized for the Central Army in the Imperial Guard, entering service as a first-level officer. The title system of the Tiando Empire is clear. Jinshin. We are merely new students today, as you now understand. You speak as if we are merely meddling in affairs that do not concern us. We witnessed him struggling alone. And when we offered assistance, you label it as stirring up trouble. What are you then? Friendly greetings to fellow classmates? Observing Ateris' confident demeanor, Jinshin felt a pang of hesitation. Although this young man had yet to reveal his soul ring, the aura of soul power radiating from him was formidable. While he may not surpass Jinshin, he was certainly a soul sovereign, and one could infer that his companions would not be weak either. The long-standing enmity between him and Lu Qiao was well known throughout the academy. Their readiness to defend Ateris indicated they were undaunted. At that moment, his companion Lu Luohua leaned in and whispered, "Brother Chen, let this go for today. Look at that girl in the emerald dress behind them. I recognize her." "Recognize her? Is she your friend?" "No," Lu Luohua replied after a quick glance to confirm her memory. "That is Ning Rongrong, the daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's leader. I met her once at a banquet my mother took me to for her 12th birthday." The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Jinshin stood on tiptoe, eager to catch a glimpse of the princess Lu Luohua described. However, his height was a limitation, and turning to the side would be too conspicuous. He decided against it. After all, his girlfriend had no reason to deceive him. Ahem, Jinshin cleared his throat. "This student is mistaken. My matters with this waste are merely personal, and there is no need for a 7-on-7 soul duel." Oscar chimed in. "That sounds nice. But it's just bullying the weak. If you have the ability, come and exchange a few moves with us." One of the group immediately summoned his soul power, completing the martial soul manifestation. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings encircled his form as he shouted, "You insolent brat, apologize to our vice-captain right now, or I shall teach you a lesson today." Jinshin cast a reproachful glance at his girlfriend, as if blaming her for provoking the situation unnecessarily. Had she not incited the conflict, they would not have found themselves in such a tense standoff. Lu Luohua, realizing she had overstepped, clung to his arm and pouted. "Brother Chen, they are bullying me. You must stand up for me." As the captain of the Royal Battle Team's 2nd Squad, Jinshin could not disregard his reputation. Should word spread that the captain of the illustrious Royal Battle Team was bested by a few unknown freshmen, he would undoubtedly become a laughingstock among his peers. As for warnings or disciplinary actions, those were of little concern with his connections. His father was a close friend of Prince Xuesheng, who was the royal overseer of the Tiando Royal Academy, and he himself was a